The empress failed to cross the threshold and had no choice but to marry me as an old beggar. But what she doesn't know is that I'm a traveler who's been locked up for 100,000 years. When Lu Chuan traveled across the world, he activated the system without any surprises. Originally thought that he could walk on the peak of his life, but the sand sculpture system has mistaken the realm. Lu Chuan, who should have traveled to the high martial realm, was made to travel to this horrible cultivation realm by the sand sculpting system. What's even more pitiful is that the system, in order to ensure the host's safety, has insisted on locking Lu Chuan up in a small world for an entire 100,000 years. The system couldn't match the cultivation system of this world, so it could only force Lu Chuan to keep practicing the sword arts of the high martial world. 100,000 years passed, Lu Chuan practiced becoming the strongest sword god ever, and also practiced to become a psychopath. Looking at the white earth city in front of him, Lu Chuan excitedly burst into tears. And the first thing that Lu Chuan was going to do was to go to the cultivation sects of this world, begging for some elixir that can restore your face. Now Lu Chuan looks like an old man with a windfall. The system could ensure that Lu Chuan would live a long life, but it couldn't stop aging. Just as Lu Chuan sighs at the beauty of the heavens and the earth, Lu Chuan beside a donkey spitting out human words, let Lu Chuan more or less lighten up a bit because he is now already the strongest sword god in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. This donkey is not someone else, it is Lu Chuan's pitiful system manifested, nicknamed Afu. In the beginning, in order to prevent Lu Chuan from being imprisoned for insanity, the system was very humane and turned into a donkey, accompanying Lu Chuan for 100,000 years. But the companionship didn't seem to help. Might as well turn out something else. Lu Chuan suddenly struck out, ramming his fist into Afu's eye. Poor Alfred hadn't reacted yet, and was punched directly, doing a 720-degree turn in the air. Alfred cursed and got up from the ground. If it wasn't for you pit bulls, would your old man be like this? As soon as Lu Chuan reached out his hand, a terrifying suction force emanated from his palm and sucked Afu into his palm. Lu Chuan kicked again, sending Fu flying. Old undead thing, you wait for me. From afar came the harsh words of Alfred. After cleaning up Afu, Lu Chuan entered the White Earth City. Lu Chuan remembered that he hadn't eaten worldly food in many years. Then Lu Chuan walked into a large, luxuriously decorated restaurant, and yelled in the manner of a rich lord. The waiter looked at the imposing old beggar in front of him with a dumbfounded face, somewhat unable to pinpoint it. Lu Chuan shook the tattered cloth bag around his waist, and a sound that sounded like metal clashing came from inside. The waiter's face was happy and he hurriedly welcomed Lu Chuan inside. Ever since Lu Chuan stepped into the restaurant, the smell of Lu Chuan's body that made people go to their heads caused many customers to be dissatisfied. Watching the crowd cover their noses in disgust and murmur, Lu Chuan nervously twitched the corners of his mouth. An aura of tyranny erupted from the pale old man's body. Everyone unanimously got goosebumps and instantly closed their mouths. Lu Chuan wandered over and found a seat by the window. Lu Chuan realized that at the next table, there were 2 veiled, slender women sitting, and he couldn't help but play the rogue. Come on, give me a smile. Seeing that the 2 ignored him, Lu Chuan added, hey, don't give me face, then I'll give you a smile. One of them, the woman in the long yellow dress, couldn't help but roll her pretty eyebrows. The other woman gently shook her head, signaling not to make a fuss. The wine and food came up quickly, and Lu Chuan went straight to work and devoured it. Just then, a greasy young man appeared at the stairway. The youngster froze for a moment, then seemed to realize what was going on and simply broke the window. The 2 beauties came out after them as well. Seeing the fairy sister ran away, Lu Chuan hastily picked up a roast chicken and slapped the cloth bag on the table. Junior, the money for the meal is in the bag, more than enough to reward you. Then Lu Chuan also instantly disappeared without a shadow, only leaving the waiter to look at the cloth bag on the table with a snickering face. Opening the bag, the snickering on Junior's face instantly turned into confusion. There was no silver in the bag, it was full of a silver-colored elixir the size of a small thumb. Junior sat on the stool with a dumbfounded look on his face, his brain buzzing. That old beggar ate 3 months of his own wages in one meal, in exchange for a bag of broken pills. Junior didn't know at this time that this bag of pills would help him become a legend. Lu Chuan stood on the street and frowned. Just a few seconds of delay and the divine sister was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chuan held the roasted chicken in his left hand, and with his right hand, he merged his fingers into a sword and slashed at the sky. The next moment the sunny sky actually fell in a drizzle. Lu Chuan stood on top of the street, closing his eyes and feeling every drop of the sword rain, the information that came back. In the western city, in a mansion that covered an extremely large area, a greasy-headed teenager was looking at the two women who were tied up into dumplings in front of him with a smug look on his face. With a lustful look on his face, the teenager reached out and pulled off the veil of the blue-skirted woman. Under the veil, the nearly perfect face made the teenager dazzled for a while. "Elder sister, I'm sorry." The young girl couldn't help but cry at this point. If she hadn't entered this courtyard rashly, she wouldn't have gotten the blue-skirted woman involved. The blue-skirted woman acted more calmly despite being captured. "Who the hell are you and why do you have the soul-trapping rope of the 100 Ghost Sect?" The 100 Ghost Sect is a notorious cult on the Tianyuan continent's landmass, often doing blood sacrifices of living souls, and is an existence that everyone cries out to be beaten up. Just as the teenager's hand was about to touch the blue-skirted woman's chest, an old voice sounded behind him. "Yo, grandson's pretty good at this." Sweat hairs stood up all over the teenager's body and goosebumps erupted. As he was horrified, the teenager received a heavy slap on his buttocks, and his tears almost didn't come out from the pain. The slap also brought the teenager back to his senses, and he dodged out of the way. "Who are you that you dare to spoil my 100 Ghost Sect?" While Lu Chuan was gnawing on the roasted chicken, the teenager suddenly pulled himself up and landed on top of the courtyard wall. "Old undead, spoil my good deed, you wait for me." Before the teenager could finish his harsh words, a chicken bone flew over violently. The teenager only heard an ear-splitting whistling sound, and before he could react, there was a sharp pain in his thigh. Looking down, a bloody hole appeared at the base of his thigh that ran back and forth. Terrifyingly, that bit of sword chi stayed in the bloody hole. This bit of sword chi was like a maggot attached to his bones, sticking to his flesh and blood and cutting up crazily. It was only then that the teenager felt the pain that tore through his heart and planted himself directly over the courtyard wall. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes. Lu Chuan smiled and threw the chicken bone, turning his head to look at the tied-up woman. The two women were still in a state of brain damage. So Lu Chuan asked, "Are you cultivators?" The blue-skirted woman froze for a moment and nodded with some dismay. Lu Chuan coughed and continued to ask, "Do you have pills for returning to old age?" The blue-skirted woman let out a sigh of relief and gently nodded. "Our Bright Moon Pavilion has the illusory face pill, it's just that." Lu Chuan didn't even finish listening to the words, and almost passed his back in excitement. A hand held the small hand of the woman in the blue dress. "I'm going to accept you as a good friend," Lu Chuan said and merged his fingers into a sword, gently slashing at the soul-trapping rope. With a crack, the trapped soul rope snapped in response. The blue-skirted woman's eyes jumped as she watched. Was it that easy? They were investigating the recent disappearance of people in Beauty City, but they didn't expect to fall into the trap of thieves. Lu Chuan learned what happened. A sword aura decapitated the teenager on the side, said Lu Chuan as he plunged his hands into the ground. While wondering what Lu Chuan was going to do, the ground suddenly shook wildly. Then an extremely sharp black sword chi cut a huge circle along the edge of the courtyard. Lu Chuan exerted a slight force, and the entire piece of ground was directly lifted up. The two girls looked on with chills down their spines. Lu Chuan grabbed this piece of land and gave it a direct throw. The surface of the ground was lifted, revealing a huge hollow beneath. A strong smell of blood, mixed with the heavy stench of corpses, hit the air. Upon taking a good look at the hollow scene below, the two girls could no longer put their anger into words. Can only hiss and keep shouting these two words, "Beast!" At first glance, right in the middle of the hollow was a huge pool of blood. The edge of the blood pool was carved with complicated and bizarre runes, and a zombie-like old man was sitting in the blood pool, quietly closing his eyes. And what broke the two women down were the empty cave walls. Above the cave wall, densely hung with dried-up corpses, and it could be seen that these were the corpses of young girls in their prime. The blue-skirted girl tore her heart out and cried when she saw this hell-on-earth scene. The blue-skirted girl couldn't restrain herself any longer, and with a flash of her figure, she rushed towards the old man with closed eyes in the blood pool. When he was about to be attacked, the zombie-like old man suddenly opened his eyes. A tyrannical aura surged up, and the blood in the blood pool rolled up furiously, smashing head-on into the young girl. The young girl's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't hide in the face of the smashing blood. The true essence in his body erupted, forming an eggshell-like shield around him. With a loud bang, the eggshell around the girl shattered, and blood sprayed wildly from her mouth as she flew out like a kite with broken strings. As for Lu Chuan, the bastard actually put his attention on the corpses of those girls. Professionally, very professionally, the blood is not drained all at once, but slowly. As he muttered to himself, the young girl flew headlong. Lu Chuan gently pointed, unloading the impact force on the young girl and steadily catching her. At this moment, the old man in the blood pool slowly stood up, letting out a burst of laughter as piercing as that of a night lord. "Oh, people of the Bright Moon Pavilion, you're still so nosy. It just so happens that old me still lacks blood, so let's use yours to make up for it. Old man 100 ghosts, you old beast." At this moment, a stream of light fell down from the zenith and landed straight in front of Lu Chuan and the young girl. "Senior uncle, you have to decide for them." The young girl looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but let out a cry. "By Lin Lin, long time no see." The 100 ghost elder slowly walked out of the blood pool. With every step, old man 100 ghost's dried out figure was a bit fuller and his face a bit younger. By the time he walked out of the blood pool, the 100 ghost elder had already transformed from a shriveled old man into a sturdy man around 30 years old. "Sinful beast, you actually used the blood of hundreds of virgins to nourish a body eroded by the heavenly Tao." Bai Lin Lin was burning with rage, her entire body's true essence drumming continuously. "You want to have a firefight with me? Oh, you have to think clearly. If you and I fight, how many people will have to die in this white emperor city?" Just as the swords were drawn, a surprised voice rang out. When Lu Chuan saw the scene of the 100 ghost elder returning to his old age, his mouth almost didn't trickle out, and he directly plunged into the blood pool. Lu Chuan fluttered around in the blood pool for a while, but didn't feel any effect, and asked the 100 ghost elder with some annoyance. "Weedy, how did you rejuvenate?" "Who are you calling weedy, old thing?" Old man 100 ghost's face was terribly gloomy. Lu Chuan, who could tolerate this violent temper, directly scurried up from the blood pool and pounced on the 100 ghost elder. The pupils of the 100 ghost elder shrank. Lu Chuan's movements were too fast for him to be able to cast a spell. A sudden crunching sound came from the violently rising Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, who had leapt high into the air, fell backwards to the ground above. "Ouch, ouch, my old back." Because of the excessive force, Lu Chuan almost didn't flash his waist. The 100 ghost elder burst into a cold laugh and offered up a large red streamer. The entire hollow was instantly haunted by the whistling wind and ghostly shadows. "Ouch, my ancestor alas." At this time, a dried up and skinny donkey fell from the sky. "Ah fuck," old man's back flashed. Seeing the donkey, Lu Chuan bared his teeth and groaned. Old man 100 ghosts finally couldn't help but sternly rebuke. This man and donkey have completely ignored themselves. The 100 ghost elder raised the large streamer in his hand, and all of a sudden, a rolling black fog rushed out from the large streamer. Wrapped in the black mist were countless wretched ghost heads, which howled mournfully and sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Chuan drew out the wooden sword at his waist, holding the wooden sword by his old waist, and shivered as he walked towards old man 100 ghosts. "Careful." Bai Lin Lin could no longer hold back and was about to strike. However, the blue-skirted girl hugged Bai Lin Lin's small waist. Having seen Lu Chuan's brutality as well as his strength, the blue-skirted girl didn't want Bai Lin Lin to interfere. The black mist shrouded, and a large number of ghost heads opened their black mouths, biting at various parts of Lu Chuan's body. The sheer number of ghost heads left not a single empty space. The corners of old man 100 Ghost's mouth hooked into a bit of a cruel smile. These ghost heads could directly tear into souls. The pain in the soul is 1,000 times worse than the pain in the body. However, the next moment, old man 100 Ghost's smug expression came to an abrupt end. Lu Chuan slapped his sword on Old Man Hundred Ghost's face. Old Man Hundred Ghost's entire body also crashed into the cave wall like a cannonball. How to return to your old age, tell me and I'll give you a full body. The reason why Lu Chuan hadn't slaughtered Old Man Hundred Ghosts was because he wanted to ask how to return to old age. At this point, Bai Linlin snapped out of her shock and took over. That's what he was supposed to look like. They do things that hurt heaven and earth, and their bodies will be gradually aged by the erosion of the heaven and earth's volatile energy, and only through some evil methods can their bodies be restored to their original appearance. What? Lu Chuan froze for a moment, and was shivering with anger. Lu Chuan was furious and swung his sword down at the Hundred Ghost Elder. The Hundred Ghost Elder was horrified to the extreme. The smear of blackness made him feel a kind of trembling from his soul. He wanted to escape, but he realized that as long as he moved, his body actually involuntarily went towards that smear of sword chi. He heard the sound of blood spiking out of his veins. The Hundred Ghost Elder's body was split in half, and all the blood drained out of his body. The stagnant Bai Linlin trio hadn't yet regained their senses from the Hundred Ghost Elder being split in half, this somewhat magical thing. A crisp sound brought a few people back to reality. After the voice, the blue-skirted girl only felt on her buttocks a fiery pain. And Lu Chuan held up his palm, looking back in awe. The blue-skirted girl was shocked and angry, but looking at the two halves of the Hundred Ghost Elder's corpse, she didn't dare to have a fit after all. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in to rid the people of evil. Bai Linlin bowed deeply to Lu Chuan. Alas, don't be polite. Lu Chuan waved his hand. I'm doing this for that illusory face pill. I'll settle things for you, give me the pill. Bai Linlin looked at the blue-skirted girl with a puzzled expression. The blue-skirted girl endured the pain in her ass and told what had just happened. Bai Linlin frowned slightly and bowed again to Lu Chuan. Senior is like this. The illusory speech pill is a top-grade elixir that is extremely complicated and difficult to refine, and the Bright Moon Pavilion doesn't have a finished product right now. Lu Chuan nodded. I can wait, just don't take too long. If it's possible, could we ask Senior to stay at the Bright Moon Pavilion for some time until the illusory face pill is refined? Lu Chuan asked with a shy old face, does it come with food and lodging? I can't afford to pay for food and rent. Naturally. Bai Linlin nodded. Bai Linlin was delighted in her heart. Judging from the strength Lu Chuan had displayed, she was afraid that it was above the sixth realm. If he could sit in the Bright Moon Pavilion, then he wouldn't have to look at other people's faces in the future. Then Bai Linlin introduced herself, and by the way, she also knew the names of the other two girls. The woman in the blue dress was called Zhang Shiyun, and the woman in the yellow group was called Zhao Lulu. The Bright Moon Pavilion, situated in the middle of the old Orphan Mountain Range. The disciples under the door totaled no less than 10,000. The Bright Moon Pavilion was dominated by water attribute techniques, and most of them were auxiliary in nature and not suitable for men. Over time, the Bright Moon Pavilion had developed a rule of not accepting men. This place was a tender place that countless male cultivators dreamed of, especially since the Bright Moon Pavilion also had 3 stunning women on the rouge list, which attracted the coveting of many ill-intentioned people. Fortunately, the Bright Moon Pavilion is dependent on the behemoth that is Jin Yuan sect, and although its strength is worrying, it has been living quite peacefully under the shelter of Jin Yuan sect all these years. Today the main peak, Tianshui Peak Council Hall, had a heated argument. And it all started when Bai Linlin brought back Lu Chuan. Moreover, she wanted Lu Chuan to become the guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion. In the council chamber, a woman in a gorgeous long dress with a bewitching appearance looked agitated as she rejected Bai Linlin's offer. This woman's name was Zhang Zhiyao, and her status was that of a guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion. The reason she was so excited to be the first to jump in was simple. The Bright Moon Pavilion is such a small place with limited resources. Moreover, the Bright Moon Pavilion already had 3 guest secretaries, and if another one was added, the monthly offerings distributed to the hands would be much less. The more Zhao Zhiyao spoke, the more agitated she became, almost disliking Bai Linlin's face and spraying it. Bai Linlin wasn't any less of a person, and retorted with a tit-for-tat rebuttal. Zhao Ziyao's face turned red with anger and she pointed at Bai Linlin's nose and growled. Above the main seat in the hall, there was a palace-suited beauty sitting, propping up her chin and watching Zhao Jiao's antics with some boredom. Not only was this woman the second most beautiful woman on the rouge list, she was also the contemporary head of the Bright Moon Pavilion, Nangong Chushui. Nangong Chushui smiled and waved her hand, interrupting the two men's quarrel. Then Nangong Chushui brought the crowd back and forth to meet Lu Chuan. When Zhao Jiao saw Lu Chuan this disheveled appearance, she said, "Chushui, if you dare to let this old thing in, I'll leave the Bright Moon Pavilion." Zhao Ziya was burning with rage and actually opened her mouth to threaten. "Fine, go to Autumn Water Peak and collect this month's salary before you leave." What Zhao Ziyao didn't expect was that Nangong Chushui actually agreed without hesitation. The atmosphere was extremely awkward for a while. How could Zhao Ziyao leave the Bright Moon Pavilion? Here you get to eat and wear, you get resources, and more importantly, you don't have to fight for your life, and it's only the brainiacs who think about leaving. "Chushui, I'm doing this for your own good, letting such a lecherous man into the Bright Moon Pavilion if anything scandalous happens." Zhao Jiao tried to change the subject. Pop! Lu Chuan reached out and slapped Zhao Ziya across the face. A crisp sound rang out, and the slap blindsided everyone. Although this Zhao Ziya was mean and vicious, she was still a fifth realm player in any case. How did this one plain, unadorned, and highly insulting slap reach her? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and wiped his hands on his clothes in disgust. Zhao Ziya was like an enraged rooster, her entire body jumped up. Zhao Ziya's whole body's true essence bulged up, and she stepped forward and slapped Lu Chuan with all her strength. If this slap was real, I'm afraid that a cultivator with a lower realm would be directly slapped in the head. Seeing Zhao Ziyao's killing intent, Lu Chuan was still on the ground showing his teeth. Nangong Chushui couldn't help but be a little skeptical. The body that Bai Lin Lin brought back, was it chopped by this old man in front of her who could even walk steadily? Have you always been this brave? Lu Chuan looked at the slap that came, and his anger rose from his heart and evil from his heart. It's never your turn to slap someone else, it's never your turn to slap yourself. Lu Chuan made up a sword stance on the spot and pressed his right hand hard on top of the ground. There was a sudden glass shattering sound in the air. Zhao Ziya only felt a pain in her back, and in the end, her own slap stayed at the edge of Lu Chuan's face, no longer able to inch in. She froze looking down at her chest. The incredulity in his eyes was like a bolt from the blue hitting his head. A colorless ice sword actually broke through her protective astral aura and plunged into her back, accurately penetrating her heart. Blood dripped down the tip of the sword, reflecting dazzlingly in the sunlight. Zhao Ziya collapsed heavily. To her death she couldn't understand where the ice sword came from. Only Nangong Chushui, who was next to him, could see some of the doorway. This ice sword, Lu Chuan had utilized the water in the air to condense it. It's just that Nangong Chushui didn't expect that this ice sword would be so powerful. Big enough to directly kill a fifth realm cultivator. Nangong Chushui's face was ugly to the extreme. Zhao Jiao's death was not enough. Her death was something for the entire Bright Moon Pavilion to celebrate with firecrackers. But Zhao Ziya wasn't a parentless orphan, she also had an older brother named Zhao Wuji, who was an elder of the Sky Dragon sect. Although the Heavenly Dragon sect was also only a medium-strength sect, it was a lot stronger than the Bright Moon Pavilion. This is also why Zhao Ziya has been plundering the resources of Mingyue Pavilion unscrupulously for hundreds of years, leading to a lot of grievances under the door, and Nangong Chushui didn't dare to forcibly drive him out of Mingyue Pavilion reason. Although the Bright Moon Pavilion was sheltered by the Jinyuan sect, this shelter, too, had been exchanged for something else. If they really went to war with the Sky Dragon sect because of this, I'm afraid that it would cause the Bright Moon Pavilion to suffer a great deal of damage. Ouch, 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 this old back of mine. Lu Chuan slowly climbed up, propped up by his wooden sword. Looking at Zhao Jiao's corpse on the ground, he viciously rolled his eyes a few times. Little girl, don't worry, I killed the man, I'll take care of anything, don't cross your face, come and smile. Lu Chuan, how shrewd, look at the face of Nangong Chushui. A few people know that this is not over. Nangong Chushui regained her composure and arranged it. Lin, go get rid of the body. After the crowd left, Nangong Chushui gritted her teeth and went forward to help Lu Chuan. Senior, let's discuss the matter of refining the illusory face pill. Lu Chuan's performance just now had given her a peace of mind. She couldn't see Lu Chuan's realm, but one thing was for sure, Lu Chuan must be a great cultivator of the 6th realm upwards. As long as Lu Chuan was willing to sit in the bright moon pavilion, then a lot of things could be resolved, even on the Jin Yuan sect's side. Now Nangong Chushua was determined to keep Lu Chuan, no matter what the cost. Feeling the softness coming from his arm, Lu Chuan was somewhat impressed with this woman. Nangong Chushua handled things in an organized manner, and also saw the most fundamental way to solve the problem, which was to leave herself behind. Lu Chuan gently withdrew his arm. Nangong Chushua froze for a moment, biting her lip some of her eyes. If there was a way, why would she do it in such a shameful way? Yet this approach was rejected by the other side. There's no need to trash yourself like that. Lu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. It just so happens that there's not much going on lately. I can live here, the mountains are beautiful and there are so many lovely maids, retirement couldn't be more suitable. The illusory face pill belongs to the top grade pills and requires a lot of materials to refine. Most of the materials, we at the Bright Moon Pavilion can put together, but there are 2 things that we have to go to the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm to get. Ah Fu pressed Lu Chuan's waist, and Nangong Chushua stood to the side, somewhat nervously speaking about the illusory face pill. The secret realm? Nangong Chushua sighed and nodded helplessly. The Maple Leaf Mystic Realm opens once every 100 years, and these years the Bright Moon Pavilion has been weak and not the least bit competitive, and hasn't gone in for a long time. Senior doesn't need to be in a hurry, in a few days it will be the opening time of the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm. It's just that there are weird boundary restrictions in the secret realm, and cultivators above the 4th realm can't enter. However, Nangong Chushua still thought that Lu Chuan was a cultivator, otherwise how could he easily kill Zhao Zhio? There's no need to ask about that, just call me when it's time anyway. Although she had a stomach full of questions, Nangong Chushua also knew the way in and out and no longer dwelled on the issue. Senior, regarding your salary, how much do you think is appropriate? Now that Lu Chuan has clearly entered the Bright Moon Pavilion, Nangong Chushua's main concern is the monthly salary. Mingyue Pavilion's family base is thin. If Lu Chuan opens a number that he cannot afford, what should be done? Salary? Lu Chuan glanced at Nangong Chushua somewhat strangely and suddenly realized, you mean salary? Nangong Chushua nodded, her entire heart lifted, only hoping that Lu Chuan wouldn't ask for a lion's share. Food and lodging are included, and in addition, I'll find 2 good-looking little girls to make my bed and fold the covers and serve me tea. Tell someone to go to town and get these for me. Nangong Chushua's lifted heart finally let go. Shortly after Nangong Chushua left, Ah Fu ran back with an angry face. This kick sent it flying for thousands of miles, and if it wasn't bound to this Lu Chuan guy, I don't know how long it would have taken to run back. If you try to push a line, I'll shit you out. Ah Fu instantly lost his temper, think about it and then relieved, anyway, are used to it, what day not be hammered? Old thing, discuss something with you? Ah Fu farted over, his eyes glittering with wisdom. Let's discuss how to match the cultivation template of this world, and when we succeed, I'll also renew the plugin for you, wouldn't that be great? Alfred saw that there was something going on, and his emotions were instantly high. Let me explain it to you this way, so you can understand it and make it easier. Suppose the whole world is a computer, and I am a virus, and this heavenly way, a firewall. What's happening is that this firewall is so powerful that I can't get in. You'll draw Tendo's attention, and I'll take this opportunity to dig into Tendo's back door. Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, then how do I go about attracting the attention of the heavenly Tao? You give this Tian Yuan continent so many swords with all your might and exterminate hundreds or thousands of his great cities. When the time comes for mourning, blood to flow, and the dead to pile up into mountains, the heavenly Tao will naturally step in to exterminate you. Lu Chuan has a serious tendency towards violence, to put it bluntly, he is mentally ill, killing is as natural to him as eating and drinking water. Well, guess what, I'll believe you or not you stupid ass. When it was almost dark, Zhang Xiyun came to the small courtyard with Zhao Lulu. The 2 of them were the personnel that Nangong Chushua had arranged to come over to take care of Lu Chuan. The 2 little girls were very frightened when they stepped into the small courtyard.
It was because Nangong Chushue had specifically emphasized for them to fulfill all of Lu Chuan's requests, no matter how rude.
Next, set up the pot, build a fire, frying materials. Not long after, a burst of aroma wafted out of the small courtyard. Lu Chuan set a table full of things and happily greeted the two girls. The two girls looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they were a bit at a loss for words. The atmosphere gradually eased, only the donkey, who had just run back, lay on the roof of the house full of ghostly eyes. As for the sickly spicy hot pot, the two girls just tasted one bite and killed themselves not to move their chopsticks again. In the end, a large table of meat dishes all went into Lu Chuan's stomach. The next few days went by very quietly. On the Tianshui Peak's martial arts arena, roughly 20 people were gathered at this time. This was the disciples selected by Nangong Chushue. These first sons would follow Lu Chuan into the secret realm. The Bright Moon Pavilion hadn't entered the Maple Leaf mysterious realm for almost 1,000 years because of its lack of strength. Without strength, you can't compete for resources. In fact, this is sort of a vicious cycle. If this goes on, the Mingyue Pavilion will become weaker and weaker day by day, and eventually die out. This time, Nangong Chushue had made a great determination to select a portion of the elite disciples, preparing to enter the Maple Leaf mysterious realm with Lu Chuan, which was also considered a trial. If these Dizzy were able to return safely, they would become the next pillars of Mingyue. Bai Lin took out a bamboo flute and gently played it. Soon a clear cry rang out from the distant mountains. A large green-colored bird like a small mountain spread its wings and quickly arrived at Tianshui Peak. Elder, this is the Skywalker sparrow fed by the Bright Moon Pavilion. It is extremely fast, and it will only take a day for us to arrive at the Longyin Valley.
This bird is fat enough, Shabu Shabu is probably strong enough. Lu Chuan looked at the legs of the Skywalker sparrow and wiped his saliva.
Zhang Shiyun and Zhao Lulu shivered in fear.
Other people didn't know what hot pot was. Could the two of them not know after taking care of Lu Chuan for so many days? The Bright Moon Pavilion had just one spirit beast with long-range flight capabilities. If you really get shagged in a hot pot, you'll have to rely on your own flight for anything in the future, and you'll probably be able to wear yourself out if you're too far away. Just kidding, look how scared you two are. Lu Chuan shook his head cheerfully and landed on the Skywalker sparrow's head with a light tap of his toes. Everyone was startled. This Skywalker sparrow was not very good-tempered, and was not allowed to have someone on its head. Not to be outdone, Skywalker sparrow was ready to start shaking his head to shake the rude old man down. But the Skywalking sparrow, as a spirit beast, had a very keen sense of danger. At the same time this bad old man spoke those words, it felt a killing intent. Then the whole soul couldn't help shivering as if it had been electrified. Looking at the suddenly quiet Skywalker sparrow, the maid's eyes widened one by one, dumbfounded. When has this prick ever been so good? Suddenly I feel that this old man is a bit more handsome. Skywalker sparrow begins to depart. Bai Lin took a map and came to the Skywalker sparrow's head. Lu Chuan casually swept a glance and instantly engraved the entire topographical map into his mind. Just tell me anything that needs attention. Lu Chuan returned a careless remark and began to enjoy the scenery along the way. Nangong Chushue nodded and began to speak. After entering the secret realm, we will be randomly teleported, so in order to ensure safety, we have to rendezvous at the first opportunity. The Maple Leaf secret realm only opens for 7 days at a time, and if you still stay in the secret realm for more than that, you can only wait for 100 years before you can come out the next time the secret realm opens. As Bai Lin was speaking, a huge stream of light skimmed past not far away. This stream of light brought up a raging gale that blew the Skywalker sparrow off course. What qualities? Lu Chuan looked at the distant stream of light and rolled his eyes. Old thing, you've changed. Ah Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan, his intelligent eyes looking at Lu Chuan with an expression of seeing a ghost. Given Lu Chuan's tyrant-like nature, that insolent stream of light just now would have been directly torn apart. But now that Lu Chuan just cursed and left it at that, could Ah Fu not look like he'd seen a ghost? Shut the fuck up, it bothers me to see you, get out. Lu Chuan lifted his foot and kicked Fu down, scaring a group of little girls into a paroxysm of screams. Just as the crowd was still in shock from the kicking of the donkey and had not slowed down. The stream of light from earlier actually ran back.
This stream of light blocked in front of them, directly forcing the Skywalker sparrow to stop. The stream of light gradually dispersed to reveal its true form, which was actually a large fish with wings. It was not on par with the Skywalker sparrow in size, but its aura was far too strong, and it was not even on the same level. Bai Linlin's face was a bit ugly as she spoke to Lu Chuan. The 10,000 Beasts sect focuses on harnessing beasts. Their overall strength is quite a bit stronger than the Bright Moon Pavilion, and their disciples are much more overbearing and unreasonable. They're a regular visitor to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm.
Yo, isn't this Elder Bai of the Bright Moon Pavilion? By the looks of it, it's going to Longyin Valley.
At this moment, a middle-aged man standing on the head of a big fish looked at Bai Linlin with a smile and a grim greeting. Bai Linlin gave the man a cold look and explained to Lu Chuan in a low voice. Qian Xiaoyu, an elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect, his spirit animal is a three-tailed money leopard, and he has some beef with the Bright Moon Pavilion.
After saying that, Bai Linlin looked up at Qian Xiaoyu and said coldly, "What, you 10,000 Beasts sect can go? We, Mingyue, can't go?"
Qian Xiaoyu smiled disdainfully after hearing this.
Elder Bai has misunderstood. The Maple Leaf Mystic Realm is a masterless mystic realm. Everyone can go. It's just that you women, are you going for nothing?
Qian Xiaoyu's words caused the others to roar with laughter. Almost all cultivators in the Tian Yuan continent knew that the Bright Moon Pavilion was not good at conquering. It's okay for these women to play assistants, but to fight for resources is purely giving away their heads. There was a time when the Bright Moon Pavilion had also sent people to the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, but basically they were all wiped out. This was also the fundamental reason why the Bright Moon Pavilion had not entered the Maple Leaf Mysterious Realm in the past 1,000 years. Bai Linlin's angry little face was red, somewhat helpless. After all, what people said was the truth.
Seeing Lu Chuan's half-dead bad old man appearance, Qian Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Yo, what a rarity, when did your Bright Moon Pavilion even keep a man, or a bad old man?
Lack of men with our 10,000 Beasts sect say our 10,000 Beasts sect can be more than enough sturdy young men, not so hungry to such a point. Qian Xiaoyu's words caused another round of laughter. That's a bit of a vicious overkill for a group of girls. The disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, each and every one of them was filled with righteous indignation. The air around Bai Linlin exploded as a murderous intent rose to the sky. If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of nagging? Go up and tear the girl's broken mouth.
Lu Chuan was fanning the flames.
Before Qian Xiaoyu's laughter could fall, the hunched, bad old man arrived in front of him.
Qian Xiaoyu was startled and just wanted to activate his true essence.
The next moment, however, a dry, old hand reached for his mouth. The old hand cupped his chin in one hand with such force that it directly crushed the jawbone. It was too late to feel the pain, and something even more atrocious happened. Lu Chuan's other withered hand, inserted into his mouth, hooked the corner of his mouth with his middle finger, and pulled so hard. Half of his face was just pulled open with a gaping hole, and blood gushed out, staining half of his body. It all happened so fast and so quickly that half of his mouth was torn apart, and up until this point Qian Xiaoyu hadn't even felt the pain.
Lu Chuan snorted and smoothly lifted Qian Xiaoyu's hair again.
Turning him around, he turned to those disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. As for Qian Xiaoyu's body, at this moment, it had been invaded by a sword qi, and all the meridians were twisted to pieces in an instant. Not to mention begging for mercy, even breathing was beginning to be a struggle. Looking at his elder's mouth being completely torn open and drooping down on his face, he lived in the horrible appearance of an evil spirit.
Laugh, why don't you laugh? Didn't you laugh quite happily just now?
Lu Chuan suddenly changed his face as he spoke, his old face instantly collapsing as a tyrannical aura erupted. When he finished speaking, he stepped heavily with his foot. The begonia big fish didn't even grunt before its entire brain was blown off, and the entire fish corpse plummeted towards the bottom. Seeing this, the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect didn't even think about it, and one by one, they wiped their feet and skipped. Lu Chuan gently waved its hand, and the begonia big fish spewed out blood, and eerily all of them rose up. A strand of sword intent swam out from Lu Chuan's body and attached itself to the blood. Merging his fingers into a sword, he pointed toward the front. The blood sphere transformed into dozens of long swords and whistled out, chasing after those fleeing disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect. A red longsword then pierced through one man's chest, accurately piercing through the heart. Then more sounds of sharp swords penetrating muscles followed. None of the 38 people from the 10,000 Beasts sect who had traveled to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm had escaped, and they were almost instantly wiped out. Lu Chuan picked a piece of the most tender meat on the begonia green fish and happily carried it back to the Skywalker Sparrow's head. Like an old farmer coming back from the fields with an air of nothing happening. The girls had long been stunned by the ferocity, and only when Lu Chuan set up the pot did the crowd come back to their senses. Bai Linlin's face turned pale because she knew the cultivator's methods very well, and this group of people must have notified the 10,000 Beasts sect. Those who could be selected to go to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm were basically the elite disciples of the sect, but now they were killed by Lu Chuan all at once. There was already an old grudge, and now there is a new one, so I'm afraid that Jin Yuan's zone can't protect Mingyue Pavilion this time. Don't just stand there, come over to the hot pot. Lu Chuan waved to the girls with a smile as if they were nothing. Seniors, I'm afraid that the Bright Moon Pavilion is in big trouble this time. Bai Linlin brought on a sobbing voice. Before leaving, Nangong Chushua repeatedly urged not to start a conflict. This is good, we haven't even arrived at the Dragon's Bardo yet, and we've caused this heavenly trouble. Bai Linlin gritted her teeth. Anyway, it's come to this point, let's talk about future things later. Elder, do you still want the corpse of the begonia green fish? Lu Chuan waved his hand. No, you guys want to take care of it yourselves. Thank you, senior. Bai Linlin bowed and turned her head to look at the stunned disciple. Tiny, take the men down and get rid of the big fish's body. The begonia green fish has a faint ancient Kuan-Ping bloodline, it's all treasure, don't waste it. A delicate and cute young girl stood up, looking at the expression but more excited. The young girl nodded. Don't worry, Elder, who told them to bully us a lot in the past, they deserve to die. Hearing this, the girls woke up as if in a dream, and one by one, they turned from fear to excitement. They chirped up and looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of little stars. Finally, the crowd cleaned up and had another fish hot pot, and the Skywalker Sparrow swallowed the inner elixir of the begonia big fish. Early in the morning of the next day, he finally arrived at Longyin Valley. The entire Longyin Valley has gathered no less than 1,000 people, no less than 30 clans of all sizes, a scene of a vegetable market catching up. The appearance of the Bright Moon Pavilion caused quite a commotion. The Bright Moon Pavilion hadn't sent anyone in the last 1,000 years, and it was natural for them to be surprised when they suddenly appeared all of a sudden. Of course there should be an important reason. It's the female disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, all of them are youthful and beautiful. Who wouldn't be confused when looking at them? In the cultivation world where there were more men than women, it would naturally be especially noticeable. Bai Linlin is the peak master of the second largest peak of the Bright Moon Pavilion, with a status just below that of the pavilion master. How could she salute a bad old man? Didn't you guys notice, there's no true essence fluctuation on that little old man, it seems like he's not a cultivator. Crap, it seems to be true. Bai Linlin saluting a commoner? This somewhat touches my intellectual blind spot. Could this old man be his secular father? Otherwise there's no reason for it. The possibilities are great, but what kind of operation is it to come to the Maple Leaf mystic realm and bring one's dad? Bai Linlin had just brought the people to settle down when someone came to the door to visit. Seeing the visitor, Bai Linlin's face unconsciously changed. The visitor was no one else but Zhao Ziyao's own brother, the Heavenly Dragon Sect's law enforcement elder Zhao Wuji. Zhao Ziyo died at the hands of Lu Chuan, something that Bai Linlin was privy to. Now that someone's own brother is at the door, can Bai Linlin not be nervous? Zhao Wuji suddenly asked, by the way, Yao Yao hasn't contacted me recently, what's up with her? Bai Linlin explained in a fake relaxed tone, Elder Zhao recently had a sudden realization and is in seclusion. Like this. Zhao Wuji smiled with full relief. That's it then, when you enter the Maple Leaf secret realm, just look around, don't go fighting for heavenly treasures, your Mingyue Pavilion is too weak in actual combat. Thank you, Elder Zhao, for reminding me. Bai Linlin's face was a bit ugly. This Zhao Wuji is afraid that he didn't specifically come to remind himself of this. As for Zhao Ziyao, I'm afraid that he was just asking in passing. Because there were boundaries in the secret realm,
one could not enter from the 4th realm upwards, and Bai Linlin could not enter from the 5th realm. After entering the Maple Leaf Secret Realm, life and death could only depend on them personally. This time, Tiny will be in command. There is no need for you to get as many heavenly treasures as you can, as long as you come out safely. Bai Linlin finished her speech and looked at a quirky young girl. The young girl, named Lin Xiaoxiao, was the chief of the one-color peak and Bai Linlin's personal disciple, and had always been known for her boldness. Lu Chuan put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with his hand, glanced around at the crowd, and spoke faintly. "Since I promised your pavilion master to take care of it, I definitely won't go back on my word," said Lu Chuanping as he flicked his fingers. A stream of transparent sword qi, if any, spread out from his fingertips. These sword qi attached themselves to the crowd with great speed. One sword qi per person, it will be triggered automatically when encountering danger, it can save your life once, that's it, it'll be safe when you enter the secret realm and find me. The crowd was overjoyed in their hearts. Previously killing the 10,000 Beasts sex group was like killing a pig and slaughtering a dog. They had already seen Lu Chuan's heavenly means. Of course the crowd still had one big doubt, and that was how Lu Chuan was going to enter the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm. It's not like anyone dared to ask about it, so we'll just have to wait and see tomorrow. Senior, it's time to get up. In half an hour, the secret realm will open. At an unknown time, a light rain fell in Longyin Valley. Accompanied by a light rain, the entire valley was awfully quiet, with only an aura of solemnity swirling back and forth. Zhang Shiyun held the umbrella for Lu Chuan, and Bai Linlin led the group to the place where the Maple Leaf Mystery Realm opened, the Dragon's Mouth Cliff. Everyone understood that the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm was not only a place rich in resources, but also a cruel testing ground. It was more of a location for the big clans to compete. The number of people who were able to walk out of the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm each time would not be more than 30%. The secret world opens. Just as Lu Chuan waited with some impatience, a mellow voice rang out above the Dragon's Mouth Cliff. All eyes gathered to where the voice came from. Only a small black dot appeared in the air at the edge of the cliff. This tiny black dot began to enlarge at a speed visible to the naked eye, while a strange fluctuation spread out in the air. Eventually the little black dot enlarged to the point where it could pass through one person before coming to a stop. Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor, please, fellow Taoists. That mellow male voice sounded again. The voice fell, and according to the order of queuing, the crowd began to enter that black spot in a row. Lu Chuan looked amused and asked the air next to him. "Donkey, what kind of space is this? Is it an alien space, or is it a broken little world?" Looking at the long crowd in front of him, Ah Fu continued with some impatience. "How long is this going to take to line up? Don't you have a sword move that specializes in cutting through knots? Chop that broken knot." "Sword move? What sword move?" Lu Chuan looked at the donkey with a blank expression. A mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out of Fu's mouth. How did you end up with such an unreliable host as Lu Chuan, who actually forgot everything he had learned? Come on, you have too much Alzheimer's, forget I said that. After waiting on the Dragon's Mouth Cliff for a full almost 20 minutes, it was finally the turn of the last Bright Moon Pavilion to enter the passage. However, the leading Lin Xiaoxiao was just about to step over that black spot when an arm reached out. A woman who was born rather demonic stopped the crowd of the Bright Moon Pavilion. The woman looked at Bai Linlin and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Bai Linlin, you have to think clearly, Mingyue Pavilion originally has fewer disciples, and those with good qualifications are even more rare, and if all of them are folded in the secret realm, you guys are afraid that you can't afford it." Bai Linlin's face grew more and more somber. This woman's name was Bailey Dai, and she was an elder of the Haisha sect. However, this Bailey Dai used to have another identity, that is, it was the previous peak master of the Bright Moon Pavilion's one-color peak. Because of various reasons, Bailey Dai rebelled from the Bright Moon Pavilion 100 years ago. And it also took away several copies of the few offensive feats that the Bright Moon Pavilion already had. This led to the exodus of the Bright Moon Pavilion's merit laws, giving many sects a way to deal with it. The Bright Moon Pavilion, which was already in a weak position, had been in a state of collapse since the exodus of the merit law 100 years ago. Originally, betraying the clan was the most intolerable felony in the cultivation world.
However, Bailey Dai didn't know what means she used to enter the Haisha sect and gained asylum. He was even promoted to elder of the Sand sect 30 years ago. The Bright Moon Pavilion and Bailey Dai could be said to have a deep hatred. Bai Lin Lin was clear about Bailey Dai's purpose, which was to stall for a while. After allowing the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion to enter the secret realm, they were completely passive, and their minds were malicious to the extreme.
Get out of the way.
Bai Lin Lin was too lazy to make a verbal argument.
With a wave of his hand, a white ribbon rolled towards Bailey Dai.
Bailey Dai pulled the corner of her mouth without any concern and flicked her finger. A small red sword flew out and directly rolled Bai Lin Lin's ribbon to pieces. Bai Lin Lin was startled and hastily backed away, allowing the qi energy around her to bulge and form an invisible wall of qi. The small red sword rolled and shattered Bai Lin Lin's ribbon, and did not pursue, but just quietly hovered in front of Bailey Dai.
How's that?
Bailey Dai smiled smugly, a flying sword in exchange for the 4 techniques of the Bright Moon Pavilion.
Get out of the way, what do you want? Now that she couldn't even fight, and couldn't even compare shamelessly, Bai Lin Lin was frantic with urgency.
If there was any further delay, those who had gone in first would have already assembled, and the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples were afraid that they would be caught in a situation where they would be surrounded and killed. Lu Chuan waddled over with his hands behind his back, and at a glance, he saw Bailey Dai standing straight in front of the passageway.
Old undead, what are you?
Bailey Dai, who had been called a bitch, instantly blackened her face.
Elder, she wants to delay the Bright Moon Pavilion from entering the secret realm.
Bai Lin Lin was anxious in her heart and directly sued. Something with an unclean mouth, Nangong Chushua really didn't teach you well, then I'll help her. Bailey Dai waved her hand and the little red flying sword went straight for Bai Lin Lin's throat. Bai Lin Lin was also infuriated and lost her mind, frontal hard against the flying sword. If she was hit this time, she would be half mutilated if she didn't die. Feeling that sharp sword aura, Bai Lin Lin also reacted at this time that she had been too reckless. But it was too late to pull out, so he could only mobilize his entire body to fight back. Seeing that Bai Lin Lin was about to suffer, an untimely voice rang out at this moment. A strange scene occurred. The flying sword that was charging straight at Bai Lin Lin's throat actually made a hard turn and flew towards Lu Chuan. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. Flying swords can be considered on this continent the strongest killing force of the magic weapon, said that the dip that is dead is not too much. And flying swords are generally connected to the owner's mind. Never heard of, there are flying swords on the verge of mutiny.
This is simply magical.
Shocked, Bailey Dai hastily urged that half-baked sword skill, trying to control the flying sword. However, what made her even more terrified was that her connection with the flying sword had actually been completely severed. What was even more incredible to the crowd was this. The small red sword stopped 3 feet in front of Lu Chuan and trembled gently. It's a bit interesting, stupid ass. This little thing has a strong sword chi, but not much sword intent.
Lu Chuan looked at the little sword with interest.
What a piece of shit thing, you fucking popped a fart. It's still better than this thing's sword chi. Can you be a little bit of an outcast?
A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, full of wisdom and disdain.
Old undead, give me back my flying sword. Lu Chuan and the stupid donkey, this as if no one else play. The loss of flying sword. Bailey Dai, stimulation to almost psychosis.
Bailey Dai's entire body pounced on Lu Chuan, wanting to snatch back her flying sword.
However, to people's dismay, the little red flying sword, without anyone commanding it, turned around and rushed straight towards Bailey Dai.
The small red sword slammed straight into the top of Bailey Dai's protective astral aura.
The red sword chi that made people tremble erupted out. Bailey Dai's protective astral aura was stirred up, and the whole person was sent flying out by the impact.
Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and walked towards the passageway with his hands behind his back.
Seeing that Lu Chuan was about to leave, the little red sword flew back in a hurry, hovering around him non-stop, emitting a buzzing vibration sound, like a pet. What for? You're such a vegetable, why are you following me? Looking at little sword, Lu Chuan rolled his eyes without any good reason. Nah, here's an assignment for you, protect this chick, and when Lousy comes out, I'll give you a spirit or something. No one knew what empowerment was, not even Lu Chuan himself. The dimmed body of the small red sword suddenly flared up again, as if it was filled with endless power. The small sword flew to Bai Lin Lin's side,
and the sword aura radiated out viciously. The somewhat bored Lu Chuan waved his hand and took a step into the passageway, and Lin Xiaoxiao and the others hurriedly followed. The people were each teleported to random places. Stupid ass, match this little world and go ahead and gather those little girls. Kind of interesting, this little world seems to have something lurking in it, I'll transmit the information to you. Fu said, his eyes suddenly rolling white. It was only Lu Chuan, this pervert, whose sea of consciousness was vast and boundless, who was able to receive this volume of information. Then an extremely detailed map spread out in Lu Chuan's sea of consciousness. Not only that, but there were tons of red dots moving around on top of the map that characterized the life forms. But in the northernmost part of the entire map, there was a dark, shadowy land, and no markings were made in Afu's matching information. It seems that this location is where Alfred said something was lurking. Lu Chuan does not care much, no matter what it is, mess with yourself, ram to death. Lu Chuan found the place called Flying Snow Valley in the map of his sea of consciousness. Earlier, I heard Bai Lin say that it seemed like they were going to meet at this place. After skulking along for about 2 hours, and having seen enough of the scenery, Lu Chuan was ready to take off and go directly to the Flying Snow Valley. Unconsciously glancing at the left front, that not far away actually appeared a field of corpses. All of them became dry corpses, with no trace of blood all over them. After thinking about it for a while, there was some fear that something might happen to those maids. Lu Chuan took one step and his entire body rushed into the distance like a meteor. Flying Snow Valley was located in the northern part of the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm. Lu Chuan followed the map's directions and found the entrance to the Flying Snow Valley. Senpai. Lu Chuan had just reached the entrance when a brittle voice rang out. Turning his head to look, it was actually the girl Lin Xiaoxiao. Soon the air around them let out a burst of sound as 24 water swords emerged from the air. The already dry and cold air was aggravated by a few points. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with envy when she saw this scene. Jump up, let's go. Lu Chuan waved his hand, and a water sword fell from above and came in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Looking at the water sword in front of her, Lin Xiaoxiao's little face turned red with excitement. Although cultivators were able to fly at the fourth realm, it was not as dashing as flying with a sword. Lin Xiaoxiao carefully stood on top of the water sword. The water sword was much sturdier than expected, and the whole person stood on it without any problems at all. Which girl is the closest? Lu Chuan asked. 700 miles to the east. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed in a direction. More than 700 miles came in a flash, and soon Lu Chuan spotted the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples on the ground. However, this girl seemed to be being chased, covered in blood, running in a stumbling manner. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiaoxiao was so anxious that she jumped directly from the water sword. Just as Lu Chuan reached the ground, he was surrounded by a few cultivators, and judging by their attire, they should be from the Sky Dragon sect. Lin Xiaoxiao held her injured senior sister and looked at these people with a murderous spirit, without any fear at all. Lu Chuan looked amused. This little girl is really interesting, Tiger Head is quite cute. Seeing the aging Lu Chuan, and those water swords suspended in the air, the Heavenly Dragon sect disciples were a bit puzzled, but they didn't take it too much to heart. After all, only cultivators of the fourth realm, or below, could enter here. Even if the bad old man in front of him was a fourth realm sword cultivator, he was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers and was not enough to be feared. Senior sister of the Bright Moon Pavilion, make that little ninny hand over the chaotic stargrass and you can be let off. Yet the words came to an abrupt end before they were finished. At the first moment, a water sword pierced right through his mouth. Lu Chuan gently waved his hand, and the spare other water swords suddenly snapped. These little chickens didn't even have time to react before they were stabbed into a hornet's nest by the water sword. Next, on which side? Killing so many people at once, Lu Chuan was as unperturbed as if he had stepped on a few ants. After all, Lin Xiaoxiao was a little girl, who had seen such brutal people, and for a while she was scared and a little at a loss for words. Go, next. Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head as he commanded the water sword to fly in the direction that Lin Xiaoxiao had pointed out. Help, help. Just after arriving at the place that Lin Xiaoxiao had pointed out, Lu Chuan saw a dozen people below, running away as if they were playing for their lives. One of the maids from the Bright Moon Pavilion was also among the running crowd. The next moment, the running crowd suddenly stopped. They had to stop as a large area of land, ahead of them, suddenly lifted. Instantly it was the sky shaking and rocks flying. A large amount of debris shot towards the crowd, bringing up an amazing whistling sound. The crowd was able to cope with it at first, however, there were too many of these stones and the impact was too strong, and they soon broke through the defenses. Almost everyone was hit by the rocks, and one by one, they fell to the ground with a scream. Seeing that the little girl from Mingyue Pavilion in the crowd was about to suffer, Lu Chuan swung his right hand down fiercely. The water sword came straight down with a whistling. The water swords were stuck one by one on top of the frenzied ground, forming a strange sword formation. A stream of morose sword chi erupted from the sword formation, suppressing the raging earth. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, looked at the sword formation below him. When did I ever learn this stuff? It turned out that Lu Chuan didn't have the intention of laying a sword formation, he just thought of using his sword chi to forcefully suppress the riotous earth. However, after these water swords went down, they actually became a sword formation, something Lu Chuan had not expected. This is called the Jintian sword formation, mainly used for sealing and suppressing. You learned it a long time ago. I told you that you have dementia, and you still don't believe it, and have forgotten all the things you learned. Fu appeared at the right time and explained to Lu Chuan. Oh, Alzheimer's is Alzheimer's, such a grandiose statement. Fu couldn't help but mock. Lu Chuan was furious and rammed his fist into Fu's head. Alfred fell towards the bottom like a shooting star. Just as Fu was about to make a close contact with the earth, a bloody mouth suddenly rushed out from the ground and directly swallowed Fu. A smell of rotting corpses, accompanied by a rush of blood, instantly polluted the air. Elder, your donkey was swallowed by something. Lin Xiaoxiao, who saw this scene, was so scared that her face turned pale. You go get the little girl and I'll go see what it is. With a greeting, Lu Chuan descended to the ground and scurried above the torn boundary. At this moment a feminine voice, which was eerie, suddenly sounded from the rear. It was accompanied by a sickening gust of fishy air. As the voice fell, a woman in a blood-colored robe slowly emerged from the wind. A pair of long, straight legs, hidden in the hem of the loose robe between walks, letting people have unlimited reverie. The sultry face, the spitfire-inducing body, with the red robe, said it all. Protector of the 100 Ghosts sect, Red Leaf Reality. Seeing this woman, Lin Zhao's pupils contracted violently. This woman's number is Red Leaf Real, and no one knows her exact name. This Red Leaf Realist is a protector in the 100 Ghost sect whose status is second only to the sect master. She is sinister and vicious, and is most skilled in charm techniques, and I don't know how many cultivators have died under her skirt. The Xian Tian sect had raised a large number of people to capture her several times, but all of them returned without any success. After Lin Xiaoxiao's shock, what followed was an even greater doubt. It was said that this Red Leaf Reality was a great cultivator of the 6th realm. How did she enter the Maple Leaf mysterious realm? Tiny Fairy, quickly let that old senior make a move, or else we'll all die here. Seeing the Red Leaf Reality walking in style, it scared the crowd. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't even have the intention to open her mouth, not because she didn't want to, but because she didn't dare. The enormous pressure emanating from the Red Leaf Realist caused the crowd's legs and stomachs to tremble, and cold sweat had long since drenched their clothes. Demonis, even if you die today, you won't lose the prestige of my Sky Dragon sect. Suddenly a teenager stood out and offered a magic treasure to confront the Red Leaf Realist. Seeing someone being a standout, the crowd cheered him on. With eyes full of flirtation, Red Leaf Reality looked at the person who stood out and covered her small mouth with a delicate smile. I like hard bodies the most. Red Leaf Reality covered her small mouth and smiled sweetly. In that case, let's take you first. Saying that, the Red Leaf Realist raised her delicate hand, and a bit of scarlet cold aura coalesced at her fingertips. At this moment, the young man with the strong bones of iron suddenly snapped. However, the target of his strike was not the Red Leaf Realist, instead, it was Lin Xiaoxiao next to him. Along with the teenager, there were also 2 other Sky Dragon sect disciples. Lin Xiaoxiao's attention was all focused on the Red Leaf Realist, and she didn't even guard against the people around her.
With two muffled sounds, the sneak attacker scored, sending Lin Xiaoxiao flying, landing straight in front of the red leaf realist. Looking at the red leaf realist who was not far away from her, Lin Xiaoxiao was anxious and angry. Coupled with the fact that he was injured by the sneak attack, for a moment, the qi and blood in his tendons and veins surged, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Look at this is your so-called vast righteousness, cultivation orthodoxy. Red leaf realist snorted as he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao's complexion was obscure to the extreme. Over the years, Mingyue Pavilion had protected their generation of newborn disciples too well. As a result, there was not enough experience, and now that he was being counted on, he can only blame himself for not understanding the evils of the human heart. Lin Xiaoxiao struggled to hold her body up and stood up, her complexion gradually returning to calm. Lin Xiaoxiao endured the severe pain in his body and mobilized his entire body's true essence to confront the red leaf realist head-on. They are shameless and nasty, you are no better, I don't believe there is no righteousness in this world. The red leaf real person looked at the stubborn Lin Xiaoxiao, and for a while, he was a little lost in thought, as if he saw his own self once upon a time in this little girl. Real red leaf smiled and shook his head. Little girl, you are too naive, this world is not black or white, the so-called justice, only if your fist is big enough, you are qualified to talk about it. Lin Xiaoxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly looked at the red leaf realist without further words. As the saying goes, different paths lead to different things. Different values in debating what constitutes justice here is tantamount to chicken scratching. Count on it. Red leaf realist shook his head and laughed. There are very few people like you nowadays, so I won't make things difficult for you. The words had just fallen, and Lin Xiaoxiao hadn't reacted yet. A flash of red swept right past his eyes, and the red leaf realist directly bypassed Lin Xiaoxiao and rushed towards the others. The crowd was dumbfounded. This red leaf realist's behavior was completely inconsistent with a tyrannical and murderous cultist. Run! The crowd was so scared that the chickens flew and the dogs jumped, and they dispersed, each fleeing for their lives. The crowd had just run no more than 2 steps when the earth around them suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the ground for miles around was actually all lifted up, and a huge creature emerged from the ground. The creature was extremely strange looking, with a large red mouth that took up almost half of its body. Bastard, who let you out, get back! When the red leaf realist saw this giant beast, he scolded it in a stern voice. This gigantic beast, named Empyrean Beast, was usually of the 6th realm strength, and was an extremely gluttonous demonic beast. This beast has a big mouth that will eat anything that comes its way. And the red leaf realist was the owner of this giant beast. The fact that the Xian Tian sect had been unable to capture her all these years also had some reason to do with this demonic beast. Red leaf realist sternly rebuked, yet the Empyrean beast was unmoved. Looking closely, the red leaf realist's face changed drastically. For it wasn't that the airbender didn't want to go back, it couldn't because it was being held up with one hand. Who else could this person be but Lu Chuan? More than 24 water swords suddenly snapped, whistling and pinning all but the 3 people from the bright moon pavilion to the top of the shattered ground. A few of them were unlucky enough to be nailed to the head and die a violent death directly on the spot. Even the great cultivator of the 6th realm, realist Redleaf, was no exception. By a sword of water, which pierced her abdomen and pinned her to the broken earth. The terrifying sword she entered her body and directly crushed her tendons. Even if he didn't die, the red leaf reality had become an invalid. Senpai. When Lin Xiaoxiao saw Lu Chuan, her aggrieved little mouth deflated and she almost didn't cry out. Lu Chuan cheerfully propped up his hand and lifted the held-up Empyrean beast out of the air. Before the poor empty bright beast could struggle, it was cut to froth in the air by an invisible sword chi. Blood and broken flesh rained from the sky. The teenager who had previously counted on Lin Xiao was nailed through the thigh. The exploding sword chi stirred his flesh, causing him to stop yelling in pain. Hey, you sure know how to put a smile on your face, a boat? Do you deserve it? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Then the sword chi in the teenager's body suddenly rioted, directly churning the whole person into pieces. Lu Chuan slipped up to the already dying Redleaf reality. Hey, big beautiful girl. But at this moment,
The pupils of the red leaf realist who was too heavily injured had already begun to be lax, and it looked like he was going to sail away. In the face of Lu Chuan's lightness, there was no way to resist, only 2 drops of clear tears crossed from the corner of her eyes. Looking at the appearance of the red leaf reality, Lu Chuan withdrew his hand with some embarrassment and wiped it on his clothes. "My hands are a little dirty, but they're not so disgusting, so don't cry." "Is this a dirty hands thing?" The 3 little girl brains of the Bright Moon Pavilion were a bit confused, thinking whether Lu Chuan had some kind of problem with his brain circuits. Looking at the red leaf real person was in great pain. Lu Chuan was very thoughtful and pulled out the water sword that pierced through her abdomen roughly. "What about me? I've always done things without talking about right or wrong, only about grudges. You could have killed that little girl just now, but you didn't. In that case, then I'll let you off the hook as well," Lu Chuan said as he withdrew the sword chi that had invaded the red leaf realist's body. The red leaf real person's condition has improved a little. But those eyes, however, no longer had a bit of luster and were full of gray. "You kill me." The red leaf realist smiled miserably and closed his eyes in despair. The meridians in her body were almost shattered by Lu Chuan's sword chi. Even if this life is saved, he will still be an invalid in the future. From a high and mighty cultivator, he fell to become a mortal. To experience the birth, death, and old age of mortals, the red leaf reality couldn't accept it. She would rather die here. "Hey, what a strange request." Lu Chuan looked at the red leaf realist, then pinched her pulse. "Don't touch me, get away." The red leaf realist snapped his eyes open and roared hysterically with all his strength. Lu Chuan smashed his fist on real red leaf's nose. The high bridge of his nose was instantly collapsed by the blow, and blood gushed out of his nose. This fist went down, and the red leaf real person really didn't have the strength to call out to Lu Chuan. Broken pots lie on the ground waiting to die. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction and once again pressed his finger on top of realist Hong Ye's pulse. The figure and skin are well maintained, much better than those little girls, this breasts, and this ass, tsk. Feeling the rough touch on his wrist, listening to the frivolous words, and thinking of Lu Chuan's old, creased face. Red leaf reality was so nauseated in his heart that he wanted to vomit, and now he just wanted to die. Just as the red leaf realist greeted the 18 generations of Lu Chuan in his heart, a gentle sword chi suddenly entered his body through his veins. This sword chi didn't have a wild killing intent, but only the gentleness of moisturizing everything. The sword chi swam up along the meridians in his body. Those meridians that had been stirred up actually all began to recover at this moment. What is godly? This is a miracle. Cultivators' meridians, after damage and then want to repair, has always been a difficult thing. Even if it can be repaired, it will leave a legacy. However, at this moment, this gentle sword chi not only repaired the broken meridians extremely quickly, it even made the meridians grow a lot. The red leaf realist sat up violently, shocked beyond words as he looked at Lu Chuan. Finding it again after losing it can be considered one of life's great joys. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was looking at his withered hand with a thoughtful face and muttered. "I told you, if I can kill people, I can definitely save them, and it's true what I've seen." At this time, it was time for Rafu to appear by Lu Chuan's side. As for being swallowed by the Empyrean beast just now, that's totally harmless. After all, compared to Lu Chuan's means of hammering himself, being swallowed by a demonic beast was simply painless. Your sword chi has long been divine, and the 2 poles of life and death flip at will with ease. But it's quite surprising for you to come up with this method of flipping the poles of life and death. It seems that your Alzheimer's is moving in a good direction. No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Hearing the donkey say that he had dementia again, Lu Chuan was furious. A direct backhanded slap sent Fu flying. Ouch, soothing. Smoking the flying off Fu, Lu Chuan was immediately in a better mood. With a gentle wave of his hand, the water swords that were pinning the crowd suddenly flared up. A scream rang out and soon fell silent again. The crowd thought that Lu Chuan would be able to spare an evil cultivator, so surely he wouldn't make things too difficult for the lot of them. However, they simply didn't know that Lu Chuan, a person who did things, never distinguished between right and wrong, and only recognized grudges.
Earlier, that disciple from the Heavenly Dragon sect had pushed Lin Xiaoxiao towards the Red Leaf Realist. And while Red Leaf reality did not strike at Lin Xiaoxiao, she inadvertently saved her own life. This outcome no one could have expected. What a life! Slaughtering the others like pigs, Lu Chuan commanded the water sword and prepared to leave the place. Senpai. At this moment, the Red Leaf Realist called out to Lu Chuan. What for? Lu Chuan's eyes slanted. Is it because you see the old man's beauty and want to give yourself to him? The Red Leaf Realist almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Even if he was blind, he wouldn't look at a bad old man. The Red Leaf Realist gave an awkward laugh and immediately looked serious again. Senior, if there's nothing wrong with you, don't stay in the Maple Leaf mysterious realm. What for? You're teaching me to do something, huh? Before Real Red Leaf could finish his sentence, he received a slap on his face. The entire person was directly slapped and flew out, blood spurting wildly in the air. This slap took half of Red Leaf's real life. Silly dog, chirping. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and left with the three little girls. After a while, the Red Leaf Real people hard and dangerous from the ground to get up. The left side of the face was pumped has been deformed. It was only after stuffing a large amount of elixir that the deformed face slowly returned to normal. Looking at the direction Lu Chuan left, the Red Leaf Realist's eyes became complicated in addition to being shocked. Maybe this old man can end it. Next, Lu Chuan searched all over the world for the scattered disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. Luck was pretty good, except for the two unlucky ones at the beginning. The others didn't have any trouble. It took until dark to finally get everyone together, one and all. A campfire was raised at night, and Lukawa started dinner. The crowd gathered around the campfire, listening to Lin Xiaoxiao add to the story of what happened during the day. Hearing about the imperial sword flight, the faces of the little girls were filled with envy. When they heard the name of the Red Leaf Realist, all of them were scared to the point that their little hearts went poof again. They didn't understand how a cultivator of the level of Red Leaf Realist had gotten in here. When they heard that Lu Chuan had smacked the female demon with a slap, the eyes of the group of little girls turned into little stars. Soon after Lin Xiaoxiao's jealous description, Lu Chuan managed to become the mysterious old man who was invincible and beat everything. Looking at the chattering group of little girls, Lu Chuan smiled as his old face turned into a chrysanthemum. The relaxed atmosphere didn't last long. Soon a bizarre fluctuation, like an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, scraped across the entire Maple Leaf mysterious realm. I don't know when, but the night was so thick that it seemed as if a knife couldn't cut it and a needle couldn't pierce it. The bonfire that had risen actually couldn't illuminate the distance of 1 meter around it. This deathly blackness, like the dull, cold blood that flows out from above a corpse, snakes over the sky and the earth. The great mountains in the distance, their edges blurred off by the darkness, seemed like bloody faces from afar. Everything seemed to become damp, as if the skin of the trees and the dirt began to fester, and a suffocating smell filled the air. XXXX. Lin Xiaoxiao's trembling voice resounded under the thick black night. Well, it's on. Lu Chuan softly agreed. 3 simple words, but it made the maids eat a tranquilizer pill in general, no longer panic. Something's coming out. Lu Chuan got up and looked to the north. Slowly raising his withered hand, a bit of cold aura lingered on his fingertips. This fingertip white sword chi actually penetrated the thick black night and illuminated the surroundings. It's okay, time to eat, drink and sleep. Lu Chuan flicked his finger, and a bit of white from that fingertip spread out. The white sword chi formed an eggshell-like shape, enveloping all the little girls within it. The shuddering suffocation instantly dissipated without a trace. Let's go out tomorrow after picking herbs, it's not peaceful here. Lu Chuan smiled and rubbed the head of the startled little girl beside him. Senpai. Lin Xiaoxiao came over, revealing her cute little tiger teeth and smiling sweetly. This girl is quirky, and Lu Chuan likes it very much. Of course this liking is not intertwined with male and female feelings, it is simply the elders liking the juniors. What's the matter, say it. Lu Chuan nodded. Hee, senior is really wise and invincible. Lin Xiaoxiao spat out his tongue and patted his ass. Lu Chuan looked amused and knocked Lin Xiaoxiao's forehead. Say something if there's something to say, go rest if there's nothing. Something. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her forehead and squirmed a little. Elder, can you take us to collect medicines tomorrow? So many people from other clans have died, the heavenly treasures in the secret realm must still be there. There were abundant resources in the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm, and if they could all be harvested, it would be great news for the Bright Moon Pavilion. With these resources, the pills used for cultivation by the senior sisters would be available. And the extra, but also be able to take to buy spirit stones and other supplies, Mingyue Pavilion at least 20 years do not have to worry about the problem of resources. I thought, what's the matter? Lu Chuan waved his hand. No problem, it's not a big deal, go take a rest and move early tomorrow morning. Senior is the best. Lin Xiaoxiao was overjoyed and happily sat beside Lu Chuan, closing her eyes and resting her mind. However, this night was not destined to be peaceful. Lu Chuan had just closed his eyes for a short while when the entire Maple Leaf Mystic Realm shook like an earthquake, shaking like crazy. Above the dead sky, a few bright lights occasionally crossed, seemingly the figures of cultivators. Lu Chuan has some neurasthenia, and when he sleeps, he can't have a little noise, or he can't sleep at all. Fired up by the noise, Lu Chuan climbed up with a prancing movement and looked into the darkness of the distant night. Girl, you guys stay here properly and don't step out of the range covered by the sword chi, I'm going to fix that noisy thing. Lu Chuan said and twisted his neck somewhat nervously, his eyes full of tyranny. The girls were frightened by Lu Chuan's appearance, and each of them nodded their heads like a chicken pecking. In fact, Lu Chuan wasn't too worried about the safety of these girls. After all, they still had the sword chi he had bestowed on them. This sword chi would be automatically triggered when their lives were threatened. Lu Chuan moved his old back, then his entire body rose up like a cannonball. Maple Leaf Secret Realm, North, Burial Star Plateau. It was barren, not a bit of life to be seen, and there were black patches of dirt everywhere. A little bit of it is set above the earth as if it were a skin disease. There were no heavenly treasures growing in this hellish place, and even cultivators who entered the secret realm to collect medicines wouldn't come here. However, tonight, in the center of this plateau, dozens of figures were silently mortared and pestled, and the air swirled with a suffocating aura of solemnity. Where's Red Leaf? Why hasn't she arrived yet? The one who looked as if he was the leader asked faintly at that moment. Lord Sect Leader, the left protector went to collect the blood of the cultivators earlier, but I don't know why he suddenly lost contact, and there's no news until now. The man at the head of the group pondered for a moment, began to set up the formation. For today, our 100 Ghost sect has been setting up for thousands of years, and we can't afford to have any accidents. As long as we succeed in resurrecting the blood ancestor, no one will dare to browbeat our 100 Ghost sect above this Tian Yuan continent anymore. If there was a slightly older cultivator present, I'm afraid that when they heard the words blood ancestor, they would be scared out of their wits. 10,000 years ago, an old devil named Blood Ancestor came out of nowhere. No one knew where this one had popped up from and appeared very suddenly. At first, those so-called prestigious orthodoxies didn't pay attention to it, however, but in just 3 to 5 years, this Blood Ancestor had actually reached a terrifying 8th realm strength, and even went straight to the 9th realm. Not only that, the Blood Ancestor also founded the Blood Demon sect, absorbing half of the evil cultivators on the Tian Yuan continent in a short period of time. The strength of the Blood Demon sect had once swelled to the point where it was able to compete with the upper 3 sects. By the time the cultivators realized it, it was already too late. The Blood Demon sect has unleashed the horrific March of Blood. In March of that year, the Blood Demon sect started from the south of the Tian Yuan continent, slaughtering and clearing all the major sects along the way. Adding to the fact that the Blood Demon sect's technique was weird and relied on blood to enhance its strength, the more people who died, the more blood there was. The Blood Demon sect grew stronger and stronger with each passing battle, slaughtering hundreds of sects in the southern part of the Tian Yuan continent in just a month's time. That march was a mountain of corpses and a river of blood. Later on, the upper 3 clans abandoned their differences and joined hands to battle the Blood Demon clan at the Black Moon Beach. Although the Blood Demon sect was finally exterminated at the Black Moon Perilous Beach, the upper 3 sects also suffered heavy losses. Almost all of the heavenly talents of that generation died in battle, leading to a break in the inheritance. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years had passed that it slowly recovered until today. The blood devil could be said to be a super devil who had slaughtered an entire generation of cultivators, and anyone who heard those two words would be afraid that they would have to shake a little. Moreover, after the blood demon sect was destroyed, not all of them died in battle, but there were still some evil cultivators lingering on. The 100 Ghost sect was a branch of the once blood demon sect. Formation. The leaders snapped and officially opened the blood demon resurrection. Dozens of people around them heard the order and immediately spread out to find their own bearings. As the crowd took their positions, a huge formation map quickly surfaced above the barren earth. The range of this formation map almost covered a 10-mile radius of the land. And the dozens of people from the 100 Ghost sect, standing at the key position of the formation diagram, as the leader gave an order. The men took out their prepared blood and poured it out. The pungent smell of blood rushed up to the sky, and blood was pumped in large quantities. This blood followed the pattern of the formation diagram and converged into the formation eye at the center of the diagram. The blood flowed on, gathering into a stream. So much blood, I wonder how many lives it would take to fill it. Godfather. At this moment, the red leaf realist appeared beside the leader and respectfully bowed. Watch this place. The leader looked at the red leaf realist without saying anything more. Realist Red Leaf's eyes looked obscurely at the huge formation diagram, not knowing what he was thinking. As time passed, after about 10 minutes, the infusion of blood finally stopped. In the eye of the formation, a sky-high red light violently erupted. This red light went straight up into the sky, actually dyeing the heavy black night into the color of blood. Not enough, blood, more blood. A vapid roar resounded in the formation's eyes. The hoarse voice was like a beast that had been starved for 9 meals in 3 days, and was full of violence in its madness. The leader's eyes revealed a blazing fervor when he heard this voice, as if a faithful believer had seen the coming of the true God. Death. Sacrifice. The leader's mouth faintly spat out 2 words. Then the horrifying image appeared. A small black sword flew out from his sleeve. This small sword took advantage of the darkness to hide and darted towards those who stood in the formation diagram. Put. After a faint muffled sound, one person had his carotid artery cut, and blood soared out as if the wind had risen. After killing one person, the small sword did not stop and rushed to the next one. By the time the people in the formation diagram reacted, they had already been slaughtered by close to 2/3 by the little sword. The survivors tried to escape, however it was simply too late, they could not escape the speed of the small sword. In the blink of an eye, several more people were slaughtered by the small sword, and in the end, only one person was left. The last survivor fell to the ground and roared hysterically, knowing that he could not escape his poison. Wu Shang, you said you didn't need to make death sacrifices as long as there was enough blood. There's already enough blood, why do you still need to make death sacrifices of us? The leader called Wu Shang snorted. Who can be blamed for being so naive after so many years of life and death? You animal. As the screams of the last survivor fell, the death ritual began. Fresh, bubbling blood was frantically sucked into the eye of the formation, and even their ghosts were not spared. This is the horror of the death sacrifice, not only destroying the physical body, even the soul is sacrificed. A death sacrifice is a true ash that leaves no trace. Dominion of blood, great one who makes all beings tremble, your followers are here to welcome you back. Wu Shang watched as the red light from the eye of the formation became more and more brilliant, and his entire body fell into a state of madness. Bang! With a loud bang, the earth around the formation eye was like a spider web, cracking away at great speed. The rushing blood light became more and more intense at this moment, illuminating the entire dome of the sky in red. Bang! There was another loud sound, and a dry zombie-like hand poked out viciously from the formation eye. The blood demon is resurrected. This devil who had once thrown the entire Tianyuan continent into a great panic, this devil who had once caused endless killings, returned once again in the Maple Leaf mysterious realm this night. Boom! An explosive sound once again followed, with the eye of the formation as the center, and the area covered by the formation diagram as the boundary. These 10 miles of earth were shaken and crumbled by a terrifying force, the earth fell, and the mountains and rivers lost their colors. Under the roiling bloodlight, an old man, dry as a zombie, slowly walked out in the midst of the shattering. The entire secret realm trembled under his footsteps, and the mountains and rivers trembled with every step the old man took.
Welcome back, old ancestor.
The only 3 people left in the 100 Ghost sect had to kneel down in the face of the pressure from the heavens.
Phew!
Suddenly the blast of wind sounded vigorously, and the right protector of the 100 Ghost sect was swept up by a terrifying force. The force carried him to the old man. Old ancestor, spare your life, old ancestor, spare your life, go out of the secret realm and there will be endless blood served. The old man's emotionless eyes of the old man, the right protector begged for mercy in terror. The old man's dark gray eyes rolled gently for a moment, cracking his dry mouth and laughing strangely.
I, old ancestor, can't wait.
As the hoarse voice fell, the entire body of the right guardian exploded, covered in blood that turned into a bloody mist that filled the air. Bathed under the blood mist, the old man breathed greedily and closed his eyes in intoxication. Wu Sheng and Hong Yizhenran were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe a single breath, kneeling on the ground and not daring to move a single bit. One could only pray in his heart that this old devil would show mercy.
What year is this?
After sucking enough blood, the old man looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground and faintly asked. Wu Sheng was greatly relieved. It seemed that this life was saved. Back to old ancestor, it is now 138 years of Tian Yuan, and tens of thousands of years have passed since you were sealed.
10,000 years?
The old man looked up at the dark sky with some emotion.
The year Tian Yuan?
The old man suddenly remembered something, and his dark gray pupils contracted violently. Wu Sheng was taken aback and didn't know why the old ancestor reacted so much, so he could only say stiffly. Returning to the old ancestor, it is indeed the Tian Yuan year. More than 100 years ago, the upper 3 sects suddenly changed the year to Tian Yuan.
Ha ha ha.
The old man's strange laugh like a dragon knight lord rang out.
Do you know under what circumstances the year named Tian Yuan can be used?
Wu Sheng was a bit bewildered. A year number is a year number. Is there something to be said about it? My subordinate is obtuse, I don't know why. The old man looked into the distance and said with some nostalgia, only when a recognized heavenly pride is born can the year number be changed. This is the rule of the Tian Yuan continent, but this year number has not appeared for fear of 20,000 to 30,000 years. Wu Sheng heard, the heart more and more confused, but subordinate did not hear. There is the birth of sh natural talent demonic people.
Humph, who are you qualified to know?
The old man sneered and glanced at the red leaf realist next to Wu Sheng. Seeing the demonic appearance of the red leaf realist, as well as his devilish figure, the old man stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips. With a wave of the old man's hand, the red leaf reality flew in front of him uncontrollably. The old man took a close look at the red leaf realist as he grabbed him by the neck. Not bad, charming bone is heavenly, still virgin body, is a good pot, tonight you will serve the bed. I'm afraid that no one would believe that the red leaf real person, who is proficient in seduction techniques and is the best at seducing men, is actually still a virgin. Real red leaf was strangled and struggled helplessly. However, under the old man's chicken-clawed hands, the struggle seemed too feeble.
Put.
In the midst of the struggle, the red leaf realist suddenly fished out a dagger and stabbed it into the old man's neck.
Sinner!
The intense pain made the old man almost go mad, and he ruthlessly pressed the red leaf realist to the ground. The already broken earth was shaken viciously again. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the red leaf realist, and the entire person almost passed away directly.
Demon sealing dagger, huh?
The old man drew the dagger from his neck and laughed strangely once more. The neck that had been pierced recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Very interesting.
The old man played with the dagger in his hand. Although this thing had the word dagger in it, it was not refined. Rather, it is a strange thing generated by heaven and earth, which has an extremely strong killing power for evil devils and foreigners. It's just that this thing is rare and usually grows in the middle of a Jedi, so it's very difficult to get it. This woman, it seems, is premeditatedly trying to kill herself. The old man laughed and shook his head as he stomped on the red leaf realist's calf. For the sake of your fine cauldron, old ancestor, I'll keep you for a few more days. Real red leaf's face twisted in pain, twisting his head to look at Wu Sheng, who was silent at the side, and roared madly. Wu Sheng, what the hell did you let out? Kill him quickly while he hasn't recovered, so that he can go out and the world will be in chaos, and the people will be devastated. Hongya, Wu Sheng gently shook his head, a trace of intolerance flashing in his eyes. I've had enough of hiding in the east, and if I want to stand in the sunlight in the future, I have to let my old ancestor come out to preside over the situation. Old ancestor. Wu Sheng bowed to the old man again. Please, old ancestor, spare Hongya's life. Tapeless thing. The old man snorted, wait until old ancestor I'm done playing. When Wu Sheng heard this, his fists clenched up tightly, but then quickly unclenched. All at old ancestor's disposal. Wu Sheng lowered his head fiercely. Coward. The red leaf realist smiled miserably. Wu Sheng, although you and I are evil cultivators in the eyes of the world, we have always lived according to our own ideas. We only seek a peace of mind in our lives. Will your heart find peace when you release this devil and cause the world to be devastated? Enough! Wu Sheng suddenly erupted, growling with eyes full of madness. Fuck getting away with it, fuck peace of mind, asked the orthodox, did they say yes? Red Leaf Reality smiled bitterly and shook her head in despair. She knew that this close friend, who had once fought side by side, had already entered the devil. You care about her a lot? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the erupting Wu Sheng. Having attachments is not a good thing. The old man's face sank and he waved his hand fiercely. In the next moment, all of the clothes on the red leaf realist's body shattered away, exposing the snow-white body that made people spurt blood into the air. Get her and then kill her, tell me, can you do it? The old man looked at Wu Sheng coldly. Wu Sheng's lips trembled a little, and in the end, the madness in his eyes overpowered his sanity, and he nodded his head fiercely. Good. The old man was happy. This cauldron is yours. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the red leaf realist lifted his eyes to look at the dark night sky and suddenly laughed. Because she saw in the sky, a white stream of light was approaching here at great speed. Red Leaf Reality remembered that, the bad old man with the flowery mouth and old immodesty, whose sword chi seemed to be the same white color. Tell you a secret. The red leaf realist laughed happily, as if he had encountered the funniest thing in this world. There is a sword cultivator in the secret realm, a sword cultivator who can make sword chi, life and death, flip. Nonsense. The old man laughed disdainfully. To flip the poles of life and death, that was something that only cultivators of the third realm of the divine Tao could do. The entire Tianyuan continent, only the extreme north of the Kunlun Peak, there is such a god who does not ask the world. Lu Chuan walked towards the red leaf realist, the desire in his eyes already spilling out. Yo, play pretty fancy. The eerie, pale, incredulous flirtation just rang in the crowd's ears. Then Lu Chuan's figure appeared not far from a few people. Both the old man and Wu Sheng's faces changed drastically, because they actually didn't realize how this bad old man had approached to such a close distance. Who are you? The old man looked at Lu Chuan coldly. However, at this moment, Lu Chuan's attention was all on the side of the red leaf realist. Lu Chuan raised his eyes to the unclothed body of the red leaf realist, and his nosebleed spurted out on the spot. Data beauty, so playful? Please, don't look, don't look. Watching Lu Chuan's nosebleed spraying wildly, the red leaf real person was ashamed and angry, but he couldn't move, and his tears swished down. I didn't mean to you grinned big and laid it out here, don't look at it for nothing right. Lu Chuan shrugged and gently moved his fingers. A gush of black sword chi roared away, and on the body of the red leaf realist, a black armor of sword chi was formed. At this scene, the pupils of the old man and Wu Chong shrunk violently as they watched. To have control over sword chi, to reach this kind of at-will point, was really a bit scary. But what puzzled the two was that on this old man's body, there was no fluctuation of true essence. Even a god of the third realm of the divine Tao could not have done this. Who are you? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked again. I'm your father. Lu Chuan wiped off his nosebleed and glanced at the old man with a crooked eyebrow. Did you guys make that noise just now? Damn, it's nighttime, shaking the sky and earth, letting people sleep, have you no sense of public morality? Ha ha ha, hearing Lu Chuan's unqualified words, the old man laughed lowly and coldly.
Bang! The next moment, without warning, a red tentacle rose under Lu Chuan's feet. Tentacles come extremely fast, and from the ground up extremely sudden, if ordinary people are afraid to be hit. However, the moment this tentacle touched Lu Chuan, it was cut into powder by an invisible sword chi. Interesting, interesting. The old man couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. There are no true essence fluctuations in your body, yet you can use a sword chi of such power. It truly amazes me. Son of a bitch, no martial virtues, sneak attacking me, an old man, right? Lu Chuan said and touched his waist. Yet the next moment it froze, the broken wooden sword, sleeping, seemed to have been put to rest. I was in such a hurry to leave just now that I forgot about it. Is it that you don't have a sword? The old man couldn't help but taunt. The sword is the second life of a man who uses it. How strong can a man who forgets his sword be? Even though he couldn't see through Lu Chuan's path, in the old man's mind, he had already pronounced a death sentence for him. Where's your sword? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as his entire body's true essence bulged out. Even in his mind, he had already sentenced Lu Chuan to death. However, he still mobilized all his strength and prepared to take a shot at Lu Chuan. The lion wrestles with the hare, but it also uses its full strength. Contempt and arrogance have always been the most convenient steps into the abyss of death. How could an old monster like the blood ancestor, who had lived for so long, not know the reasoning behind this? With the frantic mobilization of true essence, a thick mist of blood erupted from the old man's body. The range of this blood mist expanded extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped dozens of miles around. Wherever the blood mist passed, everything withered and festered with corruption. At this point in time, this realm had been plunged into a lifeless hell. In the face of this blood mist with strong corrosive ability, Lu Chuan was still. Slowly, he raised his withered old hand. Sword! Lu Chuan's mouth gently spat out a word, but in the next moment, like a deflated ball of leather, his arm hung down fiercely. Ugh, forget it, against a dead rookie like you, just don't come with a sword. Even though the old man had been sealed for tens of thousands of years and his strength had been damaged, he still had the strength of the peak of the seventh realm. What arrogance and hubris to say such words to a cultivator at the peak of the seventh realm. Those who are ignorant are in for a rude awakening. Ha ha ha, the blood coffin buries the sky. The old man let out a strange laugh and clenched his fist fiercely at Lu Chuan. The next moment, there was an earth-shattering roar. A blood-colored coffin fell from above Lu Chuan's head at great speed. Boom! The blood-colored coffin violently lifted open, and blazing bloodlight erupted out from the coffin, and the heavens and earth were once again dyed a suffocating blood red. When Wu Shang saw the blood-colored coffin, cold sweat instantly soaked his shirt. In the ancient texts of the 100 Ghost sect, it was recorded that the blood ancestor had this winning aptitude. The blood coffin is formed by the gathering of filth, and being locked up in it can not only contaminate the cultivator's true essence and sea of consciousness, but even straighten it out and refine it. Back then, the blood ancestor had slaughtered a large number of experts with this hand. In the face of the blood coffin, Lu Chuan stood still without making any extra movements. Just watching the old man perform with interest, like he was watching a monkey show. He even ended up allowing the large blood-colored coffin to shut himself in. This breezy appearance completely enraged the old man. The old man waved his hand, the coffin closed hard. Today, I will let your god's soul be annihilated, only then will I be relieved of my heart's hatred. The old man's hand magic trick pinched sharply, at the same time the blood-colored large coffin above began to emerge one by one bizarre arcana runes. These runes followed the speed of the old man's spell pinch and flashed with a violent red light. Break! The old man let out a snappy cry. Boom! The entire blood-colored large coffin exploded. A blazing heat wave erupted along with the loud noise. Rolls of blood mist rose up into the air like a sandstorm, blossoming into demonic blood flowers in the air. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, cut through the sky along with this demonic blood flower. The whole world was awakened. What a horror this is! Seeing this soul-crushing scene, Wu Shang bent his waist and became more and more respectful. Oh, it's a little rusty, but it's more than enough to kill an old dog.
The old man looked at the center of the explosion and grinned his dry mouth in triumph. The thick mist of blood gradually dispersed. However, upon seeing that pale, stooped figure, standing silently in the center of that explosion, the old man's heart contracted violently.
Under the bloody coffin, this dead old man is intact? A vegetable dog is a vegetable dog, it moves a lot and has little power, you play with your mom.
Lu Chuan craned his neck and then moved. Shoo! There was a sudden explosion in the air. Lu Chuan brought up a trail of phantoms and arrived in front of the old man in an instant. Fast, too fast, so fast that there was no time to react. Before the shock on the old man's face could fall, his neck was viciously choked by Lu Chuan. Vegetable and fun-loving, yippee shit. Lu Chuan disdainfully tugged at the corner of his parched mouth, and his hands fired viciously. Rip! A ripping sound that caused goosebumps to erupt. Half of the old man's neck was directly torn apart by Lu Chuan. Blood gushed out, and the blood-stained windpipe was exposed feebly to the air in a sickening manner. The old man retreated several steps in a row, ruthlessly covering his neck. However, the blood simply couldn't be stopped, and the repairing ability he was so proud of actually failed at this moment. A wave of sword chi devastatingly rushed into the body from the wound and began to crazily stir the meridians. The old man's eyes no longer had the unbeatable look he had just had, only trembling and panic remained. Be a man of quality, you know, don't be a fucking thunderclap in the middle of the night. Lu Chuan lectured and put his hands behind his back, no longer interested in looking at the old man. Soon the old man collapsed heavily on the ground, his body drained of blood and his skin turned an oozing ghastly white. Lu Chuan's interest in the red leaf realist was obviously greater than the bad old man, the blood ancestor. Blowing a rogue whistle at the dazed red leaf real. Big beautiful girl, how about letting me take a look at you again and I'll sing you a song? The red leaf realist, who had been shocked into disorientation, came back to his senses at the shrill whistle. Hearing this rude request, the red leaf realist refused dryly. Gee whiz. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, and just as he was about to leave, his old waist suddenly clicked. Ah crikey. Lu Chuan held his old waist and carefully sat on the ground, his old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum in pain. When the red leaf realist saw this scene, his eyes jumped straight up. Someone who just killed blood ancestor would actually be unable to walk because of back pain? Red leaf realist climbed up from the ground with difficulty and came to Lu Chuan's side. Seeing Lu Chuan's teeth bared in pain, it didn't look like he was faking. Red leaf realist respectfully asked, "Senior, where are you going? I'll send you there." "A beautiful person with a good heart, you'll live to die, big beautiful girl," Lu Chuan quipped, indicating the direction. The red leaf realist couldn't help but roll his eyes. Where was there such a compliment? Mobilizing the little true essence he had, he led Lu Chuan away from here. Before leaving, the red leaf realist looked at Wu Shang, who was kneeling on the ground, shivering. The disappointment and disgust in his eyes were not hidden at all. Lu Chuan didn't look for trouble with Wu Shang and didn't even look at him as if he was air. What an insult to the high-minded Wu Shang. But what could he do? All is calm again. Wu Shang looked at the corpse of the blood ancestor and felt that everything was a little less real. It was as if what had just happened was nothing more than a dream. But the strong blood in the air told him that it was real, that it wasn't a dream. As Wu Shang froze, a bit of blood suddenly rushed out from the ground. The drop of blood, following Wu Shang's nostrils, directly drilled into his body. Spare the life of the ancestor. Spare the life of the ancestor. Wu Shang fell to the ground and rolled up frantically. Gradually, the struggle subsided. Whoa? Blessing. Only after a long time did Wu Shang slowly get up from the ground. And the color of the eyes had turned a deadly dark gray. Lightly pinched a spell. A few drops of blood, extracted from the shattered earth. This is the nosebleed that Lu Chuan shed just now. Old man, we'll meet again. Looking at Lu Chuan's faraway direction, Wu Shang smiled insidiously. Ouch, I'm dropping my old back. Lu Chuan returned to the place where he had just rested, lying on the ground, screaming like a ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao led a few little girls massage Lu Chuan's old waist. On his own, he led the others, tensely on guard, keeping an eye on the red leaf realist.
Demoness, you are not welcome here, go away.
Lin Xiaoxiao put on a fierce look. But this girl was born too cute, and this puffed cheeks look was like being cute. You little girl, instead of thanking me for not killing me earlier, you're being mean.
Real Red Leaf couldn't help but flirt as he looked at the lovely Lin Xiaoxiao.
In fact, Real Red Leaf didn't know that Lu Chuan had left sword chi on these little girls. Earlier, if she had made a move and jeopardized Lin Zhao's life, I'm afraid that the one who would die would be herself instead.
We're not on your side, don't stay here any longer. Lin Xiaoxiao was angry. Was she so unkillable when she launched herself into a rage? Little sister, how about we discuss something?
The red leaf realist's beautiful eyes rolled around, not knowing what to think.
What am I discussing with you? There's nothing to discuss.
Being called a little sister, Lin Xiaoxiao's cheeks puffed up in anger.
Red Leaf Realist looked at the lying Lu Chuan and asked Lin Xiao with a smile, is the old senior a member of your Bright Moon Pavilion?
Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao proudly raised her little brain, senior is a guest minister of our Bright Moon Pavilion. The Red Leaf Realist was delighted in his heart.
Little sister, how about I join your Bright Moon Pavilion? I'm a sixth realm cultivator. What?
Lin Xiaoxiao thought she had heard wrong.
This demoness is going to join the Bright Moon Pavilion? Isn't this a joke?
If the upper three clans knew, they would probably even raise the ashes of the Bright Moon Pavilion.
Little sister, don't be in a hurry to reject it first.
The Red Leaf Realist smiled and listed for Lin Xiaoxiao.
First, I'm not some great evil demon, at most I've sucked up to a few horny men.
Second, when I join the Bright Moon Pavilion, I'll definitely change my appearance, so I don't have to worry about being discovered. Thirdly, there's no need to say so much about what a sixth realm means to your Bright Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated and was actually a bit moved. Although this red leaf reality had a bad reputation, it didn't seem to have killed indiscriminately.
I don't know, I'm just a little shrimp, I can't make the decision.
Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head and rejected the red leaf realist.
It doesn't matter, I'll follow you back to Old Lonely Mountain and let Nangong Chushua make the decision.
The red leaf realist smiled more and more happily. Lin Xiaoxiao pretended to consider deeply for a while. With Lu Chuan around, this female devil couldn't make any waves. Alright, but you're not allowed to get close to senior. Look at your flirtatious appearance, your eyes are almost attached to senior.
No problem.
The red leaf realist smiled and nodded, looking at Lu Chuan again. Senior, can you get out of this sword chi armor so I can change?
Lu Chuan's back pain was somewhat better at this time, and he gently snapped his fingers.
The black armor on the red leaf realist suddenly fell off. That flawless, unclothed petite body just appeared in front of everyone's eyes.
Bah, be shameless? Why are yours so big? Why are your legs so long?
Lin Xiaoxiao spat with a small red face and muttered, turning her head away with some reluctance. It's all women here, except for Lu Chuan, an old man. Anyway, just now, she was looked at by Lu Chuan again, so it didn't matter if she looked at her 2 more times now. Right now, the red leaf real person was not a bit mentally burdened. Taking out her long red dress, she slowly changed.
Elder, why are you spurting nosebleeds?
On fire, oh, never mind the details.
It was finally a good night's sleep. It wasn't until daybreak that Lu Chuan slowly climbed up from the floor bunk.
After having breakfast, Lu Chuan took these little girls and started sweeping the entire Maple Leaf mysterious realm for heavenly treasures. With Lu Chuan's speed, this process even lasted for 2 long days. This time, it could be said to be a bumper harvest, and there was no surprise that the illusory face pill herbs that Lu Chuan needed were picked. In these 2 days of contact, the red leaf reality had managed to integrate into the little girls group. After all, she was an old demoness, practicing for so many years, and it was still more than enough to deal with a bunch of milky, multi-little girls. After 2 days of contact, he also learned some inside information about the Blood Ancestor's resurrection. According to the Red Leaf Realist, the Blood Ancestor came from a mysterious origin, and the bloody battle at the Black Spring Dangerous Beach didn't even kill him in the first place. The remaining members of the Blood Demon cult, the Blood Ancestor who was on the verge of death, were sealed inside this secret realm. Afterwards, they used those who entered the secret realm to kill each other and collect large amounts of blood to prepare for the resurrection of the blood ancestor. As for how they got in the 100 Ghosts cult, it's really quite simple. The entire secret realm was set up by the blood demon sect 10,000 years ago, and this boundary was also laid by them. They, the 100 Ghost sect, as a branch of the blood demon sect, naturally had a way to pass through the boundary. On the morning of the fourth day, Lu Chuan led the crowd to beautifully prepare to step out of the maple leaf secret realm. Now everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. As long as the illusory face pill is refined, we will be able to return to our youthful appearance. Lu Chuan is fed up with this pale body. At this time on top of the Dragon's Mouth cliff, but the swords were drawn and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The 100 Beasts sect was slaughtered by Lu Chuan halfway through. Those who could come to the secret realm to practice were the best of the younger generation, and this was not a big deal. The 100 Beasts sect was enraged, and almost half of the sect's strength was mobilized to come to the place of the secret realm to catch the culprit. The 100 Beasts sect's intention is to apprehend the murderer here, after the evidence is hammered out. Then go to the old lonely mountain of the Bright Moon Pavilion and ask Nangong Chushue for a statement. This time, the one leading the 100 Beasts sect was the Grand Elder of the 6th Realm, Wang Yuming. Normally for a lower middle-sized sect like 100 Beasts sect, there were at most 2 6th Realm cultivators, like Mingyue Pavilion only had one. This time, the 100 Beasts sect sent out a 6th Realm cultivator, so it was evident that the importance attached to this matter was high. If he couldn't come up with a statement that would satisfy the 100 Beasts sect, I'm afraid that the main camp of the Bright Moon Pavilion would be overturned. With hundreds of elite disciples, Wang Yuming rushed to the Dragon's Mouth cliff and brought the entire valley under control. By the way, Bai Lin was blocked before the secret passage. Wang Yuming was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 30 years old, wearing a plain robe and looking quite immortal. Only at this moment, the anger in Wang Yuming's eyes was almost ready to spurt out. Because of the destruction of the 100 Beasts sect, Bai Lin directly came to a dead end and killed herself. Even if Wang Yuming had taken out the message that the 100 Beasts sect disciple had sent back using a transmission talisman at that time, Bai Lin was also a dead pig, biting down on the fact that this had nothing to do with Mingyue Pavilion. Wang Yuming, don't spit blood here. Facing Wang Yuming, who was one realm higher than herself, Bai Lin acted very calmly. Everyone knows that our Bright Moon Pavilion has been weak all these years, and we've never done anything but be careful and kind to others. Let's not talk about whether or not we can slaughter so many people from your 10,000 Beast sect. Even if we have this ability, we still need to have a reason, right? Bai Lin became more and more agitated as she spoke, her voice pitching up quite a bit. Wang Yuming, your 10,000 Beast sect had an accident and couldn't find the murderer. Is it that you want to pickpocket something from our Mingyu Pavilion? What a persimmon picking on the soft one. 36 sect elders are here watching. If you dare to use force, this matter will definitely be reported to the Jinyuan sect. Bai Lin turned passive into active, directly pulling out the Jinyuan sect, one of the upper 3 sects. The status of the upper 3 clans had absolute dominance above the Tian Yuan continent, with the exception of a few ancient clans that did not ask for anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuming was laughing coldly. What an eloquent little girl. I, Wang Yuming, have always been fair in my work and would never take things at face value. Wang Yuming said, arching his hand at the surrounding watching, the elders of the great clans. My 10,000 Beast sect has already sent people to the place of the incident, ready to use the mirror flower water moon and restore the murderous situation at the scene. I trouble you all to be witnesses, lest you say that I am bullying others. If this has nothing to do with the Bright Moon Pavilion, I will apologize and make amends. If this is truly the work of the Bright Moon Pavilion, then don't blame my 10,000 Beast sect for being ruthless. Hearing the dead name Mirror Flower Water Moon, Bai Lin's face brushed white. The Mirror Moon is a very esoteric formation that can restore what once happened in a place. Although this kind of formation was divine, the consumption was exceptionally terrifying. To activate a Mirror Flower Water Moon, one would need to consume, at the very least, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones worth of heavenly materials. And the entire Bright Moon Pavilion's income for a year is just this much. 10,000 Beast sect is so big, it seems to be determined to uncover the murderer.
What Elder Wang said is very true, this matter is not trivial and must be investigated clearly. Elder Bai condescend to wait for the disciple to come out anyway, cooperate. That's right, if there are evil cultivators causing trouble, we can also take early precautions. The crowd spoke one word to another, all in favor of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Bai Linlin didn't dare to touch the crowd and could only nod her head in agreement. On the outside it looks calm, but inside it's actually making huge waves. Bai Linlin hadn't counted on the fact that the 10,000 Beasts sect would be so bloodthirsty to set up the mirror flower water moon. If the scene was restored, I'm afraid that not only myself, but the entire Mingyue pavilion would suffer with it. Tough talk really doesn't solve things, you still need a big fist. Bai Linlin looked towards the secret passageway, now I'm afraid that only Lu Chuan could solve this. It was just that Lu Chuan had killed so many people, and he was the guest secretary of the Mingyue pavilion, so he couldn't say anything on the Jinyuan sect's side. Bai Linlin's heart was in turmoil for a while. A little bit of time passed, and the immense psychological pressure was on the verge of crushing Bai Linlin. Reporting to the elder, the mirror flower and water moon has been completed, and the murder scene has been brought back by the summoning talisman. This notification from the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts sect became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Bai Linlin's lips were bloodless with shock as she once again looked at the secret passageway. However, today was only the fourth day, and it was impossible for Lu Chuan to come out of the secret realm. Watching Wang Yuming mingle with his disciples, Bai Linlin let out a long sigh in her heart. There's really no way to take the blame but on yourself. When the time comes to thank you for your death, just don't drag the Mingyue pavilion too deeply. Thinking of this, Bai Linlin instead looked away a bit and let out a long breath in her heart. Oof. At this moment, Wang Yuming finished talking with the disciples under his door and swept his eyes venomously towards Bai Linlin. Originally, he was one realm above the crowd, and in a fit of rage his chi exuded. Directly pressing Bai Linlin to half kneel on the ground, unable to move. Fellow Taoists, please look, don't say that I'm bullying the small with the big. Wang Yuming gritted his teeth and coldly popped out a few words. Then, a large sleeve was waved. A watery ripple-like fluctuation appeared in the air in front of him. A water mirror appeared in front of the crowd. The water realm reflected a place with beautiful mountains and water, the very spot where Lu Chuan had slaughtered the 10,000 Beasts sect. Soon there was an image above the water mirror, and it was the beginning of the conflict between the 10,000 Beasts sect and the Bright Moon Pavilion. The crowd watched with amusement. But soon, the crowd couldn't stop laughing. That awful old man Lu Chuan, his ferocious killing methods, and that horrible sword chi, even through the water mirror made the crowd's hair stand on end. With such ferocious means, I'm afraid it's not an evil cultivator. Could you Bright Moon Pavilion, treating fellow travelers so cruelly? To rob and kill a fellow Taoist of the 10,000 Beasts sect without a cause, even the Jinyuan sect has no reason to protect your Bright Moon Pavilion. This matter must not be tolerated, and the Bright Moon Pavilion must be made to pay for its blood. Elder Wang, the old thing that committed the murder, went into the secret realm, looking at the strength it won't be more than the fourth realm, and probably has flying swords and other treasures in his hands to be able to show off like this. The crowd unanimously aimed their guns at the Bright Moon Pavilion, all of them filled with righteous indignation. If you didn't know, you'd think these goods were some kind of righteous people. In the face of ironclad evidence, Bai Linlin didn't even have the means to refute it. Bai Linlin stood up little by little against the immense pressure emanating from Wang Yuming. At this moment, her eyes were horribly calm. Looking around the crowd, Bai Linlin smiled coldly. All these years you have bullied and humiliated my Bright Moon Pavilion, haven't you bullied and humiliated me enough? The 10,000 Beasts sect is making a big deal out of nothing and asking for death, can't you see? Also. Bai Linlin shook her head mockingly, you're all just blind with your eyes open. Although Bai Linlin is a woman, her words are loud and powerful. The crowd was made weak by Bai Linlin's words and didn't dare to say anything else. In fact, this is also a matter of the 10,000 Beasts sect finding fault first, and it's not wrong to kill you. But the 10,000 Beasts sect was strong, and the crowd was selectively blind. Bai Linlin looked at Wang Yuming again and had already regained her composure.
Wang Yuming, there's a head for every grievance, this matter is under the command of me, by Linlin, and I'll thank you with my death. Together with the 20 disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion in the secret realm, to accompany the burial of the crowd of the 10,000 Beast sect, is this matter settled? In order not to involve the entire Bright Moon Pavilion, Bai Linlin even pulled in the disciples who had entered the secret realm. Right now, Bai Linlin only wished to use her own life to drag the 10,000 Beast sect here, preventing them from going directly to the Bright Moon Pavilion. As long as the 10,000 Beast sect waited here for the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, then there was a high probability that Lu Chuan would be able to resolve this matter when he came out. Wang Yuming looked at Bai Linlin, who was begging for death, and was somewhat moved, eventually nodding gently. Although this matter is not something that can be resolved by you putting your life on the line, I, Wang Yuming, can guarantee that I definitely won't make things too difficult for Nangong Chushua and the Bright Moon Pavilion. Bai Linlin bit her lip and said softly, "Thank you." Taking a deep breath, Bai Linlin took out a silver dagger from her bosom. Looking up into the distance, over there was the direction of Old Lone Mountain. "I'm sorry, Sister Hatsu, I'm sorry, Master, Linlin has failed you all." Bai Linlin drew her dagger and closed her eyes. The dagger reflected the early morning daylight, bringing up dazzling colors. Yet that color, at this very moment, is taking the life of a girl. Flowers bloom again, people are not young anymore. An old voice rang out abruptly at this moment. An eerie fluctuation rose in the air, ripples visible to the naked eye rippled out. Space seemed to be frozen in this moment, and everything was slowed down infinitely. The dagger in Bai Linlin's hand stopped at the location of her heart, no longer able to inch in the slightest bit. The next moment, the crowd saw that a bad old man, with his hands behind his back, slowly walked out of the secret passageway. The old body looked shaky, as if it would be blown over by the wind the next moment. Yet the crowd felt an unspeakable chi in this old man. This gas, like a god sitting high in the clouds, descended to earth like that, so that people do not dare to look directly, do not dare to touch, and even more do not dare to blaspheme. Lu Chuan walked slowly to Bai Linlin. Squatting down, he looked at the teary-eyed Bai Linlin and said softly, "Girl, you can't die, Nangong Chushua has entrusted me to take care of you guys, if one of you is missing how can I explain it back?" Lu Chuan said as he stretched out his withered old hand and dried Bai Linlin's tears. However, the tears that had just been wiped away could not be stopped from flowing again. Lu Chuan gently rubbed Bai Linlin's head and smiled gently. Then he gently took the dagger from Bai Linlin's hand. "Girl, don't cry anymore, the grandpa will give you a statement." Wow, hearing this, Bai Linlin couldn't hold back any longer and let out a loud cry. If Lu Chuan had come out 1 second later, she wouldn't have seen tomorrow's sun. Looking at the crying Bai Linlin, Lu Chuan slowly got up. "No questions of right or wrong, we only talk about grudges." Looking at the stunned crowd, Lu Chuan grinned his dry mouth and laughed. Those eyes, which had been lazy, sharpened at this moment. A cold gaze, sharp as a long sword. Lu Chuan asked faintly to Wang Yuming. "Seeing how you're dressed you should be from the 10,000 Beast sect, right?" Without waiting for Wang Yuming to reply, Lu Chuan continued. "Then you're here to pick a fight, and by the looks of things, you're also the one who wants to force my girl to die, damn you." Lu Chuan flicked his fingers. A faint black sword chi leapt up from his fingertips. There was no earth-shattering explosion of this black sword chi. This sword chi is quiet, silent and soundless, but it is the deadliest killer hidden in the darkness of the night. The sword chi flashed away, and by the time the crowd reacted, it had already dissipated into the air. "What are you?" Wang Yuming looked at Lu Chuan in shock. Yet he would never wait for the answer to that question. A little bit of redness, in the center of Wang Yuming's forehead, slowly appeared and then gradually enlarged. This last bit of redness became a demonic blood-colored rose. Dead? Dead. Wang Yuming died just like that? A sixth realm cultivator died just like that? Death is unknown and casual. Even if it's a dog, it should struggle and wail a bit. Looking at the collapsed Wang Yuming, great fear, spreading like a plague, lapped at the crowd like a tidal wave. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and seemed to be recalling the flavor of that sword chi just now. Lu Chuan is too old, he's forgotten too much. The only thing I remember now is that I am a swordsman.
How can you be a swordsman and not have cool swordplay?
In the vast sea of consciousness, the door of dusty memories slowly opened a crack at this time. Through this gap, Lu Chuan saw a hovering sword in the memory gate. A long, dark sword. The long sword hovered alone in the memory gate, waiting for its owner to bring it up again. Lu Chuan held out his hand. The black sword gently trembled as a great joy erupted. The black sword flew into Lu Chuan's hand with this joy of meeting. At this moment, a black, tyrannical sword chi erupted from Lu Chuan's body. This sword chi rushed up to the sky and pierced through the firmament, as if it was going to cut through all the beautiful things in the world. Sword One Day Gothic. The name of a move came out of Lu Chuan's mouth. As the word Heavenly Gothic was exited, the black sword chi that rushed into the sky exploded above the sky dome. The rolling black sword chi split into countless small black swords that were only the length of a finger. The small swords came down from the sky, shrouding the entire valley. Screams, curses, pleas for mercy, and ripping sounds of terror resounded throughout the valley. But soon the voices fell away again, and there was no more sound at all. It's all over. All life was harvested. This killing is more efficient than the scythe of death. The only one who was spared, by Lin Lin, could no longer cry at this moment. Because compared to others, one seems to be very lucky. Thinking of it, old thing? Did it come to you? At this moment, Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan, and a bright light emerged from his intelligent eyes. Black sword chi, black long sword, sword name killing life. The sword of killing life, there are matching 12 sword styles that you created yourself, does that ring a bell? Also, have you seen a white sword? What are you stepping on? Lu Chuan snapped out of his memory and slapped the donkey across the face. The slap directly jerked Fu into a 702-degree turn in the air. Ah Fu didn't care, he was used to being beaten up anyway, what's a big pussy fight? Ah Fu hurriedly climbed up from the ground, unafraid of death, he came to Lu Chuan and continued to guide up. The two poles of life and death, the end of death is rebirth, you're supposed to have two swords. Think back again and find the white, the sword that represents birth. You stepped on the horse to deliberately pick a fight, didn't you? The door of memory had already closed, so how could Lu Chuan remember anything else? Alzheimer's, it's a disease that needs to be cured. Ah Fu rolled his intelligent white eyes, full of mockery. You step on the horse, the whole family Alzheimer's. Lu Chuan raised his foot and sent Fu flying. Make sure you think of it, the long white sword is the ultimate, you've comprehended. To break through. Fu's voice came from far away. Silly dick. Lu Chuan disdainfully bristled and went up to help by Lin Lin up. How's it going, girl? Are you still satisfied with the statement that the grandpa asked for you? Can you not be satisfied with this shit? It's all butchered. You can't kill a pig that fast. It was already 2 days after returning to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Lu Chuan handed over this group of little girls one by one to Nangong Chushue. As for what to do with the red leaf realist and those resources, it was her Nangong Chushue's business. Lu Chuan only needed to wait for the illusory face pill to arrive now. In the elegant small courtyard, Ah Fu was talking to Lu Chuan about the information about this great world of cultivation. Rarely, the donkey didn't take a beating this time. From the comparative analysis of you slaughtering that blood-playing old guy, the strength of a cultivator, with every realm promoted, will increase exponentially, not simply 1 + 1. Lu Chuan was lying on a chair sunbathing, and when he heard this, he rolled over with some impatience. And what level should I be in this power system, given your clever brain analysis? Seeing Lu Chuan being so patient, Ah Fu bared his large plate teeth and laughed with a twitch. The cultivation system of this world is divided into a total of 12 realms, and the first 9 will not be talked about. Let me tell you about the top 3. Lu Chuan nodded. Since he had been pitched into this world by a donkey, there were some basics that he still needed to understand clearly. When Ah Fu saw Lu Chuan nodding his head, he was overjoyed and was close to setting off firecrackers and singing a song about today being a good day. The system, when it comes to its part, every day to see the host face, is probably also the first one. Ah Fu cheerfully came over. The highest 3 realms in this world are known as the 3 realms of the divine path. It's the Tao 1 realm, near God realm, and the last annihilation realm respectively. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This realm is actually equivalent to a god in the eyes of the world. One thought begets, and one thought destroys. It's all in the space of a single thought. Near God realm, this realm has already touched the rules of the great Tao, and from the analysis, in order to reach this realm, one must master the power of one of the rules of the great Tao. The last is the annihilation realm. Creating one's own Tao and no longer being bound by the rules of the great Tao is the essence of this realm, and 2 words can summarize it as free. As for the correlation of this anymore, I won't go into details. I don't think you'd like to hear it. A very interesting thing to tell you is that if you want to enter these 3 realms, you can only rely on enlightenment. It's possible to have a single thought and enter the gods in one step, or it's possible to just get stuck at the peak of the 9th realm and never go up for the rest of your life. The donkey chirped a lot and almost didn't hypnotize Lu Chuan. Only when the donkey finished speaking did Lu Chuan raise his eyes. My overall strength, what realm should I be in? It's not a good comparison, but judging from your unique 2 swords of life and death, your strength should be at the topmost annihilation realm. That's not it. The old man is invincible, so what's the point? In the future, this topic should not be discussed anymore. Lu Chuan impatiently rolled his eyes. Don't help. Fu raised his front legs and pointed at the sky. You are truly invincible on earth, but there is still a heavenly Tao up there. Lu Chuan disdainfully skimmed his lips. I'm not going to mess with her. Can she still come and fuck me? Ha 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 ha, Alfred laughed cheaply. You've incurred quite a lot, killing so many cultivators with a power that doesn't belong to this world. I guess the heavenly Tao has already locked onto you, and I reckon that if you make 1 or 2 more strikes, you'll definitely attract the god-extinguishing thunder tribulation. Lu Chuan's hand was a little itchy. He wanted to whip this bastard again. Ha 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 ha, donkey squirmed a bit. As you know, I'm a system, and since I'm a system, I must have a mission, right? In these 100,000 years, Fu hadn't issued a single mission to Lu Chuan. Moreover, it had also fed Lu Chuan for a whole 100,000 years, and all kinds of resources had not been consumed. Even a landowner can't afford to go out without coming in. Hey, I told you why you stupid ass wasn't quite right today, waiting here for me. Lucian snorted and rolled over from his chair again. Tell me, what's the mission? I'll definitely help if I can. Don't look at Lu Chuan giving donkeys big pussy fights all day long, but the friendship of 100,000 years is not just for fun. Heh, your old man is truly wise. The donkey huffed with joy. I for one have made some progress matching this world in the past 2 days, and the corresponding quests are starting to appear. What's open now, for now, is a mission. Epic Replica, Spectral Springs Extermination. Every some time, in this great world, a great catastrophe occurs, and the spectral spring appears. The spectral spring is a passageway to the outside world in the endless demon region, and it vibrates once every 10,000 years. Spatial cracks will appear when the spectral spring vibrates. All you have to do is to seal off the spectral spring's eye. How about that? Simple task, right? After the donkey finished speaking, he looked at Lu Chuan with an expectant face. What do you take me for, a great benefactor? Lu Chuan said as he grabbed Afu's neck and went up with his left hand for 2 big forced fights. Just talk about the mission, not the reward. You treat me like free labor, don't you? There's a reward for entering the bronze god's temple once. The donkey shivered as he was jerked around. Oh, interesting, what bronze god temple? Lu Chuan started to get a little interested. There was no telling how many secrets this donkey was hiding, and it seemed like it would be nice to dig them out. Well, the bronze temple. Fu snorted in triumph. There is the place where it is written about the ultimate, a mysterious place that countless people have dreamed of trying to find. You stepped on the horse to the old man pretending to be a god. Ultimate what ultimate? Doggone Tomb Raider notes read too much right. Lu Chuan pressed the donkey head into the ground. After a long interval, Fu raised his squashed donkey's head and cried out. That's how the mission is described. How the hell would I know what the ultimate is? It's possible that it has something to do with the vanished great emperor. That's all I can speculate anyway. Daitya? Big brother? What the hell? Lu Chuan was a bit bewildered. Fu looked at Lu Chuan with a face like he was looking at a fool. You don't think that the realm of annihilation is the apex, do you? The apex of power is the great emperor. But there hasn't been a great emperor in many eras, and I haven't found any specific information yet.
Kind of interesting. Lu Chuan nodded. I'll take this mission.
Good, it hurts. The donkey's head flopped around with joy, and his harumphs flew all over the place. And at the same time, a mechanical voice sounded in Lu Chuan's mind. Ding, the 5 copies of the Great World of Haoran are activated.
Epic copy, Lu Chuan extermination.
3 days later, the blood moon descends and the spectral spring appears.
The host can choose between 2 routes.
First, unite all the masters and seal the spectral spring together to accumulate prestige. Reward, entering the bronze god's temple for 1 hour, and at the same time obtaining the title of Supreme of the Tian Yuan continent.
Second, destroy everything that breathes and accumulate evil values.
Reward, entering the bronze god's temple for 1 hour, while earning the title of Great Demon. Pfft, what the hell, you're stepping on a game, and 2 routes.
Lu Chuan tugged his mouth dismissively and kicked Fu again.
It always feels like it's not a good thing, so why don't we just forget about it?
I'm invincible anyway, isn't it good to lie here?
Pursuit, you have to have pursuit, no? As soon as Ah Fu heard that Lu Chuan wanted to lie flat, he instantly became anxious. We have to have a sense of crisis, the universe is vast, there are so many great worlds, who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to say they are undefeated? Changes stupid dog.
Lu Chuan rolled over and continued to lie down.
Alas, we must not lie down, we have many great things to do.
Bang!
Fu didn't finish his sentence and was directly sent flying by Lu Chuan's kick on his ass. The next 2 days went by pretty comfortably, checking on the chicks, sleeping, and staying in a good mood. And Mingyua's discussion over the past 2 days has also produced results, and Red Leaf's real person stay and departure has also been finalized.
Red Leaf Reality became the new guest secretary of the Bright Moon Pavilion.
This time, the Bright Moon Pavilion had a rich harvest, and there was no problem at all in raising another guest secretary. But the prerequisite is that the Red Leaf real person must go incognito and change his appearance. Red Leaf Reality naturally agreed, and she settled in Issa Peak and became neighbors with Lu Chuan. The refining of the illusory face pill was also put on the agenda. But the illusory face pill belonged to the top grade pills and needed to go to the 100 Flowers sect to be specially refined. The 100 Flowers sect was a Dan Dao sect that had a very good reputation on the Tian Yuan continent, and its strength was in the middle to upper reaches, second only to the upper 3 sects. In fact, the 100 Flowers sect was most famous not for its Dan Dao, but for their contemporary sect master, the 100 Flowers Fairy. Nangong Chushua was the second beauty on the Rouge ranking, while 100 Flowers Fairy was able to overpower Nangong Chushua, occupying the top of the list all year round. The 100 Flowers Fairy was the entire Tian Yuan continent, recognized as the #1 beauty, the undisputed kind. Many of the cultivators who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy actually had the ultimate goal of catching a glimpse of the 100 Flowers Fairy's appearance. But the 100 Flower Fairy lived in deep seclusion and had not been seen by anyone for many years. The matter of the illusory face pill, which concerned Lu Chuan's return to old age, was taken very seriously by Nangong Chushue. Arranging for the peak master of the Falling Cloud Peak, he took dozens of disciples under his door to escort him to the 100 Flowers sect. Moreover, Nangong Chushue used this harvest to reconsolidate the mountain protection formation. Without stopping, he sent another person to Fazeless City and traded back a large amount of resources. And at the same time ordered the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion not to go out. Nangong Chushue knew very well that this time when the Maple Leaf Mysteries opened, the clans that went there were almost completely wiped out, and only the Bright Moon Pavilion was intact. This matter wasn't over, sooner or later, these clans would come to the door and ask for the truth. It is important to prepare in advance now, so that if a conflict does occur, there will be a response. It was just so peaceful for a few days. Instead of waiting for those small sects to come forward to raise their offense, they waited for a behemoth, the Jinyuan sect. Jinyuan sect, one of the 3 major rogues in Tian Yuan continent, had absolute say in the central and western regions. Large and small, more than 200 sects in the central and western part of the country had to look at the Jin Yuan sect's face. And Jin Yuan sect disciples 100,000 upwards, heavenly pride, incense continuous, prosperous, is not Mingyuet pavilion such a small chicken can be compared. This time, the Jin Yuan sect came with 3 people, however, unluckily, they happened to meet Lu Chuan, who was skulking around the mountain with his stupid donkey. Lu Chuan recently found a great place. About 100 miles away from the one-color peak, there was a small mountain with abundant spiritual qi. Of course the attraction to Lu Chuan couldn't be any aura, but the mountain's red powder. After these 2 days of observation, Lu Chuan realized that there were about 100 young girls in their prime living in this small mountain. Each one of them is so long that the dogs look at them and say yes. Moreover, their cultivation methods were quite peculiar, and they were quite different from those maids of Bai Lin Lin. Lu Chuan likes to look at beautiful women for no other reason than to keep a good mood and avoid intermittent psychotic episodes. Lu Chuan was ready to get to know these beauties today, and even had the presence of mind to take a shower and change into new clothes. Lu Chuan skulked just below the foot of the mountain and ran into those 3 hanging hairs from the Jin Yuan sect. What made Lu Chuan feel strange was that these 3 hanging hairs seemed to have come in directly, unaccompanied by anyone. This is a very unusual phenomenon. The Bright Moon Pavilion has a mountain protection array. If a stranger comes in, the alarm will definitely be triggered. These 3 loser hairs, however, followed into their own backyard as if they were running in a puff of smoke. As a man, an androgynous animal, how could one tolerate the presence of other androgynous creatures in a place like the Bright Moon Pavilion? In the Bright Moon Pavilion, except for Lu Chuan, even mosquitoes must be female. Those 3 dickheads, where did they come from? Lu Chuan rode Fu and wobbled to the Jin Yuan Zong trio. The 3 people from the Jin Yuan clan, seeing that men had actually appeared in the Bright Moon Pavilion, were also obviously frozen for a moment. But soon enough, the 3 began to get angry. Lu Chuan didn't understand, he hadn't even gotten angry yet. Why did these 3 dickheads dare to get angry first? Old man, this is not a place you should be in, get lost. A teenager at the head of the group condescendingly waved his hand at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was a little confused and even more angry, going up and slapping the teenager in the face. The teenager did not expect the old man in front of him to move as fast as this, and when he reacted, he was already in the air. The 2 remaining men were confused as they watched the image of them flipping freely in the air with their teeth flying about. We're from the Jin Yuan sect, we've been ordered to come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to collect the cauldron, and you dare to stop us? Contact Nangong Chushui and ask her to come over and give a statement, this is not over. I gripe your mom, so arrogant, old me today shit not to beat out for you guys, count you pull clean. Lu Chuan was furious and evil, drew the broken wooden sword at his waist, and mounted Fu to launch a charge. Originally, Alfred used to be reluctant to do something so degrading. But recently, Lu Chuan has taken up the task, and there is a tendency to lie down. Fu was now obedient to Lu Chuan in order to keep him in a happy mood and focus on the mission. Not to mention charging, as long as Lu Chuan was attentive to the mission, it would dare to eat fucking shit. Fu may not look like a malnourished, skinny and bony person, but when he really moves, he's just like a crazy rabbit. The 2 remaining men were just about to counterattack, but the next moment Fu, who was showing his large plate teeth, had already arrived in front of the 2 men. Pop, pop. There were 2 crunching sounds as the wooden sword's blade greeted the 2 men in the face. They suffered the equivalent of what happened to the teenager. Giddy up, beat the hell out of the dog, give me a rush. Lu Chuan rode Fu and majestically rushed towards the trio's landing point. Old thing, how dare you? I am a member of the Jin Yuan sect, if you dare to insult me again don't step on it, shit's coming out. Help, help. Mommy, mommy, I want to go home. Harrowing screams rang out from the mountains and forests. The screams of these 3 dangling hairs at the bottom of the hill soon drew the young girls from the hill. When they saw that the 3 people who had been beaten the shit out of them were actually people from the Jin Yuan sect, the young girls' faces turned pale in unison. Don't fight, old man, don't fight. Seeing Lu Chuan stomping with vigor, a leading teenage girl stepped forward in panic. Quickly go and notify the pavilion master, if there are lives here, the Jin Yuan sect won't rest easy. However, Lu Chuan didn't care about the young girl at all, stepping on the trio's bellies, was getting more and more energetic. By the time Nangong Chushue arrived, the three dangling hairs were already breathing less in and more out, looking like they were going to return to heaven. Senior, have mercy. Seeing this scene, Nangong Chushue was so anxious that she almost didn't faint on the spot.
Ah tea, nothing, vegetable, and love to pretend.
Lu Chuan covered his nose and sprayed a mouthful of old phlegm with a disgusted face, finally stopping. Nangong Chushue hurriedly had someone help the three unlucky people up, and a big handful of pills were stuffed towards the three people's mouths. Under the effect of the elixir, after a few minutes, these three people finally got their lives back. That leading teenager, looking at Nangong Chushue, was furious. This time when he was beaten, the physical pain was still a small matter. The main thing was that this matter of spraying feces in front of him was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the heavens. The more the teenager thought about it, the more angry he became, the more he thought about it, and finally looked at Nangong Chushue and threatened fiercely. Nangong Chushue, if you don't give me a statement on this matter, I will definitely report it to the sect and tear down your Bright Moon Pavilion's mountain gate. Nangong Chushue's face went a shade of white and a shade of green. In the end, however, he could only smile and say, "Don't worry, this matter will definitely give you a result, and Mingyue Pavilion will compensate until you are satisfied." Nangong Chushue's heart was dripping blood as she uttered these words and looked at Lu Chuan with a grudging face. And Lu Chuan the goods, this time actually came together to the side of those young girls, flirtatious self-introduction. Didn't care at all, those three dangling hairs that got the shit beat out of them. This small mountain seemed to be isolated from the world, and these young girls actually didn't know when the Bright Moon Pavilion had an extra person like Lu Chuan. Seeing Lu Chuan's flirtatious appearance, one of them was a bit confused. Senior, why don't you go back and rest first? I'll take care of it here."
Nangong Chushue came to Lu Chuan's side with some apprehension.
"What for?" Lu Chuan's eyes slanted. "I'll play my game, you deal with yours, we're not related."
"Right." Lu Chuan raised his eyes and looked at the three unlucky ones.
Where did these three sand sculptures come from? Why were they able to directly cross the Grand Formation and enter the Bright Moon Pavilion? Being glared at by Lu Chuan, the three people from the Jinyuan sect shivered as if they were electrocuted. Only the teenager was the one who yelled out in defiance. "Nangong Chushue, this dead old man must be handed over to us and brought back to the Jinyuan sect to be dealt with. Right now on the Tianyuan continent, there are still people who dare to not put the Jinyuan sect in their eyes. It's over."
Nangong Chushue's heart thumped.
The Jinyuan sect has been teaching this kind of fools all these years, and they are so arrogant and conceited.
"I'll gripe your mom."
When Lu Chuan heard this, he rode Afu and rushed over. Nangong Chushue, however, is well aware of Lu Chuan's temperament, and simply does not dare to stop him.
"Giddy up."
Lu Chuan rode Fu and rolled up a gust of wind. A skinny donkey was actually ridden with the momentum of 1,000 galloping horses.
"How dare you, Nangong Chushue, save me." The teenager was still counting on Nangong Chushue, the pavilion master, to make a decision for him.
However, what he never expected was that Lu Chuan, this dangling hair, now had a position in the Mingyue Pavilion that was equivalent to the Supreme Emperor. Nangong Chushue was simply unable to restrain Lu Chuan, the guest minister. Besides, Nangong Chushue never wanted to restrain Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan, this person, although he was short-tempered and well-behaved, had one good point: he never took the initiative to cause trouble. Of course, if anyone was ungrateful and messed with Lu Chuan, there was basically nothing left to live for. Usually Lu Chuan is also very good to the maids, without a little bit of senior shelf, and never interfere in the internal affairs of the Mingyue Pavilion. Such a guest minister with heavenly strength and understanding, unless Nangong Chushue had a pit in her brain, she would not think of restraining him. Snap! Lu Chuan's wooden sword slapped directly on the teenager's face, jerking the teenager into doing another free spin in the air. This time, however, he didn't have the same luck as earlier.
This time Lu Chuan was obviously going to kill someone. The teenager was jerked into the air before he could hit the ground. It was directly blocked in the air by Lu Chuan, who was riding a donkey. Pop! Pop! Pop!
The air rang with a firecracker-like jerking sound.
The teenagers' screams, too, gradually subsided.
As for the other two Jinyuan sect people, they were obviously smarter. Other than shivering in place, keep your mouth shut is tight.
Bang!
The teenager's body fell from the air and smashed heavily in front of the two Jinyuan's own men. Looking at the blood and flesh, beaten his own mother cannot recognize the body of the teenager, the two hanging hair legs of soft directly kneel down.
It's over, it's over, it's over. Nangong Chushua looked at this scene, her head buzzing. You guys go back.
At this time, Nangong Chushua's expression suddenly hardened, as if she had made some sort of determination.
Nangong Chushua looked at the two remaining Jinyuan sect disciples and said with a single word.
From now on, the Bright Moon Pavilion is no longer dependent on the Jinyuan sect, and all agreements are null and void, including the 100 tripods every 3 years. These words not only stunned the two from the Jinyuan clan, but the other disciples from the Bright Moon Pavilion were also stunned and at a loss for words.
What is the status of Jinyuan? Can't the agreement be scrapped just by saying so?
With Jinyuan sect's overbearing nature, Nangong Chushua's utterance of these words had already foretold the destruction of Mingyue Pavilion.
Pavilion Master Nangong, you must think clearly.
One of the people from the Jinyuan sect stuttered a little.
Nangong Chushua looked at Lu Chuan, gritted her teeth and nodded.
I've thought it over very clearly. All these years of clinging to your Jinyuan sect, although I've gained nominal shelter, I haven't been of any substantial help. Your Jinyuan sect is just treating my Bright Moon Pavilion as nothing more than its own backyard," said Nangong Chushue, looking towards those young girls who came out of the small mountain with a guilty face. "As the pavilion master, not only am I unable to protect my disciples, I even have to provide your Jinyuan sect with a cultivation cauldron. I've had enough. No matter what the consequences are, I, Mingyue Pavilion, will bear them all."
"Pavilion Master, no!" A young girl who came out of the mountain shouted with a sobbing voice.
Because the young girl knew what the consequences of breaking away from the Jinyuan sect were. Then the maiden knelt, and the other maidens followed. The young girl was in tears with a sobbing voice and teary eyes. "Pavilion Master, you don't have to worry about us. For the sake of the survival of the Bright Moon Pavilion, we are willing to become a cauldron."
Hearing these words, Nangong Chushua could no longer hold back the hot tears in her eyes as they fell.
Over the years, for the sake of the survival of Mingyuez, Nangong Chushua had done many things against her heart. The most difficult hurdle for Nangong Chushua to get over was the children who became tripods. This matter had already tormented Nangong Chushua, showing signs of going off the deep end.
Now Nangong Chushua was going to bet on Lu Chuan to break away from Jinyuan's exploitation and make the Bright Moon Pavilion truly independent. Aya, how can an old man like me read this?
Watching the young girl shed more than tears one by one, Lu Chuan's heart was dripping blood.
"Chushue girl, what is a cauldron?"
Lu Chuan came to Nangong Chushua's side and decided to take care of this. "The Moonlight Pavilion is a place where you can retire, so if you cry all day long, it's not appropriate."
Nangong Chushua wiped away her tears, though it was a little hard to say.
But since he chose to put his treasure on Lu Chuan,
Nangong Chushua understood that she had to let Lu Chuan know the causes and consequences.
"Elder, take a seat and I'll tell you slowly."
Only when Lu Chuan was seated did Nangong Chushua slowly speak.
"Because of the reason why the Bright Moon Pavilion is weak, many years ago, we reached an agreement with the Jinyuan sect. The Jinyuan clan shelters our Bright Moon Pavilion, while we regularly pay tribute to the Jinyuan clan for various resources."
Ha! Lu Chuan was dumbfounded as he listened. "Mingyue Pavilion is like this, and you still want to give people resources? Isn't that a vicious cycle that won't be able to turn around for the rest of your life?" Nangong Chushue gave a helpless bitter smile. "The words are like this, but there's no other choice for the Bright Moon Pavilion." Lu Chuan thought about it and nodded.
"This group of women in the Mingyue Pavilion, it's not easy to stay alive. How can they still care about so much? Among these tributes, one thing is to provide the Jinyuan sect with 100 tripod furnaces every 3 years. Speaking here, Nangong Chushua's fists clenched up fiercely, and because of too much force, her knuckles began to turn white.
The so-called cauldron is to select young boys and girls with special physical qualities and cultivate them with special methods from a young age.
When you reach adulthood, you will double cultivate with someone in transition the essence that has been stored for many years to the person who is double cultivating.
Meat fac?
Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by what he heard. Then looked to the young girls who were kneeling on the ground.
Lu Chuan now sort of understood that these children, why they cultivated differently from others.
And one of them was clear and clean, so it turned out that all of them had done the cultivation specifically to become tripods.
Then, after becoming tripods, where do these children go? Lu Chuan was already getting a bit angry.
How can a young girl be treated like this when she is one of the most beautiful sights in the world?
Nangong Chushue also went out on a limb and gritted her teeth.
The lucky tripods, after being absorbed, will become ordinary people and bumble through their lives.
The unlucky ones will be imprisoned and become tools to vent their lust, and when their looks are gone, they will be killed outright. Hearing this, Lu Chuan couldn't tense up.
Each one of these young girls was so desirable that they didn't need to think about what would happen to them in the end.
Bang!
After Nangong Chushue finished speaking, she knelt down for Lu Chuan and fiercely kowtowed 3 times. Nangong Chushue didn't use her true essence to protect her body and directly smashed her head on the ground. Blood ran down her forehead, blood mixed with tears and a silent choke. Elder, I don't dare to wish for anything, I only beg you to save these children, I'm willing to be an ox and a horse for you. For the sake of his disciples, an honorable pavilion master was willing to kneel for others.
No matter what she thought, this bearing and responsibility could not be denied. Lu Chuan expressionlessly glanced at the 2 Jinyuan's own people.
There was no more tyranny from earlier, yet this calmness caused their souls to start trembling uncontrollably. I don't need you to be a cow, you've kowtowed to me 3 times, that's enough.
Lu Chuan gently picked up Nangong Chushue and wiped the blood off her forehead.
Looking at Lu Chuan's face that was full of folds, Nangong Chushue, in a trance, seemed to see her grandfather again. The tears, which had just stopped, couldn't help but well up again.
Lu Chuan looked at the 2 from the Jinyuan sect and said indifferently,
Go back and notify your clan that in 10 days, bring people and sincerity and come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to settle this matter.
If you guys dare not come, I'll go to the Jinyuan sect and kill everyone.
What arrogance, what rampancy this is. Above the Tianyuan continent, there had never been anyone that dared to say such words to the Jinyuan sect.
But there is a first time for everything. This first time, it's up to Lu Chuan.
I'm not kidding, remember, with sincerity. Lu Chuan finished looking at the kneeling maidens. From now on, you will begin your normal cultivation, and no one will dare to covet a glance at you again, and if they do, they will only be dead. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy drum, a sound that struck the hearts of the young girls. They know their destiny, but all things are destiny and half of them are not.
The black curtain of endless destiny was now torn open with a crack, and a bit of sunlight penetrated.
Without hope, they might sink to their fate.
But seeing the hope, what does the sinking have to do to keep doing it?
Mount Lin Lang, 100 disciples, are willing to share life and death with Senior. The somewhat childish voices of young girls resounded through the heavy mountains. Lu Chuan nodded, he certainly didn't need these young girls to fight and die. With this little bit of defiance, there is a qualitative change. Now go back and report, 10 days, old me will only wait for your Jinyuan sect for 10 days.
Lu Chuan looked at the 2 men, his voice as cold as the transit of a cold tide.
The 2 men who had long been scared out of their wits, how dare they say one more word and get up to leave?
Wait. Lu Chuan looked at the 2 with a slanted brow and crooked eyes.
The 2 men went into cardiac arrest in fear, wondering what the old man was up to again. Former Senior, we will definitely bring your words back to the clan, not missing a word. Hey, Lu Chuan burst of strange laughter, to send a message, a person is enough, you 2 singles, the one who survived to go back to report.
Lu Chuan's bad character was exposed at this point. Playing with people's hearts, this dead old man is also good at it.
On the count of 3, if you don't fight, I'll slaughter you all and make a trip to the Jinyuan sect myself. Lu Chuan cheerfully raised his hand 3 fingers. The cold sweat of the 2 Jinyuanzong men could not be stopped. Cold sweat soaked his shirt and he looked as if he had just come out of the water.
3.
A hypnotic voice rang out, and the two looked at each other, both seeing deep despair in the other's eyes.
1. Lu Chuan didn't count to 2 and jumped straight to 1.
The two froze for a moment, and then the thought of living consumed all reason. Both of them pounced on each other at the same time, tearing at each other like wild beasts. Jinyuan sect, situated in the Tiandang mountain range in the middle of the Tianyuan continent.
The entire Tiandang mountain range was where the dragon vein of the Tianyuan continent was located.
Not only was the entire continent moisturized with abundant spiritual energy, but there were even large amounts of spiritual stone resources in the mountains. The entire Tiandang mountain range was almost overrun by the three rogues, and the other sects could only watch and dry drool. Sky Ridge Peak was the main peak of the Jinyuan sect, lofty and majestic, plunging straight into the sky. The hall of containing Zhangs on the heavenly ridge peak was the most talked about place for cultivators. The hall of containing chapters, which served as the council hall, had agreed on many resolutions affecting the Tianyuan continent since the establishment of the Jinyuan sect. 10,000 years ago, the blood demon was in rebellion, and the resolution of the battle to crush the blood demon was issued here. It could be said that every time the hall of containing Zhangs opened, it meant that something big was about to happen.
The hall of containment is open today.
The Jinyuan sect's 9 peak masters, plus the law enforcement elders and the patriarch, 11 powerful figures were gathered here. This kind of spectacle has not been seen for many years. With Jinyuan sect's current strength and status, there were rarely any major events that required these bigwigs to get together and deliberate. Jinyuan sect's contemporary patriarch, Bailey Yuza, looked to be around 30 years old, with good looks and a scholarly appearance. However, this big brother was one of the few 9 realms above the entire Tianyuan continent.
When he stomped his feet, the entire Tianyuan continent would shake a few times.
Recently, the heavens have been strange, and the Tianyuan continent might be in chaos. Some time ago above the unsleeping sea, there were treacherous fluctuations, and the eye of the spectral spring buried deep under the sea seems to have signs of revival. Bailey Yuza sat in the main seat and slowly spoke about the topic of this deliberation. The eye of the spectral spring, which has been silent for tens of thousands of years, why would it suddenly move? The one who struck up a conversation was a long, big, black-faced man.
He was Lu Chuan, the Jinyuan sect's law enforcement elder, a character whose appearance was extremely inconsistent with his inner self.
On the outside, he looks like a big, black, thick, dumb guy, but on the inside, he is a thoughtful, in control, strategic person. There were 2 ninth realm cultivators in the entire Jinyuan sect, and Lu Chuan was one of them. He's in a position of one man, above all others. Bailey Yuza propped up his chin, his fingers gently clasped his cheeks, and thought for a while. I don't know if it's the abnormal celestial phenomena that caused the tremor of the spectral spring, or if the tremor of the spectral spring caused the abnormal celestial phenomena.
We are all smart enough to understand what that means.
If it's a celestial anomaly, caused by the tremor of the phantom spring, then the main factor that might cause turmoil in the Tianyuan continent in the future wouldn't be the spectral spring, but something else. If it was a tremor of the spectral spring that caused anomalies in the heavens, then there was nothing to say, as long as one defended against the eye of the spectral spring. The crowd discusses it for a while longer, but nothing comes of it. Let's adjourn the meeting, notify all the major clans to keep an eye out for any strange people or things that have appeared recently. This time, the heavenly signs are for the 3 great demonic stars to gather together, so I'm afraid that a heavenly demon will come out.
Bailey Yuza got up and let out a long breath.
There was no telling what kind of mess would be made of this gathering of demonic stars.
A behemoth like the Jinyuan sect would bear the brunt of the chaos. Patriarch, there is one more thing to report.
Just as Bailey Yuza was about to leave the council chamber, Lu Chuan suddenly spoke out.
Bailey Yuza frowned. What is it? About what happened 3 days ago at the Bright Moon Pavilion.
Lu Chuan said and shouted faintly at the door of the council chamber, "Come in."
The crowd shifted their gaze to the doorway. Soon a man in a trance, his body still trembling between walks, walked in cautiously from the doorway.
This person was precisely one of the 3 people who had gone to the Bright Moon Pavilion earlier.
Zhou Liui, tell me everything that happened the other day, one by one. Lu Chuan frowned.
Yes.
Zhou Liui looked around suspiciously to make sure it was safe, and then swallowed hard before talking about the process of being repaired by Lu Chuan. 3 days ago, by order of the Peak Master, I went to the Bright Moon Pavilion to receive the cauldron. The entire council chamber was silent until the moment Zhou Liui was finished. They hadn't known how many years it had been since they had encountered such a thing, and for a moment they actually didn't react. The funniest thing is that old thing in the Zhou Liui bite actually gave Jin Yuanzong a deadline. It's really a slip of the tongue. A senile old man with no true essence fluctuations and a violent personality. Bailey Yuza pondered for a moment and looked at Luo Ran. You go handle this. If there's anything wrong between the Bright Moon Pavilion and this old man, erase it as soon as possible. An eventful fall, can't add more variables. Between light strokes, the fate of tens of thousands of people in the Bright Moon Pavilion was decided. That's right, send someone to the Undreaming Sea to take a turn guarding the eye of the spectral spring, and be sure to report back in a timely manner if there's a breeze. After the meeting was adjourned, Luo Ren carried Zhou Liui, who couldn't walk, out of the council chamber. No talent. Recalling the happenings of that day again, it had become a nightmare for Zhou Liui, and every time he thought back on it, it was physically and mentally exhausting. Zhou Liui raised his lifeless eyes and murmured in a trance. Elder, there are still 7 days left before the set time arrives. Hurry up and go. If you anger him, I'm afraid that the entire Jin Yuan sect will be wiped out. Luo Ran listened straight frowned, and even doubt that this Zhou Liui is not hit by the evil way of the soul regeneration method. Men, escort Zhou Liui to the coal ice prison. Elder, hurry up and go. The time is almost up. Zhou Liui was dragged towards the prison by the guards, yet he didn't care and kept shouting those words. Have the Dragon Yuan guards gather and follow me to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Hearing this, the guards around him tensed up a bit. The Dragon Yuan guards, the trump cards of the Jin Yuan sect, were all composed of elite disciples. Moreover, the Dragon Yuan guards are good at charging and killing, and are extremely concerned about the coordination of battle formations. There were even rumors that the Dragon Yuan guards had already cultivated a battle spirit, and if that was really the case, there were not many people in the entire Tian Yuan continent who could fight against them. The Dragon Yuan guards were killer weapons that were only deployed when large clans fought amongst themselves. What virtue or ability could a small Bright Moon Pavilion have to make the Jin Yuan sect send out the Dragon Yuan guards? In the face of the guards' consternation, Luo Ran laughed. Be careful. Don't wait until you're dead in the gutter to think about regret. What the elder said. On this day, the Jin Yuan sect's 200 Dragon Yuan guards drove to the Bright Moon Pavilion in great numbers. Those who didn't know thought that there was going to be a war against the Xian Tian sect, which was also one of the upper 3 sects. At the same time, there was another group of people who were also rushing to the Bright Moon Pavilion. These people were the clans that had traveled to the Maple Leaf mysterious realm the other day and had been wiped out by the entire group of unlucky people. Under the union of the 10,000 Beasts sect, more than 30 sects, totaling no less than 2,000 people, ran to the Bright Moon Pavilion in great numbers. The Tian Yuan continent, which had been calm for hundreds of years, was in the midst of a storm today. Senior, it's not good. There are many cultivators coming towards our Mingyue Pavilion. The Bright Moon Pavilion was actively preparing for war these days, preparing to share life and death with the sect. As for Lu Chuan, he eats hot pot and looks at beautiful women every day and doesn't take it seriously. It was now exactly lunchtime, and hearing this news, Lu Chuan looked at the table to cut up the finest ingredients, and was annoyed in his heart. These dog bastards, not coming early, not coming late, stepping on the horse to come at mealtime, deliberately looking for a fight, aren't they? Seeing Lu Chuan's precursor to a psychotic episode, Ah Fu quietly slips away. Little Lok, little Shiyun, carry the stuff to the front of the mountain gate for me. Food is the only thing that matters to people, so how can we not eat? Lu Chuan immediately decided to go to the mountain gate to start the meal, and slaughter some ungrateful things to help the fun. Ha! Zhao Lulu and Zhang Shiyun, the 2 little maids, hadn't reacted for a while. He still wanted to ask for clarification, but it turned out that Lu Chuan had already slipped out with his hands behind his back. There was no choice but for the duo to pack the chopped ingredients. But there were just too many things, and in the end, it was the red leaf real person who came over, and the 3 of them worked together to finish taking the things.
Pavilion Master, about 2,000 people have already crossed the long Willow Gully, and in another 200 miles, they will reach the mountain gate.
Someone reported the situation to Nangong Chushue.
Nangong Chushue's face was gloomy. She hadn't waited for Jin Yuan's sect to come, but she had waited for these clowns first. Nangong Chushue hard across, lice are not afraid to bite, anyway, have offended Jin Yuan's sect, and then offend some does not matter. This time, either the Mingyue Pavilion is completely wiped out, or they will follow Lu Chuan in the future to eat and drink spicy food.
Have all disciples go to the mountain gate and prepare to meet the battle. Pavilion Master.
At this moment, a little girl ran over, her little face suffocating in red because she ran too fast.
Fluffy, what is it? Speak slowly. Nangong Chushue chided while handing over a cup of tea.
The little girl finished her mouthful and wiped her mouth before stuttering a bit. Elder, he was shabu-shabu in front of the mountain gate and had to have someone play him a little song, saying he wanted to hear some kind of 18 touches, and we don't know how to do that. Pfft, Nangong Chushue's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spray out.
What time is it?
Lu Chuan is still in the mood to shabu-shabu and listen to a little song, and you're still in front of the mountain gate.
The point is, what tune is 18 touches?
After thinking about it for a while, Nangong Chushue was relieved. Lu Chuan usually seemed to be so unreliable. Go to the Nine Springs Valley and let the Supreme Elder come and play a tune for Senior.
Ah! The little girl looked at Nangong Chushue with a confused expression.
The Bright Moon Pavilion has 3 great colors. Respectively, they are the ultimate circumscribed atmospheric beauty, and Nangong Chushue, who has the posture of a mother. One was the Supreme Elder, the third on the rouge list, Chu Yuran, who was excellent in both color and art. Chu Yuran has long since stopped asking about the world, and has been staying in the Nine Springs Valley to raise flowers and plants, that is, the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. There are many that have not seen. There was also a great color, the young master uncle that many of the maids were talking about. However, this young master uncle, many years ago, went down the mountain to practice, so far has not returned. I do not know how the situation is.
Go!
Nangong Chushue smiled. Elder Chu is not good at conquering, but playing music is one of the best in the world. The mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion is not as luxurious as it is magnificent, but it is exquisite and elegant. However, before this delicate and elegant mountain gate, Lu Chuan, a bad old man, set up firewood to start today's lunch. At this time, behind the mountain gate, a large number of Bright Moon Pavilion disciples had already gathered, each looking at Lu Chuan curiously. Usually, when Lu Chuan ate, it was just the 2 little girls, Luolu and Shiyun, who served him. Today is one more person, the red leaf reel woman watching the fun, also mixed in, found a job pouring wine.
I like you the way you were, that's good enough. Lu Chuan teased, raising his glass and drinking.
Real red leaf's eyes burned as she looked at the titanic Lu Chuan and smiled charmingly. Just like when we first met, the sass was showing.
If you like to see it, then can I give it to you alone later? Well, just love the sassiness.
Lu Chuan smacked his lips, not knowing if the wine was too strong or the beauty was too seductive.
The Supreme Elder is here.
I don't know which girl shouted, and everyone turned their heads towards the back. Chu Yuran is famous for her light nature, the kind where the sky doesn't collapse and her heart is as clear as ice. The little girls would never have thought that Chu Yuran would appear here.
The crowd automatically moved out of the way.
A woman who appeared to be no more than in her mid-20s appeared in the crowd's field of vision without slowing down.
A long, white dress, not a bit of smoke and mirrors.
Shoulders as if cut into, waist as if about Sue, muscle as gelatinous, gas as orchids, charming and boneless into the colorful 3 points. Holding an ancient zither in his arms, he walked towards Lu Chuan with a faint smile.
Eyes wide open. Red leaf reality sourly reminded.
As soon as the words left the red leaf real person himself was shocked. He was jealous?
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
The word jealousy was instantly annihilated without a trace when the red leaf realist looked at Lu Chuan's old face that was dripping with harlotry.
Yuran has met Senior.
Chu Yuran arrived in front of Lu Chuan in a graceful manner and performed a salute. Drool, drool, Senior, Little Drop, who was on the side, saw Lu Chuan staring at Chu Yuran in a daze and reminded in a small voice. Ahamha, the beauty of the girl is tragic, cheap laugh, cheap laugh. Seeing a beautiful woman drooling is so humiliating. It was only Lu Chuan, the faceless old man, who could pass it off as if nothing had happened. Chu Yuran couldn't help but laugh as well. The word ghastly seems a bit special when used to describe a woman's appearance. I heard senior say that she wanted to listen to 18 Touch, but I am a foolish young woman, and I have never heard this tune before. Don't. Lu Chuan waved his hand in a hurry. Play whatever you want, just take it. It is simply inappropriate to have such a lovely person play a little yellow song like 18 Strokes. The little woman is offering. Chu Yuran gently saluted and sat to the side. The sound of the zither resounded slowly, gradually overflowing like a tidal wave, filling every space in front of the mountain gate. The sound of the zither was gentle and continuous, like a mountain spring meandering from a valley, flowing slowly. Even a big old man like Lu Chuan was mesmerized for a moment as he listened. The beauty is like a painting, the country is beautiful, the sweet smile moves the heart, the autumn wave turns to take people's souls. The sound of the zither curls up, and you can't help but get lost in it. Lu Chuan somewhat understood the joy of those dim-witted kings for a while. Nangong Chushue, get out. Just as Lu Chuan was mesmerized by what he was listening to, an explosive cry like thunder rang out. However, the sound of the zither was not interrupted. Chu Yuran was still playing, and everything in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with her in the sound of the zither. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the smoke and dust not far away. More than 30 clans, a full 2,000 upwards cultivators, came before the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion in an exuberant manner. Are you polite? Lu Chuan's listening to the song was interrupted, and his face was expressionless as he turned back to sit at the dining table. Raising his eyes, he looked at the army that was about to approach before the mountain gate. The army came in great numbers, flying in the sky, running on the ground, lively to the extreme, no better than the New Year's food market. Lu Chuan slowly picked up his chopsticks and gently dipped a drop of the chili oil in the dipping water. Then with a flick of the wrist, red chili oil shot out from above the chopsticks. The chili oil went towards the vocalized man, and wherever it passed the air was pulled to the point of distortion visible to the naked eye. Nangong Chushua, don't be a shrinking turtle, come out and give us an explanation as to why all of our people will die in the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm while you, Mingyuet Pavilion, are unharmed. That leader hadn't finished his words. A flash of red that went straight through his mouth, then rushed out of the back of his head. White brain matter, mixed with blood, squirted out of that small hole, gleaming in the sunlight. Bang! The person leading the group fell down hard from the back of the demonic beast on his hips, and his pupils began to lax. To his dying day he hadn't figured out why his mouth tasted like chili oil. The leader suddenly died violently, and the advancing army was shocked to a halt. Looking at the dead bodies, the crowd was chilled all over. This leader, an expert of the 10,000 Beasts sect, how could he suddenly die in such an unexplained manner? The crowd raised their eyes to the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion. A bad old man who was listening to music, drinking, and shabu-shabu. Yet they hadn't had time to think much about it. The bad old man then picked up his glass of wine and drank it down, stuffed a slice of meat towards his mouth, and then slowly got up. The moment he got up, the sky and the earth suddenly went dark. Obviously the blazing sun was shining, however the whole sky, it was just so strangely dark. It was as if the entire world was draped in a layer of black muslin, and a hazy sense of eeriness came to the surface. An invisible pressure pressed down hard as if the sky was collapsing. It was as if the entire dome of heaven collapsed and fell at this moment. At this moment, everyone just felt something very, very heavy on their shoulders. The army was crushed to the ground as a whole, clinging to the earth, unable to move any further. No matter how much they struggled, the only thing that responded to them was endless despair. The scariest part was that they opened their mouths and tried to say something. Yet the mouth was open, but not a sound could be made. In the whole world, the curling sound of the zither was all that was left now. They realized, at this moment, what was going on. They tried to escape, but it was too late. The crowd could only watch the old man, walking slowly, unhurriedly, leisurely like an old farmer walking on a full stomach. Where I come from, there's a saying. Lu Chuan slipped to a stop not far from the crowd.
3 parts flirtation, 3 parts disdain rang out. Surrender and lose half. There's another way to say it too: come out and admit when you're wrong and stand up for yourself when you're beaten. Lu Chuan suddenly laughed as he said this. Raising his eyes to the far end where heaven and earth were connected, something suddenly fell from his eyes. Hometown, what a familiar and unfamiliar word. Lu Chuan slowly sat down cross-legged on the ground, propped up his chin. Thoughts drifted far, far away. Yet it's a blur of people and things from my hometown. 100,000 years is far, far too long for one person. It took a long time for Lu Chuan to come back to his senses. Looking at those terrified eyes in front of him, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile. In this world, there are no pills of regret for sale. Lu Chuan got up and drew the wooden sword at his waist. Then he thrust the wooden sword hard into the middle of the ground. After doing so, Lu Chuan turned back towards his dining table. Raising his dry old hand between walks, he gently waved it as a final goodbye to the crowd. Sword to earth morning. Afu, who was far away, shouted out in excitement when he saw this scene. I knew it, you old man, in that little world, remembered the 12 sword moves. Elder donkey, what are the 12 sword stances? A little girl asked curiously. Fu normally wouldn't bother with these yellow girls, but right now, he was in a very good mood. Alfred wagged his big tongue and stared with intelligent eyes as he explained to the little girls. The 12 sword moves, the ultimate in killing, were created by Lu Chuan in his early years. There are 12 sword strokes, divided into the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man, the 3 realms of gods, ghosts, and demons, and the 4 passions of wind, flower, snow, and moon. That's not right, Elder Donkey, there are only 10 items here. The little girls were a bit puzzled. Fu looked at Lu Chuan, who was walking slowly, and smiled faintly. There is no living being who wants to see the last 2 stances of the 12 sword stances of killing life. The little girls were at a loss, talking such a bluff, but nothing seemed to be moving. However, the next thing everyone saw was an image that would wake them up in their dreams. With the wooden sword as the center, Black Sword Chi, at this moment, dazzled. The surface of the earth began to gently churn like a wave. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The churning of the ground began to accelerate, and the entire ground began to crack furiously. Bang! 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 The entire surface of the earth exploded violently as it churned. Black Sword Chi filled the entire field of vision, taking the blasted ground and swirling it into the air, forming a huge black tornado. No one was spared from the rabble that was pressed above the ground, and they were all swept into the air as well. The black tornado, like a roaring black dragon, rolled more than 2,000 lives and flew recklessly in mid-air. Then, all of them saw the horrifying image that they would never be able to let go of in this lifetime. Those who were caught in the dragon scroll, their bodies, under the cutting of that sharp black sword chi, began to shatter. It was as if they had been cut up by 1,000 cuts, their limbs crumbling and their torsos falling apart. In this moment of being engulfed by sword energy, it was no longer possible to distinguish what was pain. What was even more bizarre was that only the bodies of these people were shredded, while their heads all remained intact. Until they lost their lives, the facial expressions of those heads stayed in that distortion under extreme pain. All of this, in silence. Only the sound of Chu Yurin's already out-of-tune piano sent them off. The moment the black tornado dispersed, all the blood and flesh that had been churned up, came together. By the residual black sword chi, it was polished into a huge ball of meat. And the heads that weren't crushed were set into the surface of this meatball. The wide-open mouth, the twisted expression, the eyes of endless despair after the horror. These dead heads, in silence, tell of a gruesome killing. At the time of that meatball, falling down from the sky. The wooden sword stuck in the ground gently trembled and chirped. The wooden sword dragged a bit of black light and came to the exact point where the meatball landed. The wooden sword propped it up with its hilt, and the ball of flesh, which had been brought together by the corpses of more than 2,000 people, went quiet. From this moment on, before the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion, there was one more landmark. Later people gave it the intuitive and resonant name, Corpse Pill. Many years later, countless people came here to enlighten themselves.
Because the corpse pill and the wooden sword holding it up had the supreme sword chi of the forbidden man remaining in it.
Let this thing stand here, it's good to scare people, lest any cats or dogs come looking for trouble in the future. Ugh, why are you all throwing up? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at the crowd that was puking. The only one who was still normal was Nangong Chushui. But the way she looked at Lu Chuan again, there was already more than a little bit of fear in her eyes. It wasn't that Nangong Chushui hadn't killed people before, but to do so efficiently.
And having the evil taste to make meatballs after killing someone, as a human being, a creature, her instincts were extremely resistant to that.
This is more than a normal person can handle.
But there was one very good thing about this woman, Nangong Chushui, and that was that she was self-aware.
Strongly enduring the physical discomfort, Nangong Chushui Lu Chuan sighed, gently saluted.
All matters are up to senior.
I like women like you. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction.
This woman is good, knows what's good and what's bad, knows what's good and what's bad, knows what's good and what's good. As long as there were enough conditions, the Bright Moon Pavilion would surely flourish in her hands in the future. And that condition, which has now emerged, is Lu Chuan. Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Nangong Chushui's small face reddened. If the former senior doesn't mind, the little woman.
Come on, where are you thinking? Lu Chuan cried and laughed. I don't want to think about these things when my thing is about to be scrapped.
Nangong Chushui froze for a moment, then realized that she had misunderstood Lu Chuan. But at the same time some disappointment rose in his heart.
If it was possible to bind Lu Chuan firmly to the Bright Moon Pavilion in this way, Nangong Chushui would offer her body without hesitation, even if Lu Chuan was old and ugly. It was obvious that Lu Chuan wasn't interested in himself. Lu Chuan waved his hand at the little girls. Everyone disperse, cultivate well, and try to solve things like this on your own when you encounter them in the future. Lu Chuan's words caused Nangong Chushui's heart to shake.
Looking at Lu Chuan's hunched body, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth.
Because Nangong Chushui understood that sooner or later, Lu Chuan would leave the Bright Moon Pavilion.
Because the Bright Moon Pavilion was too small, and the Tianyuan continent was too small, how could this side of heaven and earth accommodate this great god?
Nangong Chushui also, at this moment, set a goal for herself. Before Lu Chuan leaves here, grow the Bright Moon Pavilion by any means necessary.
At the time of Lu Chuan's departure, a Mingyue pavilion that was able to stand on its own 2 feet was the best farewell gift.
Thank you, elder. Nangong Chushui gave a deep polite salute to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded and accepted Nangong Chushui's thanks.
Also in her eyes, she saw her determination. I'll give you a hand, and it's up to you how far you can go. Lu Chuan said as he sat back down in front of the dining table and continued his unfinished lunch.
Hearing Lu Chuan's words, Nangong Chushui's nose turned a little sour. Definitely won't fail seniors' expectations.
After the crowd dispersed, Lu Chuan slowly shabu-shabu the hot pot. Chu Yuran's runaway zither sound was also finally corrected at this time. Red Leaf Reel is considered the first to return to normal. After all, it is also considered to be a person in the evil way. The picture just now gradually adapted to it. Elder, is it cold to sleep alone at night? The Red Leaf Realist poured a glass of wine for Lu Chuan, and his entire body stuck up. Vixen, slut, shameless. Little Drop and Little Shiyun gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this scene. When the Bright Moon Pavilion took in this female devil, it was one of the biggest mistakes. No need to warm the bed, my donkey is quite warm. Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little, and slapped Red Leaf Realities but hard. This slap, the pain of the Red Leaf Real Tears flower almost did not soar out. This old thing is a real slap ah. When Fu, who was on the side, heard this, he was moved and almost burst into tears. After all these years, the old thing finally recognized himself for one thing.
Nothing works though. Jojo girl, you go back too.
Lu Chuan nodded to Chu Yuran. In the future, don't hold yourself in the mountains alone, come out more often when you're not doing anything, and bask in the sun.
Aha! Chu Yuran didn't respond too much, just nodded gently.
You guys go back and slow down too, I'll clean up after myself when I'm done eating. After Lu Chuan supported a few people, he sipped a small drink while reminiscing about the past.
Donkey, I want to go home.
After a long time, Lu Chuan popped out this sentence.
Ha! Fu was a bit confused. Fever, huh? I'll slap you to death, believe it or not. Lu Chuan lifted his palm and was about to give the donkey a big forced fight. Hey, let's talk. Fu jumped out of the way in a hurry.
You have to go back, you have to have the ability to break boundaries, your hometown is not even in the same realm as this world, you're thinking about fart eating.
You stepping horse talking in a sad way, old man want fart to eat?
I'll let you eat your fill first.
Lu Chuan grabbed a Fu and sat on its head. Put.
A couple of big, muffled farts in a row almost didn't send Alfred away on the spot.
Hoo,
old thing, are you suffering from indigestion? Why do your farts stink like this?
Put.
Brother, father,
Grandfather, I was wrong. Put.
To be able to go back, perhaps in the bronze god's temple, there is a way to be able to break the boundary.
Silly dog.
Lu Chuan rolled his eyes, which stopped the life-threatening chain fart. The bronze divine hall has existed for eternity, so perhaps there is a way to break the boundary inside.
Ah Fu said with a serious face.
Hey cub seed, trying to bait old me?
Lu Chuan snorted.
Ah Fu helplessly grinned widely. What else then? Perhaps if you cultivate to the great emperor realm, you can also break through the boundary and return home.
Alas, more on that. Lu Chuan shook his head and looked into the distance.
When one gets old, one always thinks of returning to one's roots. The fondue meal was somewhat tasteless.
Maybe it's just really old.
Once the idea of going home rises in the mind, it is like grass in springtime, thriving a little.
Bang, bang, bang.
After finishing the meal, when Lu Chuan cleaned up the dishes, the entire dining table shook at that moment. Not only was the dining room table shaking, but the entire earth was also trembling rhythmically, as if 1,000 armies were charging. The smell of smoke filled the air.
A neat black line appeared on the far horizon.
As if a rising tide of seawater, this black line approached surgingly from afar, emitting a pressure that grew larger and larger as the distance drew closer. This was none other than the 200 Dragon Yuan guards led by Luo Ran. In fact, the Jin Yuan sect was the main event, and the previous rabble could only be considered appetizers at best. But Lu Chuan was a bit disinterested at this time, and didn't have much interest in slaughtering people, much less dealing with the Jin Yuan sect. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 large characters appeared above the ground. After doing this, Lu Chuan let Fu pack the pots and pans, tables, chairs and benches, and he himself slipped back to one-color peak with his back hand. Luo Ran led the Dragon Yuan guards, although there were only 200 of them. But this aura was not a little bit stronger than the miscellaneous army of more than 2,000 people earlier. The uniform black battle armor, the uniform black divine horse, the pressure brought by walking was like a landslide. When Luo Ran arrived at the mountain gate of the Bright Moon Pavilion, he only saw a huge meatball. As for the front of the mountain gate, it was empty, with only the streams of light from the mountain protection formation occasionally reflecting strange colors in the air.
What is it?
Luo Ran smelled the smell of blood in the air that had not yet dissipated, and looked at the huge ball of meat with his brows furrowed fiercely. Luo Ran nodded to one of the Dragon Yuan guards behind him and commanded, "Go take a look."
Long Yanwei rolled off his horse and walked towards the huge ball of flesh.
Upon seeing the surface of that meatball studded with densely packed heads, those distorted looks, those empty eyes, that black hole of a mouth,
Long Yanwei's spiritual world was greatly impacted.
The mind instantly went blank, and the whole thing went crazy, frantically slapping up his helmet. Seeing that the situation was not right, Luo Ran rushed forward and used his own true essence to isolate the vision of the Dragon Yuan guards. However, when Luo Ran saw that meatball, his entire body was also a bit confused. It was good that he was so strong that he was not affected by anything.
Elder Luo, how could I?
That Long Yanwei who had almost gone mad returned to his senses at this moment. Luo Ran shook his head. A never-before-seen sword chi remains here, very tyrannical and will affect the mind. Long Yanwei sighed in relief with some fear. Luckily it was just some residual sword chi.
Is this thing made from a living person?
Ryujinwei looked over at the meatball, a little less physically comfortable. Luo Ran nodded his head, it's still fresh and won't last more than an hour. Elder, that head, it seems to be the peak master of the toothless peak of the giant K sect. That head seems to be a disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Soon, the Dragon Yuan guards around him recognized the identity of the head set on the surface of the meatball. Luo Ran gently tapped his forehead. It seems that multiple clans have teamed up to come to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Have someone go to these sects to investigate and ask why they came to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Elder, there are words over there. At this moment, someone voiced a reminder. Luo Ran raised his eyes to look before the mountain gate, and sure enough, on the ground close to the gate, there were two large, crooked characters. Wait, wait. Wait? Keeping who waiting? Immediately Luo Ran reacted that these two words were reserved for the Jinyuan sect. Looking at the two crooked big words, Luo Ran gasped and couldn't help but laugh. How many years? How many years? The Jinyuan clan hasn't encountered anything like this. Soon Luo Ran perceived that turned over the wrong caddy and frowned. Given the strength of the Bright Moon Pavilion, even if it was ghostly, it would be impossible to do such a mocking thing. But this kind of thing that does happen now. So what is it that gives the Bright Moon Pavilion this kind of backbone? And how did that meatball get there? There were no very obvious signs of destruction in the neighborhood, and there should have been no mass outbursts. That means these cultivators died suddenly. Luo Ran thought about it and didn't act rashly, looking at the two words with a slight flirtation. Since we're told to wait, let's wait. Although Long Yanwei did not understand Luo Ran's order. But good discipline didn't make them talk much. You don't want that wooden sword? You don't have a handy sword either. On the way back to One Color Peak, Ah Fu chatted with Lu Chuan without words. That broken wooden sword, you've also used it for tens of thousands of years, right, stained with a large amount of your sword chi, with your ability, with some more time, you should be able to raise a good sword spirit. I noticed that you've been very active lately, chattering. Lu Chuan listened impatiently, folded a branch, and smoothly inserted it into his waist. Don't act like an old mom all day long, you're in charge of everything. The donkey rolled his wise eyes in displeasure. Gee whiz, you think I'm willing to care? If another person died in front of me, I wouldn't even blink. Silly dog. Lu Chuan bristled, but it was rare that he did not repair the donkey. You've killed too many people today, you'll attract heaven's punishment. Ah Fu changed the topic. What for? Lu Chuan impatiently pointed to the sky. Is the heavenly Tao so idle that it has to come and take care of a few pigs and dogs even after killing them? Ah Fu shook his head. A few deaths, of course, won't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao, but your power, it doesn't belong to this world. To explain it to you this way, compare this world to a computer, and your situation in this world is equivalent to a virus in the computer system. Your computer has a virus, will you kill it with antivirus software? Bah, you are the virus. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I'm afraid of her, I'll cut the girl if I'm pissed off. Reckless. The donkey let out a disdainful laugh and continued. Although you are truly invincible on Earth, it's hard to say whether you'll win or lose if you have to go head-to-head with the heavenly Tao of a great world. Besides, the heavenly Tao won't fight you head-on, it will just strike you with thunder every day, and if it doesn't kill you, it will annoy you to death. You dog, what are you trying to say by going around and around? Lu Chuan huffed a big pussy bucket on the donkey's face. The donkey's face was directly slapped out of shape, but it didn't care, it didn't matter, after all, it had been used to it for a long time. If Lu Chuan didn't give it a blow, it would be a bit uncomfortable instead. Let me get this straight. Fu shook his head, letting his deformed face return to normal. You need to learn the cultivation system of this world so that you won't cause the heavenly Tao to target you. You're sick. Lu Chuan's voice raised an octave. Are you sure that the two types of system power won't clash in Laozi's body? Ah Fu shook his head. I don't know, look at it. Anyway, I'm only responsible for opening the hangars. Exactly how to operate, you solve it yourself. Lu Chuan thought for a while, but did not have a clue, and finally decided to go back and try first. It was pouring rain in the old Lone Mountain range at night.
Lu Chuan, who was before the mountain gate, led the Dragon Yuan guards to stand quietly in the pouring rain. Even under the heavy rain, the Dragon Yuan guards remained stalwart, keeping their formation intact. The word weight on the ground had been washed away by the rain. A black warhorse came at great speed from the distance, and it was one of the Dragon Yuan guards that had been sent out during the day to spy on the information. Elder, the cause of the matter has been clarified. Half a month ago, the Maple Leaf Mystic Realm opened, and all the participating clans, except for the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, were all wiped out. This time it's the 10,000 Beasts sect that has joined forces with all the great sects to cause trouble at the Bright Moon Pavilion. All of them were wiped out, and only those from the Bright Moon Pavilion survived? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment, feeling more and more that the transformation of the Bright Moon Pavilion was a bit bizarre. Since we're all here, let's wait here first. It wasn't without reason that Lu Chuan had gotten to this point. Being careful is a constant truth wherever you put it. Of course, if it was determined that there was no variation in the Mingyue Pavilion, then what awaited the Mingyue Pavilion would be a massacre. Senior, the Jin Yuan sect's people have been waiting at the bottom of the mountain all night. Lu Chuan had just gotten up when Nangong Chushue entered the small courtyard. Nangong Chushue's demeanor was a bit haggard. It seemed like she didn't rest last night. The arrival of the Dragon Yanwei gave her great pressure. How could Nangong Chushue not have expected the Jin Yuan sect would send out the Dragon Yuan guards, a great killing weapon? Not in the mood for them, let's air it out for a few more days. After Lu Chuan finished, he did radio gymnastics in the courtyard. Nangong Chushue's eyes jumped straight up. The other party is Jin Yuan sect, and the person coming is still Lu Chuan, this big cunt. Is it really good to leave it hanging like this? But now that everything was staked on Lu Chuan, Nangong Chushue could only listen to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was finally a bit more comfortable after moving his body. With these old arms and legs, I'm really afraid that one day the body parts won't work anymore. That's right, get me some introductory books on cultivation, and in addition find a girl who is articulate and logical to give me lessons. Nangong Chushue was a bit stunned, not understanding what Lu Chuan was trying to do. In her perception, Lu Chuan should be a cultivator, only that she didn't know what method she had used to mask the fluctuation of true essence in her body. Go on, silly. Lu Chuan slapped Nangong Chushue's ass. The fiery pain made Nangong Chushue come back to her senses and ran out with a red little face. Soon, Bai Lin came to the small courtyard with some books and a white stone. Obviously, the master that Nangong Chushue had found for Lu Chuan was Bai Lin. Senior, this is the Bright Moon Pavilion's introductory technique, the Clear Spring Decree, and this is the Heavenly Starstone, something used to test qualifications. Bai Lin was kind of familiar with Lu Chuan and didn't have much tension. Putting the things on the table, he introduced them to Lu Chuan one by one. This matter of cultivation is about talent, and Lu Chuan still understands this point. When Bai Lin finished her introduction, Lu Chuan picked up the transparent stone and focused his attention on it. Hey, with the skills of a grandpa, at least it's a supreme talent, isn't it? Lu Chuan held the stone proudly, and soon the heavenly starstone reacted. A little bit of colored mist lingered above the stone. Soon this mist grew more and more solid. These colored mists swirled and eventually coalesced into a bit of thumb-sized, black hole-like contraption. Pop! In the next moment, the heavenly starstone directly shattered away. This can make Lu Chuan bullish. The movement is so big, how can it be a great talent? However, looking again at Bai Lin, as well as little Lulu who was watching from the sidelines, little Shiyun, and the reaction of the Red Leaf Realist, Lu Chuan felt that things were, well, a little off. The four women, all of them were in a daze, as if they had not calculated this outcome even after 1,000 calculations. What, Moncler Outlet Online, this natural talent is not awesome? Lu Chuan asked with some uncertainty. Pfft, the Red Leaf Realist on the side, at this time, finally couldn't hold back, and spewed out a mouthful. The Red Leaf Reality covered her small mouth and laughed. Grand Master, your talent is more than outstanding. It's not too much to say that it's the only one in the entire Tian Yuan continent. Lu Chuan cannot understand, since this bull, why still this expression? Bai Lin scratched her head and explained with a bitter, delicate little face.
Senior, judging from the reaction of the heavenly starstone, your physique should be that of the legendary 5 elements hegemony body.
Oh ha ha, bully ha, this name is not simple once you hear it. Lu Chuan was happy, he really was the chosen one. Pro ha ha.
The red leaf realist on the side laughed out loud. Grandpa, this 5 elements hegemony body, just the name sounds overbearing. From ancient times to the present day there are records of the successful cultivation of only this one person. Lu Chuan heard is not thought, good talent well, practice up difficult that is not supposed to be.
You shut up.
Bai Lin glared fiercely at the gloating red leaf realist. Then he looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of apologies and explained.
Senior, this 5 elements hegemony body, it's a very special type of physique. Usually for cultivators, there's usually just 1 or 2 main attributes, and as many as 3. When we cultivate, we only need to follow our own attributes and keep going, and the resources we need to consume won't be too much. But the 5 elements hegemony body, which is complete with all 5 elements, requires not only a terrifying amount of resources to cultivate, but also a balance of the 5 elements. According to the records, in the ancient times when resources were abundant, there were people who had succeeded in cultivating. But with the current amount of resources, it's simply impossible to cultivate the hegemonic body. Eh?
Lu Chuan was dumbfounded by what he heard. One's physique was awesome, but not being able to cultivate it seemed to be the result.
Grand Master, you are unable to cultivate, so where did you get this invincible power?
Red Leaf True, who was on the side, snickered.
None of your business.
Lu Chuan angrily slapped the red leaf realist's butt. The pain was caused by the red leaf real person's tears.
Disperse, disperse, do what you need to do what you need to do.
Lu Chuan rolled his eyes.
After a few people left, Lu Chuan found Ah Fu.
Donkey, you saw what happened just now, unable to practice, no way.
You panic a ball.
Ah Fu cheerfully looked at Lu Chuan. A little red light shot out from the eyes of the wisdom and swept Lu Chuan from head to tail.
The 5 elements hegemony body, it's not that it can't be cultivated, it's just that the resources are limited.
The inputs are not proportional to the returns, commonly known as value for money. You're stepping on a horse with a set of words, say something that old me can understand.
Lu Chuan wanted to give this donkey another shot.
The donkey withdrew the red light and cheerfully said, it's very simple, the resources to raise one 5 elements hegemony body can feed millions of ordinary cultivators. And it's hard to cultivate the 5 elements hegemony body, if you can't find the balance, there's a risk of disintegration at any time. As far as this price/performance ratio is concerned, as long as there's no pit in the brain, no one would think of investing in the 5 elements hegemony.
It's just right, old me is also too lazy to cultivate. Lu Chuan was indifferent, why so tired, directly lying flat is not good. Hey, just because others can't, doesn't mean you can't.
Donkey cheaply came up to Lu Chuan.
As long as I can match the information about this world, I can find enough resources for you. Now, you go find a few big cities and kill it so that the heavenly Tao will step in to exterminate you. I'll take advantage of the time when the heavenly Tao puts its attention on you to invade this great world, and as long as I succeed, I'll use the resources of the entire world to feed you alone, so I'm still afraid that I won't succeed? Get the hell out of here. Lu Chuan raised his foot and sent the donkey flying. Think about it, it's the only way. The donkey's undying voice came from far away. Lu Chuan wasn't that bored, since he couldn't practice, he didn't practice. Doesn't he smell good when he's lying here looking at a beautiful woman? When the rejuvenation is successful and the dick thing works, wouldn't it be nice to marry 100 broads by then?
Elder, it's bad, something has happened to the disciple who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect to refine pills. While Lu Chuan was fantasizing about a bright future, Bai Lin rushed into the small courtyard with a small white face.
Crap! Lu Chuan stood up from his chair with a prancing movement.
The illusory face pill was Lu Chuan's only hope of returning to his old age. If anything goes wrong, this psychopath, he's going to put a hole in the sky.
Go on, check it out. Lu Chuan followed by Lin and headed to the main peak, Tianshui Peak.
At this time, in the Tianshui Peak's council hall, hundreds of disciples stood quietly in the hall. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was terribly quiet.
The occasional sob added a little more poignancy to the suppressed sadness. In the middle of the hall lay a girl covered in blood. Because his whole body was soaked with blood and his face was covered, he could no longer see his original appearance. Nangong Chushua tightly hugged the girl, tears could not be stopped from dripping down in big drops. "Where's the XX?" The girl, who was like a blood man, opened her eyes with difficulty, and her formerly bright pupils had become a lifeless gray. The girl gently spread her palm and a ring slipped from her hand. This ring contained the materials for refining the illusory face pill for Lu Chuan. Seeing the ring that was dyed red with blood, Nangong Chushua could no longer hold back and let out a loud cry. "Tiny, tiny, 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 elder will be here soon, don't you sleep, and you'll never wake up again." Yet the passage of life is never slowed down by the amount of emotion. Lin Xiaoxiao finally raised her head with difficulty and looked towards the door of the council chamber. The pale figure was not seen until the end of his life. "My name is Lin Xiaoxiao, small for size, elder, take us to pick herbs, will you?" "Hey senior, why is your back always sprained ah?" "Hey senior, when we go back, can you teach me sword practice?" When Lu Chuan arrived at the council chamber, Lin Xiaoxiao had already closed her eyes forever. Lu Chuan recognized the person wrapped in blood. The little girl who smiled all day and would hold her chin up with a stubborn face if she was upset. Lu Chuan has a bad memory, but has always remembered the name of this, smiling like a kitten girl. Her name is Lin Xiaoxiao. She's dead. The death was sudden. It was so sudden that it left Lu Chuan without any defense. Lu Chuan despises the lives of his enemies, but also values the lives of those around him. Lin Zhao's death caught Lu Chuan off guard and left him frozen in the doorway. In this world, the cheapest thing is life and the most precious thing is life. Cheap are the lives of your enemies, precious are the lives of those around you. Senpai. Nangong Chushua picked up the ring that Lin Xiaoxiao dropped and held it up in front of her eyes as she choked. Xiaoxiao and the girls didn't give up on the mission, and the materials for the illusory face pill are well protected. Lu Chuan sighed softly and walked into the hall. Looking at Lin Xiaoxiao's dead eyes, Lu Chuan gently closed them for her. "There will be someone to bury you all." Lu Chuan's clear and cold voice resounded in the hall. "How did it go?" Nangong Chushua knew that now was not the time to be sad and silently wiped away her tears. For this trip to the 100 Flowers sect for alchemy, there are a total of 11 people on escort duty, with the person in charge being the fifth elder. In order not to attract attention, it didn't take a spirit beast, but instead used a magic weapon to fly to the 100 Flowers sect. Xiaoxiao finally brought back the news. They are in the Black Moon Beach, encountered the evil cultivators, the fifth elder with other disciples died in battle, only Xiaoxiao desperately broke out. Lu Chuan nodded, it seemed that he should have encountered a halfway robbery. Nangong Chushua looked sad and helpless. Over the years, Minghue Pavilion has been weak, and I've always restricted my disciples from going out just because I'm afraid of encountering this kind of thing. Take me to Black Moon Beach. Lu Chuan got up, everything has to have a result, and it's only right that blood should pay for blood. Nangong Chushua nodded and picked up Lin Xiaoxiao's body, her eyes filled with rage. Lin, go prepare the materials for the Mirror Flower Water Moon and go to Black Moon Beach with Senior. The other disciples make preparations for battle and guard the mountain gate. No outsider shall step into the Bright Moon Pavilion before Senior returns. Red Leaf, you also follow Senior to Black Moon Beach, you know better about evil cultivators. Nangong Chushua arranged everything in an organized manner. Black Moon Beach, a necessary place to the 100 Flowers sect. If you don't go to the 100 Flowers sect through Black Moon Beach, you have to bypass the huge 100 Zephyr Lake, which will take a lot of time. Moreover, there were demonic beasts around 100 Zephyr Lake from time to time, and there was always the danger of being devoured. Therefore, Black Moon Beach has almost become a one-way street. Because of this, Black Moon Beach had also become the best place for the evil way to stop and rob. Because those who traveled to the 100 Flowers sect were bound to be cultivators who went to refine pills, and usually carried a large amount of heavenly materials on their bodies. This kind of no-cost business who like to do. Over time, the Black Moon Beach has become a nest of robbers and bandits. In addition, the terrain here is extremely steep and dangerous, and it is also close to Bay's Lake.
Even if the upper three clans organized a siege, these evil cultivators drilled towards 100 Zephyr Lake and nothing happened. When the winds of the siege passed, the evil cultivators who were lucky enough to survive, ran out again and continued to engage in their old profession. Moreover, these robbers are also smart, never messing with the disciples of big clans and sects, only robbing those clans that are weak. Obviously, the Bright Moon Pavilion belonged to the kind of powerlessness. When Lu Chuan arrived at the Black Moon Beach, all that was left was a field full of corpses. The blood was blackened, tons of flies landed on top of the body, and scavengers leered around, ready to feast. Seeing the shattered corpses of her fellow disciples, Bai Lin and her group couldn't help but redden their eyes. Let's collect the bodies of the girls first. Lu Chuan's expression was flat, and his voice couldn't hear any emotional fluctuations. The people complied and pieced together the body on the riverbank. Senior, something is wrong. Soon the Red Leaf realist sensed that something was wrong. Say. Lu Chuan nodded expressionlessly. The Red Leaf realist swallowed his saliva, a little afraid of Lu Chuan's appearance. The evil cultivators that are entrenched in Black Moon Beach generally don't take things to the extreme, and even robberies seldom kill anyone, let alone beat corpses to pieces. They are seeking wealth, not for the sake of killing. The Red Leaf reality looked at Lu Chuan, and seeing that Lu Chuan didn't respond, he could only continue. Judging by this means of driving the people out of business, it is possible that the robberies and killings were committed by a different group of people. With that, the Red Leaf realist waved his hand, and a severed arm flew into his hand. The severed arm took on a bizarre, miserable green color, and it was obvious that it had been poisoned. There aren't many cultivators who use poison, and poison cultivators are one of the most sinful. Even the average evil cultivator wouldn't touch it. Finish in one breath. Lu Chuan frowned. Red Leaf reality was startled and quickly nodded. This green poison, which I have seen before, is called Green Blaze and is only found on the 72 Immortals Island. 72 Divine Immortal Islands. Hearing this name, Bai Lin and the others' hearts trembled. If we say that the 100 Ghost Sect is the leader of the evil path in the central and western part of the Tianyuan continent, then the 72 Divine Immortals Cave is the leader of the evil paths in the entire Tianyuan continent. The 72 Immortal Caves, above the Sea of Undreaming, far from the mainland. It is said that the evil cultivators who gather at the 72 Divine Immortals Cave number in the tens of thousands. Each of these evil cultivators is ruthless, and they all have absolute unique skills. These people have gathered together to form a force that has almost caught up with the three sections. Even Yin Mengzi, one of the upper three clans next to the Unsleeping Sea, can't do anything about the 72 Divine Immortal Caves. When Real Red Leaf finished speaking, Lu Chuan raised his eyes to Bai Lin. Girl, use the Mirror Flower Water Moon to restore the scene. One by one I'll go and execute their 9 clans. Good. Lu Chuan's words gave Bai Lin a great sense of security. Soon the Mirror Flower Water Moon formation was completely set up, and the scene picture appeared in the water mirror. Seeing the tragic battle, as well as the fifth elder leading the maids, helping Lin Xiaoxiao to break the back and buy time for her to escape, the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion had long been sobbing uncontrollably. The battle ended with the fifth elder blowing himself up. In other words, it was impossible to find the remnants of the fifth elder's body at the scene. The silence was accompanied by low cries, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Elder, I recognize this person, he's from the 72 Divine Immortals Cave. In the end, it was the Red Leaf realist who broke the silence, pointing at the picture, an old man who appeared at the end. Lu Chuan nodded his head. Now he could be sure that this hijacking was the work of the 72 Divine Immortals Cave. The Red Leaf realist looked at the picture and was a bit puzzled. Senior, there's one thing I don't understand. The 72 Immortal Caves are usually active along the coast. How could they have come deeper into the vicinity of 100 Zephyr Lake? I'm afraid this place is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Unsleeping Sea. There's no reason for them to seek farther away and come here to rob and kill people. I'll figure it out. Saying that, Lu Chuan raised his eyes to look at the large mountains surrounding him and asked, are there evil cultivators in these mountains? Red Leaf realist nodded. If there is no large-scale siege, the evil cultivators that are entrenched in Black Moon Beach are usually hiding in the surrounding mountains. Hearing this, Lu Chuan drew out a branch from his waist and ruthlessly plunged it into the ground.
Sword 3-man scourge. The black sword chi spread out like a spider web.
Soon, this black spiderweb sword chi spread over the entire ground, extending all the way into the surrounding mountains. Starting at the moment the spider web spread, the insects and birds disappeared, the breeze stopped blowing, and the small river not far away stopped flowing. All sound, at this moment, fell silent. 10 minutes later, the crowd saw a figure that walked out from the large mountain directly in front of them.
The man was stagnant and walked shakily, like a walking corpse.
Upon closer inspection, a black spider silk was attached to his feet. With the first one, then the second, the third, the fourth. But in 10 minutes' time, hundreds of people came out of the surrounding mountains. All of these people had one thing in common: they were controlled by the black sword chi transformed into spider silk and became walking corpses. This is what kind of weird and evil means. This seemed to see other people all over the body cold. The first one who came to Lu Chuan was a tall and thin middle-aged man.
Sick Taiyu, Wu Dajiang.
The red leaf realist looked at the middle-aged man with a surprised expression.
This Wu Dajiang was also known in the evil circle.
It is said that because the body has a disease, has not been able to cure, the whole person was tortured by the disease, tall and thin with a skeleton-like, so got the Sick Tai Sui such a nickname. However, this Sick Taiyu was a solid 6th realm cultivator, and was considered to be prestigious in the evil Dao. However, right now, this Wu Dajiang was looking at Lu Chuan like a puppet on strings, dumbfounded.
What was the battle at Black Moon Beach earlier? Lu Chuan opened his mouth and asked. Wu Dajiang nodded with a dull expression.
The people from the 72 immortal caves came here the day before yesterday and negotiated with us to rob and kill the people from the Bright Moon Pavilion. The condition is that the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion must finish dying, and they won't take a penny of the possessions they gained. The Bright Moon Pavilion is weak, so we'll agree to it. After saying that, Wu Dajiang froze again and stopped saying anything. Not for wealth, only murder. Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead. It seems that this matter still needs a trip to the 72 Immortals cave to figure it out. There might be someone who buys murders.
As Lu Chuan pondered, he drew out a branch from the ground and threw it. The branch landed firmly in the center of the creek. Since you're involved in this, you can go to hell. All of the controlled cultivators shifted their direction at this moment, walking woodenly towards the center position of the creek. Hundreds of people gathered in large and small circles, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. I'm going to the fucking fairy cave, who knows the way? After saying that, Lu Chuan used his black sword chi to protect all the maids. Red Leaf Reality thought for a moment and said, the 72 Immortals cave is very mysterious. Above the vast ocean, it is said to be protected by natural formations, and it is very difficult to find. Senior, I can take you to the Unsleeping Sea, but I don't know the exact location, so you can go to Cloud Dream Zephyr then. Boom!
Before the Red Leaf Realist had finished speaking, the cultivators who had formed a circle not far away all exploded with a loud bang. The crowd only saw a flash of black light before their eyes, then their ears lost hearing and their eyes were almost blinded. The explosion of hundreds of cultivators caused a commotion that was simply appalling. A huge black mushroom cloud rose, and the terrifying shockwave almost overturned everything that could be seen in a 10-mile radius. This is the origin of the name Human Woe in Lu Chuan's 12 sword stances. Using sword chi to erode a living person, and then using sword chi to stimulate the living person to self-detonate, a living human bomb maker. This move is best suited for mass slaughter. If Lu Chuan was willing, it would only take a few minutes to slaughter a big city with the human disaster. And the stronger the person controlled by the sword chi, the more powerful the explosion would be. These hundreds of people were all cultivators, and there was no shortage of powerful cultivators of the 6th realm like Wu Dajiang. The power of this explosion was the power of a small nuclear bomb. The most terrifying thing was that the black sword chi that scattered after the explosion would control the living people to self-detonate before it completely dissipated. These 12 sword moves were created during the time when Lu Chuan was most mentally abnormal, with anti-human and anti-social attributes pulled full circle. The crowd was protected by the sword chi, and although they weren't affected by the shockwave, the horrifying scene made everyone's legs and stomachs go weak. After the explosion, Lu Chuan retrieved all the scattered black sword chi. Nowadays, Lu Chuan, although the psychosis also intermittently attack, but after coming out has been much better, not to care about killing and burying. Girl, you guys go back first, I'll make a trip to the unsleeping sea with little red leaf. Lu Chuan put a gentle wave of his hand and the branch in the center of the creek flew to Bai Lin Lin. The explosion of that magnitude just now actually didn't even damage this tree branch in the slightest, it was incredible. You take this branch, and when you meet something that looks for trouble and doesn't care, whip the hell out of it. White Wind Ferry, the outlet of the unsleeping sea. A huge city, White Wind City, was formed here with a focus on navigation and trade, and was managed by Yun Mengzi, one of the upper three clans. Yun Mengzi, in the upper three clans, was considered the most low-profile and the one with the weakest presence. Normally, it was rare to see disciples of Cloud Dreamer walking the world. However, Yun Mengzi was recognized as one of the richest clans on the Tianyuan continent. Because Cloud Dreamer was in charge of trade out to sea, there were 3 flying cloud merchant ships capable of crossing continents. These 3 merchant ships were responsible for commerce with other continents, traveling back and forth once every 3 or 5 years. Each round trip would bring great benefits to Cloud Dreamer. Yunmeng's seafaring trade hasn't been going well in the last few years. The 72 immortal caves on the unsleeping sea have seen a lot of activity over the years. Although they didn't dare to rob the flying cloud merchant ship in Yunmeng's, they frequently disembarked and plundered White Wind City. The entire White Wind City, which had been made to look like a chicken and dog in recent years, had greatly affected the trading activities of Yunmeng's. But Cloud Dreamer couldn't do much with this one rat turd. Because the 72 immortal caves, in the middle of the vast ocean, are sheltered by natural formations. In addition, each of these evil cultivators are all human dragon and phoenix, really want to completely eradicate. I'm afraid that Yunmeng's will also be greatly injured. At that time, letting Xian Tian sect and Jinyuan sect pick up the advantage for nothing was the last thing Yunmeng's wanted to see. It was already 2 days after Lu Chuan arrived at White Wind City. With Lu Chuan's speed, he had also rushed for 2 days, and had a new perception of the immensity of this world. The red leaf realist, who was following beside him, looked at the bustling streets. Senior, let's go to the city lord's mansion and ask. Yun Mengzi definitely knows the exact location of the 72 divine immortal caves. Lu Chuan didn't refuse. It was indeed a bit difficult to find a few small islands in this vast ocean. If the donkey matched the information from this world, it wouldn't have to be such a hassle. The city lord's office has issued a new notice. Recruiting again, for how many times this month? Now that the gang of brutes from the 72 immortal caves are so rampant that they've reportedly hit their minds on the flying cloud ship, Cloud Dream Zephyr is definitely going to make a move. We'll just watch the fun, give more commissions, then we have to have a life to spend it, don't we? In front of the luxurious gates of the city lord's mansion, a large group of cultivators were gathered around, discussing the newly issued bulletin on the wall. Lu Chuan looked at it. It was a recruitment notice for guards. The requirements were quite high, one had to be above the 5th realm, and sword cultivators were prioritized. And it's a long-term contract, 5 years minimum. Of course the conditions offered were also very attractive, with a minimum salary of 10,000 top-grade spirit stones per year, as well as a variety of heavenly materials. Lu Chuan remembered that the Mingyue Pavilion's yearly income was only about 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. This Cloud Dream Zephyr was able to offer an annual salary of 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones for recruiting a guard, so there was no problem in saying that it was rich and generous. Cloud Dream Zephyr seems to have had a hard time these years, with the price being set so high. After reading the bulletin, the red leaf realist sighed somewhat sadly. Lu Chuan thought about it and had an idea in his mind. Go and talk to their leader. How much can they give me for destroying the 72 immortal caves? The Bright Moon Pavilion is too poor, and since he decided to help them out, Lu Chuan was still slightly on the ball. We're going to destroy the 72 immortal caves anyway, so it would be nice if we could make a profit for the Bright Moon Pavilion's maids in the meantime. Right, why didn't I think of that? The red leaf realist slapped his head. Ugh, what for? Apply for guards, go over there, this side is the city lord's mansion. Red leaf Makoto pulled Lu Chuan and ventured through the gate, and was unsurprisingly stopped by the guards. Lu Chuan was not in the mood to bother with the guard here, and directly used his sword chi to control the guard so that he could inform him of his purpose. Soon the city lord himself came out to greet the duo, showing great enthusiasm. After all, it was unknown how many years it had been since there had been a fierce person who was going to go and destroy the 72 divine immortal caves. The lord of the city was a small, fat old man who looked to be in his 50s, a little fat, long and peaceful like a rich man. "Both of you, inside please." The city lord could not hide his inner disappointment after seeing Lu Chuan and Red Leaf Realist. But since he can sit in this position, this little fatso still has a knack for treating people well. The city lord didn't let the duo's appearance slow him down one bit. "No need, send someone who knows the way, and head out to sea right away." Lu Chuan didn't like human feelings and acted in a raw manner. The city lord was a bit embarrassed and smiled helplessly. "Old man, going out to sea is not impossible, but you have to think clearly, this is not a joke. How much will you Yun Meng Zhe give after eliminating the 72 divine immortal caves?" Lu Chuan didn't want to bullshit with him and cut straight to the chase. Seeing that Lu Chuan was so confident, the city lord was a bit confused. Was this old man really capable, or had he lost his mind? Moreover, he couldn't feel Lu Chuan's body. There were fluctuations of true essence, which made him a bit skeptical. 2 million top-grade spirit stones. After thinking it over, the city lord still quoted the price. 2 million top-grade spirit stones was almost 20 years of Ming Yue's income. One bite price, $4 million. Lu Chuan also sat down and directly doubled the price. You're crazy." The city lord was taken aback. 4 million top-grade spirit stones was 3 whole years of income for Cloud Dream Zephyr. "Just 4 million, can we talk?" Lu Chuan was strong, staring straight into the city lord's eyes. Looking at Lu Chuan's emotionless fluctuating eyes, the city lord felt his soul shaking inexplicably. 3 million. What Lu Chuan did not expect was that this little fat one actually resisted the pressure and returned the price. Yun Mengza has a large family, although it earns a lot, it also has a lot of expenses. The price you quoted is too high. Every time we go to sea, there will be accidents. It's nothing if something goes wrong with the goods, but if something goes wrong with the people, then we will have to pay a large sum of money. Last time, the flying cloud ship crashed into an iceberg, and it cost 1 million top-grade spirit stones just to repair the ship. Just 4 million, 1 penny less and I'll pinch you to death. Send a man to the ferry right away, and set sail now. Lu Chuan's domineering character is on display. After saying that, he carried his hands behind his back and left the city lord's mansion. Looking at Lu Chuan's back as he left, the city lord let out a long breath. The pressure this old man brought to him was too much, especially when those eyes were staring at him, as if they were going to suck the soul out of him. $4 million to exterminate the 72 immortal caves isn't too expensive. The city lord estimated it and felt that 4 million was still acceptable. Of course, the prerequisite is that all 72 immortal caves must be destroyed. Don't let the whole wildfire burn out in the spring and those 4 million won't be spent in vain. The city lord pondered for a while, and finally made up his mind to take a gamble. There's nothing to lose anyway. If it succeeds, Yun Mengs will get rid of a piece of heart disease in the future, and the safety of external navigation in White Wind City can also be guaranteed. If it fails, the old man won't be able to come back without worrying about coming looking for trouble. Elder, you really dare to ask for it, for 1 million top-grade spirit stones, what a big pile that must be. In the ferry's small noodle shop, Lu Chuan was eating noodles, and the Red Leaf Realist was accompanying him. It's going to be less. Lu Chuan shook his head. If we can destroy all 72 divine immortal caves, Yun Mengza can accept a higher price. The safety of the shipping routes is an important factor affecting trade, and Yun Mengs is not going to save that money. Bang! As we were chatting, 4 men pushed their way into the noodle shop. After looking around, he walked straight towards Lu Chuan's seat. The big, black man in the lead heavily slapped a compass in his hand on the table. You little old man, hiding in this bird place to eat noodles, making me a good search, is that you want to go to sea, is it? The man's voice was so loud and frightening that it shook the entire small noodle shop. Is the city lord off his meds? Just these two also want to go out to sea to find the god's immortal cave. What kind of cats and dogs are they these days? Snap! Before the man could finish his sentence, he received a slap on the face, and his whole body crashed through the small noodle shop and flew into the street.
Please welcome our next talking guest. Lu Chuan said, picking up the head-sized bowl and gulping down the noodle soup. The remaining 2 men and 1 woman looked at Lu Chuan and gulped. They didn't even see how the person flew out. But one thing's for sure, it was this old noodle eater who did it. I am Wang Shouyu, this is my second brother, Wang Shouyu, this is my youngest brother, Wang Shourun, and the one who was slapped by you, is our elder brother, Wang Shoui. It was the woman who eventually took the lead. Ha! Wang Shui 13 incense? Lu Chuan looked at Wang Shui, who was lying on the road, not knowing how to die, and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. What? Wang Shouyu didn't understand for a moment. Lu Chuan waved his hand, the mission is clear to you guys, just take me to find that bullshit fairy cave. Wang Shouyu nodded, the city lord has already explained. Okay, don't want to bother with you guys, just do your own thing. Lu Chuan's mood is not good, put down a sentence straight out of the noodle shop. Don't follow this 13 fragrance, it affects my mood. Out of the door Lu Chuan kicked Wang Shui again and left this sentence. You, second brother Wang Xiaoyu couldn't stand it and just wanted to say a few words, only to have his mouth covered by Wang Shouyu. If you want to die, pick a different place, we can't afford to mess with this old man. Wang Shouyu nodded helplessly. The sailing went well. It caused quite a stir when it came on board. After all, this kind of death-seeking job doesn't come along very often these days. The veterans who hang out at White Wind Ferry, they all know one thing. That is, once the 4 siblings of the Wang family sailed out to sea, they must have gone to find the god's cave. Only these 4 siblings were able to accurately locate the location of the 72 Divine Immortals' cave. The last time these 4 siblings sailed was like 20 years ago, right? Pretty much, there was a lot of fuss. I remember that time it was a bandit suppression team consisting of thousands of people, and there were also a few 7th realm grand cultivators. You guys remembered wrong, the last time was 32 years ago, when Cloud Dream Zephyr organized its own team to go to the sea, more than 3,000 people went and only 100 or so came back. It's been too long to remember much. Ugh, now Cloud Dreamer is getting more and more unreliable, actually letting an old man go out to sea. If we hitch the 4 siblings of the Wang family, Yun Mengzi won't even be able to cry when the time comes. It said, that this 72 Divine Immortal Cave is actually related to the other 2 great sections. Dude, that's not a good thing to say. Nonsense? You guys don't think about it, what makes these 72 Divine Immortal Caves live so nourishingly under the eyes of Yun Mengzi? If it didn't have the support of the other 2 clans, I wouldn't believe it even if it killed me. There is some truth to it, after all, Cloud Dreamer's business is too lucrative, or the only one, can other people not be greedy? Hold it, these are not ours to discuss. The small golden boat carrying Lu Chuan and his group went out to sea, leading to endless discussions among the people on the shore. Elderly man, this is our Wang family's unique rushing boat, it's much faster than ordinary boats, if we want to go back, we can always turn around. On the boat, Wang Shouyu spoke to Lu Chuan apprehensively. Lu Chuan didn't pay any attention to her and sat alone at the bow of the boat, enjoying the scenery of the sea. Wang Shui, the unlucky man, is also on board, because to find the 72 immortal caves hidden by natural formations, the 4 siblings must work together to accomplish it. Although he didn't like the man, Lu Chuan let him on board. Wang Shui's right cheek was swollen high, and with an aggrieved face, he shrunk to the rear of the boat, trying to stay as far away from Lu Chuan as possible. I'll let you get away with that shit, now you've kicked the bucket. Wang Xiaoyue gave Wang Shui a hard lesson while applying medicine. Hearing this, Wang Shui was even more aggrieved and shed tears. There's something funny about this big man bearing his eyes. For the next 2 days, the boat sped its way through the vast ocean. It wasn't until the middle of the night on the 3rd day, when it came to a black sea, that the small boat stopped. Old man, we're going to start locating Divine Immortal Island. Wang Shouyu looked nervously at Lu Chuan, still hoping in her heart that he would go back. After all these years, those who came to trouble the Immortal Cave didn't have a good ending. It was obvious that this girl was a kind-hearted child, and she wasn't worried about herself, but about the safety of Lu Chuan and the Red Leaf Realist. Lu Chuan waved his hand, it's fine, if you feel unsafe, just set your positions and leave on your own. I didn't mean that. Wang Shouyu let out a helpless bitter smile. Since he couldn't be persuaded, Wang Shouyue could only start his own work. The four siblings fixed the boat, and one of them took out a compass and looked at the stars above the sky. The location of the 72 divine immortal caves is not fixed, because of the influence of the natural formations. The location of the island groups will keep changing, but overall they will not move out of this Black Sea. Wang Shouyu explained for Lu Chuan. We can follow the astrological signs and locate the exact location of the current 72 immortal caves. Above the zenith, a few beams of moonlight fell down, accurately illuminating the center of the four people's compasses. The compass erupted with an intense golden light, and then this golden light returned to the celestial dome, and the compasses of the four began to rotate. As the four of them kept pinching, the ancient compass appeared to change in a shocking manner. The centers of the compasses slowly spread out, each center into the shape of a quarter lotus. Immediately afterward, the four of them brought their compasses together. The center lotus portion, detached from the compass, rises into the air to form a complete lotus flower. The lotus flower blooms slowly under the moonlight. Eventually, above the blooming lotus flower, a sea chart appeared. Found it. Wang Shouyu looked at the sea chart with a joyful heart. However, before Wang Shouyu could tell the exact location, the calm sea actually churned up. Monstrous waves surged up, and the small boat shook violently in the huge waves, as if it would be smashed apart at any moment. A huge black shadow, looming in the huge waves, approached the small boat at great speed. Sea-devouring beast, how could an 8th realm demonic beast appear here? Seeing that black shadow, Wang Shouyu's voice changed in fear. Come on, speed up, get out of here. It was too late, however, as the dark figure rode in on a huge wave, opened its mouth wide in the surf, and stormily began to inhale. The boat kept circling under this terrifying suction. The sea-devouring beast was an 8th realm demonic beast, and of the four siblings of the Wang family, the highest realm was Wang Shuyi, who was only at the peak of the 5th realm. With such strength, trying to escape from under the mouth of the sea-devouring beast was simply a fool's errand. The churning waves sent several people into deep despair. Roll. Just at the moment when the boat was about to lose control, Lu Chuan's cool voice faintly sounded. The sound wasn't loud, yet it clearly traveled into everyone's ears. The voice seemed to hit directly above the soul, causing everyone to tremble. What was even more incredible was that the sea-eating beasts that came riding the waves and carrying the might of nature came with a roll of the word. It actually fell hard and smashed into the ocean. The crowd saw that the huge body of the sea-devouring beast, under the surface of the sea, was like avoiding the plague, going away at great speed. The people who had escaped from death were paralyzed on top of the boat, and the way they looked at Lu Chuan again had completely changed. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. Wang Shouyu took the lead and thanked Lu Chuan, and the remaining three hurriedly followed suit and got up. Is the location set? Lu Chuan waved his hand in boredom. Wang Shouyu nodded. It's set, 3,500 miles to the southeast. The 72 immortal caves are sheltered by natural formations, it's not that easy to enter. Before Wang Shouyu could finish his words, Lu Chuan had already disappeared in the bow of the boat. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Only the red leaf real person is used to it, lethargically leaning against the side of the boat, looking at the Black Sea out of mind. Girl, what is this old man's origin? Wang Shouyu really cannot tense up, previously offended Lu Chuan, now can only probe the wind. I don't know. Red Leaf Realist smiled and shrugged, just don't mess with his old man anyway. The crowd went silent for a while, just Lu Chuan's look that looked like the wind could blow him over. Who wouldn't want to mess with that? Third sister, there's something not quite right about the 8-mirrored demon beast appearing here. Wang Sharen, who had always spoken very little, spoke up worriedly at this moment. Wang Shouyu nodded. It should be related to the eye of the spectral springs tremor, and the powerful demonic beasts in the center of the undying sea may have been driven to other regions. Alas! Wang Sharen sighed. I don't know what's going on, the sea has not been peaceful for the past 2 years. Wang Shouyu rubbed Wang Sharen's head and laughed. These things, which is our turn to worry about. The upper 3 sects have all sent people to the eye of the spectral spring there. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Why is it so difficult to get rid of the tumor that is the 72 immortal caves? The reason was simple,
this archipelago was sheltered by natural formations. The formation was magical and unusual, able to carry the archipelago and keep changing its position. Without the skill of astrological localization, it would be impossible to find it accurately in the middle of a vast ocean. Lu Chuan came to the direction guided by Wang Shouyu, and his entire body walked in mid-air. A large portion of the sea below was shrouded in a thick fog, which contained a great deal of raw human odor. It seems that the location is correct. This should be where the 72 immortal caves are located. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand and black sword chi began to linger at his fingertips. Lu Chuan maintained this action for 10 long minutes. The sword chi at his fingertips was also compressed into a small black hole-like thing. The wind rises from the fourth of the sword. Curving his fingers, he flicked a small black hole in his fingertips and fell from the heights. Lu Chuan also fell into the fog along with the small black hole. The small black hole eventually stayed about 10 meters above the fog while Lu Chuan continued down. As soon as it touched the dense fog, a great force of resistance bounced off the body. It seems that this is the shelter of the formation. This power couldn't be said to be much, but for the average cultivator, it was considered to be an unbridgeable rift. Lu Chuan casually made a stroke, breaking through this force, and landed safely on the ground. Not really in the mood to observe any bullshit environment. This time, I came here to kill people, just leave a few alive and torture them when the time comes. Up! Lu Chuan lightly snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the small black hole that stayed above the thick fog suddenly exploded with black light. Then a huge suction force erupted from the black hole. Under the tremendous suction, the thick fog below, as if swallowed by a whale, surged into the black hole. The polar night began to cover the earth, the stars could not be seen in the sky, the moon could not be seen, and there was still hope for life. Finally, under this terrifying force, the entire 72 Divine Immortals cave began to boil. A large number of cultivators, cursing, rose into the sky. When they realized that the polar night had fallen, the fog of the shelter islands disappeared. Fear spread through the crowd like a plague. Which friend is visiting the Divine Immortal cave? Could you come out for a moment? A mid-range voice rang out across the island. Lu Chuan wasn't in the mood at all. This time, I came here with one and only one purpose, to kill all the people here. Seeing that the fog was almost absorbed, the view opened up. Lu Chuan snapped his fingers again. Scatter! The tiny black hole stopped its stormy inhalation. Bang! A muffled sound rose at first. Then a black wind blade, which was no more than 10 inches, rushed out from the black hole. The speed of the wind blade was as fast as a meteor catching up with the moon, charging straight at those cultivators in mid-air. The cultivators staying above the sky had not yet had time to react. This wind blade then pulled out a long black stream of light and severed their necks. The severed heads fell from the sky above like dumplings. Donkey! Lu Chuan softly shouted. Ah Fu had the good sense to appear beside Lu Chuan. Alas master, if there's anything you need, just ask. Knowing that Lu Chuan was in a bad mood, Ah Fu didn't have the idea of ruffling the tiger's feathers. Lu Chuan nodded. Those heads, you collect them for me, I want to bring them back and honor the dead. Don't worry, it's a small matter. Ah Fu cheerfully snorted and disappeared into the darkness of the night. Lu Chuan closed his eyes and felt it for a moment, then put his hands behind his back and walked unhurriedly towards the place with the most raw human scent. With every step, the small black hole in the sky emitted a black wind blade that mercilessly harvested lives. The black wind blades, under the extreme night, pulled out a colorful and brilliant light. The light intertwined into a great web, mercilessly harvesting life above the archipelago. Finally there was a roar of horror. He tried to run away, yet just as his feet stepped out, the wind blade pulled light and slashed across his neck. The warmth in his chest as the wind blade sliced through his neck was instantly cold. This is a dream, yes this must be a dream. Because he didn't feel the pain. But, here and there on the island, the last roar of life told him that this was no dream. How can we think about reality in dreams? He saw his body, saw his toes, and finally sank into the endless darkness. Life is so cheap that it only takes the flick of a finger to take so much away.
Lu Chuan walked step by step with his hands behind his back. 1235.
This was the number of steps Lu Chuan had taken, and also the number of that deathly wind blade that was enveloping the archipelago at the moment. Tonight, there will be no survivors. After taking these 1,235 steps, Lu Chuan saw the first living person. No, it should be a bunch. The group hid in a cave, cursing hysterically and venting their fear. When they saw Lu Chuan, it was as if they saw a savior. They didn't know Lu Chuan, but the first time they saw this old man, they decided that he was the leader of this merciless massacre. It was a strange feeling, as if it was as marvelous as a heartbeat. "Who are you? Who are you? And why are you slaughtering my divine immortal cave?" A tall, middle-aged man summoned up the greatest courage in his life and growled at Lu Chuan.
"Is it important?" Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head, finding a rock to sit on.
"Tell me, who are you? Who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man went berserk and roared again.
"Does it matter, the question?"
For Lu Chuan, this question is not important. But for this group of people who are going to die, the question is important.
"If you die so unexplained, can you close your eyes?"
Lu Chuan waved his hand and laughed, changing the topic. "A few days ago, your divine immortal cave intercepted and killed the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion at the Black Moon Beach, who was instructed by..." The middle-aged man froze for a moment. It was obvious that he didn't know about this.
Mistake, we won't go deeper inland, it won't do us any good." As if he had grabbed a life preserver, the middle-aged man roared in explanation.
Lu Chuan propped up his chin and tapped his cheek gently with his index finger as he slowly said, "Here's a hint, green blaze."
Hearing those 3 words, the middle-aged man's body shook.
"Tu Bailey, son of a bitch, get your ass over here."
The middle-aged man hissed and growled at the crowd at the back.
Soon one man was thrown to the front of the line. Lu Chuan looked at it and nodded with satisfaction. It was the same old man who appeared at the end in the mirror flower water moon.
Lu Chuan smiled faintly and said slightly flirtatiously, "Go ahead, you should have something to say to me."
Tu Bailey looked at Lu Chuan and his entire body shook like a sieve. I shouldn't have intercepted the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples.
I'm so obsessed, you're so generous. Not that one. Lu Chuan waved his hand with some interest.
I have taken it, a mission from the 10,000 Beast sect, kill a Bright Moon Pavilion disciple, 100 top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan nodded. It seems that things are still very simple, taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters, isn't it?
Right.
Tu Bailey hurriedly nodded his head, but immediately felt that it wasn't right and hurriedly shook his head again.
Alright, killing for money is a good reason. Lu Chuan got up and patted the dust.
Elder, the murderer has been found. Can you release me from the divine immortal cave? No matter what the compensation is, I am willing to accept it. The middle-aged man had a strong desire to survive and wanted to win a silver lining for himself.
Lu Chuan shrugged and smiled happily.
Like I said, killing for money is a good reason.
It just so happens that I've also taken on a quest, for 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones to exterminate your divine immortal cave. Is there anything else you want to ask?
The middle-aged man's head swam when he heard this.
I can offer a higher price. I only ask that Senior leave a thread of life.
Put.
Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, and then nervously wrung his neck. You really think I'm here for the money?
Ha, wrong. I just want to find some people, just to give the girls a burial. Of course the burial is more than enough. Making money is just by the way. After saying this, Lu Chuan slipped out with his hands behind his back. The gloom in his heart in these few days was finally dispersed a bit, and his mood was much better.
Ha, trying to find us to bury with you. You don't want to leave here either.
Amidst the middle-aged man's extreme despair, he was perversely smiling.
Do you know why this place is even called God's Cave? Because real gods live here, ha.
You've destroyed the formation, you're massacring here, the blood will wake him up, the formation will not be able to trap him, and the Tianyuan continent will see a catastrophe, ha.
Under the middle-aged man's desperate roar, the entire archipelago began to tremble violently.
A long, explosive cry rang out between heaven and earth. The thick color of the night seemed to be aggravated by a few more points at the moment, so thick that even a knife could not cut it, nor a needle could pierce it. The wind rose up and swept up the gray stones in the sky. A slender figure loomed in the gusty wind. The figure seemed far away, and then it seemed to be within reach. At this time, the top of Kunlun in the far north. A middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. The moment the man opened his eyes, there seemed to be stars shining brightly in those eyes again. He looked away in the direction of the unsleeping sea and gently shook his head. The wind spirit has been awakened, so it looks like a trip down the mountain is in order. It's a bit interesting. This should be a kind of wind attribute deity that was born and bred in the earth. We can catch it and study it. This kind of deity is extremely informative and can deduce the evolution of this world. Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan at an unknown time. Looking at the figure looming in the gale, Alfred cheerfully made a suggestion. Behind this donkey's ass, it was dragging a huge netting. The mesh pocket was full of a fresh head. Lu Chuan smashed Fu's head flat with a fist. Go collect heads for me. Where did all this come from? Hey, a small suggestion, by the way, post a side quest for you. Do it if you want, it doesn't matter if you don't be mad, don't be mad. Fu smiled with him and dragged the netting away in a huff. Lu Chuan looked at the figure and had little interest in this kind of bullshit deity. As long as he didn't come to mess with himself, everything was fine. Ding, special side quest opens, wind spirit awakens. At this moment, a mechanical quest beep sounded in his head. The spirit of the wind, which has been suppressed by the heavenly Tao for tens of thousands of years, has been liberated by the host, and the Tianyuan continent is about to witness a cataclysmic event. The host can take in the wind spirit to help cultivate the 5-elemental bastard body. You're teaching me how to do my job, aren't you? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and raised his chin at the figure in the gale. That black guy. Stop playing with the wind and get your ass over here. The violent gusts of wind came to an abrupt end at that moment. The black figure froze in place. Obviously, he was shocked by Lu Chuan's words. What are you looking at? Haven't seen a handsome man. I told you to get over here, didn't you hear me? Lu Chuan was a little impatient. You seek death. An irritated, indistinguishable voice rang out. Then that black shadow violently disappeared in place, and when it reappeared it was already in front of Lu Chuan. A pair of big black hands grabbed at Lu Chuan's chest. The large black hand brought up a nameless wind, which cut through the surrounding space. The air was covered with cracks as if it were a broken mirror. Fuck you, give a fuck. Lu Chuan stretched out his big slap with some annoyance. Pop. Lu Chuan came after him and slapped the black shadow's face first. After the crisp slap, the dark figure held up his hand and froze on the spot again. Pop 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 pop. Lu Chuan slapped a few more positive and negative big pussy fights on the black shadow's face, directly dumbfounding the bastard. I'm a wind spirit, I'm a born and bred god, how did you come across me? The dark figure held up his hand and asked with a sobbing voice. Crying? How dare you cry? I'll whip the hell out of you. Lu Chuan raised his big slap again, and the black shadow was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth. The old man is short of a fighter, and seeing as you're so skeletal, you're the one. Lu Chuan is a bit lazy and doesn't want to get his hands dirty a lot of the time. Getting a hitter also fits the need of the hour. The black shadow instantly exploded when it heard this request. I, the spirit of the wind, a god born and bred, what are you? The thing that gives no face. Lu Chuan raised his palm and slashed at the black shadow. The black mist on the black shadow's body faded quite a bit from being pumped, huffing, and puffing for Lu Chuan to stop. Have you thought about it yet? Lu Chuan blared fiercely at the black shadow. The dark figure's neck cringed and he nodded weakly, think about it. However, in the next moment, the black shadow suddenly stormed up and headed straight for the sky. Bah, the array is broken, there is nothing in this world that can trap me anymore, you old undead thing, you still want me to be a fighter, you don't take a piss and look at yourself. Before the black shadow could finish his words, he suddenly screamed miserably and fell from the sky, headfirst. It turned out to be a blade of wind that cut across his neck. What made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that the bastard actually didn't have any big deal. The neck that had been sliced by the wind blade was quickly restored. Forget it, it's such a hassle. Lu Chuan shook his head and lightly snapped his fingers. The tiny black hole suspended in the sky above trembled gently.
Dozens of wind blades swooped straight down towards the black shadow.
What do you take me for? I'm a born and bred wind god. What can a mere wind blade do to me? The black shadow stiffened in the face of the rushing wind blade and rose from the ground.
However, the next moment, the black shadow plopped down and knelt in front of Lu Chuan.
Good man, spare your life. Good man, spare your life. I'm willing to help the good man out.
Lu Chuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy is so ungentlemanly. Is this really a deity? Such a weak, feckless deity? Lu Chuan waved his hand and the rushing wind blades dispersed.
You've already fooled me once just now. One more time and I'll drown you in the toilet.
Don't worry, good man, there will definitely not be a next time.
The black shadow raised his hand and swore up at the sky.
Put.
Heavens, earth, where did this demon come from? When the group of people on the island saw this final result, each one of them almost didn't ascend to heaven on the spot. Of course they weren't scared to death, but it was only a matter of time before they ascended.
Black guy, go help my donkey collect heads. Lu Chuan commanded and waddled away with his hands behind his back.
Lu Chuan skipped around the island to make sure there wouldn't be any leaks, and then returned to the boat. When the crowd saw Lu Chuan come back so quickly, they all thought that the old man couldn't handle it and was rushing to run away.
Wait here for a while.
Lu Chuan looked at Wang Shouyu, who was about to start the boat, and waved his hand.
Ha! Wang Shouyu was a bit bewildered. Senpai, aren't we going to run away?
Run for what? Lu Chuan was also a bit confused. Wait for those evil cultivators from the divine immortal cave to come out after us, then it will be too late to run.
Wang Shouyu looked at the sea in the distance and was a little anxious.
Ha! Lu Chuan smiled. It's fine, it's solved, no one will come after us. Of course the crowd didn't believe it, it had only been an hour. There are tens of thousands of evil cultivators entrenched in the 72 immortal caves, that's tens of thousands of pigs, you can't kill them all in an hour, right?
Lu Chuan didn't bother to explain and looked up at the sky.
From 10 minutes ago, Lu Chuan had sensed that there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him from above the sky. Not only that, but there was also a huge energy that was converging crazily.
It's going to change.
Wang Shouyu realized that there was actually a layer of thick clouds above the zenith at an unknown time. Even more bizarrely, these clouds actually converged from all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, though, the clouds completely obscured the sky. The clouds were getting thicker and thicker, and in the end it seemed as if they were directly pressed down from above their heads, making people gasp for air.
Boom!
The sound of thunder rang out under the collision in the clouds.
Red thunderbolts, like giant dragons, loomed in the clouds. What's this?
Why is it red lightning? The might of heaven and earth was so magnificent that a few people were scared to the point that their entire bodies were standing up in sweat. Especially at the moment when the shocking thunder rang out, it was as if the gods and souls were going to be shaken apart.
Thunderbolt.
The red leaf realist swallowed and looked at Lu Chuan as such a word popped out of his mouth.
Thunderbolt.
The four siblings were scared out of their wits when they heard those two words. In fact, as long as one was a cultivator, when they heard these two words, they would all shake a little. This thing is what the heavenly Tao is specifically targeting, them cultivators who are stealing the heaven and earth's qi. But normally, only when one enters the third realm of the divine Tao would one attract a lightning tribulation. In the entire Tian Yuan continent, the known third realm of the divine Tao was the master of the Kunlun divine palace. As for there not being any other divine Tao third realm yet, I hadn't really heard of it yet. Perhaps those ancient clans that had been passed down for millions of years would have it. But there was no one here who was going to cross over to the divine Tao third realm, so how could they attract a thunderbolt? Looking at the blood clouds that dyed the entire sky, red leaf realist's voice trembled. It is recorded in ancient texts that the divine thunder of transition is green in color, and this red one is the divine destruction thunder tribulation. It was triggered once a million years ago when the extraterrestrial heavenly demon descended. At that moment, Fu, who was picking up heads on the island, noticed the change in the distant zenith.
Wahahaha, here it comes.
Alfred's eyes barely glazed over. The black shadow that was sent by Lu Chuan to collect the heads of the people, at this time, felt the terrifying might of heaven and earth, and was so scared that he squatted on the ground, wiping his tears. "Oh, I didn't do anything. There's no need for the God-extinguishing thunderbolt to split me. What can I do?" "Gee whiz, you really know how to put a smile on your face." Alfred rolled his eyes dismissively and unhooked the netting he was dragging on his body. Another hoof to the side, long since lost in fear, came the dark figure. "Little brat, finish picking up the heads properly, one less skin for you." Then Fu turned into a flash of red light and disappeared into the island. The dark figure stared blankly at a netful of heads. It was finally determined that this god-destroying thunder tribulation was not directed at himself. Since it wasn't coming at him, it could only be that dead old man from earlier. Bah! Since the beginning of time, there hasn't been anyone who has survived the god-extinguishing thunder tribulation, and deserved to die, bad old man. The black shadow spat viciously and stood up, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the sky. "You guys go first, little red leaf, you just wait for me at the White Wind Fairy." Lu Chuan moved his body and barked at the red leaf realist. Realist Hong Yi immediately realized that this god-destroying thunder tribulation was aimed at Lu Chuan. Realizing this, the red leaf realist's heart stopped abruptly, and his eyes stared as if they were bronze bells. This was because according to the records, it seemed that no one had ever lived under the god-destroying thunder tribulation from ancient times to the present day. The red leaf realist looked at Lu Chuan in a stupefied manner, wanting to say something but having no way to do so. In this situation, she realized that she was as small as dust, and that making a sound would not stir up a single wave. "Go!" Lu Chuan flicked his foot, and the black sword she wrapped around the boat and sped away. Looking at Lu Chuan, who was getting farther and farther away, the red leaf real person felt his eyes a little sour. Although she hadn't spent much time with Lu Chuan, these days were the most peaceful period of her life. She didn't know when she had seen Lu Chuan as a dependency. It's like there's nothing that can't be solved as long as he's around. Red leaf reality slumped down on the bow of the boat and roared with all her strength. "Elder, be sure to come back safely." The red leaf realist shouted out these words, and his entire body leaned against the side of the ship as if he had lost his strength. Just can it come back? On top of the heaven-mending peak in the extreme south, a tall old man looked at the distant sky with a complicated expression. God-destroying thunder tribulation. Old me hasn't been out for but 1,000 years. Has some demon against the heavens come out of this Tianyuan continent again? It seems like it's time to go out for a walk. On top of Penglai Island in the extreme east, a good-looking man in white stood with his hands folded. The man likewise looked at the distant sky, his eyes full of worry. These years, the Tianyuan continent has not been plagued by any calamities, and no great devils have been born, so how could a god-extinguishing thunder tribulation suddenly descend? The spectral spring vibrated but didn't open. What went wrong? In the middle of the vast Gobi in the far west, it is said that an ancient family is hidden here. A young girl was carrying a large mountain on her back, like an ascetic, walking barefoot on the hard Gobi beach, her cool face without a single ripple. Soon the young girl seemed to sense something, and with a gentle tremor, the large mountain on her body instantly turned into pieces. She raised her head to look at the distant sky and muttered up, "God-extinguishing thunder tribulation, interesting, take advantage of the spectral spring's tremor and go out for a walk." In the far north, the man with stars shining in his eyes walked down the Kunlun Mountains. It's on, the old thing fucks him, I'm going to steal ya old home." Lu Chuan's gleeful voice rang in his head. "Dog, next time you speak suddenly, I'll strangle you with one hand." Lu Chuan said, raising his eyes to the sky. The blood-colored clouds lowered a few more points, low as if he could reach out and touch it. Subconsciously, he reached for his waist, yet froze. Turns out there was no longer a sword at his waist. At this moment, Ah Fu's voice sounded in Lu Chuan's mind again. "There's a sword, there's a sword, there's a sword, there's two swords sealed in the door of your memory, a black killing life and a white seeking benevolence, take it out and fuck ya." Lu Chuan didn't want to take care of the bastard, gently pointed at the sea at his feet and hooked his finger. The sea, which was still calm, churned madly the moment Lu Chuan hooked his finger. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive sounds rang out between heaven and earth.
Dozens of water columns that looked like giant dragons were rolled up in the churning sea. A wave, rolling up from below, lifted Lu Chuan and rushed towards the sky above. Old crazy, old crazy. Fu's somewhat exasperated voice rang out. Don't go and take the initiative to meet the battle, your body is too pale to withstand it, wait down below to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chuan didn't pay attention to Fu and just looked at the blood clouds above the sky. At this moment, the blood cloud began to spin wildly. In the dome of the sky above the formation of a huge vortex, the center of the vortex, there is a red thunder dragon swimming in it, the might of the full force of the world's power. However, Lu Chuan only pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled indifferently in the face of this might of heaven and earth. It seemed to have sensed Lu Chuan's contemptuous smile. Boom! The god-destroying thunder tribulation activated with endless fury in the next moment. A red color flashed between heaven and earth, cutting through the darkness of the night. Thunder rumbled, and a red thunder dragon, wrapped in sky-destroying energy, rushed straight at Lu Chuan from the center of the vortex. Lu Chuan was at this point, but he closed his eyes. Close. 1,000 meters. 100 meters. 10 meters. When the thunder dragon was about to blast Lu Chuan's head, those cloudy eyes snapped open. Black sword chi erupted from his body and shot up into the sky. The black sword chi, like oil dripping in clear water, polluted the sky at great speed. The entire sky was split into two colors by Lu Chuan's black sword chi, and the red god extinguishing thunder. Bang! Lu Chuan's hands turned a pitch-black color under the lingering sword chi. Lu Chuan used these withered old hands to ruthlessly press against Lei Long's mouth. Lu Chuan, who was as small as dust, put his hand against the massive red thunder dragon. If someone were to be lucky enough to see this scene, they would be shocked beyond words. Humph, do you think I ate 100,000 years of power pills for nothing? Lu Chuan let out a cold snort, and the lean muscles of his entire body actually bulged at this moment. In the next moment, Lu Chuan focused his power on his hand and tore it down fiercely. A power that was like a demon god destroying the world, cracking the sky and shaking the earth, erupted from the rickety body. The massive head of the brontosaurus was ripped open, then the torso, and finally the tail. A god-extinguishing thunder had actually been torn apart so alive by Lu Chuan. Don't mess around, your body won't be able to take it, Grandpa, ancestor, I beg you, use the sword, use the sword. Fu's voice took on a sobbing tone in his haste. However, Lu Chuan didn't even bother with it. After shredding the first divine thunderbolt, the waves underneath his feet pulled up a bit. Fu sighed, knowing that he couldn't persuade this old guy, he simply shut his mouth. Immediately following that, the second god-destroying thunder blasted down. Lu Chuan raised his fist, stimulating the full power of his flesh and fiercely blasted it. The red thunder dragon, once again, was shattered. Third course, fourth course 15 courses. Lu Chuan blasted through the entire 15 divine destruction thunder. At this moment, Lu Chuan's face was already covered with cracks, as if it would shatter open the next moment. However, the thunderbolt in the sky had no intention of calming down at all, and its power was even increasing. Not convincing old age is not an option. Lu Chuan coughed out a mouthful of blood and laughed to himself. Boom! Another red thunder dragon smashed down. Lu Chuan gently snapped his fingers, and a monstrous pillar of water that had been left below came to life at this moment. The black sword chi wrapped the water column and transformed into a huge black dragon. The black water dragon roared and charged up, colliding with the red thunder dragon. Water and thunder, the two attributes collided together, rubbing out brilliant sparks. The entire sky, at this moment, was illuminated. It seems like the blooming fire of flowers, splendid to the extreme. For every thunder dragon he shattered, Lu Chuan let the waves carry him up a bit. Until the last pillar of water was used up, Lu Chuan was already very close to the red vortex. And at that moment, the god-extinguishing thunder, a full 80 of them had blasted down. Lu Chuan's situation was not optimistic, and his pale body, unable to withstand this kind of power, had begun to crumble. The skin on his face, too, like a shattered mirror, began to fall off piece by piece. However, Lu Chuan smiled indifferently. Maybe, he's always been like that and nothing matters.
The center of the vortex of the blood-colored thunderclouds was roaring madly at this moment, with countless scarlet thunderbolts, brightening and flickering in it. Lu Chuan knew that this should be the last god-extinguishing thunder. Also the strongest one. Subconsciously, he touched his waist and it was empty. Lu Chuan smiled and knocked his forehead. This memory was getting worse, he didn't have a sword on him. And at that moment, the center of the vortex of thunderclouds had rioted. The last red dragon was being generated at an extremely high speed. Perhaps because the red color was too strong, this last thunder dragon had turned black. Lu Chuan gently cut open his palm and blood gushed out. Merging his fingers into a sword, he wiped it in front of him. The blood gathered and pulled into a long, blood-colored sword. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and gently gripped the hilt of his sword. Today, using blood as a sword, cut through the sky. Sword 11 Great Destruction. Die. There was no flashy sword light, no brilliant colors. Lu Chuan used this bloody sword and swung it out fiercely. A black sword chi was pulled out in front of him. This black sword chi leaped up and headed straight for the center of the vortex. Sword chi rises against the wind, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. All the way to the end, this black sword chi stretched across the dome of the sky. This sword chi that tore through the heavens chopped onto the red thundercloud vortex. A cold black light exploded above the dome of the sky. There were no violent collisions, no brilliant flurries. Everything is so quiet. That sharp sword chi just chopped through the center of the whirlpool without bringing up a single ripple. Time stops at this moment. The black lightning dragon stopped. The red vortex also stopped spinning. Bang! The thundercloud vortex shattered apart in the next moment. The entire sky became as clean as if it had been washed by a fresh spring. Everyone else's heavenly tribulation was used to cross, only Lu Chuan's heavenly tribulation was used to cut. I have a sword that can cut through the might of heaven. Ahem. Lu Chuan coughed violently. The loss of blood and the overloading of his body made Lu Chuan's head a little dizzy, and it was only by holding on that he didn't plant himself in the middle of the sea. Grandpa is awesome, Grandpa is invincible. At this moment, A Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and carried him down to that, above the archipelago that had already been slaughtered cleanly. Alfred's head was propped up wide for some reason. It makes it look more and more like a bean batch. Hey, hey, hey! Alfred landed, happy as a clam. Grandpa, it worked, I matched the information of this world. This world is truly unexpected, there is so much information and so much explosions that I need some time to organize it. Lu Chuan's whole body hurt so much that he wasn't in the mood to take care of the bastard and rolled his eyes. Hurry up and put the heads away from me and go back to the bright moon pavilion, annoyed to death this day in and day out. Got it, you sit down, I'll go to work. The donkey nodded with a low brow. Respectful to the point that he was close to getting a row for Lu Chuan and offering the man up. Lu Chuan leaned against a rock, and because he was so tired, he didn't know when he fell asleep. Master, master, what's wrong with you? You can't die, how can I live if you die? The donkey's crying and dry howling woke Lu Chuan up. It was dawn when I opened my eyes. The sky was blue and clean, the breeze wasn't too dry, and the sun was just right. Lu Chuan slapped A Fu's donkey face and said viciously, "You're howling in mourning, are you done?" Taking a slap on the wrist, Alfred cheered up. It's the same familiar recipe, the same big pussy fight. Hey, hey, it's done, the total number of heads is 12,318. Alfred turned his head in triumph and looked at the huge netting behind him. Inside filled with human heads, blood soaked the land under the net, the whole of hell on earth look. By the way, the wind spirit seems to have run away, fuck, let me meet him again, shit for ya to beat out. Lu Chuan waved his hand, pull back, a small chicken by him to go, quickly return to the Minghui pavilion, if you cannot return to the old, this body really want to collapse. Alas, get it, you sit firmly. A Fu dragged the net pocket and carried Lu Chuan up into the sky. A donkey, dragging tens of thousands of heads, ran up in the sky. There was also an old man sitting on his back, with some of his skin peeling off and still full of cracks. This horrifying scene, if seen by a less courageous person,
could probably be scared to pee on the spot. Red Leaf Reality stretched her slender white neck and looked at the sea for the whole night. The movement in the sky had long since fallen, yet until now, Lu Chuan had not returned. The Red Leaf Realist's mood had hit rock bottom. Without Lu Chuan's shelter, how long can this peace and quiet last? What's that? Suddenly someone shouted, pointing to the distant sky. Soon the people on the ferry all noticed a dark spot in the distant sky. Everyone's heads started to go down as the distance closed in. A donkey, dragging this netting with lots and lots of heads in it. The crowd was so shaken by the sudden arrival of the donkey that it was as if they had received an electric shock, and their spirits were in a state of half-dementia. Everyone was completely stunned, as if they had lost their voices, as if they were numb, neither able to speak nor have power. Go to the city lord's house. Lu Chuan didn't let off Uland, he just shouted to Hong Yi in the air. When the Red Leaf Realist heard Lu Chuan's voice, his entire being came back to life at that moment. She got up and wiped her eyes, happily running to the city lord's mansion. Red Leaf Makoto's run brought up a chain reaction. The people on the ferry all followed her, and together they ran towards the city lord's mansion. What happened? Those brutes from the 72 immortal caves are here again. Ugh, what's wrong with dude? Pedestrians on the road couldn't help but ask curiously when they saw this scene. Go to the city lord's mansion, something big is happening. What's the big deal? I don't know, just go, it's definitely a big deal. Such conversations went on and on over the road. An infectious disease spreads quickly, old meaning, something big is happening. This news, like the spring breeze, quickly spread throughout White Wind City. The number of people running towards the city lord's mansion grew and grew, and in the end, the entire street was filled. A sea of people, one after another, even when the flying cloud ship set sail and the Cloud Dream Zephyr Patriarch came in person, there was no such pomp and circumstance. The great commotion in the city made the city lord think that the 72 immortal caves had launched a general attack on White Wind City. The lord of the city took his men and prepared to go to the support of the ferry. He had just stepped out of the city lord's mansion when, above the sky, a skinny donkey fell down, with a man sitting on the back of the skinny donkey, and the donkey dragging a netting. The mesh pockets were full of heads. The city lord's face turned white in an instant, his eyes glazed over, his mouth opened wide, and his mind went blank. Fatty, pay up. Lu Chuan, sitting on the back of the donkey, roared. The roar brought the city lord back to reality. Soon he realized what was going on and ordered in a hurry. Seal the gates and don't let anyone in. The guards also finally came back to their senses and moved to seal the gate leading to the city lord's mansion. The lord of the city trembled and ran to the netting full of heads. Master of 100 Poison Cave, Master of Spirit Snake Cave, Master of Dido Cave. The city lord looked at the heads and muttered with a trembling voice. These names he recited were all the cave masters of the 72 divine immortal caves, and they were all renowned great cultivators of the evil Tao. Yet these once untouchable fellows were now being decapitated and put inside a mesh net. Eventually the city lord found the head of a middle-aged man in the netting. His heart dropped completely at this moment. Because the owner of this head was the biggest head of the 72 immortal caves. Until this point, the city lord could be certain that the 72 divine immortal caves were completely erased. The city lord was trembling with excitement, this tumor had finally been removed. Elderly man, take a bow from me. In his excitement, the city lord bowed fiercely to Lu Chuan. Pay up and stop nagging me here. Lu Chuan waved his hand impatiently. The city lord didn't dare to be slow, and quickly turned around. Old man, you wait a moment, and immediately have someone transfer spirit stones from the clan. Get out of the way of the old lady's death. The guard at the door at this time was suddenly kicked out. A flash of red, like a cheerful lark, rushed to Lu Chuan. The crowd that was blocking the doorway rushed in after them. The red leaf reality rushed to Lu Chuan, her small face red from the intense running. She looked at Lu Chuan and giggled, scratching her head in some embarrassment. Hey, hey, hey! Silly! Lu Chuan cried and laughed a little, this bitch was really tigerish. This is the head of the 100 Eyes True Lord, this is a 5th realm cultivator.
This is Taiyin Shangren. The last time we attacked the ferry, it was this beast that massacred the civilians. Good death, good death. Everyone, come see, this is Poison Glace 2 Bailey. This beast once poisoned a town of tens of thousands of people. Good death, master, you are in heaven, woo woo woo. People gathered in front of the netting, and some people spoke, as if they were counting, of the evil deeds in the life of the owners of these heads. Some howled and cried out for those who had died. Things were already out of control, and the city lord didn't dare to throw people out at this point in time. Big guy, listen to me, listen to me. The city lord roared loudly. Finally all eyes gathered on the city lord. Clearing his throat, the city lord took a deep breath and then roared out with his entire body. I, the 38th generation of White Wind City's city lord, Shen Duo, announced the total destruction of the 72 divine immortal caves. From now on, people don't have to be on their toes. Cultivators can safely go out to sea to the major islands in search of heavenly treasures. Civilians can farm without fear and no one will bother us anymore. The voice rose from the city lord's mansion and scraped across the entire White Wind City. Millions of people in White Wind City were looking in the direction of the sea at this moment. It seemed like a dream, and then it didn't. Gentlemen, let me make a grand introduction to the high-ranking person who annihilated the 72 divine immortal caves. The city lord was spirited and turned around, ready to introduce Lu Chuan to everyone. However, at this time, Lu Chuan, who had already been supported by the Red Leaf Realist, walked to the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Elder! The city lord shouted loudly. Lu Chuan raised his hand and gently waved it, entering the city lord's mansion without a word. When the crowd saw Lu Chuan's pale and hunched back, they didn't know what to do for a while. The city lord was a bit embarrassed. It was obvious that Lu Chuan didn't seem to have much interest in fame and fortune. Disperse, gentlemen, and go and prepare to sail. The islands of the Great Sea await you. The crowd then reacted to the fact that because of the 72 immortal caves, those of them hadn't gone out to sea for many years. The undreaming sea was so large that the richness of its resources was simply not comparable to land. It was now possible to go out to sea, which meant that there was a large amount of heavenly treasures at sea, waiting for them. Brothers, set sail. On this day, the White Wind Ferry ushered in a prosperity not seen in 1,000 years. On this day, the news of the destruction of the 72 immortal caves spread out from White Wind City, shaking the entire continent. On this day, the portrait of an old man appeared in all the great clans, as well as all the ancient families. Elder, your body. In the city lord's mansion, the Red Leaf Realist looked at Lu Chuan's cracked body and tears barred his eyes. Lu Chuan looked amused. This bitch is usually tough like a man, but at this time she is like a small woman. It's fine, good people don't live long, and evils last for 1,000 years. A downright devil like me won't hiccup easily. What a big devil, you are a real hero. The cultivators who died under the 72 divine immortal caves as well as the civilians are at least in the millions, so I don't know how many people will be grateful if you eradicate them. Red Leaf Realist puffed his cheeks and took out a jade bottle wanting to medicate Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan shook his head. It's no use, this current demeanor can only get better if he returns to his youth. Red Leaf Reality had no choice but to put away the jade bottle and began to look at Lu Chuan out of his mind again. To be honest, Lu Chuan is old and ugly, and the folds of skin on his face can pinch a fly, so there's really nothing to look at. But it is this look, but the Red Leaf Real people look more and more smooth, began to look forward to Lu Chuan back to the young, how to look like. Go find me something to eat, I'm hungry. Being stared at like this, Lu Chuan couldn't stand it even if he had a thick skin. Had to find an excuse to get rid of this chick. Hey. After the Red Leaf Realist left, Ah Fu ran out in a bitchy manner. Its head has returned to normal and its intelligent eyes are shining brightly. Monkler, good news for you, I'm done matching. This world is called the Vast World, with a total of 13 continents, and the Tian Yuan continent is the smallest and most vegetable one. The size of this world is so large that it is beyond imagination, and there are even some areas that have not yet been discovered. And this world is also the place where the last great emperor was born. There may be an opportunity to become an emperor here. It's also in a magical location with passages to the endless demon region and the underworld ministry. Lu Chuan kicked the donkey in the face and said impatiently, "Say something useful." Alfred tossed his head fiercely. "Okay, then say something useful. I'll open a full map hang for you. Let's go digging for spirit stone mines. Your 5 elements hegemony body needs a lot of resources to fill it up. This is useful, isn't it?" Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead in thought. Now that one is locked by the heavenly Tao, if one doesn't cultivate and keeps using sword chi, one might be chased and cleaved by the heavenly Tao. Even though you don't have to worry about being chopped to death, it's annoying when it comes every few days. And to get home, you have to have the power to break boundaries, too. There should only be 2 sources of power to break the boundaries now. One is becoming an emperor, and the other is traveling to the Bronze Divine Hall. To be on the safe side, Lu Chuan finally decided to start practicing. Now that there was Donkey's plug-in, quickly cultivating to the 3rd realm of the divine path shouldn't be much of a problem. Then Lu Chuan stayed in the city lord's mansion for another day and waited until he had 4 million top-grade spirit stones. The patriarch of Cloud Dream Zephyr personally sent it to him, desperately wanting to draw Lu Chuan in and let him go to Cloud Dream Zephyr as a guest minister. It even put the price at 800,000 top-grade spirit stones a year. However, in the end, Patriarch Yun Mangza only received a big blank stare from Lu Chuan. Mingyue Pavilion has a beautiful mountain and water, and the key is full of good-looking girls, and only those with a pit in their brains would think of going to Yunmeng's. After 5 days, the donkey dragged the net pocket, carrying Lu Chuan as well as the red leaf realist, and finally returned to the Bright Moon Pavilion. What made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that the Jinyuan sect's gang was actually still guarding before the mountain gate, and their patience was also sufficient. In fact, Luo Ran's patience had long been exhausted. But 5 days ago, he suddenly received information from the sect, a piece of information about Lu Chuan. Combining the speculations of various forces, the person who exterminated the 72 immortal caves this time might be living in the Bright Moon Pavilion. That would explain why Akatsuki suddenly had such a big transformation. Luo Ran has had plenty of patience again since that day. When he saw the net of heads, even though he was already mentally prepared, Luo Ran was still startled. "Senior, I'm the Jinyuan sect's law enforcement elder, and I've come to the Bright Moon Pavilion to make amends." Luo Ran went up to talk to Lu Chuan, his posture lowered. Lu Chuan snorted. If he didn't have a big enough fist, he guessed that the maids of the Mingyue Pavilion would have been thwarted long ago. Fear of authority over virtue is just the norm in the world. Since there's sincerity, I'll have that girl Hatsu come and talk to you, and all you need to do then is nod your head. Luo Ran's mouth trembled. "Just nod your head, is this a negotiation, or a signing of an unequal treaty?" But now the situation is not clear. Do not know the bottom of Lu Chuan. Luo Ran can only suppress the nature, accompanied by a smile and nodded to agree down. After the explanation, Lu Chuan dragged a net of heads and entered the mountain gate. Nangong Chushua, with her Bright Moon Pavilion disciples, had long been waiting over here. Lu Chuan looked at the haggard Nangong Chushua and asked, "Have the little girls been buried?" Nangong Chushua nodded and her expression relaxed. "Well, buried in clear Snow Valley. Go and pay your respects." Lu Chuan dragged the netting and walked towards the big mountain. Some of the early spring snow had melted and gathered into small streams that ran down the mountain. 12 brand new tombstones stood in the valley of clear snow, where 12 girls had long rested. Lu Chuan washed his face with stream water, opened the mesh pocket, took out the heads one by one, and neatly yards them in front of the tomb. "As I said, there will be someone to bury you with, and I wonder if you are still satisfied with these quantities? If you are not satisfied, you will dream of me at night." Of course there are also people from the 10,000 Beasts sect. Girls wait a little for 2 days. It took Lu Chuan 3 whole hours to neatly yard all the heads. Another sword chi was used to chip away the flesh and blood from the heads to prevent these heads from stinking and polluting the environment. Eventually more than 10,000 heads turned into skeletons. The white blossoms were blinding. After paying tribute to the maids, Lu Chuan propped up his broken body and returned to the small courtyard. Not long after lying down, Nangong Chushua came. Looking at Lu Chuan's body that seemed to be falling apart, Nangong Chushua couldn't help but weep. "Senior, the illusionary face pill has been refined." When Lu Chuan heard this news, he stood up from his chair in a flash. What, that fast? Nangong Chushue was taken aback and nodded her head to explain. After the Black Moon Beach matter ended, Lin Lin didn't return directly to the Bright Moon Pavilion, but went to the 100 Flowers sect. In the few days that Senior left, the 100 Flowers sect has already refined the illusory face pill. After saying that, Nangong Chushue took out an exquisite small box and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and accepted the box. Looking at the emerald green elixir inside, he couldn't help but smile to himself again. Thank you. Elder, you're flattering the youngest daughter by saying this. Nangong Chushue hurriedly shook her head. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that the Bright Moon Pavilion would have gone up in smoke. In order to ease the atmosphere, Nangong Chushue asked in a relaxed tone. I wonder what Senior was like when he was young. Lu Chuan smiled and ruffled his hair flirtatiously. When I was young, I was so handsome and miserable. Nangong Chushue also laughed along with them. This kind of Lu Chuan was the one they were familiar with. Elder, I'll wait for you at the door, be sure to let us see it first. Oh, it can't be cheap. Nangong Chushue smiled and walked out of the small courtyard. Don't worry, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Lu Chuan picked up the elixir and prepared to stuff it into his mouth. Wait a minute. At this time Ah Fu suddenly appeared. Ah Fu's rare eyes were serious as he looked at Lu Chuan and said, if you go back to your youth, it will inevitably activate the memories you have sealed away, so be careful. Do not linger in the gate of memory, do not touch the deepest bit of the seal. Lu Chuan was dumbfounded. What's the matter, his own memories, can he still eat old me? What Lu Chuan did not expect was that Ah Fu actually nodded seriously. That's right, this whole thing about you sealing your memories is actually very involved, and I can't say for sure what would happen if you took the risk of unsealing them. It's best not to unseal it right now, just take out the two swords that are sealed up, the killing life and the seeking benevolence. Lu Chuan thought about it and finally nodded. The donkey was out of tune all day, but never meant to harm himself. Seeing Lu Chuan nod his head, Ah Fu's lifted heart was finally put down. Old thing, you're still better to talk to when you're in your right mind. Get out. Lu Chuan thumps Fu with a low kick. Picking up the elixir, Lu Chuan slowly brought it into his mouth. A little white mist slowly flowed up from Lu Chuan's body, quickly wrapping the whole person. The warm mist made Lu Chuan feel comfortable, and under relaxation, he entered his spiritual world. A huge door of memory stood in the middle of the boundless sea of consciousness. This was Lu Chuan's spiritual world, and in this world, he was the only master. If it was known that someone's sea of consciousness, so huge that it was boundless, I wonder if they would be scared to death. The sea of consciousness, which should have been calm, at this moment set off monstrous waves. This meant that Lu Chuan's spirit was shaking violently. Lu Chuan took one step and appeared before the gate in the next moment. Reaching out, he gently pressed his hand against the door. The door of memory, which in the past could not be shaken at all, was slowly opening at the moment. Without any hesitation, Lu Chuan took a step inside. Countless sealed memories come and go, filling up the blank memory fragments. Most of these memories are filled with raging emotions. Lu Chuan understood why he had sealed these memories. If I hadn't sealed those memories, I'm afraid I'd be a complete and utter mad batch right now. Lu Chuan walked slowly through the gate of memory. I don't know how long it took, but a black longsword was silently suspended in front of me. Looking at the black sword, a feeling of blood-connected affinity was born. The black sword gently chirped at this moment, happily shaking its blade. Lu Chuan stepped forward and gripped the hilt of the sword. Regarding the black sword, the lost memories were also replenished at this moment. The name of the sword, Killing Life, is pitch black with no mixed colors. When Lu Chuan was 30,000 years old, he used his blood to cast it, and then he realized the 12 swords of Killing Life, which can cut down all living beings. Long time no see, old friend. Lu Chuan smiled as he stuck the killers on his waist and continued on his way. Again, I don't know how long it took. The black space that turned white. A long white sword, quietly suspended in front of him. Lu Chuan still had some impression about killing people. But there was no recollection of the long white sword. Lu Chuan stepped forward and gripped the long sword, yet the white sword was unresponsive,
and the related memories did not appear. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, seeking benevolence? Follow out together too. Lu Chuan inserted the long white sword into his waist.
Moving on, however, the memory came to an abrupt end at this point. Lu Chuan estimated that there were only the first 60,000 years of memories, and there were 40,000 years of memories that were missing. Nor do I know what happened in the last 4 years that required the memories to be completely sealed away.
Somewhat undeterred, try to move on. Finally Lu Chuan saw a long, still, black river.
The long black river winds away, not knowing where it begins or where it ends. A strange feeling surged through his heart. There seemed to be something in the long black river, calling out to him. Lu Chuan walked towards the long river, and the moment he was about to step into it, Ah Fu's anxious voice rang out. Wake up, wake up! All of it, in the sound of Alfred's voice, dissipated into nothingness. Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that happened was that it felt cold all over, especially in the crotch area of the pants. Lu Chuan looked down, the corners of his mouth gradually hooked up, and his expression began to pervert. Ha 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 ha. Looking at his spiritual little brother, Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Raising his arm, that's what he realized. The skin that was previously as pale as tree bark had a luster to it, and it was white and red, as if it was so tender that it could be pinched out of water. Touching his chin, even his beard is gone, and the wrinkles on his face that could pinch a fly are gone. The white hair had become green silk, like a waterfall, draped over the back of his head. Fu, bring Grandpa a mirror. Lu Chuan shouted cheerfully. The door to the small courtyard was pushed open at this time, and in came but not Ah Fu, but Nangong Chushua, Bai Lin Lin, and a whole bunch of maids. The crowd carried a mirror that seemed to have been prepared earlier. However, when they saw Lu Chuan's bare ass, the little girls screamed one by one. Not frightened, but excited. The girls hurriedly covered their eyes, but opened their hand slits and secretly looked at Lu Chuan. At this time, Lu Chuan, no longer pale appearance, looks just 17 or 18 years old, tender as if you can smell the milk flavor of the body. Well-muscled, tall, and with that little look, it's a mouthful. Lu Chuan did not tell lies. When he was young, he was indeed tragically handsome. Though the boys are female, they don't look out of place, and overall there's no hint of girlishness except a little bit of femininity. Haha, how about that, handsome? When it comes to the shameless thing, Lu Chuan is really good at it. The guy was bare-assed, and instead of thinking about wearing clothes, he was flirty and made all sorts of bodybuilding moves. This drew another squeal from the little girl. Get out, what a scandal. Nangong Chushua put down the mirror and whisked all the little girls out. When he closed the door himself, but then he plucked out a hard glance towards Lu Chuan with a look of intent. You're fucking shameless, tsk. Ah Fu slipped and ran over, looking at Lu Chuan's body in tutang. This medicine is good, and it also has the effect of beautifying the face. Someday Master Donkey will have some hole to taste. Lu Chuan thumps Ah Fu in the ass. Screw your grandma, I'm a natural beauty, and with that look, you can't be saved by how much you eat. Sword suit. Lu Chuan merged his fingers into a sword and lightly scratched in front of him. A full set of robes on top of the naked body. The long robe with black stripes on a white background outlined Lu Chuan's perfect body shape. Picking up the two long swords, one black and one white, on the ground next to him, he stuck them in his waist. With his hair simply tied back, the small arm of his left hand rested somewhat lazily on top of the hilt of his sword. Combined with the eyes that were 3/10 godless and 3/10 playful, a lazy nobleman's model unfolded. TSK, why don't we change our careers? How about going soft? A donkey on the side, watching the donkey's head shake. It's not very common sense for a man to be beautiful like that. What goes around comes around, and perversity is a demon. Lu Chuan's nasty personality, paired with his face, it was a demon. Eating soft rice. Lu Chuan is not refused, raised his eyebrows and nodded seriously. Yeah, donkey, you introduce me to a chick. You can pull it off. Fu rolled his eyes. No talent, our goal is the stars and the sea, how can we stagger in the warmth and softness? Stupid dog, get lost. Lu Chuan kicked Fu away. Lighter body, plenty of strength, and finally no more worrying about your old back.
It's a great feeling.
Lu Chuan walked towards the door. Since he had promised to fertilize the water, he still had to show the maids what he looked like with his clothes on. The door was pushed open and Lu Chuan stood in the doorway with a smile.
Who are you?
Looking at the Lu Chuan in front of them, a big question mark appeared above the heads of the girls. The white clothes were snowy, and the long hair was simply tied up. 2 long swords at his waist, one white and one black, added some solemnity. And his arm, drooping above the hilt of his sword, the whole person exuded some more lethargy. His word smiled and stood in the doorway as if he were a good gentleman in white clothes in a turbid world. The style special show bright clear lift smile up forehead and good looking beauty tip is the kind of ignore the gender of the beautiful like banishment immortal down to earth. His beauty was not only in the face that was mesmerizing to look at but in the whole of him, that little mysterious feminine aura that he exuded.
Ex-elder, is that you?
Nangong Chushue stuttered a bit, even though she had just seen Lu Chuan's bare ass.
But this is a little less certain with the clothes on.
What senior, call? Lu Chuan opened his mouth with an odor that instantly broke the temperament of that turbid noble gentleman. The girls barely choked, especially the elongated one, which instantly crushed the beautiful fantasy, mercilessly.
Senior, can you keep quiet?
Nangong Chushue cried her little face.
Lu Chuan tossed his hair flirtatiously, don't care about these details.
This familiar hair flinging, this familiar flirty action, watching the girls cry and laugh, it is Lu Chuan right? Lu Chuan suddenly remembered something, right, the Jinyuan sect is still waiting outside, go talk to them, and mention the conditions as you like, I've already greeted them.
Nangong Chushue nodded her head and looked at Lu Chuan with eyes full of confidence.
Don't disturb senior, play for a while and then leave.
Nangong Chushue barked out an admonition and dragged by Lin Lin to discuss things. As soon as Nangong Chushue left, a large group of girls became active and surrounded Lu Chuan, chattering and talking.
Some of the bold ones even went up to their hands, touching their clothes, their long swords, and finally even their faces. After all, Lu Chuan looked too young now, just 17 or 18 years old.
Long and boyish looking, with a whole body that smells like a little puppy. Lu Chuan is not angry, he is this person is this good, not at all as an elder frame. Tease this, tease that, and have fun with your liver. It's a paradise. At midnight, Lu Chuan sat alone in the courtyard, enjoying the moon while drinking.
I have to say, this Lu Chuan guy is a local alcoholic. After all, after being locked up for 100,000 years, if he didn't have any hobbies, he would really be a muggle. Lu Chuan doesn't pick his drinks and can pour anything into his mouth. Ah Fuch's very untimely appearance breaks up this rare night of flowers and moonlight.
Grand Marshal Pussy, I've organized the map of the Tianyuan continent, and there are some very valuable things. You're so hyped up, can't you let me relax for a few days? Lu Chuan really wanted to drown this bastard in the toilet. Have a sense of crisis, get it?
Donkey mumbled in a nonchalant manner, rolling his intelligent eyes. On the Tianyuan continent, there are a total of 4 high-quality spirit stone deposits, which are basically held in the hands of the upper 3 clans.
How about we go and take him by surprise tonight and take the mine? Lu Chuan pulled out his ears in boredom, not interested. Besides, if I empty the spirit stones, what will the girls use in the future?
The donkey snorted in dissatisfaction. Womanly and spirit stones are a renewable resource. As long as the concentration of aura is sufficient, it will always crystallize. If you name a big day, I won't go, I'm too lazy to move. Lu Chuan snorted and threw a peanut rice towards his mouth.
That's fine. Donkey gritted his teeth in anger, going to the unsleeping sea and preparing to start the battle of the spectral spring, this you shouldn't refuse. When the mission is completed, let's leave this bird-like continent and go to a resource-rich place, how about robbing it out of existence? Well, good idea. Lu Chuan nodded.
In fact, Lu Chuan understood in his heart that it was impossible for him to retire in the Bright Moon Pavilion. After all, there was still a system in place and a dream of going home. Let's depart immediately and go blow up the eye of the spectral spring to speed up the mission.
Seeing Lu Chuan nod his head, Donkey's eyes filled with excitement.
Good idea, you go first, I'll be right behind you.
Lu Chuan said and rolled over, continuing to drink. Pfft, greasy bastard. Ah Fu was furious and had no choice. It's fine if you don't want to speed up the mission process, but from tomorrow onwards, start practicing. You stepped on a horse and gave your face, right? Chattering, chattering, chattering without end. Lu Chuan slapped the donkey away.
Not long after the donkey was jerked away, the red leaf realist arrived at the small courtyard. She seemed to have heard the conversation just now, and her delicate little face was filled with trepidation and anxiety.
Senior, are you leaving the Bright Moon Pavilion?
Real Red Leaf's voice trembled a little, and there were tears in his eyes.
Lu Chuan didn't hide it and nodded his head.
There's no place like home, and sooner or later I'm going to get out of here, but don't worry about it. I'm a person who has always done things with a beginning and an end in mind. I will let the Bright Moon Pavilion grow to the point where it can stand on its own feet before I leave. The Red Leaf realist moved his lips, yet the words that he wanted to say did not come out after all. Real Red Leaf understood that Lu Chuan was not of the same world as her. He is like a cloud floating in the sky, and he himself is but dust on the ground. This cloud is just in this year and month, just happened to float to the top of their own head only, can look up to have been satisfied. How dare you ask for more? The first realm is the chi-gathering realm. The main thing is to feel the aura of the heavens and earth, and also to exercise the physical body to lay a foundation for later. Depending on the attribute, everyone feels different auras of the heavens and earth, and since I'm of the water attribute, I'm only able to feel the aura of the water attribute. Early the next morning, Bai Linlin assumed the responsibility of a master teacher and found Lu Chuan to begin teaching cultivation.
It's not easy. Lu Chuan flipped through the introductory technique in his hand while trying to run and feel it.
Soon, the air in front of Lu Chuan's eyes changed. The air was inexplicably filled with many colorful little people, each bouncing in front of their eyes in a naive manner.
Lu Chuan took this discovery and told Bai Linlin.
Bai Linlin didn't take a breath and almost died on the spot.
What Lu Chuan saw was not some naive batch of villains, but the actual spirit of the five elements.
This thing can only be felt when one is extremely close to it, and the talent requirement is extremely high. Like Bai Linlin, she could only see the lines of the water attribute and could not get close to the water spirits at all.
Lu Chuan, see a group of colorful bean batch.
That means not a single spirit, but all five elements.
People are more angry than people.
Bai Linlin remembered that when she was initiated, it took her 3 whole months before she could barely feel it. As soon as Lu Chuan got his hands on the introductory technique, he saw the spirit of the five elements before he finished reading it. Senior is awesome. The first realm is almost like this, you just need to break through and you'll be able to enter the second realm without any problems. Bai Linlin was an atmospheric child, and sincerely felt happy for Lu Chuan.
But soon, Bai Linlin thought of something else.
Senior, you are a 5 elements hegemony body, but the 5 elements hegemony body technique seems to have been lost.
Cough.
Lu Chuan barely managed to spit out last night's wine.
There's no kung fu, so what's the point of practicing? It's fine, I'll ask the donkey later, no even if I beg.
Lu Chuan was open-minded.
After Bai Linlin left, Lu Chuan began to try to guide those naive batch-molded, 5 elements of the spirit into the meridians.
However, as soon as these little guys entered the body, they were directly shaken out by the sword chi. The little bean pie, one by one, jumped to Lu Chuan's head and face, babbling and screaming, not knowing what bird language. Lu Chuan frowned as the biggest problem emerged. It is that the 2 systems of cultivation do not blend. He had already suppressed his sword chi to the lightest possible limit, but these little guys were still being ejected and couldn't get in at all. The only good news is that the 2 forces do not appear to be in conflict, they just repel each other.
It can be fixed, it can be fixed. Alfred appeared at the perfect time, shaking his head and talking. Your sword chi, which belongs to chaos, is, by nature, able to change attributes at will and embrace the 5 elements. We can do it all the same, first change the attributes of the sword chi, and then let the corresponding spirits of the 5 elements enter the body. So that those spirits of the 5 elements can make a home in your body. How about that? Isn't old me a genius? After saying that, Fu shook his head in triumph. You're a fucking genius. Lu Chuan revealed a mouthful of white teeth and laughed happily.
However, the next moment, Ah Fu's neck was choked to death by Lu Chuan's hand.
You can't think of something like that without some serious illness. Two kinds of power sharing one meridian. Do you step on the horse and want me to die?
It's okay that the power of the 5 elements is weak now, but when the power of the 5 elements grows, it will inevitably compete with the sword chi for territory.
If I, one day, don't get a balance right, is the whole thing going to blow up into mush?
Alfred's tongue drooped as he was pinched, and he rolled his eyes like he was going to meet God.
There's a way, there's a way.
Isn't your sword chi forming a small universe in your dantian? Just transfer all the sword chi that is warming your meridians and give way to the power of the 5 elements. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped as he listened, which would mean
he himself would temporarily abandon the cultivation of the sword Dao and instead focus on cultivating the hegemonic body.
Lu Chuan is a very stubborn person, and this solution has actually occurred to him on his own. But the thought of suspending sword cultivation was 100 times unwilling in his heart. Moreover, in the future, when the hegemonic body was cultivated and the power of the 5 elements completely took over the meridians, it would mean that the sword Dao wouldn't be able to take another step forward. Although Lu Chuan's sword Dao had now reached the extreme, his obstinate character made him want to go even further. Alfred played to his strengths and followed his lead. Ways to think later. A big living person can't let his urine suffocate him. You don't want the heavenly Dao to chase you and split you every day. Besides, your meridians are already strong to the extreme, so warming them with sword chi won't do much. Your sword path has also gone to the extreme, where no one has gone before, and there is no previous experience to draw from, so you can only enlighten yourself and come out with a sword path that is uniquely your own. If you don't say that the donkey is understanding, the power of this mouth cannon actually really talked to Lu Chuan.
Lu Chuan nodded. That's all we can do for now. Wait until the hegemony body becomes a great success. Hey, when you're not sick, you're really quite cute. Look at this little white and red face, tsk.
The donkey said, actually sticking out its big tongue, trying to lick Lu Chuan's face.
I'll whip the hell out of you.
Lu Chuan was barely nauseated and smashed Ah Fu's head with his fist. Ahem, the depths of love naturally lick, can't help it, can't help it. Ah Fu recovered his head and explained somewhat awkwardly. By the way, let me tell you something. Last night, I went and blew up the eye of the spectral spring. Tisk the magnificence of that scene, the seawater pouring in, the zenith shattering, the gongs and drums, the firecrackers. Alas, you were not there. It's a pity.
Lu Chuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You little yakuza, you're looking for trouble, right?
Senior, it's not good, it's not good. At this time, Bai Linlin anxiously ran into the small courtyard. Something happened in the unsleeping sea last night, and the eye of the spectral spring opened. Now the upper 3 sect has issued a death warrant for all sect cultivators above the 4th realm to head to the Undying Sea and prepare to defend against the Demon Region's army.
Pfft, Lu Chuan blared fiercely at Ah Fu. It was all because of this goods. Can we not go to the Bright Moon Pavilion? Lu Chuan asked with a frown.
Bai Linlin cried and shook her head. I can't. If I don't go, I'm afraid that in the future, the entire Tianyuan continent, there will be no place for Mingyuet Pavilion to stand on.
And later? Ah Fu snorted. Let's talk about whether or not we can hold back the Demon Region's army. Shut your doggy mouth. Lu Chuan really wanted to strangle this bastard.
I'm a little donkey, I can only keep my donkey mouth shut. Ha 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 ha. Fu bared his big slate teeth and taunted twice before slinking away on his feet.
Lu Chuan thought for a moment. It's better to let the girls go on a trip. It's good to see the world. When do we leave?
Well, I'll listen to Senior's arrangement. Bai Linlin nodded. We need to set off immediately. The undreaming sea is now treacherous. There is a possibility of war at any time.
Okay, then you guys go ahead and get ready. I've got a few things to do.
For this matter, Lu Chuan is not at all on the heart. If not the Bright Moon Pavilion of the maids to go, they are lazy to move. After Bai Linlin left, Lu Chuan mobilized all the sword chi in his meridians and returned it to the Dantian location.
This leaves the meridians empty. It took a few more minutes to channel the spirit of the 5 elements into the body.
What made Lu Chuan find it interesting was that the 5 elements spirits actually did not violate each other after entering the meridians.
The 5 colored villains, lined up in the meridians, transported the aura to various locations in the body. But there was too little aura in the meridians, and these little bean batches, it seemed, were a bit idle. Lu Chuan took out some more spirit stones that he hadn't had time to give to Nangong Chushue yet. And I don't know how to absorb this thing, so I'll simply just pinch and burst it open. The bursting spirit stones turned into a canopy of white mist. If someone saw that Lu Chuan was spoiling the top-grade spirit stones like this, he would probably be able to spurt out blood on the spot in anger. The aura contained in the top-grade spirit stones was extremely pure and huge, and needed to be slowly absorbed and channeled. Moreover, once a spirit stone is shattered, the spirit stone will turn into aura and dissipate between heaven and earth. However, the weird thing was that not only did the aura around Lu Chuan not dissipate, but it began to enter his body. It turned out that there were a large number of spirits of the 5 elements that began to carry aura into Lu Chuan's body. Within a few moments, the aura of hundreds of top-grade spirit stones was carried by the little bean batches. So many top-grade spirit stones were enough for a 5th realm cultivator to absorb for a year. Lu Chuan is good, less than 10 minutes to give absorption finished. With that kind of efficiency, it's probably going to scare people to death. And after absorbing so much aura at once, there was actually no discomfort at all. Lu Chuan didn't continue. These spirit stones were all reserved for the Mingyue Pavilion. It wasn't right to spoil them all by himself. From now on, Lu Chuan was an authentic cultivator. A little chicken of the chi-gathering realm. Only after finishing this did Lu Chuan slowly head to the main peak. Seeing Lu Chuan, Nangong Chushue froze for a moment. She was still a little unaccustomed to Lu Chuan's bubbly beauty. Elder. After reacting, he hurriedly greeted them and reported the situation. Bright Moon Pavilion disciples, there are a total of 450 cultivators above the 4th realm, and we will arrive at White Wind City 5 days later. Now White Wind City has been commandeered as a rear base camp. We will not be joining the battlefield as the main combatants. Our main mission is to treat the wounded. In addition, the guest minister and the 2 elders will stay at the mountain gate to prevent accidents. The Bright Moon Pavilion was large and small, with a total of tens of thousands of disciples, and there were only so many cultivators above the 4th realm. It was really too shabby. After saying that, Nangong Chushue looked at Lu Chuan, hoping that he would take an idea. Don't look at me, I'm not the pavilion master, make up your own mind. Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Then let's set off now. Nangong Chushue didn't nag and directly told the crowd to head to where the Skywalker Sparrow was. Lu Chuan was still sitting on the head of the Skywalker Sparrow this time. This flat-haired beast had gained benefits last time and his cultivation had refined a lot, so he was respectful to Lu Chuan. Before leaving, Lu Chuan used his sword chi and enveloped the entire Bright Moon Pavilion. Lest you come back one day and your home has been burglarized, that would be really disturbing. 5 days later. White Wind City. The Skywalker Sparrow landed outside the city. As the outlet of the Undreaming Sea, White Wind City was going to serve as the rear base camp this time. At this point in time, White Wind City had long since lost its previous bustling pyrotechnics. The city's civilians had been relocated out of town, and the city's main residence had been commandeered and made into a temporary command post. The entrance to the city was heavily guarded, and the lowest realm guarding soldiers were actually all 5th realm cultivators. These little chickens of the Bright Moon Pavilion really weren't enough to look at. The entire White Wind City was shrouded in a murderous aura that made one's spine go cold. Get out of the way, get out of the way, get out of the way. A growl rang out as a giant spider fell from the sky. The sickening smell of blood filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of cultivators were thrown off the spider's back. These cultivators who were thrown down were either missing arms and legs, or were covered in blood, and each of them was as breathless as if they were going to die. Soon, a group of ordinary people rushed out from the city gates. One by one, they carried stretchers and transported these injured people into the city with nimble hands and feet. It seems that this is not the first time that these civilians have acted calmly. Fellow Taoist, how is the front line? One of the soldiers guarding the city shouted at the man on the spider's back. Only a small number of demonic creatures have appeared now,
and the demon region's army hasn't entered yet, so it's still stable for the time being.
After responding, the spider flew up into the sky and quickly disappeared from view. Which clan are you from? Clan token out. A guard came in front of the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion with a bad attitude.
Nangong Chushue understood that now was not the time to be angry and hurriedly took out the clan token and handed it to the guard. The guard examined it carefully before he breathed a great sigh of relief and softened his tone considerably. So it's a fellow Daoist from the Bright Moon Pavilion. I'm sorry for the offense just now. A kind of demonic creature that can take shape has appeared in the past 2 days, and it's hard to distinguish between them. They often disguise themselves as our people and enter White Wind City to cause trouble.
Extraordinary times, it should be. Nangong Chushue nodded.
The guards didn't nag, gentlemen, report directly to the South City, and someone there will arrange what you should do.
It seems that things are not looking good.
With such a scourge of a woman like Nangong Chushue standing in front of them, the guards didn't even have the heart to take a second look. When they entered the city, it was more heavily guarded than expected, almost counting as 1 post for every 3 steps and 1 guard for every 5 steps. When we came to the South City, a huge open space was pushed out. Looking at the arrangement, it should be a large wartime hospital. Above the clearing, a formation was set up, and a green fluorescent light enveloped the entire clearing. On top of the open space enveloped by the formation, there were injured people lying all over the place, with a few moans of pain occasionally coming out.
This is the Shinong Formation, a large-scale healing formation. The resources consumed to set up this kind of formation are terrifying, and it requires many clans to join forces to set it up.
The green luminescence inside can uninterruptedly restore the wounded's injuries.
Nangong Chushue explained for Lu Chuan. I can't understand even if you say this to me.
Lu Chuan smiled and waved his hand. You guys go about your business, this place looks pretty safe.
After Nangong Chushue took the girls to report, Lu Chuan skipped around.
How about that? Not bad, this quest process, definitely fast. Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan and raised his chin proudly. Wait for a few days, when the Devil Region's army is assembled and passes through the eye of the spectral spring. You can then go on a killing spree and kill them all for him. Wouldn't it be great to get the title of Great Devil then?
Damn you, give me something to do. Lu Chuan sent Fu flying with an uppercut. I'm not going to give you a leg up. After beating up Ah Fu, Lu Chuan skipped around the city for a while and didn't even have a place to eat.
In the end, they had to go back over to the makeshift hospital, where at least there were still pretty girls to look at.
Hurry up and kill her. If we let her spread the infection, the entire White Wind City will suffer. Nangong Chushue, if you can't make up your mind, then my old self will help you.
Before arriving at the place, Lu Chuan saw from afar a large number of people outside the Shinong Formation, these people surrounded together.
A huge piece. By what right? We're here to help, not to be pigs and dogs for you to kill. Nangong Chushue's clear and cold voice rang out, full of anger.
Lu Chuan was a bit speechless. How long did he leave for a while? How did he get involved again?
These girls, are they really just here to be aggravated? Move over, gentlemen.
Lu Chuan cheerfully greeted, and although his voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. These melon eaters blocked the road. Lu Chuan also just called out twice, and did not rush in more unreasonably. Never go actively looking for trouble. Lu Chuan this point is really likable. The crowd turned around only to see a young man with a black and a white longsword hanging from his waist and a nobleman-like appearance, standing at the back with a smile on his face. This rare male-female look had surprised the crowd enough. That chi condensation realm's cultivation, paired with that dangling look of the old man being the best in the world, was even more of a shock. The crowd looked a little dazed for a moment.
What are you looking at? If you don't like it, come and fight one-on-one.
Being stared straight at by the crowd, Lu Chuan was very upset. Yet it was this little rookie of the first realm who gave a roar. But it shook the crowd's souls, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies and go on a divine journey to the heavens.
Bah, nothing.
Lu Chuan spat and peeled through the crowd to the center. Raising his eyes, he only saw one of the maids of the Bright Moon Pavilion, lying on the ground. With his eyes shut tight, his lips five black, and his body drenched in sweat, the situation looked bleak. And Nangong Chushue protects the maid's side, stalking her neck and confronting an old crone. like an old mother hen whose feathers are exploding all over in order to protect her child. Seeing Lu Chuan, her tears flowed indisputably. Elder. Upon hearing the title of senior, the people around them were a bit confused and looked at Lu Chuan incredulously. Lu Chuan frowned. Nangong Chushue was a very strong child. One does not shed tears easily if one is not greatly aggrieved. Lu Chuan asked, "What's going on?" Nangong Chushue wiped her tears and spoke. "After you left, Elder, we were put in charge of treating the wounded. Not long ago first, a new batch of wounded were transported in, but this girl was accidentally caught by the wounded while she was being treated and turned into this appearance." The more Nangong Chushue spoke, the more agitated she became, pointing at that old crone's nose and cursing. This dead old woman, when she saw that the girl was scratched, she didn't say anything, she directly threw the person out of the formation and had to kill the girl. Being scolded by Nangong Chushue pointing at her nose, the old crone's eyes jumped straight up. She looked at Nangong Chushue and laughed coldly. "Nangong Chushue, show me some respect. What are you, and what is your Minghui pavilion? This demonic poison is extremely contagious, don't you kill her and let her infect others? I'm your grandmother." Nangong Chushue was really angry. The usually gentle and modest, she couldn't help but burst into foul language at this moment. "Dead old woman, other people infected with demonic poison can be saved, just our Minghui pavilion's people can't be saved. Why are you targeting my Minghui pavilion so much? Bitch, how dare you speak ill of the old body?" The old crone's eyes almost bulged out in anger as she slapped Nangong Chushue's face. This old woman, an elder of the Xian Tian sect, a solid 7th realm cultivator. With this slap, Nangong Chushue would be half mutilated if not dead. "Hey, like to get your hands dirty, don't you?" Lu Chuan was happy. The old crone's slap had not yet slapped Nangong Chushue's face, but he himself received a blow on his face first. The old woman's mouthful of old blood sprayed out on the spot, and her entire body directly knocked over the crowd and flew out. The people around them almost didn't have a heart attack when they saw this scene. That old crone was a solid 7th realm cultivator. What makes you, a little chick of the 1st realm, able to slap her away? In vegetables and love to pretend. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and spat, then squatted down to check the girl's injuries. "Be careful, little lord, those infected with demonic poison will rise up and hurt people," someone nearby kindly warned up. At this moment, the girl who had been unconscious suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, her eyes became completely black, and her entire face was distorted as if it were an evil spirit. The girl opened her mouth and bit straight towards Lu Chuan's arm. Cluck! Lu Chuan didn't even bother to dodge, letting this girl bite on his arm with her mouth. The girl, as it turned out, barely chipped her own teeth. It's okay, let me conk out." Lu Chuan smiled and rubbed her head. The delirious girl, unnaturally quiet at this point, had black tears streaming from her eyes. Lu Chuan sent a sword chi into the girl's body and quickly found the cause of the problem. The girl wasn't poisoned, she was controlled by something strange. It was a very, very small bug that was eating away at the girl's head, and it looked like it should be something that could control her human behavior. Lu Chuan used his sword chi to stir up these things, and soon the girl's pitch-black eyes returned to normal and her face calmed down. The girl realized that her mouth was biting on Lu Chuan's arm, and with a blushing little face she hurriedly let go of her mouth. "XXX, I'm sorry, does it hurt? This is good?" The crowd went into cardiac arrest. This demonic poison was one of the trickiest injuries, extremely contagious and very difficult to pull out. The amount of elixir consumed to treat a person infected with demonic poison was terrifying. The crowd's eyes changed when they looked at Lu Chuan again, just like looking at a monster. Who dares to commit murder and injury in White Wind City? At this moment a low middle-aged male voice rang out. When the crowd heard this voice, they automatically made way, while at the same time they all looked at Lu Chuan with a sympathetic face. A middle-aged man in fancy clothes walked in, followed by the old woman who had half of her face smashed. "Ah, didn't whip your ass?" Lu Chuan was a bit stunned to see this old woman. "That slap just now, even though I didn't use my sword chi, this body of strength is not joking with you." Lu Chuan enough to eat 100,000 years of vigor pill, a force, hand-tearing the heavenly calamity, cracking the sky to open the ground is no longer a matter of course, properly a humanoid monster.
Lu Chuan was a little puzzled as to why he hadn't smoked the old woman to death.
When the old woman saw Lu Chuan looking at her, she was so scared that she moved closer towards the middle-aged man. That slap just now had truly jerked her out of her psyche. If it wasn't for the secret treasure protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have been smacked on the spot and his head would have exploded. Although this life was saved, but the thought that the secret treasure that he had expended so much effort on was just gone. The old crone's heart was itching to flay Lu Chuan to relieve the hatred in her heart.
When Nangong Chushue saw this middle-aged man, her face instantly became obscure.
She whispered to Lu Chuan, the Shen Tian sect's supreme elder Zhang Nanshan, a peak 8th realm cultivator, is now responsible for handling all kinds of affairs in White Wind City. Before Nangong Chushue could finish her sentence, Zhang Nanshan had already arrived in front of the duo. Zhang Nanshan swept a glance at Lu Chuan and sensed that it was actually just a chi-gathering realm minor cultivator, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. He looked at Nangong Chushue and asked in a stern tone, "Who made the move just now? Did no one tell you to understand that fighting is strictly forbidden in White Wind City right now?" Zhang Nanshan said, his body's breath exuded out, pressing Nangong Chushue unable to move. Nangong Chushue's bones creaked all over her body as she was pressed down, but she raised her head and glared fiercely at the old crone behind Zhang Nanshan.
"Elder Zhang, aren't you a bit undiscerning of right and wrong if you come to hold me accountable without asking what happened?" When the melon eaters heard Nangong Chushue's reply, each of their scalps went numb.
This Zhang Nanshan was notoriously protective, and he was afraid that there would be no good fruit if he contradicted him so bluntly.
"Hee, I still need you to ask questions when this seat acts?"
Zhang Nanshan sneered, "Who in the world beat someone up like this?
"If you don't return to this seat, this matter will be counted on your Mingyue pavilion." Nangong Chushue was so angry that she almost cracked. "Is this the virtue of the upper three clans? Ask the dead old woman what she did." Hearing the dead old woman's voice, the crone's head exploded with anger.
Relying on the presence of Zhang Nanshan, she replied stiffly, "Humph, what qualifications do you have to waste pills on a small cultivator of the 4th realm in the Mingyue pavilion? If she dies, she can only blame it on her bad fate." You, Nangong Chushue, never expected to hear this kind of justified answer, simply shameless to the extreme. The surrounding people who were eating the food were also listening to the fire.
But what can be done? You can only stare when they say so.
There, it's okay. Lu Chuan, who was watching the fun, slowly stood up at this time. In fact, Lu Chuan was very dissatisfied with the way Nangong Chushue handled this top. Nangong Chushue, this girl is good at everything, but when it comes to the safety of the disciples under her door, she is prone to losing her mind. It wasn't that this disposition was bad, it just wasn't very suitable for leading a clan. If he wasn't here today, with this kind of posture from Nangong Chushue, he would probably be peeled off a layer of skin by the Shen Tian sect. Lu Chuan flirted flirtatiously with his hair, and cheerfully said, "People, it is me who hit, Moncler Outlet Online. I'm a little strange, how did not whip the girl to death?"
"What do you mean by arrogant?" "That's arrogance. Tactical backward movement."
Zhang Nanshan looked at the front of his eyes, the beautiful to the point of being a male, and his eyes jumped straight up. "You look like a human being, but when you open your mouth, you sound like the king of heaven and the king of you."
"Very well." Zhang Nanshan laughed back in anger.
After such a short while, he was actually scorned by two juniors, completely not taking the three-word Shen Tian sect seriously.
"Well, you, Mom, got the partition wall." Lu Chuan, who was still smiling, suddenly twisted his entire face like an evil ghost.
Word for word, he greeted Zhang Nanshan's mother. Ah Fu, who was watching from the crowd, immediately wiped his feet when he saw Lu Chuan's appearance.
"Because it's a sign that Lu Chuan is sick."
"Little bitch, you dared to curse me." Zhang Nanshan was furious. "According to White Wind City's wartime management regulations, I can now execute you on the spot."
"Ah!"
Before Zhang Nanshan could finish his proclamation, he suddenly screamed miserably. Lu Chuan didn't know how to drop, but suddenly arrived in front of him and directly gripped his hair. Zhang Nanchen only felt that there was a huge force like a mountain falling, tugging at him. Zhang Nanchen responded in a panic, his entire body's true essence spewing out, forming a wall of qi around him in an instant that was visible to the naked eye. Boom! However, it doesn't seem to be working. Lu Chuan gripped Zhang Nanchen's hair and ruthlessly pressed his head above the ground. Terrifying shockwaves stirred out in a way that was visible to the naked eye. The surrounding melon eaters were instantly victimized, and were tipped over by the shockwave. Somewhere too close, was shocked by the blood wildly sprayed, life directly went half. Eating melon is risky, watch out for the fun. At the point where Zhang Nanchen's head made contact with the ground cracked as if it were a spider web. This crack spread all the way to hundreds of meters in a circle, and it was not hard to imagine how much force Lu Chuan had used for this collision. Damn old woman, likes to make a difference, doesn't she? Lu Chuan's empty left hand reached out to the old crone who was scared shitless. The old woman was directly sucked into Lu Chuan's hands. Lu Chuan's right hand Zhang Nanchen, his left hand the old crone, gripped the hair of the two and slammed it against the ground. Treadmill, likes to bully people, doesn't he? Boom! Lu Chuan said, lifting the two's heads up and slamming them down hard again. Like to play the big tail, don't you? Boom! Like to split lives, don't you? Boom! Lu Chuan just bumped it one at a time. The blood that erupted from Zhang Nanchen and the crone's head sprayed Lu Chuan's face. However, Lu Chuan didn't care at all and just bumped it one by one. Lu Chuan didn't stop until he had smashed the duo's heads into pulp. As for Zhang Nanchen and the old crone, the two of them were long dead. 8. Lu Chuan spat viciously at the corpses of the two. Make me angry, ungrateful thing. Running far away from the big team of melon eaters, seeing this scene from afar, they were directly dumbfounded. Dead? An 8th realm, a 7th realm, just alive by a little male child, give so knocked to death? The key is that these two are still from the Xian Tian sect. The crowd's brains had lost the ability to direct their own actions, and they stood there motionless, staring at the two concrete corpses with two dazed eyes. Wait and hang these two corpses, for me, at the entrance of the city lord's mansion, so that those bitches who pride themselves on their noble lives will learn a lesson. Lu Chuan's complexion finally returned to normal and instructed Nangong Chuxue. Fine, I'll go personally. Nangong Chuxue estimated that her anger was still not over, and nodded her head fiercely. Alas, hey girls, don't be afraid, busy yourself to go, come all the way here, also grow a little bit of business skills. Lu Chuan turned to the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, a small face almost blossoming with joy. The girls had just been frightened by Lu Chuan's horrible behavior, and now they were finally coming back to their senses. Thank you, Elder. Thank you, Elder. After the girls politely thanked Lu Chuan, they continued to go and treat the wounded. Little Lulu, little Shiyun, bring the cooking guys over, lunch hasn't been eaten yet. Lu Chuan cheerfully ordered up his two personal maids. The two little girls hurriedly trotted over, skillfully taking out tables and benches, setting up pots and fires. It wasn't long before the aroma of the meal filled the air. Good guy, now the only one who can eat is probably this Lu Chuan guy. Elder, wait. Lu Chuan had just picked up his chopsticks when little Lulu on the side hurriedly called out and then handed over a handkerchief. It turned out that Lu Chuan's face was full of blood, and eating like this looked too scary, somewhat like he was eating a child. Let go of the teenager, let me do it. Lu Chuan had just received the handkerchief, and as a result the donkey came galloping from a short distance away. Ah Fu threw out his big tongue, saliva flying all over the sky, looking at this appearance as to give Lu Chuan, lick the blood on his face clean. Pfft, stupid dog. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. A handful of them ripped it out for you just as Alfred's big tongue was about to fling itself in his face. Then wrapped his tongue around its neck and pulled that hard, and the world finally cleared. Fragrant, Lu Chuan wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief, then placed it on the tip of his nose and sniffed deeply. A face full of perverted intoxication. The two little maids next to him, looking at them, took a step back in fear. At this moment, in front of the city lord's mansion, Nangong Chushue hung the corpses of Zheng Nanchen and the old woman above the luxurious gate under the watchful eyes of a group of guards. The guards were outright stunned after recognizing the bodies of these two men. Soon a tall, black man came to the door.
It was no one else but an old acquaintance, Lu Chuan.
Zheng Nanchen was responsible for handling the specific affairs of White Wind City, while Lu Chuan was responsible for the overall coordination.
In fact, Lu Chuan was the supreme governor of the entire White Wind City.
Seeing the corpses of the two, Lu Chuan's expression changed slightly. Upon seeing the remaining angry Nangong Chushue on one side, he was relieved again.
Nangong Pavilion Master, what's going on here? Lu Chuan stepped forward and asked cheerfully.
Nangong Chushue politely saluted and told what had just happened. Lu Chuan listened with a look of indignation.
Humph!
These brutes from the Xian sect, usually used to being overbearing, in this situation, they still want to be special and treat people differently, good death.
Nangong Chushue laughed coldly in her heart. If you didn't know that there was such a person as Lu Chuan, wouldn't your Zhenyuan sect be the same? Elder Luo is deeply righteous, a model for my generation as well.
Nangong Chushue wasn't a saving grace either, and boasted with a smile on her face. Lu Chuan nodded. Nangong girl, don't worry, I will report this matter truthfully, no one will pursue the subsequent responsibility, and no one will dare to find trouble with Mingyue.
Many thanks to Elder Luo for administering justice.
The two chatted a little more here and there heartily. Waiting for Nangong Chushue to leave, Lu Chuan looked at the two corpses, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile.
Xian sect, are you going to break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach, or are you going to take this breath out?
Elder, should we take down this corpse?
The guard at the side asked.
Lu Chuan waved his hand. Hang on, just hang on. The Great War is coming, Xian sect wants to monopolize the power, this is a good warning, go find some anti-odor material. In addition, pass down the order that Zhenyuan sect disciples are not allowed to mess with the people of the Bright Moon Pavilion, and if they want to come into contact, they must treat them with courtesy, and those who violate the order will be decapitated. The words decapitation were used, and the guards were numb at the sound of them. Lu Chuan stretched out physically and mentally and muttered, it would be better if Yun Mengzi also went to invoke it. Of course, Lu Chuan wouldn't try to stir up trouble, he was a very smart person. Moreover, he had come into contact with Lu Chuan some days ago and understood how terrifying that man was. Lu Chuan ate and dozed off on the spot. During this period, Lu Chuan gave the order that the affairs of the South City side would be the sole responsibility of the Bright Moon Pavilion. This was giving enough face, and Nangong Chushue knew that it was because of Lu Chuan that Mingyue Pavilion had such treatment.
In order not to disgrace Lu Chuan, the disciples of the Mingyue Pavilion acted without differentiation and used their best efforts to treat every injured person.
The previously pandemonious Shinong formation was much better at this time. It went on into the night, when suddenly hundreds of wounded were transported.
This is the largest number of wounded in the last few days. Fellow Daoist, what has happened? Why have the wounded skyrocketed so much? Nangong Chushue pointed while waving the crowd to carry the injured while asking the cultivator transporting the injured.
In the evening, a demonic domain cavalry suddenly appeared in the eye of the spectral spring, causing a large number of casualties as it charged.
Nangong Chushue's face was a bit ugly, not understanding why so many cultivators couldn't stop a cavalry.
Ugh, the man continued with a sigh. Other than us being on the main force, the four ancient clans didn't come a few people at all. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll have to give up White Wind City and retreat inland.
Oh yeah, you guys be careful too. The Demon Realm cavalry came ashore after breaking through the blockade. There's a chance it might come and attack White Wind City.
Nangong Chushue's face changed, and she subconsciously looked at Lu Chuan, who was not far away, drinking a small wine. Seeing Nangong Chushue's face look bad, the man comforted.
Fellow Daoist doesn't have to worry too much. White Wind City has the ace army of the upper three sects stationed there, so there shouldn't be any problems. End of conversation.
Shortly after the men transporting the wounded left, the earth began to tremble rhythmically. This is the peculiar majesty of the cavalry when they charge. Soon, a bright red arrow shot straight up into the sky, illuminating the dark night. A loud voice resounded throughout White Wind City. The demon domain cavalry is attacking. All cultivators enter a state of readiness. Cultivators of the 5th realm and above, head to the east city gates and prepare for battle. This sudden news caused the silent White Wind City to come alive. A large number of formations lit up, illuminating the entire White Wind as if it were day. Senior, we're going to the East City. Nangong Chushua brought the Bright Moon Pavilion, a pitiful 24 5th realm cultivators, to report to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan nodded. It's good to let the child go to war and see blood. Saying that, Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and a stream of black sword chi surged into the bodies of all the maids. Sword chi for you to protect. Your bodies are too weak to withstand too strong a sword chi, but it's enough to save your life. Go boys, the time has come to build a career. Lu Chuan waved his hand and cheered the crowd up. Nangong Chushua bowed deeply, her eyes filled with perseverance. She understood that the Bright Moon Pavilion could not move forward under Lu Chuan's shelter forever, and it was now time for the disciples under her door to see blood. Before the gates of the East City, the 3 cavalrymen were already fully loaded and ready to go. These 3 cavalry teams were the Long Yuan Guards of the Jin Yuan sect, the Heavenly Strike Guards of the Cloud Dream Zephyr, and the Laying Guards of the Shin Tian sect. These 3 cavalrymen, the actual trump cards of the upper 3 clans, were the armies used to fight large battles. Although the 3 cavalries combined were only about 1,000 people, their aura far exceeded the tens of thousands of cultivators behind the cavalry. Luo Ran was at the forefront of the battle formation as the overall commander. When he saw that Nangong Chushua, with the disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion, had also arrived in the East City, his lifted heart was finally released. He understood that as long as the Bright Moon Pavilion participated in the battle, even if all 3 cavalry units were killed in battle, White Wind City would not be lost. That man will not stand idly by. Luo Ran is a very treacherous person, otherwise he wouldn't be able to sit in this position today. But there was one thing that he knew very well. That was that this land had given him everything, and if the Tian Yuan continent was occupied by the demon region, then he would lose everything he had. Luo Ran straightened his carefully crafted armor and looked in the direction from which the earth tremor came. A black line slowly came into view. A troop of cavalry riding black nightmares, numbering around 500, appeared in view. The black armor, black lances, and black mounts seemed to blend into the night. There was only the sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth, making everyone's heart beat uneasily. An icy cold aura of solemnity pressed over like a great tide lapping at the shore. The demon realm cavalryman sat down on the nightmare, and the blue flames that rose under his feet were like the fire of souls in a ghostly realm. The warhorse sensed the fear and neighs uneasily. Luo Ran's vision gradually cleared up, which meant that the demon domain cavalry had gotten close enough to each other. Ready! Luo Ran raised the lance in his hand and blindfolded the warhorse at his hip. He knew that this was a head-on collision, and that no amount of tactics or staging would stop this cavalry from moving forward. The only thing they can do is kill them on the front. If they failed, they would lose one of their rear camps, the front line would not be replenished, they would retreat inland, and the battle would spread throughout the Tian Yuan continent. Kill! Luo Ran stirred up his entire body's true essence and roared out this word. White Wind City's 3 Iron Blood cavalry began to charge. At the same time, those 500 cavalrymen from the demon region began to accelerate. The entire earth, under the vibrations of the Iron Horsemen, shook wildly. A suffocating killing intent filled the air, and people seemed to be able to smell it emanating from the weapons, the smell of blood mixed with rust. 3 massive beastly silhouettes, charging, appeared above the 3 cavalries. This was a formation spirit, and only a large army that was extremely well coordinated and proficient in charging in battle formations would have a chance of summoning this kind of battle formation spirit. The appearance of the spirit of battle formation greatly encouraged the cultivators in the rear. The combat power of a spirit of war was comparable to that of a 9th realm cultivator. In the eyes of these ordinary cultivators, the 9th realm was already that god of the clouds. Boom! Black flames erupted under the charge of the demon domain cavalry. A behemoth, 100 meters tall, appeared above their heads. It was a battlefield Grim Reaper in armor and a battle sword. This magic realm cavalry, too, had its own spirit of battle formation. This meant that this cavalry was not some small shrimp, but an important force in the magic domain. Boom! The cavalry crashed into each other and opened up a grueling close combat. And the 4 battle formation spirits entered the battle at the same time. Blood began to soak the earth, and the sound of ripping crashes and roars intertwined into a melody of death to come. That armor-clad humanoid battle spirit, facing the beast-shaped battle spirit of the upper 3 clans, actually did not lose the wind with 1 against 3, and even had a tendency to suppress it. A battle between 2 races was one of the most brutal. There was only life and death, there was no third option. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid battle spirit shattered the head of the Xiantian sect's battle spirit with a slash. The charging cavalry of the Xiantian sect instantly collapsed. It was flooded by the black iron horsemen in a matter of moments. Then came Yun Mengzai's war spirit, which was decapitated with a single slash, and the charging cavalrymen ended up like the Xiantian sect, instantly slaughtered cleanly. A humanoid battle spirit was clearly a notch higher in combat power than a beast-shaped battle spirit. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the Jinyuan sect was slaughtered. Luo Ran was drenched in blood, and his hands were trembling. He had never expected this outcome. His proud iron cavalry, under the charge from the opposite side, was actually so unbeatable. As the leader, Luo Ran's determination wavered, directly affecting the survival state of the war spirits. This last battle spirit, its figure began to blur, as if it would collapse in the next moment. Bright Moon Pavilion disciples, charge with me. Nangong Chushue knew that they couldn't wait any longer. If they waited for the last battle spirit to be shattered, they would no longer have the slightest resistance. The entire White Wind City will fall. A group of girls, facing this bloody battlefield, aren't they afraid? Of course they are afraid, but they understand that they can't live, only live or die. Nangong Chushue led the way, followed by the only 24 or so 5th realm disciples of the Bright Moon Pavilion. They were the backbone of Mingyue Pavilion. If they all died in battle, Mingyue Pavilion would never be able to turn around. But Nangong Chushue remained righteous. Because this is their land, this land has given them everything, and if they lose this land, they will lose everything. Seeing the charge of a group of women, the cultivators in the rear froze. Charge, fuck it! Someone shouted, and tens of thousands of cultivators vastly rushed towards the battlefield. Lu Chuan's figure appeared before the empty city gates. Somewhat enviously, he looked at the group of charging cultivators. They may not be on the same path, but they have the same goal at this point, to fight for the ground beneath their feet. Where is my home, the land on which I stand? Lu Chuan gently shook the empty wine jar and sighed deeply. Alfred, who was following along, didn't say anything. It knew he was homesick again. Courage is a valuable quality, but it's also a quality that usually determines nothing. Things come down to strength. Tens of thousands of cultivators facing an iron cavalry of around 500. There was no imagined fierce collision, only lopsided carnage. The coordination of the battle formation made the Devil's Domain cavalry as if it were an iron bucket, splashing water. Each charge of the battle formation takes hundreds of lives. Hot blood, sometimes, doesn't fill the gap in strength. It's so damn cookie, how can it be cookie? Lu Chuan shook his head straight as he watched. Bang! Throwing the wine altar in his hand, Lu Chuan took a step out. The dust on the ground rippled away, and a tyrannical aura of killing all living beings, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The cultivators who were fighting to the death stopped, the demon domain cavalry also stopped, and the heavens and earth were frighteningly quiet at this moment. Withdraw! Seeing Lu Chuan, Luo Ran, who was still alive, reacted and gave the order to retreat. The cultivators who were still alive followed the Jinyuan sect's remaining dozens of iron horsemen and ran towards the city gates. In the face of the crowd's retreat, the demon domain cavalry didn't pursue, but instead organized their ranks and rearranged their formation. The retreating large group naturally made way for Lu Chuan. They looked at this somewhat languid noble gentleman and didn't know how to express the gratitude in their hearts. A melodious sound of horse hooves rang out, and the demon region cavalrymen that were lined up, at this time, also gave way. A woman with a sword on her waist, her hair tied up high and valiant, slowly walked towards Lu Chuan. The darkness veiled her from view. But it was thought that it wouldn't be too hard to look at, as the close-fitting black armor couldn't hide her devilish figure.
A first realm cultivator? The woman's crisp voice rang out, full of disappointment. Lu Chuan looked at the woman not far away, shook his head and said seriously, "Actually, I am a swordsman." Swordsman? The woman seemed to frown. "Yes, the swordsman." Lu Chuan laughed softly. Then his right hand gently raised and placed it on top of the hilt of the killing knife. The kind of swordsman who kills a man at 10 steps and leaves no one behind for 1,000 miles. Interesting. The woman laughed as well. Endless Demon Region, left Vanguard Adjutant, Zixia. The woman drew the long knife at her waist. An extreme aura of killing came down from the sky. Red mist spread down from her body, enveloping the surrounding heaven and earth. Fields. The cultivator watching the battle at the city gate shouted out these two words with a trembling voice. Domains were moves unique to divine Tao third realm powers. Unleash the intangible great Tao of enlightenment in a tangible way like a domain. The domain, the greatest killer mace of a divine Tao third realm cultivator, was one of the most terrifying means of attack. The only thing that can compete with a field is another field. This devil realm woman in front of her, her strength was at least on par with that of a divine Tao third realm cultivator. The crowd looked at Lu Chuan. Seeing that he just placed his hand on top of that black sword hilt, he didn't show any response. Despair spreads like a plague. They understood that in front of an enemy who could open a field, running away was a luxury. Guilt by association. The woman flicked the long knife in her hand. A melodious trembling sound came from above the blade. The blade gradually turned into a blood-like color. The armor on the woman's body also turned red, and secretive runes generated on her face. Her aura lifted and lifted and lifted, finally resting at that highest point. At this moment, the woman seemed as if the true form of the god of murder had descended into the world to harvest all life. No? Lu Chuan asked. Isn't that enough? The woman laughed, confidence in her voice. Of course, not enough. Lu Chuan shook his head and slowly pulled out the killing knife. In the instant that killing knife was sheathed, a treacherous fluctuation exploded from the sword. A tyrannical killing intent rose in everyone's hearts. This killing intent violently stimulated them, as if they would lose their minds and go mad the next moment. Sword 5 Blossom Fall. Lu Chuan's figure disappeared into thin air. Only a slowly falling black sword flower was left behind. So quick to capture. The woman looked at the location where Lu Chuan had disappeared, and her pupils shrunk violently. The long knife in her hand sliced down horizontally, however, in the next moment, her expression froze, and the knife in her hand was also fixed in place. A black sword flower, drifting down from her eyes, she wanted to reach out her hand to catch it, yet her body was out of control. Lu Chuan's figure appeared 10 paces behind her, no more and no less. The killing knife was already sheathed. Lu Chuan did not look back and walked slowly towards the cavalry. What a fast sword! The woman's trembling lips spat out 4 words. In the next moment, her domain shattered with a loud bang, and her head flew up high, blood soaring out, bringing up a wind-like sound. She couldn't understand to her dying day how this teenager, who didn't have a domain, was able to move freely in her domain. The crowd at the city gates didn't come back from their shock until the field shattered and the woman's head flew up. Everything was beyond common sense and cognition, and they couldn't imagine what kind of existence that noble son really was. The demon realm cavalry began to charge, and they didn't disorganize themselves because of the death of their general. The huge battle spirit, wielding its long blade, ruthlessly slashed down towards Lu Chuan, bringing up a might that crumbled mountains and split the earth. The cavalry also charged forward, ready for close combat. The flowers are blooming. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and the flowers that were transformed by the sword chi drifted down in the sky. Sword 5 Flowers Fall. The most romantic of Lu Chuan's 12 sword moves. This romance, however, is paid for by life. The next moment the blooming sword flower exploded violently. The Devil's Domain cavalry was instantly swamped. The Great War came to an end, and White Wind City was preserved. However, except for Lu Chuan who should eat and drink, everyone was anxious and panicked,
and the entire White Wind City was sad. This time, the Demon Realm cavalry raided White Wind City. The cavalry of the upper three clans were almost completely wiped out, and the remaining cultivators died close to 3,000. The most terrifying thing was that the other side only had 500 iron horsemen. Moreover, if Lu Chuan hadn't been there, and had he killed the Demon Realm woman who was able to open up a realm, there would be no need to say what would have happened to White Wind City. The crowd had experienced this great battle and began to gradually realize the gap between the Tian Yuan continent and the Demon region. If the Eye of the Spectral Spring could not be resealed in a short period of time, even with Lu Chuan, a fierce man, the fall of the Tian Yuan continent would only be a matter of time. Even if Lu Chuan was strong, no one thought that with him alone, he would be able to fight against the endless demon region. The only good news was that after the great battle, White Wind City had finally settled down, and for the next several days, there were no more accidents. Fix the doggy, come on, come on. Lu Chuan refused Luo Rant's request to invite himself to stay in the city lord's mansion, and remained lying on this side of the Shenong formation. These days, as soon as it was time to start the meal, there would be a chubby little dog that would come to Lu Chuan's place to dabble in the food. This little guy, it should be raised by the civilians of White Wind City, probably when it was transferred, it didn't take it away and left it behind. Lu Chuan is a very complicated and strange person. He's not patient enough with a lot of people or things. But it's impossible to resist this furry little thing. Lu Chuan found a bowl for the puppy, and as soon as it was time to eat, he had a bowl for himself and a bowl for the puppy. One on the table, one under the table, a big one and a small one, both with mouths full of food. When the puppy finished eating, he would lie down beside Lu Chuan for a while and then leave without saying a word. Lu Chuan also never forced the puppy to stay, letting it come and go as it pleased. It became a special sight on the south side. Endless demon territory. A mysterious world whose strength was able to fight against the entire vast world, People's overall impressions of endless magic are few and far between. Because they don't seem to have anything else to do but wage war. It was a good thing that all along, the narrow eye of the spectral spring had restricted the demon realm's army from entering the great world of vastness. However, this time, the eye of the spectral spring, the entire thing exploded. The blown-up area took up almost a tenth of the unsleeping sea. This meant that the armies of the endless demon region would be able to pass through the eye of the spectral spring without any hindrance and wage war. On the other side of the eye of the spectral spring, in the middle of the endless demon region, the sky is gray here and the environment is oppressive and suffocating. Boundless armies were assembling, and the human race made up only a very small portion of these soldiers. Most of the soldiers were unnamed demons. Right in the center of the army, there was an ornate high platform. The demon lord, the ruler of the demon region, was watching his men assemble. The demon lord looked like a handsome young man, but his actual age was already more than 50,000 years old. Sitting on top of the high platform, the demon lord propped up his chin and watched the boundless army gathering with some disinterest. On the side stood a woman wearing a long white dress with a cool temperament, unable to see her face because she was wearing a veil. She is the high priestess of the demon realm. The existence of the high priestess is far older than the demon lord. There is a saying in the devil's domain, it's called the demon lord of flowing water, the high priest of iron. Having witnessed the rise and fall of many eras, only this time, she had pressed everything on this generation of demon lords. Zixia died in battle. The high priest extended his hand and a small black crystal ball appeared in it. The black blob was riddled with cracks, as if it would break apart the next moment. This kind of small ball, called the demon core, was something unique to demon realm beings by nature, and it was also their weakness. Only if one was strong enough, the magic core could be taken out by special means. The magic core was indestructible, and even if the body perished, it could quickly recover. This was the fundamental reason why the cultivators of the Tian Yuan continent talked about demons. High combat power demons simply couldn't be killed or exhausted, and even if their bodies perished, they would soon be reborn again in their magic cores. However, at this moment, the magic core in the high priest's hand shattered apart inch by inch and dissipated into pieces in the air. This meant that Zixia's divine soul was completely annihilated and could never be revived.
This is something that has never happened before. The high priest raised his head and looked through the heavy black clouds to the sky. The heavens are treacherous and the fierce star is unusually active. I'm afraid there will be changes. When the demon lord heard this, he laughed disdainfully. The Tianyuan continent is but a projectile land, lacking in aura and resources, even the divine Tao third realm, there are only a few of them. What kind of variables can come out of it? The high priest shook his head, the cloud of worry between his brows did not dissipate. It can't be deduced. Whenever one tries to get close to those murderous stars, everything will be covered up. The demon lord smiled and shook his head. The high priestess doesn't need to worry too much. This time the eye of the spectral spring blew up for no reason. It's a great change that hasn't been seen in 100,000 years. We must seize this opportunity to enter the great world of vastness. The high priestess listened, her brow gradually spreading. Yes, she had already waited for 100,000 years. If she couldn't grasp it this time, I'm afraid she would have to wait for the next 100,000 years. The heaven-swallowing great emperor attained enlightenment in the dragon field 100,000 years ago, and now the great emperor's enlightenment field will reappear, and there must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. There is your chance there, and the chance for the entire demon realm. Fix the doggy, come and sit down. The little fat dog came on time to dine, and Lu Chuan had the good sense to serve it delicious food. To be taken care of by this tyrant, this honor is considered the pinnacle of a dog's life. I heard that the other day, you killed a demon realm general who could open a realm? Lu Chuan had just picked up his chopsticks when a faint female voice sounded not far away. A young girl with bare feet and wearing rough linen clothes appeared not far away. The young girl was not good looking. Her skin was dark and her face was full of freckles, like a countryside tomboy who rolled around in the mud all day. At the first moment, Lu Chuan sensed that in the young girl's body, there was a huge power hidden, on par with that demon domain general earlier. That meant that this woman was an expert of the third realm of the divine Tao. Fuck off and get annoyed. Lu Chuan waved his hand with some impatience, because in the woman's voice, he could hear suppressed excitement and hostility. Only a martial arts fanatic would show such emotions. That means this young girl is here to get herself into a fight. The young girl looked at Lu Chuan and her pupils gradually contracted. The body began to shake violently from the excitement, and the expression on his face twisted. Because when Lu Chuan said that get lost, she felt a kind of power, a kind of indescribable power. Obviously, it was only a first-realm cultivator, so why would this feeling appear? The young girl didn't want to think about that anymore. The extreme excitement had caused her pupils to start to look abnormal. Her pupils turned into snake-like vertical pupils, and in the needle-like vertical pupils, symbols began to flicker. Eye of the Tingshui snake, desert lock family. The eaters saw the change in the young girl's pupils and shivered in fear. The desert lock family, one of the 4 ancient clans, had survived for a much longer time than the upper 3 clans. The most distinctive symbol of the Luo family is the pupil of the eye of the Tang snake. Legend had it that this Tang snake's eye, which was related to the ancient divine beast, the Tang snake, could bestow possession of a very strong natural aptitude. Only the pure Luo family bloodline had an extremely low probability of opening the eye of the Tang snake. This dark and thin young girl in front of her, without a doubt, must be a core member of the Locke family. Be careful, little lord, this girl doll is from the Locke family. Eater kindly reminded up. The young girl grinned, revealing her neat white teeth as she looked at Lu Chuan. Fight me, win and you can have a nice dinner. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped and he slapped his chopsticks on the table. The little fat dog under the table, startled by the sound of the table being tapped, raised his big innocent eyes to look at Lu Chuan. Hey, Lu Chuan instantly changed his face, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a gentle smile, and said to the little fat dog, it's fine, you eat your. The little fat dog cocked his head and whimpered, seemingly understanding Lu Chuan's words, and lowered his head to continue drying his rice. Looking at the little fat dog, Lu Chuan took a deep breath, picked up his chopsticks again, turned his head to the young girl, and reminded up in a gloomy tone. Think it over, little Yakuza, once you make your move, there will only be death for you and death for me, there will not be a third outcome. Perhaps the young girl didn't realize that she should have thanked the dry dinner dog. If it wasn't for the fear of startling it, Lu Chuan would probably have already twisted her head off. At this moment,
the young girl's needle-like pupils suddenly bled out.
Her body trembled even more. Yet the trembling was from fear.
The eye of the Tang snake has an ability to see the qi in others. You can judge the strength by the concentration of the gas. But just now Lu Chuan inadvertently revealed the gas, but colored the world in front of the young girl black. She had never seen such pure tyrannical aura. This qi, so huge that it covered the sky, seemed to be tearing the heaven and earth apart. The young girl froze in place, knowing that once she made a move, the consequence would be one word, and that was death. The melon eaters have been in contact for the past few days, but they know Lu Chuan's character very well. As long as you do not mess with Lu Chuan, anything is fine, but you want to make a death not long, then I am sorry. The melon eaters were all so excited that they were close to wailing, waiting for this young girl to go up and give away her head. The impression that ordinary cultivators had of the four ancient clans was actually very poor. These few families were the assholes of the Tianyuan continent. When there is something wrong, he avoids the world and pretends to follow the fate of heaven. And when there was nothing else to do, they occupied a few large spirit mines, large secret realms, and crazily plundered resources. With this virtue, the crowd couldn't wait for the four ancient clans to play it out sooner rather than later. The young girl stayed where she was for a long time, until the munchers were about to lose their patience and she turned away. In the end, she still didn't have enough courage to take a shot at Lu Chuan. Put. The young girl didn't leave far before a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. For Lu Chuan, this was just a small episode that didn't matter. But for the young girl, it led directly to a crack in the heart of the Tao. If this rift was not mended properly, I'm afraid she would be stuck in this realm forever. It was just this rift that she was afraid she would never want to repair in her life, and Lu Chuan wouldn't give him that chance. It's called heaven's own faults can be violated, but self-inflicted faults cannot be lived. Woo-woo. Lu Chuan had just finished his lunch when a low horn sounded in the distant sea. Everyone's gazes looked towards the undying sea. They knew that the great battle had begun. Only an hour has passed. A streak of light streaked across the sky, and a huge flying magic weapon descended from the sky, hovering above White Wind City. The first line of defense has been lost. The Devil Domain Army has entered the Undreaming Sea in full force. All logistical personnel are evacuating White Wind City and heading to Phaseless City. The bad news came out of nowhere, and everyone froze at the news. It's too fast. It's only been an hour. Why has the first line of defense fallen? Isn't the first line of defense the Morrow Grand Formation? Why was it broken through so quickly? Some people didn't want to believe the news and questioned it out loud. The number of demonic domain armies is beyond imagination. It's impossible to fight against them. Hurry up, everyone come up here. The logistics should be transferred to Phaseless City first and establish a good supply point. This answer filled everyone with despair. Phaseless City, yes, we still have Phaseless City. Some people reacted and ran towards the huge flying spell. Phaseless City was the #1 city in the Tianyuan continent, with high walls and a heavenly danger to defend. There must still be a way. Elder, are we leaving? Nandong Chushua led the Bright Moon Pavilion disciples and broke away from the panicked crowd. Lu Chuan couldn't help but shake his head as he watched these cultivators, like headless flies, scurrying around the city. Go, definitely, but not with them. Nandong Chushua was a bit puzzled. Please clarify, senior. Lu Chuan pointed at the flying magic weapon that was half the size of White Wind City. This thing is too big, the target is too obvious, don't go with them, it's easy to get wiped out, you guys go straight back to the Bright Moon Pavilion. Nandong Chushue heard that Lu Chuan wouldn't be traveling the same way and asked worriedly, won't senior come with us? Lu Chuan shook his head, don't worry about me, worry more about how to preserve the disciples under your door. After this war, the forces on the Tianyuan continent will be reshuffled, whether Mingyue Pavilion can have a place or not depends on you. Good. Nandong Chushue nodded her head fiercely, then led the disciples under her door to the city gates. The Bright Moon Pavilion only had a few hundred people, and compared to the entire White Wind City's 100,000 strong army, it was unremarkable. No one cared where the Bright Moon Pavilion was going, and no one cared if they lived or died. After another hour, the entire White Wind City ran out of steam. People were in their spells, looking at the entire city, with only the lone Lu Chuan left, and their hearts were full of bad feelings.
They don't know why you, Lu Chuan, don't go.
Lu Chuan landed in a quiet place, and also finally shed his ass from the chair. Standing up and stretching, he slipped over toward a private house not far away with his hands behind his back. Soon Lu Chuan found the little fat dog. It was lying on its back before the door of a closed room, its eyes filled with sadness.
This is supposed to be its home, only its owner, it seems, doesn't want it.
At the sound of footsteps, the little fat dog looked up. After seeing that it was Lu Chuan, the little tail wagged and whimpered softly.
Huey Hooker, go on, skedaddle. Lu Chuan smiled and greeted.
The little fat dog got up, looked at the closed door, and retracted his outstretched leg.
It's afraid.
What should I do if I don't guard this place in case my master comes back and doesn't see me? The little fat dog cocked his head, wagged his tail, and stood in front of the door, refusing to leave.
Lu Chuan didn't force himself and placed the prepared bowl of meat in front of the little fat dog.
Gently rubbing the dog's head, he laughed, "If you're hungry, look for me at the ferry, I'm sure to be there." The little fat dog licked Lu Chuan's hand. It didn't understand what Lu Chuan was saying.
Let's go, no need to send.
Lu Chuan smiled and raised his hand, waving it lightly. The little fat dog looked at Lu Chuan's back, his big eyes full of doubts. It wondered why this good man, today, smelled a little different. The cultivators of the Tianyuan continent were routed faster than expected. Lu Chuan had just reached the ferry when he saw several, as huge as a small city, warships coming from the sea level. Soon the warship docked and a large number of cultivators poured down from the ship like a swarm of bees. They were terrified, their faces twisted with fear. Lu Chuan found a nice spot by the pier and happily watched the people who were hastily fleeing for their lives while his eyes searched for something. Soon a cultivator wearing the robes of the 10,000 Beasts sect appeared in view. Lu Chuan gently raised his hand, and a sword chi brought up the sound of breaking air and pierced through the man's brow. Lu Chuan was a very vindictive person. The 10,000 Beasts sect had given themselves something to do some days ago. Could they be given a good time? The death of one man can make no waves in the stream of people running for their lives. But what about 100? When the kill reached the 100th person, someone finally realized that Lu Chuan was intercepting the cultivators of the sect of 10,000 Beasts. Why is he so despicable at such a young age, to do this poisonous thing in such a situation? A middle-aged man, who was somewhat in a sorry state, came with a few people to ask for forgiveness. This leading middle-aged man was the Xian Tian sect's patriarch, Luo Yuntian. However, at this time, he had long since lost the authority of the upper three sect masters, and was as terrified as a bereaved dog. There's a grudge. Why else? Lu Chuan somewhat boredly snapped his fingers again, and a few more 10,000 Beast sect cultivators fell in the stream of people running away. You guy. Luo Yuntian saw this teenager in front of him, completely ignoring himself. The bad anger that had been held back on the side of the Demon Region's army exploded out here in Lu Chuan. Intercepting frontline soldiers at the time of a great war, no matter which sect disciple you are, I can kill you. Luo Yuntian was furious and slapped Lu Chuan's head. Are you sick of this? Why don't you just be a good dog? Lu Chuan was a little angry, and the consequences were serious. Facing the palm that swung towards him, Lu Chuan struck first afterward and directly clasped Luo Yuntian's pulse. Before Luo Yuntian could react, he pulled fiercely towards his front. Then a hook with his left hand viciously struck Luo Yuntian's chin. The piercing sound of bones breaking rang out. This combination shattered Luo Yuntian's entire jaw and even lost a small half of his face. Miserable screams resounded in the midst of this running stream of people. Idle you! Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes as he looked at Luo Yuntian, who couldn't speak because his jaw was broken. Then he broke his neck, and fearing that the bastard would not die completely, he stomped on his head again. Only after doing so did Lu Chuan sit back down and continue searching for the crowd of 10,000 Beast sect in the crowd. It was busy until evening, when the million-strong army managed to disembark, and only after making sure there were no leaks did they manage to stop their hands. And at this moment, there were already 20 huge flying magic vessels floating above the sky, obscuring the entire sky.
It seemed that the retreating cultivators were to be transported to Phaseless City. Lu Chuan estimated that even if a flying magic vessel only held 100,000 people, it would still be enough to hold 2 million cultivators. The number of cultivators who retreated from the front line was so large that Lu Chuan was a bit surprised. Lu Chuan was a bit curious. An army of cultivators of this size, routed so quickly, how strong was the demon domain? Just a rabble. Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan at this moment, his tone filled with contempt. If it was replaced with a continent in the top 3 in terms of strength, it would still be able to fight with the demon domain. The Tian Yuan continent is completely unqualified for this. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Where the hell have you been these past 2 days? No sign of the donkey for the past 2 days, which is a bit of an anomaly. When Ah Fu heard Lu Chuan ask, he swept towards the side with his thieving eyes to make sure that no one was eavesdropping before he whispered. In the past 2 days, I went looking for information and discovered the reason why the demon region attacked the Tian Yuan continent. Lu Chuan frowned. Why, is there any other special reason? Ah Fu snorted in excitement. He, if the speculation isn't wrong, it should be related to the great emperor's enlightenment field. The field of enlightenment? Lu Chuan was a bit bewildered. Ah Fu nodded. 100,000 years ago, a person with great fortune achieved the position of a great emperor by attaining enlightenment at the dragon field. The enlightenment field may reappear in the world recently, and there should be an opportunity to become an emperor. I can't speculate on the exact location, I can only locate it when the enlightenment field appears. Lu Chuan nodded. This was good news. Just at that moment, one of the flying magic vessels transporting cultivators above the sky suddenly exploded. In a flash of fire, a white light 100 times brighter than the sun spread out. Then a second one blew up right after it, and then a third one in just a few minutes. All 20 flying spells exploded. In such a short period of time, the flying spells all blew up, and the cultivators who went up all perished, which must not die hundreds of thousands. The brutality of the war is evident in the fact that it is all in the tens of thousands, counting the number of people killed in action. These silly things, with such a big target, aren't they shouting for people to come and fight? Alfred couldn't help but roll his eyes and scoff. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A hoarse roar rang out between heaven and earth. Cultivators who didn't make it up there stopped in their tracks in a hurry and set up a formation in a panic. 3 figures, at that moment, appeared in the sky after the flying spells blew up. A powerful light, like a mountain, pressed down from several people. The noisy white wind city instantly went deathly quiet. Gentlemen, there is no need to travel by boat, the feng shui of this place is very good. Buried here, you can be reincarnated in a good life in your next life. Above the sky, a middle-aged man in the center, dressed in black armor and holding a coiled dragon spear, looked at the ants below and snorted. Lu Chuan looked at the 3 with some curiosity and asked, Donkey, between cultivators, there is such a big difference in strength in each realm. In fact, it only takes a few demons with the strength of the 3rd realm of the divine path to slaughter all of these cultivators, so why does the demon region still need to make a big fuss about it and let the army press in? What do you know? Donkey rolled his eyes. Against higher-ranked cultivators, lower-ranked cultivators can utilize battle formations and arrays, and are not completely helpless. If it weren't for the fact that right now these cultivators are so disorganized and messing around, the formation wouldn't even be able to get it out. Just those 3 dangling hairs of the Dao 1 realm in the sky will be hung up and beaten by these millions of ordinary cultivators. Lu Chuan nodded. In that case, then I'd better slip away. When the time comes, the countless armies of the demon region will be in formation. In case I can't hack it, how humiliating it will be. Put. A mouthful of old blood almost didn't come out of Fu's mouth. Others are others, you are you, it's not the same. Ah Fu hurriedly stopped Lu Chuan and blew a rainbow fart. You're the strongest sword god ever, a fierce man whose killing efficiency is higher than an assembly line. What kind of stinking fish or shrimp is the 3rd realm of the divine path that can be compared to you? Hey, if you can talk, talk more. Lu Chuan sat back down again, and Afu was rare in not getting smacked. Form up, find your place, don't mess up. Finally, someone is coming out to run the show. By now, however, the army had been scared out of its wits, and the sound was quickly drowned out in fear. Quiet.
Above the sky, the general holding the coiled dragon lance spoke again at this moment. A huge pressure swept over White Wind City, and the crowd was silenced once again by the pressure. I am Mokakash, the commander of the Vanguard Battalion of the Devil's Domain, and I have an adjutant who died in battle here earlier. Does anyone know who did this? Whoever tells this general can guarantee his safe departure from here.
Ugh, looking for you.
Ah Fu looked at Lu Chuan is full of gloating. White Wind City was silent, and no one gave an answer. Because those who know, have long since withdrawn.
No one knows? How disappointing for this general.
Mokakash shook his head and nodded gently to the two men to his left and right. The other two didn't have any nonsense as they fell from the sky above, opening up a one-sided slaughter. In an instant, White Wind City was a place of ghostly cries and screams.
Sinful animal, don't be reckless.
At this moment a green-colored light came from the sky at great speed. A flying sword brought up a heck of a lot of power, charging straight at the two demons that fell into the city. After the flying sword, there was a man coming from the sky.
A huge palace silhouette loomed behind him.
This person seemed to be walking not too fast, yet there was an indescribably eerie feeling. As if jumping in space, he arrived above White Wind City in a few blinks. At the sight of the magnificent palace that loomed large, someone reacted. The green flying sword, flowing water and falling flowers, heaven and earth, is the owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace, Yi Shangyan. Hearing this name, the cultivators who had become pigs and dogs to be slaughtered were instantly galvanized. The Kunlun Divine Palace was one of the most mysterious sects, a place of pilgrimage in the hearts of cultivators in the Tianyuan continent. This generation's Kunlun lord was named Yi Shangya, a Dao One-Realm sword cultivator. The Kunlun Divine Palace hardly ever came out of the world, but legends about it were passed down from generation to generation in the mouths of cultivators. That figure gradually became clearer, a middle-aged man in rags and linen with a bearded face. There were some discrepancies with the crowd's imagined appearance of an ethereal and dusty sword fairy, but the terrifyingly sharp sword aura proved that this person was Yi Shangyan. Yi Shangya, ye great sword immortal, I've heard a lot about you. Mokakash looked at the middle-aged man confronting him and pulled the corners of his mouth into a smile, black flames igniting around him.
The air around them, pulled and twisted by the flames, made Mokakash's figure look somewhat less real. He was able to call out Yi Shangya's name, so it seemed that for the intelligence of the Tianyuan continent, the demon domain had done an excellent job. Yi Shangya sneered up with an expressionless face, a bunch of people who hate dogs, talking to you will dirty my mouth. Ha!
Mokakash couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then I hope that sword immortal Yi's bones are as hard as his mouth.
Brother Yi, this matter of killing animals, how can you not call me?
Just then, a flash of white light rose from the sea. A white-clothed sword immortal came riding on the waves.
Shimanchanga of Panglai Pavilion. Panglai Pavilion, one of the 4 ancient clans hidden above the unsleeping sea.
The crowd didn't expect the Shiman family to come as well, so did that mean the other 3 families would come as well? If all of the Divine Dao Third Realm were gathered together, along with millions of cultivators, there was no chance that they wouldn't be able to fight. The crowd's mood swung again, kindling hope for life.
Brother Yi, leave the 2 below to me, you deal with the one above. Shimanchanga's bravado was so strong that he lightly stepped on his feet.
The wind and clouds above the sky rose again, a huge sword formation formed at great speed, and the heaven and earth were instantly filled with destructive awe-inspiring sword intent. Brother Shiman is in pain, let's drink together later. Yi Shangya laughed out loud, and with a stretch of his hand, the green-colored flying sword below that was entangled with the 2 devils returned to his side.
Ignorance is in the air.
Moksha shook his head gently. In the next moment, the flames around him erupted in a prairie fire. A magical beast that was 100 meters tall stood up from the black flames of the prairie fire. The black demonic aura rose up into the sky, occupying a part of the sky with Yi Shangya's green-colored sword curtain and Shimanchanga's white sword formation respectively. Let me learn the cold mountain sword intent of this generation of the Lord of Kunlun.
Mokakash flicked his feet to the top of the wraith's shoulders.
The roaring flames rose once more, forming a suit of flaming armor over the wraith.
If you want to see it, then I'll show it to you. A monstrous sword intent erupted from Yi Xiangyan.
The heaviness of the mountains, and the terrifying icy cold spread out extremely quickly. This sword intent clashed with the black flames of Makaksha. The two extreme attributes rubbed out a brilliant luster, illuminating the entire dark night. At the same time, the white sword formation trembled and erupted with dazzling divine light. Because the battlefield between Shimanshanga and the demons was on the ground, blocking the exit of the city gates, the cultivators of White Wind City had no choice but to all squeeze their way back to the ferry once again. The crowd saw the teenager who had killed Luo Yuntian again, with two long swords hanging from his waist, somewhat lethargically. He sat at the end of the long bridge by the dock, propping his chin up and staring out at the rippling sea. He seemed to have no interest in the battle at White Wind City. As darkness fell, the little fat dog stood up from the closed door. The tremor in White Wind City luckily didn't reach it. The little fat dog bounced around ready to go to Lu Chuan because it was time for dinner. After running a few steps, the little fat dog returned to the door and picked up his little bowl. It came to its usual place, yet it was empty, and the familiar person was nowhere to be seen. Little fat dog in the mouth of the bowl, tinkled on the ground, eyes full of sadness. The master is gone, just met the new friends is also gone. The little fat dog, with tears in his eyes, kept circling around the place where Lu Chuan had sat, shrugging his little nose while circling. Soon it stopped again and kept sniffing at the air. It smelled Lu Chuan's scent. The little fat dog was impressed with the smell, because it was the best smell he had ever smelled, better than the meat in the bowl. The little fat dog cheerfully picked up the bowl and ran in the direction of the dock. Patriarch Bailey, we should take advantage of this opportunity to break out, and we'll have a chance when we reach Phaseless City. Yes, Lord Bailey, this is the only chance we have. If we stay green, we are not afraid of having no wood to burn. Give the order, my lord. One of the upper three clans, the Xin Tian sect's patriarch, was dead, and the Yin Mengzhe patriarch had little influence and little say. Right now, only the Jin Yuan sect patriarch, Bailey Yuza, had the ability to calm the scene. Bailey Yuza looked towards the battlefield where several Dao One realms were fighting. The entire sky was trembling and White Wind City was being destroyed at an extremely high speed. If they fought for a little while longer, I'm afraid that they would die under the fallout from these people sparring. Now was the best time for them to leave White Wind City. However, Bailey Yuza knew very well that even if they reached Phaseless City, it would be impossible for them to defend it. It was only a matter of time before the entirety of the Tian Yuan continent fell. Even if all four ancient clans were to deploy, along with the Kunlun Divine Palace, it would be impossible to hold back the Demon Region's army. Bailey Yuza turned his gaze to Lu Chuan. Earlier, when Lu Chuan was in White Wind City and slaughtered that woman from the Devil Domain at the Dao One realm, Luo Ran had passed on information to him. He naturally knew that this teenager, who was too good to be true, was that god of killing from the Bright Moon Pavilion. It was because Luo Ran of the Jin Yuan sect had been in contact with Lu Chuan. Naturally Bailey Yuza, as the Jin Yuan sect patriarch, was one of the few people who could guess Lu Chuan's strength. Being able to easily exterminate a Dao One realm powerhouse might be possible. Patriarch Bailey, we can't all die here. Since you're not willing to give the order, then we shouldn't blame us for being unethical. At this moment, someone interrupted Bailey Yuza's thoughts. Brothers, follow me and rush out together. Good. It can be described as a call to arms. In front of life and death, no one will talk about morality. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Under the roar, a wounded man was sent to Bailey Yuza. Isn't this a disciple of the 100 Flowers sect? They weren't the first to withdraw, why are they back? Seeing this wounded man, a bad feeling welled up in the hearts of the people. Bailey Yuza hurriedly stuffed an elixir into the injured man's mouth. The wounded are doing a little better, but that's about it. His divine soul was about to collapse, and no medicine could save him. Lord 100,000 miles, we've been intercepted by the Demon Region's army. Don't go to Phaseless City, the back road has been cut off. The wounded man spat out a few words in a broken voice and died. Bailey Yuza's brain buzzed, and when he got up, his entire body was in a bit of a trance, almost fainting directly. The news spread like a plague, and everyone's face was ashen, and there was nothing but despair. Lord Bailey, are you all right?
The people around him rushed to support Bailey Yuza. Ugh! Bailey Yu let out a long sigh and smiled bitterly. We have no way back, the Tianyuan continent can already be declared fallen in less than a day. That's just it, all run for your lives. Bailey Yuza waved his hand, and his entire person looked instantly a dozen years older. Woe! Woe is me, and blessing is me. As despair spread, a desolate horn sounded in the distant sea. A black wall of water appeared where the sea and sky met. That's the ocean that's churning up. It was like a heavenly river pouring in, and White Wind City was so small under this wall of water that it was almost negligible. The hearts of the crowd, beating violently with the sound of the trumpet. The heavens and the earth trembled with this upturned sea. Gray crept onto everyone's faces, a color that only the dead can appear. In their minds, they had already pronounced the death sentence for themselves. That churning sea, advancing not so fast, seemed to be intentionally slowing down its advance. The invisible pressure was released to the maximum, and some cultivators started to vomit madly because they were too scared. Some cultivators wanted to escape, but they couldn't take a step. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Something even scarier happened. The sound of horses' hooves trampling the earth resounded from behind White Wind City. A humanoid battle spirit that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared behind the mountains. How majestic it is, how incredible. This humanoid battle spirit, wielding a battle sword in his hand, chipped away at the mountains that were in his way and came towards White Wind City. With a wolf in front and a tiger at the back, the entire White Wind City, which had become a sandwich cake, was now unable to escape even if it wanted to. Formation! 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 Bailey Yuza's hoarse voice resounded. The voice carried the will to die. People are always such strange creatures. In fear one becomes a worthless coward. Yet in a situation of certain death, it will be the trapped beast that bares its teeth. Fuck it, I'll take 2 of them with me even if I die. Fight with these beasts. The resolve of the monks was, somewhat ironically, united in this desperate situation. The entire White Wind City, at this moment, became strangely quiet. No one spoke anymore, only the sounds of the cultivators pinching and laying down formations remained. A little fat dog, carrying a small bowl through the crowd. Luckily, no one had an itchy foot and gave the little guy a kick, otherwise they were afraid that they would have been destroyed by Lu Chuan first. Woof woof woof. The little fat dog finally saw the figure and happily threw the small bowl in front of Lu Chuan. You're really here. Lu Chuan lowered his head and rubbed the little fat dog's head, spreading his hands somewhat helplessly. There's no dinner tonight, it's not done. The little fat dog ran all the way, was starved, and looked at Lu Chuan with a crooked head. Thinking that Lu Chuan didn't understand what he meant, he touched his paw to his little bowl and woofed twice. Lu Chuan cried and laughed, and punched Ah Fu who was beside him. Bring out some vigorous pills. Are you sick? Can't you talk properly? Ah Fu's lips turned up in anger, revealing a mouthful of large plate teeth. Lu Chuan squinted at it, and Ah Fu immediately and honestly took out a small bag. A stinking dog, also worthy of eating Master Donkey's power pill, your grandmother's cheap you little brat. Alfred crumbled up in displeasure. Lu Chuan lazily ignored the bastard, opened the bag, grabbed out a handful of small silver-colored pills, and put them into a small bowl. Pushing the small bowl in front of the little fat dog, Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed with a smile. Eat it, it's tasteless, but it's top-filling, and when you do, you'll be the prettiest cub on the street. Little fat dog is also really hungry, even if the vigor pill what flavor is not, but put in the bowl, must be able to eat. Uttering a few mouthfuls, he directly dried up half a bowl of Powerball. Lu Chuan looked amused and poured the remaining half bag of power pills into the little fat dog's bowl as well. Spoil things, O Lord of Heaven, alas. Ah Fu looked at it with gnashing teeth, wishing to hoof the little fat dog to death right away. The tense atmosphere seemed to be washed away quite a bit by the arrival of the little fat dog. The cultivator who had finished setting up the formation looked at Lu Chuan who was feeding the dog. Lu Chuan's lean and slender figure was stretched out for a long, long time in the pale moonlight. The 2 long swords of opposing colors at his waist were somewhat out of character. Because cultivators don't use swords like that, cultivators only use flying swords. Little lord, hurry up and come into the big formation, as long as you can live for a little while longer. The nearest cultivator, seemingly unwilling to see this noble son with a superb temperament die under that monstrous wave, kindly shouted. Perhaps they will not know that it was this temporary bit of kindness that saved their little lives. Lu Chuan raised his eyes and looked at the cultivator who had made the statement and couldn't help but smile and shake his head. As the old saying goes, what goes around comes around. Clapping his hands, Lu Chuan slowly got up. The churning sea could be seen clearly by now. What I saw in front of me was much more horrifying than I had imagined. This churning up of seawater was like a black curtain covering the sky, to cut off the world in front of him. Don't disorganize yourself, guard the eye of the formation, as long as the formation doesn't break, we'll have a chance. Bailey Yu's trembling voice rang out. Yet he said things he didn't believe himself. When this black curtain slaps down, it will be the time when the entire White Wind City will be annihilated. Bailey Yu once again looked at the thin figure. He didn't know if he should now, and held out hope. The earth beneath his feet began to shake violently as the black curtain approached. Not only that, but the entire White Wind City began to experience a terrifying earthquake. Lu Chuan had his hands behind his back and was just looking around absently. Woof woof woof. The little fat dog suddenly scurried in front of Lu Chuan and growled viciously at the black curtain that covered the sky. It seems to be protecting Lu Chuan. Even if it was scared, even if its tail was pinned and its body was shaking, it still stood in front of Lu Chuan without any hesitation. Maybe that's why Lu Chuan likes dogs a little more than people. Kind words are appreciated. Smiling, he patted the little guy and took a gentle step. The crowd looked on in disbelief, not understanding what this male was trying to do. What's he going to do? Don't get distracted, he's probably scared silly and looking for death. We can't stop him. Pity. Everyone thought that Lu Chuan had lost his mind, only Bailey Yu's pupils, at that moment, lit up. Hold on to the big formation, as long as we survive this, we'll have a chance to live. Bailey Yu's voice, full of fighting spirit, endured in the shaking White Wind City. Lu Chuan took a step above the surface of the sea, ripples lightly swirling under his feet. Fu followed suit and couldn't help but laugh at the black curtain that covered the sky. Is this a big scene? Alfred asked with a trifle of flirtation. Lu Chuan shook his head and merged his fingers into a sword, gently stroking it in front of him and faintly said. That's the big game. Monstrous white waves rolled up from the sea ahead. Silver-white bright waves push and chase and keep pulling up. Eventually it actually turned up all of the surrounding sea, revealing the mottled seabed. This monstrous huge wave, the higher the louder, like 1,000 armies holding a thunderous boom, rushing away. The people of White Wind City looked dumbfounded. Their mouths opened as wide as the mouths of boxes and they froze for a moment. Then everyone subconsciously swallowed 2 or 3 mouthfuls of saliva, but their throats remained dry. It was as if Bailey Yu's entire body was drained of its strength, wanting to collapse to the ground. He braced himself and looked at the lean figure from afar, and a great fire seemed to steam and burn in his eyes. Perhaps they do have a shot at survival. Boom! In the middle of the ocean, 2 canopies formed by the churning sea crashed together fiercely. The earth shook, the mountains and rivers crumbled, and the waves that broke apart smashed down like mountains. Under the collision of this terrifying as heavenly might, a desperate sense of powerlessness rose in everyone's hearts, feeling as small as dust. Lu Chuan carried his hands behind his back and stepped on the waves, step by step, walking neither fast nor slow. The black curtain that covered the sky gradually dispersed, and a neat black line appeared above the sea that gradually returned to calm. The long black line was not a wave, but an army. This army was so large that it spread over the sea as far as the naked eye could see, which made it look as if it were a black line. A magnificent high platform, in the center of this boundless army. The demon lord admired the scenery of the unsleeping sea. He wouldn't be able to see this kind of charming scenery in that harsh environment of the devil's domain. The demon lord fantasized that if he could enlighten himself in the dragon field and walk up to that extreme peak, this would be the home of the demon region after the future.
The high platform in front of them slowly came to a halt, and the demon lord's showy brows gently furrowed. "Why did you stop?" The demon lord was a bit angry. He believed that there was no one or thing on the Tianyuan continent that could stop the advance of the demon region's army. Soon, the demon lord knew why his army had stopped. A handsome young man just stepped on the waves and stood in front of his millions of troops in a dignified manner. And the advancing army stopped because of him. Ridiculous? Quite ridiculous. The demon lord narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the teenager, the faint moonlight sprinkled on his body with an indescribably dusty feeling. At this moment, the high priest beside the demon lord's side, his brows furrowed fiercely. A flicker of fear flashed in his eyes. The evil star shines, the heavens are beginning to change, he is the source of the changes in the heavens. Interesting. The demon lord laughed and gently waved his hand. A human, even if he can stir the heavens, what is he going to stop my demon region army with? Change formation and step over to the king. The halted demon region army, under the orders of the demon lord, began to move forward once again. The first to start was the one in the very center of the army. This army was the demon domain's toughest charging force, and all of the soldiers were made up of earth dragon demons that were close to 10 meters tall. This kind of demon had an earth dragon bloodline, and not only was their strength boundless, their body strength was also very high. The scales on their bodies were the best armor, able to withstand most of the kills from magic weapons. This is the best vanguard unit, and no one knows how to charge better than they do. 100,000 earth dragon soldiers, stepping on the surface of the sea, launched a charge. An earth dragon battle spirit void shadow, as massive as a mountain, appeared above this troop. The terrifying size of this battle spirit almost covered half of the sky. At the same time, the two steel torrents, one left and one right closely guarding the flanks of the earth dragon demon army, charged up together. The extreme sense of oppression crashed over as viciously as if it were a landslide. Lu Chuan sort of understood why the cultivators of the Tianyuan continent had collapsed so quickly. Compare that to these soldiers who are in command and well-trained. Those scattered cultivators in the Tianyuan continent were really nothing. Looking at the charging army, Lu Chuan smiled and shook his head. Sometimes the number of people doesn't determine anything. The demon lord didn't know what this teenager was using to stop the demon region's army. But soon, he knew the answer. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and slowly put his right hand on the hilt of Killjoy's sword. In fact, as a swordsman, what Lu Chuan preferred was to fight with a supreme master, one-on-one. And not as it is now. Killjoy sheathed. A flash of black light rushed up into the sky. And at that moment, a large amount of thunder clouds gathered above the sky. At this moment, when the killing life was sheathed, the heavenly Tao seemed to have sensed the danger and began to inflict heavenly punishment on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan pulled the corner of his mouth with a smile. Sword 3-man scourge. The slayer came off and slowly sank into the ocean in front of him. In the next moment, Lu Chuan mobilized the nebula in his dantian that was formed by that sword intent. The nebula spun up, and the terrifying power infused into the slaying life that had sunk into the sea. A black mass of seawater sprang up where the killers had sunk, and this blackness gathered but did not disperse. Suddenly, countless black threads split out of that black mass. This black silk thread, like a spider's web, took that bit of black as the center and crazily spread out in all directions. The black line, like a sinister and venomous sea serpent, passed silently through the charging army. By the time the charging army realized that there were countless black threads spreading over the sea, it was already too late. 100,000 earth dragon demons, plus the 150,000 iron cavalry guarding the flanks, each had a black silk thread attached to their feet. A strand of treacherous and tyrannical sword intent was frantically channeled through these threads. Their hearts and minds, almost instantly, sank, becoming puppets like walking corpses. Lu Chuan raised his hand and waved it lightly. The charging army paused, then the army turned and aimed its troops at their fellow soldiers in the rear. When the demon lord saw this scene, he stood up from his chair with a pang, his face turning blue. "Do you want to rebel?" The demon lord roared. Yet no one answered him. There was only the neat stride of these 250,000 troops. "They're being controlled, cut those black wires." The high priestess pinched the spell in her hand at great speed, and an obscure rune rushed out from her body. These runes stirred up the rules of the great Tao, and a crumbling crack appeared in the air. These runes fell above the sea, trying to block those black lines. However, just after touching those black lines, the high priestess felt a terrifying peerless sword intent surging back through the runes. Put! The high priest's face turned pale as a mouthful of blood sprayed out, hastily cutting off the connection with those runes. This isn't the power of true essence, it doesn't carry any rule power, only the purest killing power. The high priest instantly realized what was going on and spoke in a hoarse voice. He is not of this world, his power does not belong to this world. Saying that, the high priestess looked up into the sky at the god-extinguishing thunderbolt that had already converged. No wonder the heavenly Tao targeted him. Withdraw! Looking at the teenager's lean figure, the high priestess did not hesitate to say those two words. However, the demon lord was unmoved and shook his head, saying proudly, "I'm not willing to wait any longer. This king doesn't believe that millions of demon domain sons and daughters, plus 50 experts of the third realm of the divine path, still can't suppress him alone." The high priest opened his mouth, his lips trembled twice, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to say. For in her heart to withdraw her troops at this time was also 10,000 times more reluctant. Forbidden guards, flush out these traitors for this king. The demon lord waved his hand with a great wave of bravado and issued the order. A silver-white torrent rushed by in the rear. The color seemed out of place with the overall darkness and oppression of the magic realm. This army, the elite of the entire demon region, was also the greatest backbone of the demon lord who dared to set foot in the great world of vastness. The silver torrent charged against the 250,000 controlled hordes. The two torrents, black and white, soon collided together. The forbidden guards were like a sharp sword, piercing through the army of earth dragon demons and splitting the entire army in two. However, the picture that followed was not as rosy as the demon lord had imagined. As the two armies mingled, an explosion occurred. Without any sign, without any delay, the controlled army, almost in an instant, completed its self-destruction. Rumble! With a loud bang, a bit of searing black light lit up between heaven and earth, and almost everyone, at this moment, went violently blind. Then a blazing wave rushed out from the mingling armies. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roaring energy rose up in the air like an overwhelming sandstorm. Scarlet-red blood mist, demonic bloom as if all the enchanting and colorful flowers on the other side of the river competing for color. The Devil's Domain army, 250,000 elites blew themselves up. This power actually vaporized the surrounding seawater in a short period of time, and the steam that diffused and rose enveloped the entire battlefield. And at that moment, Lu Chuan's sword move rose again, and the long sword that had not entered the sea, shot up from the sea and fell into his hand. Looking at the steam in the sky, Lu Chuan gently waved the sword in his hand. Sword 6 Snow Grudge. A bit of water vapor turned into a droplet and landed right on top of the tip of Slayer's sword. Drops of water splash and scatter, turning into droplets. Yet the scattered water droplets stopped strangely in the air. The round and lovely droplets of water were, in this instant, frozen. This frozen water droplet seems to be a sign of death. Starting from the tip of the killing sword, an unimaginable cold aura roared out. The next moment the steam that filled the battlefield was frozen, then the sea, and finally even the air was not spared. Lu Chuan's sword went down and the place became a hell of cold ice. Many silhouettes could be seen in that crystalline ice in the frozen world. Sword 1 Day Gothic. Lu Chuan raised his sword again. A sword was lifted up towards the sky, and the sword aura on his body followed suit at the moment. The sky was dyed black, and even the roaring god-destroying thunderclouds were insignificant under this rushing sword energy. The black sword chi that rushed up to the zenith transformed into countless long swords. Then a rain of swords fell from the sky. The inferno of cold ice began to shatter under the onslaught of the sword rain. The frozen demonic domain army also followed the cold ice and turned into powder. Rumble! As if he could not see the killing that Lu Chuan had done, the heavenly Tao began to be powerful. A red lightning of god-destroying thunder rushed straight down from the sky above. Cerebral palsy stuff. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and swung his backhanded sword at the thunder tribulation. This time, the god-destroying thunder was not as lucky as the last time. It was directly chopped into pieces by a sword. You deserve to die, killing 1,000,000 of my demon region sons and daughters. A roar rang out in the sky filled with sword rain. A red field suddenly erupted out, directly enveloping the entire surface of the sea. Countless blood-colored runes, bright and uncertain in the field. The demon lord was ablaze with blood-red flames, just like a fire god approaching the world, and with extreme pressure, he slowly walked towards Lu Chuan. Between the walks, the avenues roared and space cracked. The cracked space resounded with a gust of cold hooting, as if the dead souls in the blood sobbed their own unwillingness. Between walks, the demon lord loudly ordered up, "High priestess, you lead the people back first." "No, Star Child." The high priestess's sad voice rang out. Star Child was the demon lord's nickname. In the entire demon region, only the high priestess was qualified to call him that. Hearing this voice, Shinger, the demon lord, froze for a moment and stopped moving forward, his head lowered and something seemed to be flickering in his eyes. "Will you allow me to go and say goodbye?" There was no expected shooting of sparks, and only the demon lord's bland voice resounded. The demon lord seemed to have foreseen his own death when he uttered those words. That's why he said the word, goodbye. Yet in the face of death, the demon lord appeared to be calm, even unhurried. Lu Chuan sheathed the slayer back and nodded. "You go back too, not too interested." The demon lord shook his head and refused Lu Chuan to let himself go. "When you make a mistake, you have to make up for it, and I've made a mistake that I can only fill with this life." The army lost more than half of them, and the two armies of the most elite forbidden guards and the earth dragon demons were all wiped out, and the foundation of the demon region was shaken. I'm afraid it will take tens of thousands of years to make up for such a loss. All of this, the demon lord thought, was a consequence caused by his own arrogance. If he was able to open the domain before those 200,000 plus soldiers blew themselves up, he would be able to save the rest of the army. It's just that there are no ifs and buts in this world. The demon lord is a proud man. Proud people will not tolerate their mistakes, much less their failures. He was determined to pay for his mistakes and use this life to fight Lu Chuan. Seek death. Lu Chuan straightened his body as a form of respect for the demon lord. "Yes, I'll wait for you." Lu Chuan had never had much patience, and the fact that he was now willing to wait for the demon lord meant that from the heart he had recognized this proud man. "Thanks a lot." When the demon lord returned, he was accompanied by one more person, a veiled woman. Lu Chuan didn't know what they said, but it was obvious that they were going to die together. The woman looked at the demon lord and smiled sweetly, happy that her entire eyes were about to squint. They held hands and never parted again. Just like when she was a child, she held him and walked through the busy streets of Magic City. Only then his hands were tiny and she could hold them easily. His hands were big enough now to be able to hold her hand easily. Having been together for tens of thousands of years, they finally dropped everything and came together at this moment. Time has no words, but explains everything. No one knows what happened in the end, this night. People only knew that there was a noble son who walked towards the millions of armies of the demon region on this dark night. The lightning tribulation in the sky was cut through, millions of demon region armies were nowhere to be seen, and the eye of the spectral spring was resealed. The Tian Yuan continent escaped the catastrophe. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the eye of the spectral spring quest. The host has not fulfilled the conditions and cannot obtain the title. Ding, the host has reached the conditions for a special title, and has been awarded the special title Lone Brave. Lone Brave, when the host fights alone, he can obtain a special bonus to invoke the 4 ferocious stars and stir up the heavenly signs. Lu Chuan didn't care about any bullshit titles. What Lu Chuan cared about was the reward for entering the Bronze God's Temple after the quest was completed. The host completes the epic quest Spectral Spring Destruction and gains access to the Bronze God's Temple. Prepare to transmit. Transmission begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. A white light lit up around him, and when Lu Chuan's eyes cleared, he realized that he had already arrived, in a completely unfamiliar place. All around were some colorful nebulae, and beneath their feet was ungazable nothingness. It was empty and lonely, not a sound, and insanely quiet. Suddenly a step was generated under Lu Chuan's feet. The steps were made of bronze, and the mottled patina spoke of endless vicissitudes. Lu Chuan did not hesitate to step onto the steps, and then the second bronze step was generated. Lu Chuan just kept stepping on the bronze steps until he reached the 999 steps. Finally Lu Chuan saw something at the end of the steps. A door. A weathered bronze door, neither luxurious nor spectacular, even a bit tattered. The bronze door stood so alone in deep space, waiting for someone to push it open. Lu Chuan came to the door and gently pressed his hand on it. To Lu Chuan's surprise, behind this broken bronze door was another world. Behind the door was a great hall, one that could not be seen. 9 bronze pillars stood in the great hall, as spectacular as pillars in the sky. Lu Chuan came under the nearest bronze pillar and looked up. There were some patterns on the pillars, yet Lu Chuan felt a chill down his spine when he took a look at them. The pattern outlines an immortal old man who was fishing in the clouds. Yet it's not the fish he's fishing for, it's the man under the cloud. Beside the old man lay a fish trap, which was uncovered. A few hands poked out of the fish trap and raked the edges as if trying to escape from it. A bad feeling welled up in Lu Chuan's heart and he hurriedly jumped to the next screen. In this image, the old man has put away his fishing rod and lifted his fish trap. Several pairs of eyes filled with despair loomed in the empty mouth of the fish trap. That deep despair made Lu Chuan's scalp go a little numb. Then comes the next image. There was one more person in this subplot, a bearded dilettante in a tank top, big pants, and flip-flops kicked up on his feet. I don't know what's going on. As soon as Lu Chuan saw this guy, the word dilettante couldn't help but pop up in his head. This scene shows the dilettante holding up a flip-flop and pinning the old man fishing to the ground, the flip-flop smacking the old man hard in the face. Wait a minute, tank top, big pants, and flip-flops, this one can't be from the blue planet too. Lu Chuan's heart surged with a burst of excitement. This place can still see the old folks, that can really be 2 tears in the eyes. Moving on, the next images are almost all of that dilettante violently beating up various gods and goddesses. Watching Lu Chuan was inexplicably exciting. Lu Chuan carefully searched through the bronze pillars, hoping to find just a few words recorded. Eventually Lu Chuan saw a line at the very top of the bronze pillar: no one has ever come before or after, heaven-swallowing emperor. No one in the past, no one in the future, these words have a big mouth, arrogant to the extreme. Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, on that undershirt and big pants of the dilettante look, but also before and after? At this moment, a sudden change occurred in the Great Hall. A long dead black river eerily appeared in the middle of the Great Hall. Looking at the long dead river, Lu Chuan's head began to hurt. The pain intensified, as if countless steel nails had been driven into his brain, and it hurt to explode. However, Lu Chuan stood still with an expressionless face, letting the pain explode and just staring at the long river with a deadly stare. Lu Chuan finally remembered where he had seen this long river. In his own sealed memories, there was also one such untreadable, black river of death. Unlike the completely dead long river in his memory, this long river that appeared in the bronze god's temple was slowly flowing. Not long after, a faint silhouette appeared in the long river. Lu Chuan couldn't see his face, but this person, however, had a kind of idea that made people unconsciously get close to him. This figure, following the long river, gradually disappeared at the end. The moment he disappeared, he turned back and smiled at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. Because isn't this guy, the dilettante who smacked someone with a flip-flop in the bronze pillar picture? But Lu Chuan had a strange feeling that they should be the same person, and it seemed that they were not the same person. As that shadowy figure disappeared, the long river also suddenly twisted. The twisted long river transformed into a cosmic river of stars, with countless nebulae glittering in the river of stars. However, before he could enjoy the view, this cosmic river of stars began to shatter. Lu Chuan's heart, along with the shattering of the star river, beat violently, and an unspeakable pain rose in his heart. Is this star destruction? Is that person going to tell me that the entire starry sky will be destroyed by some kind of catastrophe? Lu Chuan's brows furrowed, the intense pain instead made his mind clearer and clearer. Ding, time's up. The system's voice, at this moment, rang out. White light flashed before Lu Chuan's eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. Lying back in his chair, he was a little lost in thought as he looked at the clear sky. The old man fishing, the second-rate hometown, the long river of death, the star river of destruction, and the silhouette that makes people feel like spring. What message is the bronze divine hall trying to convey to itself? Well, did you see the ultimate? Ah Fu appeared beside Lu Chuan with a look of excitement on his face. Ultimate, your grandma's leg. Lu Chuan tapped his fist on Ah Fu's head. What the hell is ultimate? It's none of my business, I just want to go home. Hey, then go home. Ah Fu took a punch and didn't care. Not afraid to die, he came to Lu Chuan again. The great emperor's dojo comes out in 3 months, in the Sky Wasteland continent. There must be an opportunity to become an emperor there. Let's get going now, and make sure we do it fast, or we won't be able to eat shit in time to get it hot. Lu Chuan glanced obliquely at Ah Fu and snorted, do you damn well know something, so keen on making me an emperor? And didn't you say you could only locate the dojo when it opens? Why are you so far ahead now? Hey, I'm just a cute system, I don't know anything. Alfred whistled and cocked his head to the side. After this great calamity, the 3 sects on the Tianyuan continent were devastated, and the other forces were almost dead and wounded. The forces of the entire Tianyuan continent were reshuffled. Lu Chuan, in addition to practicing cultivation for the next period of time, would be helping the Bright Moon Pavilion to gain a firm foothold in the new environment. With Lu Chuan's help, the Bright Moon Pavilion quickly ranked as a super first-class sect. In order to repay the favor of the illusory face pill for returning old age, Lu Chuan left some more sword scores for the Mingyue Pavilion. These sword manuals were all created by Lu Chuan, in accordance with the cultivation style of this world. It could be a perfect solution to the drawback that the Bright Moon Pavilion didn't have offensive feats. On a moonlit and starry night, Lu Chuan took Ah Fu and left the Bright Moon Pavilion. Did not leave anything, did not take away a cloud, gone quietly, gone without a care. In fact, a real parting is just that. There was no long pavilion and ancient road, no peach blossom pond, just a night that was as gentle as usual, and some people stayed forever in yesterday. White Wind City. The civilians of White Wind City had long since moved back and rebuilt their homes. The place is also quickly returning to its former bustle. It was just that the flying cloud ship that Yun Mengze had sailed out to sea had disappeared. The docks were still bustling with activity, but the spectacular caravan of cultivators could no longer be seen. I don't know when, but there's an extra fishing couple at the dock. The girl was born pure and beautiful, the boy handsome. By the way, girls like to call boys starlet. Such godlike people shouldn't be here, but they seem to be living a good life. Come on, fix a dog, skedaddle. A lazy noble gentleman with 2 long swords hanging from his waist and a skinny donkey by his side stopped in front of a private house. The male tucked his hand in and smiled at the chubby little dog that didn't grow in size, only in flesh. Big head don't go, who are you? A little girl with missing incisors rushed out from behind the door and hugged the little fat dog with a face full of nervousness. The little girl, because she was too nervous, unconsciously used force on her hands, and the little fat dog was strangled and rolled his eyes. Don't be nervous, little girl, I'm a good friend with your family, Shio doggy. Lu Chuan said cheerfully, flicking the little fat dog's penis in the process. The little fat dog looked at Lu Chuan with grudging eyes. Hey, quite good. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. A dog with a heart of gold is a dog with a heart of gold, and this little fat dog waited for his master. Bye. Lu Chuan tucked up his hands and walked towards the ferry. The little fat dog watched Lu Chuan walk further and further away, his eyes filled with tears. Goodbye means never again. Boatman, is it feasible to borrow a boat to go out to sea? Lu Chuan came to the pier and blew a rogue whistle at the bright and colorful young woman. When the woman saw Lu Chuan, her originally gloomy face immediately became sunny. Starlet, starlet, look who's here. The woman called out to the handsome teenager mending a fishing net not far away. The teenager frowned a little impatiently. How many times have I told you not to call me by my nickname? How old am I? Don't lose face. The teenager's words came to an abrupt end as he saw Lu Chuan, then the corner of his mouth slowly hooked up. Let's give you a boat before people say I'm cheap.
The teenager waved his hand ostentatiously. Thanks a lot. Lu Chuan smiled alone. Going away? Aha. Not coming back? Maybe. I wish you an early birth.
Finally Lu Chuan stepped on the small boat and traveled to the depths of the endless ocean.
Nandong Chushue looked at the empty small courtyard and bit her lips fiercely, trying not to let the tears fall.
But eventually the tears wouldn't stop. She knew that Lu Chuan would leave sooner or later, but she didn't expect this day to come so quickly. What's more, he didn't expect that Lu Chuan would be so ruthless, not leaving a word, just leaving quietly. The red leaf realist stood at the doorway, looking at the cool little courtyard, silent and speechless. The two little maids stood in the courtyard, carrying their washing implements, bewildered. Lu Chuan's arrival and departure were like a dream, unreal and unreal. The heavenly wasteland continent, a realm that could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire vast world. Let's put it this way, not only was the heavenly wasteland continent thousands of times the size of the Tianyuan continent, the resources weren't of the same magnitude either. Just this place casually pull a famous name out, can press the Tianyuan continent on 3 hammers. The heavenly wasteland continent was different from other continents. There were no clans here, only dynasties. Several dynasties that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years held most of the resources and land in the sky wasteland continent. Of course there are some small countries that struggle to survive in the cracks of these behemoths. Fengling Ferry, the most important port of commerce with other continents for the Wei dynasty. Today, Fengling Ferry is heavily guarded, and the Wei dynasty's tiger leopard cavalry has taken over the ferry. All civilians were told to stay in their homes and not to go out. Because today is the day of the return of the dynasty caravan. The vast world was too huge, and the general cycle of running business in the merchant ships here was in terms of years, as little as 3 to 5 years, and as much as 10 years. If the Wei dynasty wants to do business with the Tianyuan continent, I am afraid that a round trip will take decades. The merchant ships here, of course, are unimaginably large. In the case of the Wei dynasty's White Heron, it was as big as a city, and this kind of merchant ship was also known as a city on the sea. And there are 9 such merchant ships in Wei. With each round trip, merchant ships bring in unimaginable wealth. Every time a merchant ship returns, it is an event no less important than a sacrificial celebration for the Wei dynasty. This time, the merchant ship was going to the number 1 ranked Hautian continent, taking a full 12 years. The merchant fleet would bring back a large amount of rare ores as well as heavenly treasures. If things go well, the entire Wei dynasty's military strength will be raised a notch. The neighborhood had long since been cleared, and a large number of warships were on guard in the surrounding waters, just waiting for the merchant ships to show up. The first princess of Wei, Chao Yunlan, is in charge of this mission. Chao Yunlan was a very beautiful woman who looked to be about 20 years old. Dressed in a black and red phoenix robe, on his absolutely beautiful face, the 2 purple pupils were as cold as ice. His orange-red lips were pursed, and his head was crowned with a gold-encrusted jade crown. Not only was she the eldest princess of the Great Wei dynasty who was loved by the people, she was also the youngest Dawi realm powerhouse in the entire heavenly wasteland continent. At only 21 years old, he entered the 3rd realm of the divine path. Looking at the history of the heavenly wasteland continent, this talent can also be ranked in the top 10. Chao Yunlan stood on top of the high platform, looking out over the endless sea, a faint smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. Report, a small fishing boat has appeared 3,000 miles north of the Grandview Sea. Chao Yunlan's brows were slightly furrowed. This time the merchant fleet's return voyage could not tolerate the slightest mistake, and did not allow the slightest accident to occur. How can there be small fishing boats when the entire Grandview Sea should have been cleaned? If it's a fisherman, it can't be that deep. Intercept the fishing boat and figure out its identity. If there's no threat, settle down on the warship for now, go down. Chao Yunlan gently waved his hand. The woman in official clothes beside Chao Yunlan shook her head helplessly. Rapunzel is good at everything, her only fault is that her heart is too good. At this time, there is no reason why the appearance of an unknown fishing boat should be annihilated outright. Your Highness, the movements of the Great Wu Fire God Battalion are unknown, so we must be on guard in advance. Above the endless sea, a small boat moves forward alone. Lu Chuan had been on this shitty sea for a whole month.
In the words of Alfred, where is this going? 80% of this world is ocean, trying to cross continents. Either you're so powerful that you can traverse the oceans unhindered, or you're following the transoceanic fleet. It's just that transoceanic fleets are relatively slow, traveling back and forth for years and decades at a time. A pot was set up on the bow of the small boat, and Lu Chuan was working on today's lunch. This vast ocean has only fish to eat, and after eating sea fish for a whole month, Lu Chuan now wants to vomit when he sees this. As for Ah Fu, he was forcibly conscripted as a hard laborer by Lu Chuan 10 days ago. This time was full of resentment, pulling the canoe in front of him, speeding forward. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly there were still shrill sirens ringing out over the sea in the distance. The 3 assault boats flew close to Lu Chuan, in a triangular position, surrounding Lu Chuan's small fishing boat in the center. Lu Chuan stopped, somewhat bewildered, the hand that was slicing the sashimi, and looked at the 3 assault boats. On the 3 charge boats, there were a total of 6 soldiers, all wearing finely crafted black armor. All of them were tall and murderous, and they looked like sharp warriors who had fought hundreds of battles. A first-realm cultivator? A soldier at the head took off his helmet and looked at Lu Chuan. What a beautiful noble gentleman! The soldier couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Lu Chuan had been practicing in the Bright Moon Pavilion for some time, and because he didn't have the 5 elements hegemony body cultivation technique, his cultivation level was stuck at the chi condensation realm. This time, Lu Chuan came to the heavenly wasteland continent, in addition to looking for the great emperor's dojo. There was another important thing, which was to look for the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body. Seeing that Lu Chuan was only a first-realm cultivator, the leader of the soldiers was slightly relieved. In order not to scare the pretty male in front of him, the soldier tried to lower his voice to make himself look less menacing. We are the Tiger Leopard Cavalry of the Great Way, this place is under martial law, where did the young gentleman come from? Where are you going? To do what? Lu Chuan, a mouthful of old blood, almost did not spray out, really classic 3 questions. From White Wind Ferry, traveling, what else is wrong? Lu Chuan did not make a mistake, after all, the other party's attitude was quite okay. The soldier thought about it, although he didn't know where the White Wind Ferry was, a chi condensation realm cultivator shouldn't have any problems. Could you go to the warship and rest for a few moments, and then we'll send you to the docks when things are done here? This is the advantage of good looking. If Lu Chuan still looks like that bad old man, it is estimated that he will be directly handcuffed by these soldiers to take back. Do you have food on board? Lu Chuan was more concerned about this issue. After eating fish for a month, his mouth was faded out of birds. Yes. The soldier nodded. Stupid ass, get on the boat. Lu Chuan knocked on the side of the boat. Bang! Alfred broke the water and jumped onto the boat. Alfred bulged his eyes with intelligence and was furious. Usually let you fight, even so, now you have to help you catch fish, but also have to pull the boat. Pulling the boat, even so, called, waved away, when the old man is what ah. The soldiers looked at Fu and were immediately alert. Just now they actually didn't notice such a donkey in the sea in front of the small boat. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous, my family's stupid ass, a little bit of education will be fine. Lu Chuan tamped his fist on Ah Fu's head. Straight away, the bastard hit the air and turned 720 degrees, and his neck turned several times before he managed to stop. The next moment, however, Fu straightened up again. The soldiers' eyes jumped up and down as they watched. What kind of fucking demonic thing is this? After repairing Ah Fu, Lu Chuan followed the soldiers to the nearest warship. The warships were spectacular, about the same tonnage as the aircraft carriers of his homeland, and that was just the most common ones. There were dozens of such warships throughout the sea. Little Duke, just stay in your room, the food will be delivered later. The soldiers sent Lu Chuan to a room to keep watch. Lu Chuan didn't care, as long as there was food. Eating from noon until the afternoon, wine were drunk a dozen altars, the guard soldiers are scalp numb. They couldn't understand how this noble gentleman-looking teenager was like a starving man. Until the evening, Lu Chuan finally ate and drank enough, shaking the empty wine jar and sighing. Make sure you get a wine gourd sometime, the kind that holds a few tons. Boom!
Before it could be digested, the warship suddenly resounded with a terrifying bang, followed by a rush of fire.
Enemy attack! Enemy attack!
The soldier guarding the doorway pushed open the door of the room and pulled Lu Chuan out with one hand. "Little lord, come out quickly to the deck, we are under attack and the ship is sinking."
Ah! Lu Chuan opened his small mouth somewhat dully.
Thinking that Lu Chuan was scared silly, the taller soldier directly lifted Lu Chuan up and clamped him under his armpit and ran to the deck.
Put! Lu Chuan almost didn't die on the spot from that smell in the soldier's armpit.
The deck was ablaze with fire, the warship had been blasted by something unknown, and half of it had sunk into the sea.
A large number of soldiers' bodies were floating on the sea.
On the far side of the sea, there were also several warships burning violently, and the rushing flames illuminated the entire sea surface in a reddish color. Seeing this scene, the soldier who pinned Lu Chuan trembled with anger. "The Vulcan battalion son of a bitch. Pff, bro, the flavor is too strong, put me down first."
Lu Chuan couldn't take it anymore and yelled.
The soldier then remembered that there was a little bitty one clamped on. Hastily putting Lu Chuan down, the soldier's feet shook and a broken plank rushed into the sea. Then he threw Lu Chuan onto the board. "Don't look back, paddle in that direction." The soldier had just finished speaking when a blazing huge fireball, with a graceful parabola, smashed straight towards his position. The firelight reflected the soldier's red face, and the whistling sound was like the call of death. This fireball was the killer weapon of the Great Wu Fire God Battalion, something that was built with burning sky true fire. Not to mention flesh and blood, even warships can't carry it. Knowing that he would surely die, the soldier drew the combat knife at his waist at this last moment, his eyes resolute as he looked at the growing fireball. Pop! Just as the soldier thought he was sure to die, an abrupt ringing of his fingers rang in his ears. Then the huge fireball above the sky was sliced by something and turned into countless pieces. The soldier froze on the deck as he watched the rain of fire dashing down from the sky. "A meal to save your life." At this time, a lazy voice rang out. The source of the voice was the weak-looking young man. The soldier looked at Lu Chuan with some disbelief, and Lu Chuan smiled and waved with him. "Don't go yet, the ship is sinking." The soldier then reacted and clasped his fist at Lu Chuan. "The favor of saving my life will be repaid another day, so the young gentleman will quickly head to the docks." With that said, the soldier left the ship and headed for other ships that had not been burned. "Your Highness, it's bad, our men were attacked at the Grand View Sea. Not only the Vulcan battalion, but also the Western Shoe's broken guards have been found, and most of the 23 warships have been burned." "Your Highness, this place is dangerous, please return to Doffing City before making a decision." By the Flying Cloud Ferry, Chow Yunlan's face was grim as he listened to his men's report. Who gave them the guts? Chow Yunlan's face turned blue as he popped out these few words from between his teeth. "Let the guards from the ferry head to the sea where the accident occurred, no matter what the cost. Make sure to block the Fire God Battalion and the broken guards. I'll contact my royal brother right away, reinforcements will arrive soon." Chow Yunlan's order had just been given, and the surrounding guards were taken aback. Without the guards, if an assassin suddenly appeared, in case something happened to the eldest princess, no one would be able to take the responsibility. "Your Highness, you mustn't, there's been a lot of activity at the Chiohong Tavern lately, especially actions against you." Chow Yunlan was the jewel of this generation of the Great Wei Emperor. Not only was her natural talent outstanding, but she was also a good hand at managing the country. There were even rumors that the emperor's old man had considered giving up the throne to this eldest princess who was no more than 20 years old. If this was true, then Chow Yunlan would become the first female emperor of the Great Wei dynasty, since its inheritance of 300,000 years. Moreover, this time, escorting the returning merchant ships, such a matter related to the rise and fall of Great Wei's national power, was also left to Chow Yunlan. It is evident that the rumors of giving way to her may not be empty. Enough! Chow Yunlan interrupted his subordinate and said in a grave tone, "A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Immediately have the escorts head to the troubled waters." Yes. The soldier could only helplessly obey the order. Chiohong Tavern, the most infamous assassin organization in the Sky Wasteland continent, bar none. This organization is so mysterious that it will take any job. killing royalty and princes and ministers at the top, killing peddlers and commoners at the bottom, and daring to do anything as long as there was money to be made. And so far, there have been no mission failures at the Autumn Hunger Tavern. Recently, there was a rumor that someone had spent nearly 10 million upper-grade spirit stones to buy Chow Yunlan's head at the Autumn Hung Tavern, and it was hard to tell if it was true or not. The ferry's guards were quickly mobilized to support the troubled waters. Only Chow Yunlan and that female official remained, standing on the pier. Imperial Brothers' White Plume Army is stationed in Dothing City, rushing over for at most 2 hours. I hope I can make it in time. Chow Yunlan looked at the vast ocean full of sorrow. Your Highness, the female officer beside her opened her mouth to speak. Xinger, just say what you have. Chow Yunlan frowned slightly. The female officer took a deep breath and said with a serious face, then my subordinate is offended. His Highness the Crown Prince's reinforcements shouldn't be coming. He's itching for something to happen to the merchant ships this time. Even if we can barely keep the merchant fleet, we won't make it back to Metropolis alive. What did you say? Chow Yunlan was furious and scolded sternly, Shang Wanqing, such a great disrespectful remark. Do you know what the consequences are? Shang Wanqing was unmoved and gently shook her head. The route and time of the merchant fleet's return voyage, as well as the ferry port where it stops, is a top-secret matter, and no one other than the royal family would know about it. Are you not surprised that the Vulcan Battalion and the Broken Guards, how did they pinpoint this place? Over the years, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been ridiculous, and His Majesty has long had his heart set on you. You are in the ascendancy, and rumors are spreading in the outside world. This return voyage should have been an opportunity for the Crown Prince to excel, but His Majesty has asked you to take the lead in this matter. Shang Wanqing didn't continue. She knew that the eldest princess was a smart person. There was just that hint of light in her heart. It's just that with royalty, leaving this little bit of light in your heart is doom and gloom. Chow Yunlan's face clouded over, and he finally sighed deeply. If Imperial Brother really did go this far. Your Highness, this attack is not targeting the merchant caravan. The merchant caravan is escorted by Annihilation Realm cultivators, so unless the Fire God Battalion and the Broken Guards fight their way out of the house, it's impossible to deal a devastating blow to the merchant caravan. Great Wu and Western Shu aren't stupid enough to do this. We should go. Shang Wanqing looked at the empty docks and said worriedly. Snap. At this time, a sound of applause rang out. I can't imagine that Lord Shangwan is so young that he can look ahead and do things. It's really rare. As the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared above the pier. The man looked to be in his 40s, dressed in a rough linen suit with deep wrinkles on his face, like a civilian begging for a living on the streets. The man was very tall, but was as tall as a bamboo pole, with a yellow face and a malnourished look. The man carried 2 bloody heads in his hands and smiled. Your Highness, the eldest princess, is truly a golden branch. Your father actually sent 2 dead soldiers of the Dao One realm to guard your perimeter. Chow Yunlan's face was pale. She knew about the dead soldiers, she just had never seen them. Now, these 2 Dao One realm dead soldiers actually died just like that, without setting off a single movement. Bai Qi. Seeing the man, Shang Wanqing's heart was shocked. Bai Qi, the 7th-ranked assassin of the Qiuhong Tavern. It was also the only one, where the name of the killer of the Autumn Hong Tavern could be traced. 3 years ago, the old sword emperor of Shishu suddenly died a violent death, and it was rumored that he died under this man. Shang Wanqing's hand gently shook, and a judge's pen-like magic weapon appeared in his hand. She blocked in front of Chow Yunlan, her tone not as light-hearted as before, and anxiously said, Your Highness, I'll block him. You quickly go and join the large force. Now in this situation, it is impossible to get out of the pier, can only run towards the sea, and join the large force. There can still be a ray of hope. Chow Yunlan pulled Shang Wanqing behind himself. Shang Wanqing was a civil official, but a mere 8th realm, and against this killing god, it was not enough to give the other party enough to stuff their teeth. Bai Qi, how about a deal? Chow Yunlan had already resumed her usual cool demeanor. Oh? Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. Are you trying to say, Your Highness, that you will pay double the price to buy back your life? I'll offer 10 times. Chow Yunlan said indifferently. TSK, rich and generous. Bai Qi couldn't help but be filled with joy. If it's 10 times, that's 100 million top-grade spirit stones,
as far as I know, in your great way, the yearly production of the 3 spirit veins is only this much. Chow Yunlan's eyes were cold. It seemed that the rumor that someone had 10 million spirit stones to buy his head was not false. The Great Way has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. This amount of spirit stones can still be taken out. Chow Yunlan stabilized his mind and tried his best to act calm. It's really heartwarming. This piece catches up with my income for 100 years. Bai Qi counted it with some difficulty. Xinger, wait for me to stall him. You find a way to return to the metropolis as soon as possible and report this matter to father. In Shangwan Chang's mind, Chow Yunlan's voice rang out. Yo, are you thinking that you've come to stall me so that Lord Shangwan can find a chance to escape so that you can go carry help? Bai Qi mocked Chow Yunlan in a conspiratorial manner. He who had killed too many people and seen too many lives and deaths, what could be hidden from his eyes? What, my conditions aren't enough to make your heart flutter? Chow Yunlan's purple eyes narrowed slightly. Heartwarming, who can't be heartwarming, it's just. Before Bai Qi could finish his words, he suddenly snapped, and a blurry shadow rushed out from his body. This shadow was extremely fast, carrying a thunderous momentum as it killed Chow Yunlan. Go! Chow Yunlan had been guarding him against this hand. The moment the shadow appeared, a high-pitched and loud phoenix cry resounded between heaven and earth. Blazing white flames erupted and enveloped the entire pier. At the same time, Chow Yunlan turned back and slapped his palm on Shangwan Qing's chest. A soft force sent her to the sea. Haruna, run! Your Highness! Shangwan Qing landed peacefully on the surface of the sea, unable to stop the tears from running out. Although the two of them were master and servant in name, they were emotionally better than sisters. How could this series of actions by Chow Yunlan not cause her to be overcome with grief? Blazing white flames that instantly vaporized everything around them. The flames distorted the space around them, making one's head spin. However, the shadow that rushed out was unaffected by the flames and blasted Chow Yunlan's chest with a punch. Chow Yunlan flew out like a kite with broken strings, spraying a large mouthful of blood from his mouth. Seeing this scene, Shangwan Qing bared his eyes. But she didn't venture up, because she knew that if she went up, she would also end up dying instantly. The only way to have a chance of survival now was to go to the Grand View Sea and have the remaining tiger leopard riders come back to escort them. Thinking of this, Shangwan Qing no longer hesitated, urging her true essence like mad and rushing towards the depths of the sea. Tisk, tsk, trying to go get help. Bai Qi laughed and shook his head. A faint shadow once again rushed out from his body, and almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived behind Shangwan Qing. The difference in strength was too great, and before Shangwan Qing could react, his heart veins were shattered and his divine soul was on the verge of collapsing. However, Shangwan Qing took the surge of blood that rushed to his throat, swallowed it hard, and flew towards the sea. Bai Qi, you sinful beast! Chow Yunlan, who had just climbed up, was furious to the point of insanity when he saw this scene. White flames erupted all over his body once again, and the entire pier was once again raised by flames. A huge flaming phoenix rose up in the air with Chow Yunlan at the center. Immortal Phoenix, tsk, no wonder your royal brother is so afraid of you that he's willing to spend 10 million spirit stones to buy your head. It's the image of a king in the world. Bai Qi said and suddenly covered her mouth and smiled sarcastically. I'm sorry, it slipped out, but it's okay, you won't be able to live to go back and sue anyway. Pfft. When Chow Yunlan heard this, a mouthful of old blood spurted out again. The little bit of light left in his heart went out at this moment. These words can be described as killing the heart. This Bai Qi is extremely vicious, obviously absolutely crushed in terms of strength, but still want to attack the heart. I've heard that this immortal phoenix has several lives and can be reborn if killed. I wonder how many lives you have. As soon as Bai Qi's words fell, a shadow strangely appeared behind Chow Yunlan. Then Chow Yunlan's heart was pierced through without any delay. Chow Yunlan's beautiful purple pupils gradually lost their color, and his entire body collapsed heavily. However, in the next moment, Chow Yunlan's corpse suddenly turned into white flames and dissipated. A phoenix's mournful cry rang out between heaven and earth. The flames that hadn't had time to dissipate skyrocketed at this moment, and in the midst of the flames, Chow Yunlan's dispersed figure gradually coalesced.
However, at this moment, Chow Yunlan's realm had fallen from the Dao First Realm to the Ninth Realm. So, Bai Qi watched as Chow Yunlan reborn from the fire and nodded gently. One realm can be exchanged for a life. You're in the Dao One realm, killing you 10 times should be enough. I killed you once just now, and there are 9 more times. Knowing that there was no chance of survival this time, Chow Yunlan raised his eyes sadly and looked in the direction of Metropolis. How ironic that in the end, the one who wanted his death the most was actually his own brother. Bang! Alfred pulled the plank and sped across the sea. Suddenly a delicate figure fell from the sky, slamming down on top of the plank. Wahahaha, did old me have a lucky break? I can even pick up a girl here. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh up in the air. However, the laughter came to a screeching halt within 2 laughs, as Lu Chuan realized that the girl who had fallen from the sky was dying. This woman was none other than Shang Wanqing. Having taken a hit from that shadow, with her cultivation, it was already a miracle that she could hold on until now. Lu Chuan looked at the frown straight wrinkled. People are falling from the sky, Lin sister, their own here is good, falling from the sky a dead ghost. Screw your grandmother, bad luck. A kick sent Shang Wanqing into the sea. What Lu Chuan did not anticipate was the strong desire for survival of this girl, who actually clasped the edge of the board, even if the nails were turned up throughout, but also refused to let go a little. Lu Chuan jumped to Shang Wanqing's side and squatted in front of her to flirt. Little sister, you're dying, don't worry about going. On New Year's Day Moncler outlet store, when you think of it, you'll burn some money for you. Perhaps it was a return to the light. At this time, Shang Wanqing's face became abnormally red, and her spirit was also much better. Shang Wanqing knew he didn't have much time and spoke with a supplicating tone. Please, help me bring a message to the Wei Tiger Leopard riders on the Grandview Sea that Bai Qi is assassinating the eldest princess, so quickly go back and escort her. Hey, it's none of my business. Lu Chuan snorted with a slanted brow and crooked eyes. Shang Wanqing sprayed a mouthful of blood on the spot and gritted his teeth. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. The first princess of Wei has a noble status. If she is saved, you can make any request. Any request? Lu Chuan's big eyes opened wide. That's right, any request. Shang Wanqing's tears were falling from her eyes anxiously. She couldn't hold on any longer. Wei? Lu Chuan looked toward Ah Fu, who was pulling the boards. What's the origin? Ah Fu pouted his donkey's mouth and said disdainfully, there's a hairy origin, it's just a longer inheritance. Long inheritance time? Lu Chuan nodded and asked, Your Great Wei, do you have a cultivation method for the 5 elements hegemony body? Cough. Shang Wanqing coughed twice, his shattered internal organs, wrapped up in the spray of blood. There is, and even if there isn't, I can find a way to get it for you. That's good. Lu Chuan lifted Shang Wanqing with one hand, then stamped his foot on Ah Fu's head and headed straight for the ferry. Little son of a bitch, bully donkey too much. Ah Fu was so angry that he almost spat out blood, pulling the wooden boards and chasing them furiously down below. Go inform the Tiger Leopard rider that the other party is Bai Qi, you can't handle it as a small cultivator. Shang Wanqing, who was in a trance, spoke in a broken voice. Ugh, looking down on people, right? Crap, you don't want to die, in case that what you the Rapunzel does not recognize, at that time I look for who to go. Lu Chuan struck a stream of sword chi into Shang Wanqing's body, giving her a lifeline. Your Highness, it's time to be on your way. White 7 lifted his big, 44-yard foot. Bai Qi had a habit that when killing, he liked to end up stomping his prey with his feet, just like stepping on an ant. Especially the feeling of those once high and mighty, trembling and dying at one's feet, pleases the whole body and mind. Chow Yunlan lay on the ground in despair. There was no way for her to revive. Having resurrected 10 times, her realm had fallen from the Dao One realm, to the Qi condensation realm. Maybe she should have listened to Haruna earlier and made the first move. Remembering that little bit of flesh and blood, but ultimately it is to their own detriment. Chow Yunlan sighed deeply and closed his eyes. Your Highness, save your Highness. The moment Chow Yunlan was ready to meet his death, a familiar voice rang out. The expected pain of death did not strike. Chow Yunlan opened his eyes and saw a teenager walking on the sea, who was carrying Shang Wanqing in his hands. The young man was born very good-looking, with 2 long swords at his waist and a long robe with black stripes on a white background. The sea breeze blew his long hair, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a seeming smile, looking a little prodigal, but with an inexplicable peace of mind. This looked like a great way tea-house storyteller mouth, that walking rivers and lakes ranger. "Silly girl, what are you doing back here?" Chow Yunlan grumbled in his heart, but the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. She struggled to get up, but tried many times without success. In the end, she could only lie helplessly on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky, laughing and crying. She and Shang Wanqing, this friendship that transcended death, but in the end could not stand up to a killer. However, Bai Chi's kick hadn't stepped on Chow Yunlan's body after all. "It's not that you don't want to, but you can't." A strange feeling rose in his heart when that teenager appeared. If he dared to step down with this foot, Chow Yunlan wouldn't die, but he himself would. For the feeling of death, killers like Bai Chi were much sharper than most people. Bai Chi withdrew her foot and stood quietly on the pier. He wanted to see what made this little cultivator of the first realm feel this way. Bai Chi still remembered that the last person who brought him this feeling was that old and decrepit Western Shu sword emperor. Bai Chi hated people who used swords, because the sword was a flashy weapon, and people who used swords were hypocritical and had a high opinion of themselves. However, both shocks of death were brought to him by the man with the sword. Lu Chuan stepped onto the charred land of the pier and let go of Shang Wanqing, who was carried in his hands. Your Highness, Shang Wanqing braced himself and jumped to Chow Yunlan's side. The two, who had experienced the separation of life and death, could no longer control their hugging and crying. Women are always more emotional. Lu Chuan said and looked at Bai Chi, smiling and nodding at him. Dare I ask, what is your name? White 7, white as in white, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as in 7, killer. The corner of White 7's mouth also hooked up in a smile. Because he could tell that this teenager in front of him was the same person as himself. No matter how enthusiastic the performance was, but deep in the eyes, the indifference could not be concealed. Killer. Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Good profession. I remember someone saying that killers and prostitutes are the 2 oldest professions. Whoever said that must be funny. Bai Chi puffed out her chest with some pride. Lu Xun shrugged. I don't know if the person who said that was funny or not, but it should be funny now. Very interesting. Bai Chi nodded, his tone suddenly serious. You're going to run this? Lu Chuan nodded and replied with a resounding pipe. Bai Chi frowned. Haven't you heard that breaking someone's financial path is like killing one's parents? If you want to break my financial path now, we're just not sharing the same hatred. That's not true. Lu Chuan shook his head. I didn't save them for nothing. If you stop me from saving them, that's also cutting off my path to wealth. There's nothing to talk about? Bai Chi said as the true essence on his body bulged. The sky and earth instantly changed color, a black field visible to the naked eye, buckled down to envelop the entire flying cloud fairy. The earth, enveloped by the black field, split right down the middle. In the pitch-black crack, there were mournful cries, as if 10,000 ghosts had come out of their cages, as if the crack was connected to the other side of the legendary 9 hells. 11th realm, Heavenly Fault Realm. The 2 of them, Chow Yunlan and Shang Wanqing, saw this scene and their faces became increasingly ugly. The 2 unconsciously looked at Lu Chuan, yet Lu Chuan just stood there, not moving. All they could do was hug each other in desperation, using their body heat to drive away the endless despair. The 3rd realm of the divine Tao was a high point that every cultivator could only dream of. However, the vast majority of cultivators would remain in this realm forever after entering the Tao 1 realm. Although Daoi realm cultivators were rare, they weren't that unreachable. Only above the Tao 1 realm could one be considered to have truly touched the origin of the great Tao. Only then will there be a chance to walk out of the Tao that is uniquely his own, to touch that legendary great emperor's throne. Chow Yunlan couldn't figure out what qualifies a killer who sells his life for money, to be favored by the great Tao and come this far. There's no talk. Lu Chuan put his hand on top of the hilt of his sword. Let's not talk about it then. Bai Chi smiled and shook his head. Bai Chi's figure gradually blurred and eventually completely dissipated into the realm. At the same time, countless shadows rushed out from the huge abyss that had split open. By the way, I forgot to tell you that my domain is called Infinite Illusion, evolving from a move that the heaven-swallowing emperor left in the world.
Unfortunately, there's only one move.
Bai Chi's voice, coming from all directions, made it impossible to recognize the direction.
Heaven-swallowing emperor, what a deafening name.
A mere move and a half left behind would allow Bai Chi to enter the heavenly fault realm and be invincible in that realm. Lu Chuan was becoming more and more interested in himself, that dilettante hometown. Unfortunately, picking up people's words is not up to scratch after all. Lu Chuan closed his eyes. I hope your bones are as sharp as your mouth. As Bai Chi's voice fell, countless black shadows that climbed out of the abyss rushed towards Lu Chuan. The black shadow brought up a crashing whine, and countless bizarre runes appeared in the air.
These runes seemed to be some kind of avenue rules. Everything within the entire domain's shroud rapidly withered and wilted under the influence of the runes.
Even the stone statue of the divine beast, which had been immortalized for tens of thousands of years and was guarding the edge of the ferry, was reduced to pieces of powder floating in the sky. Lu Chuan took a step out and came to the two women, blocking the bizarre avenue rules for them. It was a feeling of security that had never existed before, and the stern, dry, cold air seemed to warm up at this moment. Chow Yunlan stared blankly at Lu Chuan's lean back, as if he wanted to carve this figure deep into his soul.
I actually quite hate the way you cultivators fight.
Lu Chuan slowly drew out the killing knife at his waist and casually waved it. The overwhelming shadow that rushed in front of him was instantly dispersed. You can either space out 100,000 miles and throw metabombs, or you can make a field out of hiding. A real man should be in a real, head-on fight.
Pretty girl, don't you think so?
Lu Chuan said as he turned around and raised his eyebrows at Chow Yunlan. The corners of Chow Yunlan's mouth shivered, and he almost lost his breath.
What a time to be having this discussion. Besides, a head-on physical fight is something only a reckless person would do. How can it be consistent with the honorable status of a cultivator? Interesting, you're actually unaffected by the withering. How did you first realm cultivator do that?
White Seven's voice sounded again. He was surprised but not panicked. Because withering is inherently a part of death, and death is the true way, and no one can ignore it all the time. If you stay in the field long enough, you are bound to be corrupted.
Hee, you're too much of a dish, even compared to that ruffian, the Demon Lord. You're not even half a Star Wars.
The Demon Lord was a genuine annihilation realm, the ceiling of this cultivation system. Ah Fu gave Lu Chuan the same strength evaluation, which was equivalent to the annihilation realm's strength.
But what really happened was that Lu Chuan was able to hang on to the Demon Lord and fight.
Ah Fu's explanation was that the attributes of Lu Chuan's chaotic sword chi were able to suppress the attributes of this world's arts.
Is that really all there is to it? Of course not. Lu Chuan had never fancied himself as a swordsman, not some exalted sword god. What's a swordsman? Someone who's good with a sword. Simple and pure.
It was this simple purity that Lu Chuan was able to focus everything on a single sword. A sword kills, a sword beheads a god.
Lu Chuan moved, quickly.
It's not a jutsu, it's just pure speed, an explosion of body muscle power. A sword rises, a sword falls, concentrating on a single point, reaching the peak, it's that simple. The sword chi cut through everything in front of him, the insubstantial shadows in the field were annihilated, and the tangible field was cut through. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no splendid magic treasures blasting against each other. It all happened so fast that it was a little less real.
Bang!
Lu Chuan returned to his original point. The long sword had just returned to its sheath, and the entire domain shattered away in pieces like porcelain that had fallen to the ground. Bai Chi's figure appeared not far away, his eyes bulging wide with incredulity. He was horrified, like realizing he was the one without underwear after the tide went out. Bai Chi stared at Lu Chuan dead on, as if he wanted to see something in Lu Chuan, yet he saw nothing. Lu Chuan is still the same, a one-realm little chicken, a teenage boy so tender that he can pinch water.
How did you find me?
I was hidden in the apocalypse, it was impossible for me to be found. In the end, Bai Chi didn't hold back and asked the question he wanted to know the most.
I don't know. Lu Chuan shrugged. It's true that Lu Chuan didn't know, but so what?
Just know that White 7 is in this realm, and Killjoy will lead himself to him.
Ha, interesting, never seen a person like you with a sword like you.
Bai Qi sighed and slowly turned to step away. However, just 2 steps later, his head shot up into the sky. The blood sprayed out, bringing up a nice wind-like sound. Like a dream, life and death are reversed. Looking at Bai Qi's headless body, Chow Yunlan thought he was hallucinating. It wasn't until Shang Wanqing, who was beside her, grasped her hand and drooped helplessly that she came back to her senses. Chinger, Chow Yunlan looked at Shang Wanqing dumbfounded. She was about to die. Shang Wanqing should have actually died a long time ago, and it was a complete miracle that she had lasted until now. Bai Qi's blow had smashed her internal organs and her divine soul. It was Lu Chuan's sword qi that was hanging onto her for this last breath. Now that Chow Yunlan was out of danger, his last wish was accomplished, and the breath that had been hanging on for dear life could no longer be lifted. Chinger, don't go to sleep, please, please, please. Chow Yunlan hugged Shang Wanqing tightly and murmured helplessly. Tears dripped in big drops on top of Shang Wanqing's pale lips. Your Highness, your face is dirty. Shang Wanqing wanted to raise her hand, wanting to wipe the bloodstains on Chow Yunlan's face. However, this hand was not raised after all. Lu Chuan looked at them. Shang Wanqing's last words touched a certain string inside. Lu Chuan's ice-cold heart seemed to have some temperature at this moment. It was a long, long time before Chow Yunlan accepted the fact that Shang Wanqing had died. She picked up Shang Wanqing's body and looked in the direction of Metropolis. Chinger, let's go home and watch the fireworks in Metropolis. Chow Yunlan stumbled along, falling and getting up again, over and over again. Until after the fall, there was no strength to get up again. She hugged Shang Wanqing's corpse and bawled once again. Crying about your own incompetence and your own worthless conscience. If I didn't have that conscience, things like today wouldn't have happened. Eventually tired of crying, Chow Yunlan passed out. Lu Chuan silently stood guard, and for the first time, the emotion of sympathy arose. Ah Fu, who had been following behind, looked at this scene and murmured with a soft sigh of relief. Begging for mercy, do you see, when will you be willing to sheath your sword? Goddamned Autumn Red Tavern, goddamned Bai Qi, how dare you assassinate my great Wei princess? An army of tens of thousands of men appeared at the ferry. A teenager wearing a python robe, seeing Chow Yunlan and Shang Wanqing lying motionless on the ground, cried out and rushed over. That tearful look of grief, do not know that he thought he had died his own father. However, just as the teenager was selling his performance, Chow Yunlan slowly raised his head. The purple pupils were devoid of any emotions, and the indifference made the heart tremble. Seeing Chow Yunlan back from the dead, the teenager was so scared that he fell on his butt on the ground. Then immediately he hooked up a disgusting smile. Erishur, are you alright? That's great. After receiving the report that you were attacked, I rushed here as fast as I could. What happened to Lord Shangguan? Is she alright? Many thanks to Imperial Brother for his concern. Chow Yunlan shook his head woodenly. I'll trouble Imperial Brother with the merchant ship matter. I'll return first. The teenager's heart trembled as he listened to Chow Yunlan's cold voice. Hastily nodding his head, he agreed. Good here, just leave it to me. Come on people, escort the princess back to the metropolis. No need. Chow Yunlan picked up Shang Wanqing's body and looked at Lu Chuan. My lord, can I trouble you once more to send me back to the metropolis, and I will be grateful afterward? Lu Chuan nodded cheerfully. Yes, by the way. That little bit of sympathy was fleeting, but the seed had been planted and would always bloom. Imperial Brother, Bai Qi's head is yours. Shishu is offering a reward of 10 million spirit stones. When Chow Yunlan was leaving, he left behind such a sentence that made the teenager fidget for a long time. Your Highness, what is the cause of your sorrow? Lu Chuan had just left with Chow Yunlan when a man who looked to be around 30 suddenly appeared at the pier. The man's face is like beautiful jade, lips like a bit of vermilion, posture and style, beautiful appearance, the end of the name of a beautiful man, 3 words. This man's name is Zhou Yu, the state master of Great Wu. In this world where only cultivation is known, Zhou Yu is one of the few in the world, the seat of the readers. This person's chest hides the art of warping the earth and the sky, and his belly hides the plan of settling the country. In just 200 years, the entire Great Wu dynasty was pulled to heights where it did not belong. In fact, the real mastermind of this assassination targeting Chow Yunlan was Zhou Yu. Because with the pissed-off nature of the Crown Prince of Wei, even if he had the guts to be a thief, he didn't have the brains. "Zhou Yu, look at what you've done." The python-robed teenager looked at Zhou Yu with cold eyes. "Didn't you promise that Chow Yunlan would definitely die today?" "Your Highness, be at ease." Zhou Yu smiled gently. That gentle smile was like a spring breeze. "How do you expect me to be at ease?" The python-robed boy suddenly exploded with emotion, veins rippling on his neck. "Now that Chow Yunlan isn't dead, once I return to the great metropolis and report this matter to father, there will be no place for me in the entire Great Wei. No harm, no foul." Zhou Yu smiled and shook his head, speaking with confidence. "Although the eldest princess didn't die, she has fallen to the Qi condensation realm. Although the immortal phoenix saved her life, it also consumed her life essence. Chow Yunlan won't live long. I'm sure your father won't support a short-lived ghost to the throne." "So what?" The python-robed boy was still unforgiving and furious. "With Chow Yunlan's means and connections, do you think I can survive until the day she dies?" Zhou Yu shook his head and said softly, "From here to the metropolis, it's at least a 5-day journey, and if your highness isn't at ease, isn't this still 5 days away?" His favorite prince of Wei was stupid enough and self-conscious enough. This kind of person becoming the emperor of Wei is much cuter than that shrewd woman, Chow Yunlan, becoming the emperor. "You want me to intercept Chow Yunlan halfway?" The python-robed young man's face turned pale. "Your Highness, if you are afraid of Chow Yunlan returning to the metropolis, why don't you just do it?" Zhou Yu said and sighed. "Your Highness, your greatest weakness is that you are too kind-hearted, and when you make a break, you will suffer." The python-robed young man sneered. "Like she didn't even take down Chow Yunlan, you're going to let me go as cannon fodder?" "Not too stupid." Zhou Yu couldn't help but mutter a sentence in his heart. "Your Highness need not worry much, Bai Qi's death was entirely due to him being too gullible himself. I've contacted the Autumn Hung Tavern, and the mission isn't considered over until Chow Yunlan is dead. 3 days later, it will be renewed in White Slope Town. At that time you will lead the White Plume Army and attack with Autumn Hung Tavern back and forth. This time it will certainly be handily captured. Of course, you have to pay for the expenses in between. You're a big family and you don't care about this small amount of money, do you?" After saying that, Zhou Yu stared tightly at the python-robed teenager, the dark-colored pupils as if they were trying to pierce through the soul. The python-robed teenager subconsciously swallowed, but did not instantly agree. Zhou Yu wasn't afraid that he wouldn't agree, because this stupid bastard had no way out. Whether it was for the sake of his position as the crown prince or for his own little life, he would not allow Chow Yunlan to return safely to the metropolis. Now this result was much better than the expected killing of Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan's days are numbered and there is no way he can inherit the throne again. And this straw man would definitely go to intercept Chow Yunlan for the sake of his own little life. If that sword-wearing boy could slaughter these 10,000 White Plume Army, it would be very good news for Great Wu. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I will retire." Zhou Yu's figure gradually dispersed after a flurry of mouth cannons. Before he left, he glanced at the direction Lu Chuan had left, and for some reason, he was always a little disturbed. That First Realm teenager, when he killed Bai Qi earlier, seemed to have triggered the ominous 4 fierce heavenly signs. White Slope Township. The coastal provinces of Wei are a must for access to the metropolis. Because of its location and a transportation choke point, it is a small town but much more prosperous than many cities. There's a strange and beautiful teenager in town. The young man was leading a skinny donkey, followed by a gorgeous beauty with a woman on the back of the donkey. This teenager was naturally Lu Chuan. Originally, with Lu Chuan's speed, he could reach the metropolis in 2 days. However, Chow Yunlan made Lu Chuan slow down and deliberately delayed, entering White Slope Town on the 3rd day. Taking people's money and taking their lives. Since he had taken over the escort mission from Chow Yunlan Guan, Lu Chuan was still very much in the spirit of contract, and everything was up to the employer. Lu Chuan took Chow Yunlan and stayed in the largest inn in White Slope Town. The first floor of the inn is the place to eat. Lu Chuan has no oil and water in his stomach these days, and his heart is in a panic. Settle down, Chow Yunlan and Shangwan Qing's corpse. He slipped downstairs by himself and ordered a table of wine and food to start building.
Hey, big handsome guy. Ah Fu eerily appeared beside Lu Chuan. It's not mealtime, no one is eating except Lu Chuan.
Seeing Lu Chuan's good looks and elegant demeanor, plus the fact that there were no other diners, the waiter didn't try to drive away Ah Fu.
Have a fart. Lu Chuan was a little impatient. Alfred wiggled his butt a bit and carefully said, Hey, how about I send you a side quest? I knew you weren't holding back any good farts. Lu Chuan's eyes glared and he was about to give Ah Fu 2 punches. Ah Fu jumped away in a hurry and smiled sarcastically. The great emperor's dojo won't open for another half a month, so it's not a bad idea to do another quest if you're idle anyway. What mission? Tell me about it.
Lu Chuan pursed his small wine, but did not reject it directly. Seeing that Lu Chuan seemed to be in a good mood with wine and meat, Ah Fu hurriedly came up.
Let Chow Yunlan ascend to the throne of the Great Wei Emperor, how about that? Is that a simple enough task, ha? Ha! Lu Chuan suddenly put down his chopsticks and used his arms to tighten Ah Fu's neck.
Instantly, Fu's tongue drooped 3 feet long, and his eyes bulged straight outward, looking like he was going to die. That chick doesn't have long to live. You're making me do this mission. What if she suddenly dies violently on the way to the mission?
Cough, you just save her life first.
Ah Fu spat out a few words with difficulty, and the saliva dripped down his tongue.
What do you take me for, a wonderful doctor? Lu Chuan rolled his eyes and kicked Fu away after releasing his arm.
The yin was knocked out of a big hole, and a large gold ingot was paid out to get this over with. Ouch, I know this is more difficult. That chick burned her life essence.
Together with the characteristics of the immortal phoenix, even if the greatest immortals came, they wouldn't be able to save her, but you can.
Ah Fu was a real head iron. Lu Chuan just picked up the chopsticks. It appeared beside Lu Chuan again.
Ha! Ah Fu's words gave Lu Chuan a whole won't. Shades up. Hey, funny how I didn't know that I had the ability to raise the dead? Sinning, forgetting all about your own abilities.
Ah Fu waved his big tongue in pain after hearing this.
When Lu Chuan wasn't looking, the big tongue rolled away a few peanuts on the plate on the table.
These peanuts, which Lu Chuan had just picked up with his chopsticks, were stained with some saliva.
This sick-ass chewing on a peanut is a treat.
Lu Chuan looked straight up nauseous. Ever since he had returned to his teenage form, this idiot's behavior had begun to be a bit abnormal.
Dog, if you can't tell me 1, 2, 3, I'm going to eat donkey meat on fire tonight.
Rest in peace, rest in peace. Ah Fu contentedly swallowed the peanut rice, pouting his lips cheaply as he looked at Lu Chuan's waist.
Haven't you ever wondered why that long white sword doesn't bother you? If you don't care, why else? Lu Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes.
After Lu Chuan brought out the white long sword named Seeking Rin, he had not been able to unsheath it, let alone use it. Because seeking benevolence is a sort of salvation and you don't have compassion as an emotion, so she plays small and doesn't treat you well. Fu said and flicked out his tongue in a bitchy manner again to roll the marinated beef on his plate. He ended up being chopsticks by Lu Chuan, sticking his tongue through the table.
Fragrant. Ah Fu, a dead pig, nimbly flipped his tongue back and licked at the chopsticks for a while.
Crap, you dead pervert. Lu Chuan was unable to hold back, dragging Ah Fu out of the inn and began to brutally beat him inhumanely.
Only after 10 whole minutes did Lu Chuan walk back to the inn with satisfaction and continue eating and drinking.
It wasn't long before Chow Yunlan came down from the upper floors and came straight to the table, giving a curtsy. Your Excellency, see you at peace.
Sit. Lu Chuan asked the junior to add a set of bowls and chopsticks for Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan didn't move his chopsticks, but instead talked to Lu Chuan in a straightforward manner. Does the gentleman know why I have to stay in this town? I don't know, it's none of my business.
Lu Chuan took a sip of wine and a mouthful of food. His mouth was full of oil. How could he have the time to pay attention to Chow Yunlan?
This answer was truly unexpected.
Chow Yunlan bit her lip. I want to do business with Gongzi again.
Lu Chuan slanted a glance at Chow Yunlan, couldn't help but pull the corner of his mouth and snorted. Other than the 5 elements hegemony body cultivation method that I want, can you come up with anything else as payment?
Chow Yunlan lowered her eyebrows and thought for a moment. The Great Way has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and the royal treasure trove has everything, so as long as your excellency nods your head, after the matter is resolved, I can allow your excellency to make a trip into the treasure trove.
Not interested.
Lu Chuan shook his head with a lack of interest. I only need the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body.
This is a classic case of greasing the skids.
Chow Yunlan pondered for a moment and finally gritted his teeth. As long as your excellency agrees, I can fulfill any of your excellency's demands. Anyone who was a man should be able to understand the meaning of Chow Yunlan's words. Lu Chuan was a man, or an old demon who had lived for 100,000 years, so of course he could understand. Just Lu Chuan, a mouthful of wine sprayed out on the spot, hastily covered his chest, a small daughter-in-law afraid of fear look.
What do you want? I'm as beautiful as a flower, so I won't let you have it.
Chow Yunlan froze for a moment, then her heart was ashamed and annoyed. Her own Hall of Wei princess status is honored, the appearance is also closed moon and shy flowers, but now she is so disliked. Having thrown away her self-respect as a woman, only to receive such an answer, Chow Yunlan sighed somewhat disheartened.
I'm sorry to bother you, your excellency. Chow Yunlan rose with tired eyes.
After Chow Yunlan left, Ah Fu stuck up again without knowing what to do.
Hey, handsome, how about it, do you want to take the mission? It's not a loss anyway, and there's no penalty even if you don't finish, so give it a try. In case it's really finished, hey, Seeking Rin might be able to sheath it.
The system humbled it to this extent, and it belonged to be a unique one. Lu Chuan threw a peanut into his mouth and stared at Ah Fu with a slanted eyebrow while chewing.
It's okay to take it, but first, tell me what's going on with Seeking Jen? Alfred's eyes bulged out a little more with joy and wisdom.
Actually, seeking benevolence involves a taboo, resurrection.
Resurrection? Lu Chuan frowned. Ah Fu stopped being playful and nodded seriously. That's right, resurrection.
Seeking benevolence is a sword that does not kill, it has no ability to kill, but it can sever the connection between living souls and the ministry of the underworld.
Oh, it's kind of fun, go on. Lu Chuan pushed the rest of the peanut rice in front of Ah Fu.
Ah Fu's liver fluttered with joy, and a small half-dish of peanuts went into his mouth with a roll of his big tongue. Don't look at me as saying it lightly, this ability has actually touched the taboo of life and death. Birth, old age, sickness and death, the great Tao of heaven and earth, your sword can cut that thread between life and death and disrupt this order.
I'm that awesome. Lu Chuan proudly did a tactical backflip. Stealing business with the Ministry of the Underworld is certainly bullish. Ah Fu cheerfully came over. You should know that the Ministry of the Underworld is in charge of the world of death and ensures the proper functioning of death as an order. In every world where there is life, there are branches of him, and from ancient times, those who dared to go against the Ministry of the Underworld, other than that second-rate son, I guess you're the only one who has this ability. Heir? The heaven-swallowing emperor?
Lu Chuan came to be interested.
Aha!
Ah Fu nodded. When the heaven-swallowing emperor pierced the underworld ministry, the ashes were almost given to people to raise. This led to a major disruption in the order of death, with no place for the dead to go. That Erluo, another master who cares about killing but not burying, after the chaos of the order of death, it led to the emergence of many great terrors in the starry sky, and even the great strangeness that existed countless years ago was revived in this era.
Bullshit, ha. Lu Chuan was straight up happy to hear it. That's not right.
Lu Chuan frowned, since seeking benevolence will interfere with the order of death, if the Ministry of the Underworld finds out about this, won't I be beaten to death with a stick?
Yeah, but...
Alfred nodded, and the words changed. Seeking benevolence can sever the connection between the living soul and the Ministry of the Underworld, pulling the dying back from death. It also has the ability, directly, to open the passage between the underworld and the present world, and to send all spiritual beings into the underworld.
So? Lu Chuan was a bit confused. Does that make any sense? Why don't you get it?
Fu's eyes shivered.
This kid looks smart, but why is he so stupid? You activate the Seeking Ren, using the ability to open the passageway. We can go talk business with the bigwigs of the Underworld Ministry, TSK, the underworld ministry's wealth is unimaginable. Get lost, you damn it, dogs don't have a good idea. Lu Chuan kicked Ah Fu out and ended up losing another ingot of gold. Lu Chuan isn't stupid. If he talks business with a big shot from the Ministry of the Underworld, how can he be any better? You have to sell your life on the Mountain of Daggers and the Sea of Fire. After eating, Lu Chuan moved a small stool and happily sat in the sun at the door to look at beautiful women. This little puppy dog look attracted frequent sideways glances from passers-by. Lu Chuan's behavior, however, does not match that blooming beauty at all. Hey, pretty lady, come on over and have some fun. Sick. What, sick? Then I won't delay you to treat your illness. Take care, you Lu. You're sick. Don't talk nonsense, beautiful girl, beware I'll sue you for slander. Hey, pretty lady money drop. Naya, look at the back and want to commit a crime, look at the front and want to retreat. Crap, those long legs, sis, I want to drink your foot wash. But in just 2 hours' time, the entire town spread the news that there was a little sex fiend, a little pervert, living in the Yuelai Inn. At this time, Chow Yunlan, who was upstairs, was a bit fidgety. 3 days ago, when she left the ferry, she released her undead bird and rushed back to Metropolis to report the news. The immortal bird, a Chow Yunlan companion spirit beast, was born into this world with her. In the great world of vastness, the birth of some of the chosen ones was often accompanied by a gift from the heavens. The immortal bird is the gift of heaven to Chow Yunlan. If nothing else, the undead should be returning by now. But until now, there has been no movement at all. Chow Yunlan had chosen to stay here for only one purpose, to use himself as bait. She concluded that her stupid royal brother would do everything in his power to prevent her from returning to the metropolis and intercept her halfway. And White Slash is the best choice. Chow Yunlan knew his situation very well, he didn't have much time left and had to take desperate measures. If he returned directly to the metropolis and met his father to explain the situation, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't be much different. It was because he had fallen to the chi condensation realm, plus his life was not long to go. Father would not abolish the crown prince and cause unnecessary turmoil for the sake of himself, a man who was about to die. All the reasons added up to the fact that Chow Yunlan couldn't go back to the metropolis and had to gamble here. As long as the undead bird brought the letter in the first place, then he had a chance at extinction. It was getting dark, and there were more guests staying at the store. Lu Chuan had enough of looking at beautiful women, and by the way, he ate dinner again. The people eating on the first floor began to increase a bit, looking at the appearance of mostly some runners. Chow Yunlan once again came to Lu Chuan's place, and this time, instead of talking about business, he ate a meal. She understood that the immortal bird had not returned and must have had an accident, and now the only safest thing to do was to stay with Lu Chuan. Neither of them had any intention of speaking, and the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. It wasn't until it was completely dark that the lights were lit in the lobby. The waiter was a bit surprised that there were so many more customers for today's dine-in than usual. There were some tables that were clearly finished but never left. I don't know when, but it was drizzling outside, and the whole town sank into the midst of the dashing night rain. The not-so-bright candlelight reflected on the faces of the diners in the lobby. There was a strange energy between the pushing of glasses and the small talk. Damn this weather. The door of the inn was pushed open, and a black-faced strong man, 8 feet tall, walked in cursing. The waiter served the wine. This bird rain is soaked to the bone. The waiter hurriedly ran over and said with a smile on his face, "Sir, you see that there is no more room here, do you want it? What's the matter, you're still shooing the grandpa away?" The man's voice was like thunder, interrupting the waiter's words. The man finished looking around, except for Lu Chuan's table which only had 2 people. The other tables were almost full. "I'll just spar with that little brother." The man pushed away the waiter and came straight to Lu Chuan. What a handsome little brother. The Han man saw Lu Chuan's appearance clearly and couldn't help but praise him. "Little brother, how about putting together a table and I'll pay for your drinks?" Lu Chuan looked at Chow Yunlan with a smirk. This man's acting skills were too clumsy. From the time he entered the door until now, this bean-batch glanced at Chow Yunlan no less than 5 times, but anyone with a heart could deduce that he was specifically here to find Chow Yunlan. the man still smelled like blood. The smell of blood had not been suppressed, despite the desperate attempts to disguise it with a spice. "Feel free to sit down." Lu Chuan pushed his half-drunk wine in front of the man. "Thanks a lot." The man arched his hand and picked up the wine jug and gulped it down. After the man sat down, he looked at Chow Yunlan. Chow Yunlan's face looked terrible as he gently nodded to the man. The man breathed a sigh of relief and came over to Chow Yunlan's side, whispering, "Your Highness, most of your letters have been received, but His Majesty has not reacted too much. We could only take matters into our own hands and bring people to rush to your aid, but we were intercepted halfway, and I was the only one who escaped." Chow Yunlan understood that he had made a bad move in this big gamble after all. "I didn't mention what happened to me in the letter, so why didn't father not hear about it?" Chow Yunlan was somewhat undeterred. The man sighed helplessly. "There is a letter that entered the metropolis before you're undead." Chow Yunlan nodded. It seemed that the other party had moved one step faster than himself and sent his situation to his father first. Chow Yunlan had originally thought of making an information error. Before his situation was transmitted back to the metropolis, the matter of the crown prince colluding with the Great Wu to buy a murderer and kill him was transmitted to the emperor. As long as this information was sent back first, then with his own weight, the emperor would surely send a large army to support him. Yet in his own case, he had gotten back to metropolis first, and there was no redeeming the matter. In fact, if Lu Chuan was willing to help, this matter would be very well resolved. Because with Lu Chuan's speed, he could definitely send the news back the first time. It's just that there are no ifs and buts in this world, and a tiny bit of difference makes a huge difference. "Your Highness, it is not advisable to stay here for long." The man looked at the diners in the lobby and gently shook his head. Chow Yunlan looked towards Lu Chuan. The only person he could rely on now was him. This was also Chow Yunlan's last plan. Even if the undead bird failed to deliver the message, then there was still Lu Chuan to cover it. As long as Lu Chuan didn't go back on his word and sent himself back to the metropolis safely, then there was still a small possibility of a reversal. Where to go? It's a big night. Lu Chuan didn't really care. Since he had promised Chow Yunlan to send her back, he would definitely fulfill the contract. The man opened his mouth to say something, but was gently pressed down by Chow Yunlan. The man sat back down with a helpless sigh and ordered 2 more jugs of wine. Time passed by, and the atmosphere of the entire inn became more and more bizarre. The air was filled with a suffocating smell. No one spoke anymore, only the sound of Lu Chuan chewing on something rang out from time to time. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the inn was blown open by a cold wind, and a cold current rolled in. "This damn weather," Junior cursed and braced himself as he trotted to the door. "Ah!" Junior, who was just about to close the door, suddenly let out a scream, and then fell on his buttocks and sat on the floor. He shivered and looked at the darkened doorway. 2 red eyes, like lanterns, lit up in the darkness. The night was so thick that it seemed like it could not be melted, and 2 scarlet lanterns appeared on the long silent street. This lantern gently blinked twice, and the air was pulled and twisted by an inexplicable force. Space also unrealistically wriggled along with it, like waves on the sea, cascading away. Immediately after that, the ground of the inn began to shake, from far and near, and the tremors became more and more intense. It is a special shock that is only triggered by a large number of cavalry marching. All the diners in the inn, at this moment, stood up. They faced the door and respectfully saluted the scarlet lantern. Bang! The doorway of the inn was suddenly shattered by a force, and wood shavings flew all over the sky. A strange man, no, make that 2 men, appeared before the greatly open inn. A burly man who was 3 meters tall and full of muscles that protruded like rocks blocked the doorway, and a mountain of oppression hid him. The burly man wore a red bib on top and a pair of red lantern pants underneath, with a pilgrim's braid on his head, his cheeks stained red with blood, and a happy grin on his face. Belly bibs and pants are extremely ill-fitting, taut, this demeanor, with that naive batch of the same smile, like a landlord's retarded son. On the shoulders of the strong man sat a child of 7 or 8 years old. To say it was a child was actually a bit of a stretch, for the man looked, despite his short stature and the bone age of a small child of 7 or 8, to have a loosely drooping face. It's a very strange, awkward feeling of aging before one's time.
In the hands of the strong man and the child, both carrying a lantern, the lantern seems to be the eyes of some creature, emitting a ghostly red light, occasionally blinking. Monster, monster. The junior at the door could not strain himself any longer. The picture was a contamination of the intense spirit. Junior got up from the ground and screamed in terror, trying to flee the inn. However, he had just taken 2 steps before he disappeared into the distorted air. I heard that the old seventh was killed by a teenager. At this time the child who had not aged spoke, but his voice was that of a child. Ha 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 ha, the big man giggled at the smaller man's words, drool dripping down the corners of his mouth. The other diners, after hearing the small man's words, all turned their heads and looked towards where Lu Chuan was. A first-realm cultivator, ridiculous, ridiculous. The small man couldn't help but shake his head. Put. Lu Chuan finally couldn't help himself at this point and spewed out a mouthful. What the fuck is this, a circus clown? However, apart from Lu Chuan, the other 2 were stony-faced and their whole body muscles were tense. The man at the same table, at this point, the hand that carried the wine, began to stop shaking. From the autumn-hung tavern. The man tried to calm himself down. Thousands of our reinforcements just met this thing halfway, and it almost wiped out the whole army in one shot. Chow Yunlan listened expressionlessly, his fists clenched up tightly, his nails embedded in his flesh because of too much force. Your Highness, this person's methods are bizarre and incomparable, and cannot be speculated normally. Later I will go install him, you and little brother will leave first. The man poured down the last mouthful of wine, slammed the jug hard on the table, and stood up with a prancing motion. Scumbags from Chiu Hong Tavern, Grandpa is here. The man had an extra black saber in his hand and crossed the wine table to block in front of Lu Chuan and Chow Yunlan. Scared? Of course I'm afraid. There is no normal person in this world who is not afraid of death, except for a psychopath like Lu Chuan who was not afraid of death. But Han remained righteous. He was Chow Yunlan's personal guard, and a personal guard should act like a personal guard, never letting his master die before him. Duh, he called us stragglers. The smaller man's face twisted up. Ha ha ha, the big man was still giggling and staring at Lu Chuan dead in the face. Drool flooded his mouth, and he looked like he wanted to eat Lu Chuan into his stomach. Good boy, there's no rush, just play with him. The little man gently patted the back of the big man's head. As for Lu Chuan, he didn't even bother to look at them. Sunku ate the last bit of rice in his bowl, and when he couldn't get enough of it, he poured the vegetable soup from the pot into the bowl as well. This unself-conscious look is something that passers-by would probably be able to blow their lungs out if they saw it, not to mention these parties involved. The smaller man snapped his fingers softly. Let's take care of the target first, then we'll take our time with him. The diners in the lobby received orders and swarmed towards Chow Yunlan. Your Highness, run! The man brandished his black saber, his entire body's true essence bursting and surging out at that moment. The Han should be in the 8th realm, and this kind of strength was placed in the Tian Yuan continent, and it was a proper party big brother. However, in this heavenly wasteland continent where monsters were everywhere, the strength of the 8th realm couldn't be said to be low, but it was only enough to protect oneself. The man swung his saber wide open, no fancy arts, just the straightforwardness of a battle-array charge. For a time, the entire lobby was filled with sword chi, bursting without sound. The weird thing was that with the destructive power of the man's blade chi, not to mention a small inn, even the entire town would probably be rolled up and rotted. The reality, however, is that not only is the inn intact. The man's blade chi blasted into the distorted air, but it also seemed to hit cotton. Not only did it not burst, it didn't even bring up a single sound. Those killers, however, traveled freely through the strange air, and the seemingly majestic blade chi could not hurt them in the slightest. Spatial aptitude, be careful. Chow Yunlan gave a reminder. Put. With a crack, an assassin eerily passed through the air and appeared abruptly in front of the man. The man's reaction could not be described as fast. Immediately drew his sword back to block, however, he was still a step too slow. A dagger pulled open his abdomen, and blood instantly stained his clothes. The man staggered back 2 steps, his face twisting up from the pain. Chow Yunlan hurriedly went up to support the man and stuffed some pills into his mouth. Stabilizing his injuries, the man was filled with guilt. My subordinate was derelict in his duties and failed to protect you. Chow Yunlan sighed helplessly, how dare I blame you guys, the heavens are just trying to kill me. Bang! At this moment, an assassin bullied his way in, and the man pushed Chow Yunlan away, narrowly blocking the dagger at a tricky angle. Let my subordinate fight for you one last time. The man mobilized his entire body's true essence and took a step out, allowing the several assassins to rush towards him, completely abandoning his defense. Several daggers stabbed into the man's body almost simultaneously, and on the man's body, black gas spurted out at that moment. The black aura swept several of the assassins around the men, followed by a blazing light that lit up. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, steamed up. Yet these shockwaves strangely dissipated into the distorted air. The man used self-detonation to try to fight for a ray of life for Chow Yunlan. However, the difference in strength was too great, and he just gave away his life for nothing. Phew! At this time, Lu Chuan finally finished the dinner. If you have enough to eat, you have nothing to do. If you have nothing to do, then you have to find something to do. Several assassins attacked Chow Yunlan at the same time at this moment. Chow Yunlan had fallen in the realm and had absolutely no room to fight back. She could only watch these killers, getting closer and closer to her, as she closed her eyes helplessly. Chick, what are you jumping around here for? Lu Chuan burped. In the next moment, the certain death of Chow Yunlan suddenly disappeared. The position was replaced by Lu Chuan, and she herself went to where Lu Chuan was eating. The ordinary move of shifting directly solved Chow Yunlan's certain death. A black sword chi pulled up a semicircular arc of light. This arc of light cut away the distorted air, and several killers were instantly split in two, the foul odor of blood filling the air. Lu Chuan took one step and rushed towards the doorway, so fast that he pulled out gusts of shadows in the air. With every step Lu Chuan took, a black silk thread, piercing through the twisted air, rose up from the ground around him. On each of the black threads, the body of an assassin was broken open. Simple and rough method of killing. By the time Lu Chuan reached the door, other than that odd pair, the other killers had already died cleanly. Be careful. When the little man saw that Lu Chuan was unaffected by the spatial distortion, palpitations crawled across his uniged face. The 3-meter-strong man named De looked silly, but his strikes were extremely ruthless and swift. Bang! Ada blasted out with a fist, bringing with him the might of a landslide, aiming straight for Lu Chuan's head. The fist, which was bigger than Lu Chuan's head, was covered with red and black runes, and the air around it was pulled out in a great avenue rule. Lu Chuan stretched out a finger and blocked it. This finger and Ada's fist clashed hard together. Along with a low collision, a circle of shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out from the point of impact where the finger collided with the fist. In a blink of an eye, the entire inn was overturned, with debris and fragments flying across the room, shooting out in all directions as if they were sharp arrows. You seek death. The little man opened his mouth. A puddle of black-green liquid gushed out of his mouth. A fishy odor filled the air, black-green smoke spreading from the liquid, everything around it corroding rapidly. Bang! However, in the next moment, a black sword chi, following Lu Chuan's fingertips, pierced through Ada's fist, and obliquely pierced through the small man's head. The small man did not expect that the strength of Ada's fleshly body would not be able to block this black sword chi. His mouth was wide open, shock still lingering on that dead face. Don't worry, your brother will be with you in a minute, and in your next life remember to get a class at the circus, otherwise this look is a shame. Lu Chuan spat out a sentence, and the next moment a bit of black light spread out from his fingertips, and the black light dispersed into countless tiny sword chi. Ada's body was instantly cut into pieces. This odd pair of mentally polluted people finally died. But Lu Chuan didn't stop, he even drew the long sword at his waist. The show had just begun. With Lu Chuan's keen perception ability, he had long ago realized that this pair of oddballs were nothing more than puppets, and the main event was the pair of lanterns. The pair of oddballs had just died violently, and the pair of lanterns, which were like eyes, floated up in the mist of blood in the sky. A strange wave of fluctuations emanated from the lantern, and the entire world began to distort abnormally again. Lu Chuan was pulled into a strange space. Bang, bang, bang. In the thick of the night, a large number of unidentified structures either rose from the ground or fell from the sky.
These buildings range from ramshackle tiled houses to elaborate villa neighborhoods to tall, upright buildings.
With the brilliant neon lights, it seems like a town from another time and place that has been moved here. These buildings, as if they were evil things buried for countless years, brought up a large amount of yin qi when they appeared.
In just a few breaths of time, the surrounding area had become a domain of eerie ghosts.
Lu Chuan stood in this world for a while, somewhat lost in thought, countless thoughts rushing to his mind.
Where is this? This is the hometown you've been away from for countless years.
The streets of my hometown, the houses of my hometown, but only the people of my hometown are missing.
Bastard! Lu Chuan suddenly became furious.
This is their own heart, to the hometown of the most unremitting attachment, but now by that pair of lanterns, figurative to this world.
This is unforgivable blasphemy.
It had been a long, long time since Lu Chuan had been so emotionally volatile.
Bang!
Lu Chuan stepped down heavily, using all his strength. With his right foot as the center, the world began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pair of red lanterns wouldn't have anticipated just what kind of being it had angered with its behavior. This world that had been visualized shattered away inch by inch, and the real world gradually came into view.
Concentrate on one point and ascend to the top.
Lu Chuan poured all his strength into the tip of the black long sword and ruthlessly chopped into the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky above the zenith were swept away by the sword chi. The rain had stopped and the stars were actually visible in the deep black sky. The horror, however, was just beginning. Sword 7 Black Moon. Lu Chuan flicked his wrist, and the killing life in his hand whistled out of his hand and rose to the zenith. Killjoy erupted in blinding black light at the zenith, and a mountain of sword chi tangled up. With killing life as the center of the circle, a black sword chi moon formed at great speed above the zenith.
Are you crazy? Do you want to sink this land?
Ah Fu suddenly appeared beside Lu Chuan and shouted anxiously.
Lu Chuan huffed like a nervous wreck and grinned a small grin.
Ah Fu's scalp tingled, it knew that Lu Chuan was sick again. Son of a bitch, what the hell did you do? Ah Fu was furious and stormy, looking at the two lanterns floating in the air and cursing. And at that moment, the lantern, which was like two eyes, revealed a fear that went deep into the soul. Kill yourself in thanksgiving, beast, do you want the countless living souls of this land to follow you, a retard, to the grave? Alfred growled, yet it was too late.
Smash!
Lu Chuan reached out and waved his hand down fiercely at the black full moon above the zenith.
A simple attack, yet it carried an endless oppression and despair.
The black full moon, at this moment, whistled from above the zenith, smashing down towards the earth. A great shadow was cast over this land. The black full moon, like a huge meteor, crashed hard, if it was really hit solidly. I'm afraid that it will really be as Fu said, and all this land will sink.
Handsome man, big handsome man, stop it.
Ah Fu was jumping around anxiously. If he was really smashed down, countless living beings would be annihilated.
Not good news for Lu Chuan.
Lu Chuan wasn't following the path of killing to prove the way. Too much killing would affect his path to becoming an emperor.
Wow, Dad, where are you, Dad? Just then, a heartbreaking cry rang out.
A small boy, holding a kitten, appeared on the ruins of the inn. The little boy looked at the ruins and cried as he searched for his loved ones.
This heartbreaking cry suddenly woke up Lu Chuan.
Lu Chuan twisted his head and looked at the little boy standing alone on top of the ruins, his icy heart suddenly touched. The little boy's heartbreaking cries were like a sharp needle that pierced into Lu Chuan's head.
Lu Chuan gently tapped his forehead. Headache. Lu Chuan has severe mania, which is a typical symptom of psychosis.
However, since coming to this world, this symptom has gotten much better, and even if it is committed, it is not too serious. Just now that red lantern, actually figurative Lu Chuan heart's deepest hang-ups, which provoked this neurosis, the condition exacerbated.
Disperse. Lu Chuan gently waved his hand, and the black moon in the sky instantly dispersed.
Perhaps the people of this land don't know that because of the cry of a little boy, in their sleep they escaped a holocaust of destruction. Escaping from death, the red lantern knew that the teenager in front of him was unbeatable, and immediately prepared to bolt. However, it overthought it. Lu Chuan is a person who really holds grudges. The red lantern was just about to make a move when Lu Chuan had already reached it. Knowing that it couldn't run away, the red lantern was still trying to be a trapped beast, and a strange spiritual power emanated from it. Lu Chuan had been hit once, so how could he fall twice in one place? With almost instantaneous speed, Lu Chuan grabbed the lantern and ruthlessly trapped it in his hands. Dogs like to play dirty, don't you? Lu Chuan's whole body strength was concentrated into his hands, directly tearing the lantern into two halves. Don't kill it, don't kill it. It's good stuff, leave it to me, I'll make you a magic treasure. Ah Fu rushed over, trying to stop Lu Chuan. But if it could stop it, Lu Chuan wouldn't be Lu Chuan anymore. Lu Chuan didn't pay attention to Ah Fu, and after tearing the lantern, he churned it to pieces with his sword chi. What a waste, what a waste! Looking at the debris in the sky, Ah Fu was shaking his head in anger. This is a rare dead thing that has become essence. I don't know how many years it has existed. And looking at the ability, it should be of the spiritual type. Your mental state is not good. After bringing it to be refined, it might help you stabilize the spiritual world. What are you talking about? Are you calling me a psychopath? Lu Chuan was furious and evil, and kicked Ah Fu's dog's head. Lu Chuan looked at the ruins of the inn and slowly walked towards the crying little boy. The little boy raised his head and looked at Lu Chuan, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Brother, have you seen my father?" Lu Chuan shook his head and gently rubbed the little boy's head. Looking at the situation, the entire inn should be dead. When the gods fight, mortals suffer. For some unknown reason, Lu Chuan's eyes stung a little. Without noticing, his own eyes began to change at this point. Black pupils that fade in color to white. Ah Fu, who had just recovered, saw Lu Chuan's appearance and his intelligent eyes bulged out in excitement. However, soon Ah Fu was disappointed again as the pupils quickly returned to normal. Little brat, why don't you cry a little harder? My lord! At this moment, Chow Yunlan's shriek woke Lu Chuan up. Looking sideways to the direction the voice came from, a cavalry troop entered the town with great vigor, and Chow Yunlan fell into the hands of the python-robed teenager from earlier. When Lu Chuan struck just now, he destroyed the entire inn. Chow Yunlan ran a little farther in order not to cause trouble for Lu Chuan anymore, and also to prevent himself from being smashed to death by the UFO. Chow Yunlan had been careful, but with only one realm, she was too weak. Lu Chuan picked up the little boy who had cried until he almost fainted, took a step out, and instantly arrived in front of the python-robed teenager. Don't come over or I'll kill her. The python robe threatened with a trembling voice. The black moon that almost fell just now gave him a huge mental shock. Still, he wasn't afraid to die, and led the charge into White Slope Town. Because he understood that if Chow Yunlan didn't die today, it would be him who would die. We're all going to die anyway. Why don't we put up a fight? A blue dagger was pressed against Chow Yunlan's neck. Looking at the expressionless Lu Chuan in front of him, the python-robed teenager's trembling hand, which was already somewhat uncontrollable, scratched Chow Yunlan's fair skin. Hot blood flowed down the dagger and onto the python-robed boy's hand. Who are you? Who the hell are you, and why have you come to disrupt my plans? The python-robed boy practically growled and roared. Everything was planned so perfectly that Chow Yunlan should have died a certain death at the pier. However, it was halfway through that messed everything up. I'm your ancestor, little Yakuza. Lu Chuan laughed in anger. Bang! Lu Chuan's figure exploded away, pulling out a string of phantoms. The tens of thousands of cavalrymen had no time to react, and the python-robed boy's dagger was too late to slash down. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Lu Chuan snapped the neck of the python-robed boy. The blue dagger fell to the ground, and the python-robed boy's pupils began to lax. The palpitating pupils were filled with unwillingness and unbelief. Perhaps he hadn't thought that Lu Chuan really dared to come up and directly slaughter him, the crown prince of Wei, as soon as he came up. The surrounding cavalry reacted from the death of the python-robed boy and stupidly prepared to charge. Chow Yunlan picked up the blue dagger and saluted Lu Chuan. Your Excellency, let me handle this. Lu Chuan nodded and handed the little boy in his arms to Chow Yunlan. The child's father should be no more, he is your people, settle down well. Chow Yunlan picked up the little boy and held him in his arms heartily. When the people rise, they suffer, when they fall, they suffer. It had long been commonplace for monks to disregard the lives of ordinary people. There's still a chance. Chow Yunlan's expression hardened. As long as he is still alive, 1 day or 1 year, as long as he ascends to that high position, he will have the opportunity to change this situation and return a peaceful world to the people of Wei. Lu Chuan didn't know what Chow Yunlan had said to this cavalry. It was only on the way back to the metropolis that this cavalry became the escort of this eldest princess. After Lu Chuan and the others departed, a tavern suddenly appeared in White Slope Town. The tavern had no name and stood alone beside the official road, quietly waiting for customers to come to the door. As night fell, a graceful and beautiful man pushed open the door of the tavern. The tavern was plain, with a small table, a counter, a dim oil lamp, and a graceful proprietress. The boss's wife looked to be in her 30s and had a bright beauty with 2 light pear swirls when she smiled. "Mr. Zhou, it's time to pay." The boss's wife poured a glass of wine for the man and pushed it in front of him with a smile. This man, no other than the great Wu State master, Zhou Yu, who was known as the seat of readers. "You guys are really good at making money." Zhou Yu picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one go, then a ring was placed in front of the boss's wife. The boss's wife slumped over the counter, playing with the delicate ring, her moving curves in full view. "Let's leave this matter at that." The boss's wife sighed softly. "The crown prince is dead, and Chow Yunlan will not live long. The Great Wei Emperor's reign is about to expire, and there will be great chaos in the Great Wei dynasty within 10 years, so your goal has been achieved. You've lost 2 of your right-hand men, can you swallow this breath?" Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows and looked towards the poised boss lady. "Or what?" The boss's wife propped her chin up a little lazily, looking a little out of breath at the lights on the wall. "This isn't like your Autumn Hong Tavern's much style." Zhou Yu shook his head, somewhat less deadened. The boss's wife coldly pulled up the corner of her mouth. "I won't stop you if you want to die, but if you want to drag me along with you, don't blame me for not talking about this bit of incense and fire." "Don't be angry, just kidding." Zhou Yu quickly waved his hand. "Let's change the topic, how about it? You want to talk about the great Emperor Dojo, right?" The boss lady shook her head. "A word of advice, don't get involved. I don't know how many bulls and devils are waiting for this day. The dojo may not be a dojo, but it will definitely be a shura." "That's true, but are you willing to do it?" Zhou Yu sighed. "You've been stuck in the annihilation realm for tens of thousands of years, don't you want to take a chance?" "What about you?" The boss's wife snorted. "You've read books to become a Confucian saint, don't you want to go one step further and merge with the Tao into the emperor?" The 2 men paused at this point. They both understood each other, and had been waiting for this opportunity for many, many years, and would never give it up no matter what. Dadu, the capital of the Wei dynasty. The degree of prosperity naturally goes without saying. Lu Chuan did not follow Chow Yunlan into the palace, but found a small restaurant at random and ate while waiting for Chow Yunlan to send someone to deliver the stuff. As for how Chow Yunlan's fate would be afterward, Lu Chuan was in little mood to care. However, until it was dark, Lu Chuan didn't wait for anything to be delivered. In fact, it didn't take any guessing to know that it must be that chick Chow Yunlan who had another accident. Lu Chuan was annoyed and rushed all the way from Xuanwu Street to the palace. Forbidden land ahead, trespassers will be killed without pardon. The guards at the palace gate stopped Lu Chuan. As a result, he was slapped by Lu Chuan's 2 big pussy fights and flew out. This is a big mess. Great Wei is the Tianwu continent, one of the dynasties, along hundreds of thousands of years, never appeared, the mob impact on the palace thing. The imperial dynasty shook, and a large number of imperial guards as well as masters guarding the palace came out and blocked Lu Chuan in front of the Golden Palace. For a while the swords were drawn and a great battle was about to break out. "Little brother, what a handsome stance." An old eunuch in a python suit came to the forefront. "Little brother, you're the high-ranking person that the Rapunzel was talking about, right?" This yin and yang accent, hearing Lu Chuan's body straight up goosebumps, waved his hand to interrupt the eunuch's words. "Yin yang man, no time to nag you, have Chow Yunlan deliver the stuff, I haven't even eaten dinner yet." The eunuch's eyelids jumped. As the Great Wei dynasty's secretary of ceremonies, how had he ever suffered this kind of filthy language? People grow old, this eunuch, although his heart was extremely angry, but his face still hung a fawning smile. Don't worry, little brother, you saved the eldest princess, it's a great credit, whatever request will be fulfilled. Ha! Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. I've been waiting all afternoon, where is that thing? The old eunuch's eyes jumped up and down, he had never seen such an arrogant person. Little brother, take it easy, right now there are some problems on the Rapunzel side. As soon as they are resolved, the stuff will definitely be given with both hands. Settle your mum, settle. Can you be a little efficient? Lu Chuan snorted. Little brat, didn't your mom teach you to be polite when talking to people? The old eunuch really couldn't tense up anymore, and was so angry that he quacked and quacked like a duck that had been strangled. Playing the big-tail wolf with me, are you? Lu Chuan stamped his foot heavily, and the huge square instantly collapsed. Little bastard, daring to come here to cause trouble, you're still the first. The old eunuch laughed in anger. I could be your grandpa, and you're a little asshole. Lu Chuan took a step forward and came directly in front of the old eunuch, slapping him in the face. The old eunuch's strength is actually not weak, there is at least a ninth realm, but he met Lu Chuan, this freak. It was directly slapped and flew out. Chow Yunlan, get the hell out. Lu Chuan let out an explosive shout, and waves of air rolled up, sending all the surrounding soldiers flying out. The large palace resounded with Lu Chuan's voice. Chow Yunlan, who was in a small, quiet courtyard, stood up nervously when he heard this voice. It's not that she doesn't honor her promises, but she just can't help it. As soon as he returned to the palace, Chow Yunlan was placed under house arrest, and he hadn't even seen the emperor until now. I was going to ask someone to bring a message to Lu Chuan, however, the people around me were all switched around. This is what caused the failure to notify Lu Chuan in time, leading to the current situation. In the imperial study, Chao Xian, the emperor of the day, was thinking about the next emperor. Chao Xian has been on the throne for 498 years. According to the ancestral system, each emperor of Wei shall not reign for more than 500 years. No one, no matter how eloquent, may violate this rule. It is said that this is a high-ranking person, who left aphorisms to the first emperor of Great Wei, in which the fate of the country is at stake. After each emperor left office, he either entered the Tower of Heaven to cultivate, or he put down all his mundane hang-ups and went traveling to the four seas. However, the vast majority of emperors chose to enter the Tower of Heaven to cultivate after leaving office. This was because the resources of the entire Great Wei could be said to be inexhaustible and were able to feed the Tower of Heaven very well. The world knew that the Great Wei was able to stand in the heavenly wasteland continent for hundreds of thousands of years without collapsing, and there was only one thing to rely on, and that was those former emperors in the Tower of Heaven. These outgoing emperors had the resources of the entire Great Wei to provide for them, and there had even been monsters of the half-step emperor realm. Chao Xian still had 2 more years to go before he entered the Tower of Heaven, and by this time, he should actually be making a transfer of power. However, in the last few thousand years, the bloodline of the Chao family has been decreasing from generation to generation, with very few newborns being born. By the time Chao Xian arrived, the consort had taken a whole bunch of consorts, yet there were only 3 offspring. A Chao Yang, a Chao Yunlan, and a boy who was just born last year. In fact, some people the Wei projected the fate of the country has reached the stage of prosperity will decline. Of course, Wei these young and old do not think so. Chao Xian has a headache. Chao Yang died in White Slope Town. For this son, he did not have much expectation, and the death is also dead. However, Chao Yunlan, who had high hopes, is now in big trouble. He had already gotten someone to look at it, and Chao Yunlan would have at most a few more years of young life before he entered nirvana and was reborn due to the characteristics of the immortal phoenix. This was the best estimate, provided that a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures were needed to renew Chao Yunlan's life. Several of the spiritual medicines that needed to be used in it were worth a lot of money. Moreover, Chao Yunlan was reborn in nirvana at the best of times, but at the worst of times, he fell into an indefinite slumber. Chao Yunlan had already been dismissed from Chao Xian's heart. That was why he had put Chao Yunlan under house arrest. Chao Yunlan's death was already inevitable, and one could not waste a large amount of heavenly materials on her. Of course there was another important reason: he wanted to take back the rights diverted to Chow Yunlun.
Now the only candidate left is a 1-year-old.
There were still 2 years to go before Chao Xian would enter the Tower of Heaven, and the child would only be 3 years old by then. Before the child comes of age, someone has to hold up the normal functioning of the Wei dynasty. And the former emperors of the Tower of Heaven had a rule that could not be broken. That is, the Wei dynasty is not on the eve of its demise and cannot intervene. Otherwise, it would deplete Wei's national fortune and there would be irreparable and serious consequences. With the sudden rise of the Great Wu over the years and the old dynasty Shishu also on the move, someone had to hold down the fort. Chao Xian's mind was annoyed that the candidate for the Minister of Gu Order had never been finalized.
Your Majesty, that maniac fought in front of the Golden Hall?
Someone gave Chao Xian a report on the situation in front of the Golden Palace.
What's that kid's origin, did you find out?
Chao Xian's brows furrowed viciously. As the Emperor of Great Wei, what happened in this country naturally could not be hidden from him. He knew about Lu Chuan who came back with Chow Yunlun, and he also knew what that young man wanted. In the treasury of the Wei Imperial Palace, there was the cultivation method of the 5 elements hegemony body. But Chao Xian just wanted to hang on, wanting to find out Lu Chuan's identity before taking him under his wing. Lu Chuan had been left out to dry for a day, and it was also Chao Xian who had given the slip. Although Chow Yunlun had sent someone with a message to warn him not to use the trick of holding subordinates against Lu Chuan. Chao Xian didn't care at all. A brat, even if he was strong, his heart wouldn't be as mature. Chao Xian was very confident in his own imperial tactics, taking down a 16 or 17-year-old little guy, that wasn't a piece of cake. However, what Chao Yunxian thought was a 16 or 17-year-old brat was an old monster who had lived for 100,000 years. And a grumpy old monster at that. The eunuch at the door, hearing that Chao Xian's tone was not very good, did not dare to breathe a bit and hurriedly said, "No, it's only known that the first time this person appeared was on top of the great observatory sea, after which he saved the eldest princess and killed 2 heavenly fault realm assassins from the Autumn Hong Tavern. Alas, it was I who was careless. I shouldn't have let Jinlan go to Flying Cloud Ferry." Chao Xian mused for a while. Autumn Hong Tavern, it seems like it should be Zhou operating behind the scenes, this son of a bitch. Originally, this quest was used by Chao Xian to brush up Chow Yunlan's experience so that she could gain some prestige.
Moreover, the returning merchant caravan had an escort of Annihilation realm strength, so it was impossible for accidents to occur.
However, Chao Xian had left out the variable that was the Chiu Hong Tavern. In these 10,000 years, although the Autumn Hung Tavern was famous, there had never been an assassination campaign against Wei. That teenager was able to kill 2 of the assassins from the Chiu Hong Tavern. His strength is not bad. Let Commander Zhou go and take him down. It's best if he can be used for me. If not, then send him to the cold ice prison. The eunuch at the doorway wanted to say something, yet in the end, he retreated helplessly. In front of the Golden Palace, Lu Chuan was sitting on that old eunuch, looking at the shivering army with slanted eyebrows and crooked eyes.
What is the most important thing about being a human being?
Lu Chuan slapped the old eunuch on his ass. The old eunuch's tearful eyes soared out from the pain. Integrity, right, people can't stand without trust. Yue is such a big dynasty, actually want to renege on the debt, it's not good. Yes, not so good. Young warrior, can you let the old slave go and inform His Majesty? The old eunuch's tone changed completely, becoming a well-behaved Hubbard dog.
Stop!
Right at this moment, an explosive shout rang out, shaking the entire space non-stop.
A stout general with a longbow came striding in. Commander Zhou, save me!
Seeing this person, this old eunuch instantly came to life and his voice got louder. Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Forbidden Army, one of the 2 annihilation realms on the bright side of the Great Wei.
Zhou Chaoyang was relatively rare, realizing the great Tao in the midst of battle rushes.
A real combat skills no one can be out of his left and right hand bow and arrow is playing is out of the ordinary. The most famous battle was when Zhou Chaoyang bent his bow and arrow at the Wei Palace 1,300 years ago. Millions of miles apart, he shot and killed a cultivator of the same realm in Great Wu. It was also from that time onwards that Zhou Chaoyang had the title of the champion of killing power.
As long as he pulled away, I'm afraid that no one in the entire heavenly wasteland continent would be his opponent. Oh yo, here comes a tough character, looking up to me so much. Feeling Zhou Chaoyang's killing power that was sharp to the extreme, Lu Chuan couldn't help but gloom up.
Little brother, you saved the elder princess, I don't want to cross you.
Zhou Chaoyang was quite educated, and there was no aggressive intent between his words.
Release eunuch Shang, forget what you've done, report to the forbidden guards, and you'll be given the position of vice captain.
Ah, what?
These words confused Lu Chuan.
It's fine, how come he's going to be an official? Not satisfied?
Zhou Chaoyang frowned, you're new here, a vice captain position is already very good, and promotion down the line will require war merit. Although Zhou Chaoyang had a good attitude, this unquestionable tone was really a bit uncomfortable.
I gripe, Lu Chuan sort of reacted, this is to let himself to way sell his life ah. Bully nah. Lu Chuan stretched and stood up. I just want my fair and legal pay, why is it so hard, you guys have shit in your heads. You don't want to? Zhou Chaoyang looked at Lu Chuan with some surprise. In his opinion, there should be no cultivator in the heavenly wasteland continent who could refuse this benefit.
Lu Chuan craned his neck and bared his teeth and smiled, my donkey said that he told me to make fewer killings so that I won't attract great shenanigans on my way to becoming an emperor in the future.
Gee, I'd like to, but the conditions he won't allow it. Bang!
Saying that, Lu Chuan smiled cheekily and raised his foot, kicking the old eunuch's head, spraying red and white all over the place. You dared to kill my Wei Si ritualist in front of the Golden Palace.
Zhou Chaoyang was furious as a monstrous killing intent erupted. You say I dare or not? The smile on Lu Chuan's face instantly disappeared and a wave of indifference crept up. Sword 3-man scourge.
Lu Chuan drew his black long sword and thrusted viciously in front of him. With the long sword as the center, black silk threads, like a spider web, spread out. In just one breath, all the soldiers around them were connected by black silk threads.
Instantly these soldiers became a walking corpse. Bomb me!
Lu Chuan snapped his fingers, and the soldiers around him rushed towards the gilded hall.
Zhou Chaoyang sensed the abnormality, and without any nagging directly bent his bow and aimed at Lu Chuan. Stop or don't blame me. Lu Chuan's chest rose and straightened up against last week's sunrise's bow. Come, show your father how to be ungracious, you ungrateful son. The ultimate mouth stinker, the ultimate treat. Boom! When Lu Chuan's mouth stunk of Zhou Chaoyang, those controlled soldiers had already rushed to the entrance of the main hall. The explosion of the human disaster rose up to the sky, and the terrifying energy caused a violent tremor in the surrounding area, and the blood and flesh turned into mist and filled the air. However, what made Lu Chuan a little surprised was that this level of explosion actually did not destroy the Grand Hall. It seems that the materials used to build this Great Hall are still relatively resistant to construction. Demon, actually controlling others to self-detonate. Zhou Chaoyang saw this scene and became furious. A cyclone of chi formed in his left hand, and the cyclone condensed into a long red arrow as a terrifying killing intent stormed up. Fright wind! Zhou Chaoyang let out an explosive shout, and the long arrow in his hand shot out. The arrows brought up a frightening whistling sound, as if 1,000 armies were charging at the same time. At the same time, Zhou Chaoyang's foot pointed to the ground, and his figure transformed into a flash of light that disappeared in place, moving away from Lu Chuan at great speed. Zhou Chaoyang came from the military and was not afraid of close combat. However, all of his strength is above the bow and arrow, so naturally, it is impossible for him to fight with Lu Chuan face to face. It all happened in a matter of moments, when Lu Chuan caught the arrow with his finger. Zhou Chaoyang's figure, having reached the top of the Great Hall, had pulled away enough from Lu Chuan. Watching Lu Chuan easily clip his arrow, even wrapping the arrowhead with a weird sword chi and not letting the arrow burst open, Zhou Chaoyang's pupils shrunk violently. He immediately understood that the one in front of him, the teenager who looked like he was only in the first realm, had a strength that was not weaker than his own. Zhou Chaoyang didn't dare to be careless, and his hands formed complex spell seals extremely quickly. Xuanwu Grand Formation, Enlighten. With the sound of Zhou Chaoyang's voice, all those turtle-like ridge beasts above the roof of the Great Hall came to life. An infinite amount of golden light lit up from these ridged beasts, and the golden light was filled with a large number of runes,
and the air was pulled out with a violent rumbling sound. These golden lights connected into a huge curtain of light, forming a golden cover in the shape of an eggshell that fell upside down, enveloping the entire palace. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, could not be kept out of the hood.
Xuanwu Grand Formation, activated? A woman who was having a late
night snack at the noisy night market at this time looked in the direction of the palace in surprise. This woman was none other than the owner's wife who had appeared in that small tavern earlier. She was followed by a beautiful man with 2 skewers of lamb, happily squinting his eyes. Perhaps no one would have thought that Zhou, the state master of the Great Wu, would blatantly appear in the capital city of the Great Wei, and even stroll through the night market in a dignified manner. Oops, the Xuanwu Grand Formation is one of the ancient legacies, one of the 4 elephant formations of heaven, known as the strongest defensive formation. It should have not been activated for tens of thousands of years. Zhou flirted beautifully and even took a bite of the lamb skewer that he had never touched.
Brother Zhou is so elegant.
At this moment, a middle-aged scribe came through the crowd in front of the Zhou duo. This middle-aged scribe is 8 feet long, with a face like a crown of jade, wearing a spandex scarf on his head and a crane cloak, floating with the appearance of an immortal.
The scribe was followed by a man, a white robe with a good appearance. The temperament is more elegant style. Brother Zhuge, goodbye.
Zhou smilingly arched his hand, and then said to the woman beside him, Cabbage, let me introduce to you, Western Shu military master Zhuge Ming, knows the past and the present, calculates nothing, a hand of the 8 formations of gods and ghosts, no one can break it across the world. And that one, that's Lord Zhao Tong, the ever-victorious general of Western Shu, who is known as the all-conquering lord. The woman named Cabbage's pupils shrunk slightly. Both of these men have names that are really like thunder.
Greetings, 2 lords.
Cabbage gave a curtsy.
Cabbage, what a chic name.
Zhuge Ming smiled and nodded. The girl's divine light is internalized, her breath is almost inaudible, no different from an ordinary person. There seems to be only one person in the world today who can achieve this.
Cabbage raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, I don't know which one of you, military counselor Zhuge, is talking about? Master of the Qiuhong Tavern.
Zhuge Ming said, staring intently into Cabbage's eyes. Qiuhong Tavern had once assassinated the old sword emperor of Western Shu, which was a blood feud.
The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment.
Hey, there's something to be said, they're all here to watch the show, there's no need. Zhou hurriedly rounded up the scene.
Zhuge Ming nodded gently and did not mean to pursue the matter.
After all, this is the capital city of Wei, really exposed identity here, is 10 lives are not enough to die. The 4 fierce stars have been very active these past few days, and even have the intention of leaning on each other. This is not a good sign.
Brother Zhuge's great diffusion divine calculation, I wonder if he's found anything.
Zhou didn't move and blocked in front of Cabbage, looking at Zhuge Ming as he spoke. Zhuge Ming didn't pay too much attention to Zhou's small movements and nodded. The 4 ferocious stars are indeed drawing closer to each other, and they're also reflecting the heavenly wasteland continent. Someone is attracting them. That was why Zhuge Ming had ventured to Metropolis.
If someone really attracts the reflection of the fierce star, I'm afraid a great demon will be born.
Zhuge Ming's words caused the hearts of the others to jump, and they all looked in the direction of the palace. Lu Chuan loosened his fingers, and the long arrow that the cyclone had transformed into dissipated into a gust of wind. Then with a stretch of his hand, the black long sword inserted into the ground flew up and fell into his hand. Lu Chuan used killing life and gently knocked on the eggshell in front of him, and it actually resounded with a sound of metal collision like a golden chicken biting iron. A very strong functional grand formation, not offensive, but the defensibility is at its extreme. You can try to break the surface with a point and focus on a single point to destroy it. That's your strong point. Ah Fu appeared by Lu Chuan's side and thoughtfully explained.
You talk a lot. Lu Chuan slanted his eyes at Ah Fu. Ah Fu's eyes jumped and he smiled sarcastically, to have a sense of participation, then I won't bother you at work. Ah Fu hurriedly buggered off, lest he be used as a punching bag by Lu Chuan. A bunch of cheap bastards, face-giving things. Lu Chuan narrowed his good-looking eyes and looked at Zhou Chaoyang on the roof of the Grand Hall and laughed woodenly.
When Zhou Chaoyang heard this, he was so angry that he almost exploded in place. He had never seen someone with such a foul mouth who was still so arrogant. A terrifying fluctuation emanated from Zhou Chaoyang's body, and behind him, a huge red formation diagram instantly appeared. The red formation diagram emitted a suffocating, killing intent. Zhou Chaoyang bent his bow and pulled the string, and as the arc of the bowstring widened, countless feathered arrows poured out from above the formation chart behind him. Flying hung pole shot. Zhou Chaoyang took the lead and loosened his tight bowstring. The large formation behind them lit up violently, and red feathered arrows roamed the sky like a tidal wave. Little sinful animal, killing my way soldiers, today you will die here with me. The overwhelming rain of life-threatening arrows whistled, penetrating the golden array and charging straight at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan gently chopped down with his sword, but it was faster than fast. Sword 4 Wind-up butterfly. Without the usual horrible black sword gas, Lu Chuan's sword went down. The sword is clear and spiritual, the gas is invisible, like a floating butterfly shadow, playing in the storm circle. This is an expansion move of Sword 4 Wind Rising. Lu Chuan usually seldom used this kind of gentle sword stance, but now he had to block these arrows and break this turtle shell in front of him first. The clear wind, transformed into countless transparent butterflies with a touch of softness, wrapped around those rigid and unrivaled arrow feathers. The chi energy of the transforming butterfly formed a gentle vortex that wrapped around the finger. A long arrow was caught up in it, as if it was a hero caught in a gentle land, no longer willing to take half a step away from that vortex. Yes. When Zhou Chaoyang saw his own moves, actually being cracked so exquisitely, he couldn't help but scream in his heart. Try taking another arrow from me. Zhou Chaoyang's right hand shook, and the huge formation diagram behind him dispersed, all the earth-shattering visions dissipating into thin air. He took out a black cloth and blindfolded himself, giving up his most important vision as a bowman. Zhou Chaoyang began to breathe rhythmically. Between one breath and the next, the entire heaven and earth vibrated with the rhythm of that breath. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Chaoyang, his eyes narrowing slightly. Because Lu Chuan couldn't feel Zhou Chaoyang's presence anymore, even though he was still standing there, obviously visible to the naked eye, but he was just so strangely gone. Interesting. Lu Chuan laughed, happily. Since entering this world, this bowman should be the strongest opponent Lu Chuan had ever encountered. As a sign of respect, I'm willing to beat you to death myself. That depends on whether or not your excellency has the skill. Zhou Chaoyang was also happy. He hadn't met an opponent in tens of thousands of years. For someone like him, a good, big battle was the key to breaking through the limits. Good, I like people like you. Lu Chuan nodded and raised his killing life, slashing furiously at the golden array in front of him. Boom! The terrifying collision of chi energy was like a nuclear weapon explosion, vaporizing a black mushroom cloud. However, the great formation in front of them did not move at all during this collision. It seems that your sword is not as powerful as your mouth. Zhou Chaoyang drew his bow and an arrow, and a long transparent arrow formed. White pony. When he let go of his hand, the long arrow also dissipated into nothingness, and heaven and earth returned to peace, as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Lu Chuan raised the sword in his hand. Boom! The explosive impact swept away like an autumn wind sweeping away leaves. Zhou Chaoyang's arrow completely ignored spatial distance and seemed to have some rules of time. If it wasn't for Lu Chuan's consciousness being so strong that it was incomparable, he wouldn't have been able to discover this bizarre arrow at all. Very good. After the explosion, Lu Chuan gently swept his sleeve. The sword suit, which was transformed by the sword chi, actually had some damage from this explosion. Bang! Lu Chuan once again swung his sword down at the golden turtle shell. This madman, actually trying to use brute force to cut through the Xuanwu Grand Formation, fool's errand. Although Zhou Chaoyang was a bit disdainful of Lu Chuan's reckless behavior, he did not dare to slack off in his hands. It was because he felt a little bad. For some reason, heaven and earth seemed to have changed, and the rules were being affected by something invisible. Zhou Chaoyang subconsciously raised his head to look at the dome of the sky. There were 4 red demonic stars that were shining red above the dome of the sky. The demon star is mirroring you, a great demon indeed. Zhou Chaoyang sort of understood why the rules of the great Tao were affected. The 9 characters of the Imperial Arrow. Zhou Chaoyangji moves again and collects the wind and clouds all over heaven and earth. Immediately following, 8 doppelgangers leapt out of him in a single bound. These 8 doppelgangers quickly swept above the palace, occupying 8 different important positions. Boom! At this time, Lu Chuan was already slashing down with his third sword. Click! Under the violent shock, the golden turtle shell actually resounded with the sound of rupture. Perhaps it was too much force, or Lu Chuan's physical strength was too strong. This third sword went down and actually cracked his own tiger's mouth. Blood dripped down his fingers and onto the kill. The blood of his master made Killjoy tremble with excitement, making a buzzing cicada sound. In a trance, there seemed to be a faint figure of a woman that appeared by the side of Killing Life, holding the hilt of Killing Life's sword together with Lu Chuan. Crap, slaying sword spirit, how did this crazy batch of beauties wake up? From afar, Fu's scalp exploded at the sight. The scene of Lu Chuan shaking the Xuanwu Grand Formation hard made Zhou Chaoyang's heart skip a beat. What kind of monster was this that could actually harden the strongest defense array with brute force? Ride the dragon and condense the night. Zhou Chaoyang once again drew his bow, and this time, the arrow in his hand was no longer made of qi, but a golden arrow. The other 8 doppelgangers had the same golden arrows. Go! A terrifying dragon's roar resounded above the imperial palace of the Great Way. The golden arrows, transformed into 9 golden dragons, wrapped in the might of a true dragon, rushed towards Lu Chuan. Break me! Lu Chuan, at this moment, swung his sword down again. The muscles of the entire body, at this moment, bulged out, and the entire person looked a circle larger. At the same time, the 9 golden dragons had rushed out of the big formation and came straight at Lu Chuan. Under this kind of behemoth, Lu Chuan's thin figure was so small. But strength is never judged by size. Insolent beast! A cold, chirpy rebuke resounded between heaven and earth. That blurry figure that was holding the sword with Lu Chuan had a head full of black hair flowing up at this moment. Sword 4 wind up tiger eat. The clear and cold woman's voice once again resounded through heaven and earth, and a dragon scroll of sword qi rose up from the ground with Lu Chuan at the center, rushing straight into the sky. Several black fierce tigers leapt out from the dragon scrolls that passed through the sky. In a flash, the tiger and the dragon tore together. Above the palace, there was a thrilling scene. The 9 dragons and 9 tigers fought into a ball of terrifying might that tore through the air, bringing up bursts of whistling sounds like thunder. Good. When Zhou Chaoyang saw this scene, his eyes became so excited that they began to fill with blood. Yunqi! Zhou Chaoyang, along with his 8 doppelgangers, raised his bow to the sky and shot white arrows at the same time. In the next moment, clouds rose between heaven and earth. The 9 golden dragons were as if they were divine helpers, their divine light flourished, killing back and forth with that black tiger. Boom! At this time, Lu Chuan's crazy batch-like fourth sword finally cut on top of the golden turtle shell. Click, click, click. A shattering sound kept ringing out, and at the same time, those ridged beasts above the great hall turned into pieces and dissipated. On this day, the Great Wei Xuanwu Formation, which is known as the Absolute Defense, was split open by a reckless person, hard with brute force. My way is in danger. Seeing that Lu Chuan had hardened and shattered the Xuanwu Grand Formation, Zhou Chaoyang understood what a stupid thing the emperor and himself had done. Zhou Chaoyang had no intention of taking a step back. He was born and raised here, this was his home. He withdrew his detachment and stood quietly above the roof of the Great Hall, waiting for Lu Chuan to arrive. Understanding that he might not survive today, Zhou Chaoyang still longed for a good one-on-one fight. Tick-tock. A drop of blood slowly slipped from his fingertips and fell to the ground. Hearing this voice, the woman beside Lu Chuan suddenly went crazy. Damn thing, kill you, the woman suddenly pulled herself up and rushed towards Zhou Chaoyang above the roof. Spirit body? Zhou Chaoyang looked at the rushing woman and drew his bow and arrow at great speed. The 9-character technique of the Imperial Arrow, Jin. In an instant, a giant 8 trigrams formation map spread out under Zhou Chaoyang's feet. The arrow shot up and went straight for the woman. However, the woman was like a mad dog, not dodging at all, allowing the arrow to run through her body.
Bang! The woman's figure was shattered, yet the next moment her figure suddenly coalesced and appeared in front of Zhou Chaoyang. Kill you! Kill you! The woman blasted her fist at Zhou Chaoyang's head with an outburst of killing intent. In the next moment, Zhou Chaoyang's figure butted in with the wind of the fist and dissipated into the air. Spirits and demons, how dare you be reckless here? Zhou Chaoyang snorted coldly and invoked the entire 8 trigrams formation to start suppressing the woman. Insolent brute! The woman burst into a rage, her long hair dancing wildly as black, massive sword chi surged out from her body and shot straight up into the sky. The canopy was blackened at extreme speed, and the entire sky seemed to be draped in a heavy black veil. The 8 trigrams formation under the woman's feet began to show a large number of cracks under the impact of this pure sword chi. Lu Chuan's eyes jumped as he watched. This woman who appeared out of nowhere was actually able to mobilize the sword chi in her body. It was really a bit weird. If she continued to let the sword chi spew endlessly, the entire kingdom would be ripped apart by her. Stop! Lu Chuan tapped his toes and burst into the Bagua formation at great speed, using brute force to forcefully throw the woman out. Honestly, stay down there. The woman landed on the ground and didn't seem to react for a moment. It froze for a moment before crouching down and wailing. He's mean to me. He's mean to me. This crazy criticized bitch. Afu, who was watching from afar, saw his scalp tingle and quietly slipped around the crying woman into the palace. After Lu Chuan threw the woman off the ground, the roof above the room finally cleared. Zhou Chaoyang also put away the 8 trigrams formation, looked at Lu Chuan, and bowed his hand. For my earlier rudeness, I apologize. If apologizing works, then the world will be peaceful. Lu Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Of course. Zhou Chaoyang nodded. He did not expect Lu Chuan to forgive. His proud heart, too, would not allow him to go about obtaining forgiveness in such a manner. I only hope that after I die in battle, brother will not make things difficult for the millions of ordinary people in the royal capital. Zhou Chaoyang was very clear that with Lu Chuan's strength, he could easily exterminate the entire king city. Although Zhou Chaoyang works for the Wei royal family, but in his heart, millions of civilians are the holdouts. Of course, I'm not crazy enough to take it out on civilians. Lu Chuan nodded. Many thanks. Zhou Chaoyang saluted Lu Chuan again. Then he faced south, looked at a certain part of the Grand Palace, and said softly, Your Highness, the next road is for you to walk on your own. In that small courtyard, Chao Yunlan, who was under house arrest, seemed to feel something in his heart and raised his eyes to the direction where the great battle was taking place. Chao Yunlan's fists were clenched fiercely, and because they were so hard, the bones were already white. At this time, several black shadows crossed the courtyard wall and fell into the courtyard. The guards have been cleared, and your highness may come and go as you please. Chao Yunlan's eyes were no longer sad, a cold aura flashed through them as he slowly sat back on the chair in the courtyard. Notify the Phoenix Character Battalion to enter the city. One person took the secret order from Chao Yunlan and disappeared into thin air. Inform Chancellor Wan and tell him that Yunlan has risen to power. Finally, Chao Yunlan took out the forbidden tiger talisman and held it tightly within his hand. This should be Zhou Chaoyang's thing, but at the moment it was in her hands. It's just that Chao Yunlan only has half of the tiger talisman in his hands, and the other half is in the emperor's hands. Only a complete tiger talisman can mobilize the forbidden guards of the capital. But Chao Yunlan can no longer wait. She wants to take advantage of the momentum of Lu Chuan, to fulfill her lifelong dream. The rest of you, follow me to the imperial study. Chao Yunlan picked up a book by his side and led the way to the door. I, Zhou Chaoyang, commander of the Great Wei's Forbidden Army, a peak cultivator of the Annihilation Realm, report to all the previous emperors of the Tower of Heaven, hoping to borrow the Great Wei's 300,000 years of accumulated dragon chi for a single use, to suppress the Great Devil. Chao Yunlan's voice, stacked and swirling away, resounded above the entire royal capital. Yun! A vast sound came from the sky above. Then the entire imperial city seemed to come to life as countless golden mists floated up from above the earth of the royal city. It was surging, like a great river rushing. This land, which had been nourished by the dragon's energy for hundreds of thousands of years, began to feed back at this moment.
These golden mists carried the vast might of the Wei that had been cultivated for 300,000 years, and their might was immeasurable. The dark night was colored into day by the golden mist, and the majestic sound of the dragon's roar resounded throughout the land of Wei. At the same time, this immeasurable dragon chi began to converge into Zhou Chaoyang's hand, condensing into a long golden arrow. At this moment, the gazes of countless people looked towards the capital city of the Great Wei. They knew that something of great importance would happen tonight. Trying to suppress me with the vast chi, it seems you really think I'm a devil. Lu Chuan laughed, a cocky, domineering laugh. In that case, I'll be a demon back. Sword 10 Demon Pro. Lu Chuan mobilized the sword chi that had condensed into a river of stars in his dantian, and an infinite amount of black sword chi erupted. Half of the sky was polluted by the sword chi and was even blacker than the night. This blackness seemed to coalesce into a substance, and a glance at it made people unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, the 4 demonic stars above the zenith erupted with bizarre red light, which converged together and burst down to shine on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's breath also changed, no longer so lazy and indifferent. The whole person seemed to be a great devil descending to the world with a monstrous sin, coming to purify this tainted human world. However, Lu Chuan raised his hand and crushed the red demonic light that reflected on his body like a substance. What is it that dares to come and influence old me? What kind of vigor, what kind of arrogance, what kind of panache is this? The black sword chi, and that golden divine light each occupied half of the sky. On this night, 2 colors of extreme beauty appeared in the sky of the Wei royal city. I have no regrets in dying with this opponent. Zhou Chaoyang laughed freely and put the golden arrow in his hand on his bow. Lu Chuan stood with his sword, all his power focused on the tip of the sword. For this opponent, Lu Chuan did not use the Sword 10 Devil Pro expanded sword stance. Lu Chuan was going to give him the final blow in the manner of a swordsman. This was a sign of respect for Zhou Chaoyang and for himself. 2 extreme colors lit up the sky above. These 2 colors, like a silk chrysanthemum in autumn, with beautiful and enchanting petals, bloom in the night sky with a fleeting beauty. Come on! Battle! Zhou Chaoyang roared out, and his arrows erupted with brilliant to the extreme colors. Lu Chuan looked at the arrow indifferently and rushed towards Zhou Chaoyang the moment his power built up to its peak. I am a swordsman, and a swordsman is one who is skilled in the art of swordplay. Looking at Lu Chuan's sword, the bow in Zhou Chaoyang's hand had not been loosened. Finally his face took on a bit of an apologetic look as he turned his bow around and pointed it at the sky. The golden arrow shot up into the sky and exploded in the distant sky, the golden ripples swirling like water ripples and filling the entire sky. How dare you, harlot! A cry of fury rang out above the heavens, and then there was no more movement. When Zhou Chaoyang shot that arrow towards the sky, Lu Chuan's sword also cut across his neck. Zhou Chaoyang covered his neck and turned to look at Lu Chuan with an apologetic smile. Sorry, little brother. You are borrowing my power. Lu Chuan put away his killers and his brows furrowed fiercely. Zhou Chaoyang slowly gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up. Don't blame the Rapunzel, we've been waiting for this day for too long, it's been hard to get such an opportunity. Zhou Chaoyang smiled gently and looked toward the 10,000 lights in the distance. May the people of my great Wei, after this night, live in peace and happiness, no longer worrying about heavenly calamities and no longer fearing the indiscriminate killing of innocents by cultivators. For this Lang Lang Kuan, I, Zhou Chaoyang, am not enough, ha ha. Zhou Chaoyang's laughter grew smaller and smaller, and eventually his head shot up into the sky, a shower of hot blood spilling over the land. Lu Chuan looked at Zhou Chaoyang's calm face and sighed deeply. Valuing the head, Lu Chuan floated down to the front of the imperial study. In the 18th year of Xuanwu, 3 8th realm cultivators fought in Tian City, causing the deaths of 70,000 innocent civilians. In the same year, a 9th realm evil cultivator was forced into Changfeng City, and the people pursuing him disregarded the civilian population and struck out in the city, causing the deaths of 120,000 civilians. In the 19th year of Xuanwu, hundreds of cultivators brawled in Linyu City, and the entire city was broken in half, with over 200,000 civilian casualties. In front of the imperial study, Chao Yunlan opened the book he was holding and read it word by word. In this book, there was a record of things that had happened in the land of the Great Wei over the years, where cultivators had injured innocents. These shocking figures are the result of the blood of many civilians. Chow Yunlan's voice choked, but it grew more and more determined.
20 years of Xuanwu.
That's enough, came Chao Xian's furious rebuke from behind the closed door of the imperial study.
These are accidents, unavoidable accidents, and you come to threaten the father who bore you for the lives of some untouchables? Accident? What an accident! Chow Yunlan sneered, if it weren't for you, father, indulging these cultivators, would there be so many accidents? How dare you, who are you talking to? Chow Yunlan pushed open the door of the room, appearing in the doorway in a rage. Why don't you kneel when you see me? Seeing that the person at the door actually didn't salute him, Chao Xian was so angry that he almost stormed off on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. The dozens of guards around Chow Yunlan suddenly knelt down on one knee and faced Chao Xian. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. Please, Your Majesty, abdicate. But the voices of only a few dozens of people, yet at this moment they were so powerful. Against the grain, against the grain, against the grain, against the grain. Chao Xian was furious. Zhou Chaoyang, quickly take down these rebels with me. Until this moment, this confused emperor did not know that the imperial city's #1 combatant had already died in battle. Stop fucking screaming! A cool teenage voice suddenly rang out. Chow Yunlan's body trembled violently when he heard this voice. Turning her head to look in the direction the voice came from, when she saw Lu Chuan holding Zhou Chaoyang's head, the tears in Chow Yunlan's eyes could no longer be controlled as they gushed out. Dead? Dead! Chao Xian looked at Lu Chuan and was shocked out of his wits. Forbidden guards, I still have hundreds of thousands of forbidden guards army, it's more than enough to take down you bunch of chaotic officials. However, Chao Xian's words came to an abrupt end because half of the tiger talisman was on Zhou Chaoyang. The Phoenix Character Battalion has already entered the city. Chow Yunlan interrupted Chao Xian. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Phoenix Character Battalion, apart from the Forbidden Guards, is one of the most elite large armies in the Great Way. Without being able to personally dispatch the Forbidden Guards, it was only a matter of time before the Phoenix Battalion took over the metropolis. Chao Xian knew that the momentum was gone and sat paralyzed on top of the threshold, instantly as if he had aged 10 years. Yunlan, when did you start setting up? Chow Yunlan looked at Chao Xian with an expressionless face. Does it still matter? Hee. Chao Xian laughed and laughed, then suddenly growled, you only have a few years to live at most, what do you want this throne for? Enough! Chow Yunlan straightened his chest, I will make new laws for Wei. Too naive, too naive. Chao Xian snorted and shook his head, you really think that the law can restrain cultivators, huh? I will kill until they comply. Chow Yunlan said, waving his hand at the guards behind him, take the late emperor down to rest. Chow Yunlan, I'm telling you, the root of Wei is these cultivators, if we eradicate them, the foundation of the country will be shaken. Ridiculous, the root of the Great Wei is the hundreds of millions of ordinary people. Looking at Chao Xian, who was clamoring for more, Chow Yunlan popped out these words from between his teeth. You guys go down first, I'll talk to this gentleman. Chow Yunlan waved away the guards and sat down on the ground with a tired face. Lu Chuan stepped forward, sat beside her, and placed Zhou Chaoyang's head on the ground. Chow Yunlan raised her tearful eyes and froze, looking at Zhou Chaoyang's calm dead face, silent and speechless. It was only after a long time that he turned his head to look at Lu Chuan. Your Excellency, is there anything you wish to ask? Lu Chuan gently shook his head, then nodded. When did you decide to borrow my power? Chow Yunlan picked up Zhou Chaoyang's head and embraced it into his arms, looking at the sky as he slowly said, when I was in White Slope Town. After coming into contact with you for a few days and getting a general understanding of your character, I released the Undying Phoenix in White Slant Town and went back to Metropolis to ventilate the situation. The Immortal Phoenix is ostensibly contacting Father, but secretly it's actually bringing back the Tiger Talisman and informing Zhou Chaoyang and Prime Minister Wan to start setting up. When I returned, I deliberately asked Father to put me under house arrest, and I understood that with Father's character, he would surely neglect you. As long as you beat your way to the door, Father will definitely have Zhou Chaoyang take a shot at you.
As long as I can get Zhou Chaoyang to borrow the dragon's chi and seal the Tongtian Tower, so that all the previous emperors can't intervene, I will be considered successful.
Aha!
Lu Chuan gently nodded. Not only was this girl thoughtful, but she also had a good eye for people. Looking at Chao Yunlan, whose eyes were full of fatigue, Lu Chuan asked, "How long will you probably live?" Chao Yunlan didn't avoid the issue. 3 years, I'll be in secret mourning after my death, letting Prime Minister Wen preside over the dynasty until my younger brother comes of age. Lu Chuan got up and gently tapped the white long sword on his waist. In 3 years, if I can draw this sword, I will come and renew your life. You are worth the special trip I came to make. After saying that, Lu Chuan got up and walked towards the door. Suddenly he turned his head again and said faintly, "By the way, I was at the city gate and sent someone to deliver the stuff. I won't go back on my word this time, right?"
No way.
Chao Yunlan nodded fiercely, and at this moment, there was a little light in her eyes.
Looking at Lu Chuan's lean back, he couldn't help but ask, "Sir, where are you going?" "Find your way home." "Who are you?"
Before the palace hall, Lu Chuan was a little confused as he looked at the woman who was sitting on the ground and crying like a pear. The sudden appearance of this chick and her ability to mobilize her sword chi was a bit bizarre. Hearing these words, the woman, whose figure was blurred, cried more and more.
"You forgot about me, you forgot about me, wah wah wah."
Lu Chuan's eyes danced, and with his hands behind his back, he slowly slipped in the direction of the city gates. Seeing that Lu Chuan actually ignored her, the woman hurriedly got up and cried while chasing after Lu Chuan's ass.
"Name?"
Halfway there finally the woman stopped crying and Lu Chuan asked about the situation.
"Lu Sledgehammer."
The woman seemed a bit displeased, huffing and puffing as she lowered her head and rubbed her feet against the ground.
Lu Chuan almost didn't spit out a mouthful. "What the hell? Your name is Sledgehammer? Your girl's name is Sledgehammer?"
The woman's cheeks puffed out in anger. "You gave me that name."
"Ha!"
Lu Chuan laughed awkwardly, and suddenly nodded with a serious face. "Good name, really leveled, Sledgehammer, Sledgehammer, how smooth and powerful it sounds."
He, I knew it, it's a good name."
Hearing Lu Chuan's praise, the woman raised her head proudly.
Lu Chuan couldn't help but wipe his sweat. Did this chick really have no problem with her brain? Identity? Why can you mobilize my sword energy?
Sword spirit people are your sword spirit.
Sledgehammer was furious and was grunting. "Yeah? Why don't I have any impression at all?" Lu Chuan knocked his forehead in some bewilderment. "Or what?" Sledgehammer couldn't help but yell, "You sealed your memories after your brain injury, and along with it, you sealed me too, heartless." "Ha?" Lu Chuan frowned. "Injured? I had a brain injury?"
Lu Chuan felt that his brain really had a tendency to degenerate towards a pig brain.
Shouldn't the reason for sealing one's memories be a mental problem? How come it's a brain injury now? Either the donkey is lying about this or the sledgehammer is lying.
Don't believe the words of that crazy criticized bitch. At this moment Ah Fu rushed over from the distance with a gasp.
"Who are you calling a crazy batch?"
Sledgehammer's fuzzy face suddenly pulled open a crack, revealing fine, sharp teeth, and looked at Ah Fu with a scowl. Looking at the location of the crack should be the mouth, except that the crack was pulled all the way up to the base of the ear, living up to the appearance of a large-mouthed ogre.
"Humph, shut your damn mouth, don't you have a point in your heart about how you were born?"
Ah Fu was uncharacteristically strong. "You stupid ass, if it wasn't for you, my master would have become this demented now. I'll kill you." Sledgehammer was not at all vain. Ruffling his sleeves he was about to go up to the line.
"Demented? Is this about me?" Lu Chuan felt a little innocent.
"How can you use the word dementia to describe yourself when you are so good-looking and gorgeous?"
"Give me back you."
Lu Chuan lifted Sledgehammer's collar and pulled her behind himself.
"Donkey, is there something you're hiding from me about the memory seal?" Lu Chuan frowned and looked at Ah Fu.
Ah Fu was also dry, nodding his head and glaring with wisdom. "That's right, there is indeed something to hide, but I can't tell you right now. When the memories are unsealed, everything will naturally come out." "Master, this donkey doesn't have good intentions, I'll go and slaughter it for you." Sledgehammer was indignant and lifted his sleeves to go up and fuck Ah Fu again. Lu Chuan tugged on Sledgehammer's ear. Be honest with me, a girl, all day fighting and killing, what kind of behavior?
Pain, 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 no, no. The sledgehammer that was grabbed by the child's ear was screaming in pain. Lu Chuan let go of his hand and looked at Ah Fu with a gentle nod. After so many years of companionship, Lu Chuan was still willing to trust this stupid donkey, and there must be a reason for it to hide from him. Anyway, it's not a bad life now, no burden, no need to hold on to this. Seeing that Lu Chuan was willing to believe in himself, Ah Fu was so moved that he almost didn't cry. It's an unspeakably deep bond after so many years of being together. Hey, big handsome, I got you a good one. Ah Fu said cheaply, opened his big donkey mouth, and a small red gourd popped out of its mouth. Lu Chuan took the gourd, into the hand heavy. The texture is very good, curiously asked, what the hell? The topmost sword-raising gourd, he. Ah Fu bulged his eyes in triumph. Sword cultivators in this world usually use this kind of gourd to warm up their flying swords, but of course you certainly can't use it, big shui bai. In addition to warming the flying swords, this thing can also be used to hold wine, not to mention other things. Just the one in your hand, it's no problem to fill it half of a big river. Hey yo, can really bother you, Lu. Lu Chuan is happy, is worried about nothing to fill the wine. No, where did you get this thing? Picked it up on the road, can you believe it? The hell, I believe you. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. You don't really have to guess where the gourd came from. Definitely this bastard took advantage of the turmoil in the imperial city of Wei just now and went to the treasure trove to take advantage of the situation. Lu Chuan was not polite, and directly hung the gourd to his waist, muttering justifiably. This bunch of dangling hairs, borrowing my power to seek power and usurp the throne, it's not too much to charge a gourd as payment. Not too much, very reasonable. Alfred nodded cheerfully. Although the gourd is not worth a few dollars, it is a token of one's appreciation. Next, Lu Chuan took the gourd and began to sweep up the alcohol in the metropolis. And to Lu Chuan's surprise, different kinds of wine could be categorized and stored in the gourd without having to worry about mixing them together. If one of those sword cultivators knew that Lu Chuan had used the entire vast world, the only chaos gourd, to fill it with wine, he would probably be able to blow his lungs out. For a whole half day, Lu Chuan ran through the entire metropolis winery and bought up all the wine. So from that day on, the legend of a wine fairy mostly circulated. During this period, Chow Yunlan also sent someone to deliver the 5 elements hegemony body technique and even hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Of course, Lu Chuan only received the 5 elements hegemony skill and did not take the spirit stones. After all, when the verbal agreement was made, there was no spirit stone as a reward, and Lu Chuan had always been a person with a very contractual spirit. Your Majesty, it's bad. The treasury's been burglarized. Chow Yunlan, who was preparing for the enthronement ceremony, was shocked. The royal treasury is the stock of Wei for hundreds of thousands of years. If it is stolen, even if she is the reigning prince, she cannot afford this responsibility. Lost what? Chow Yunlan asked without moving. That chaos gourd is lost, and according to the guards, it looks like they saw a skinny donkey. Chow Yunlan smiled when she heard this. She knew that Lu Chuan was fond of drinking. Chow Yunlan waved his hand. Go down, it's fine. 5 elements hegemonic body technique. After cultivating to the 3rd realm of the divine Tao, you will be able to trigger the hegemonic body's special ability, immune to the 5 elements techniques and all spiritual attacks. The most important thing for the 5 elements hegemony body is to find the method of balance, and the most convenient way to do so is to search for the 5 elements origin spirit. The 5 elements hegemony body condensation realm breakthrough requires 3 million top-grade spirit stones, and the Qi and blood realm breakthrough requires 8 million top-grade spirit stones. Lu Chuan almost didn't foam at the mouth when he looked at it, finally realizing that the 5 elements hegemony, why this thing is so uninviting. Not to mention whether or not a balancing method could be found, the resources that would need to be consumed would be astronomical. Lu Chuan roughly estimated that to break through to the 9th realm, he would need around 2 billion top-grade spirit stones. And above the 9th realm, not only did one need enlightenment, but one must also have all the 5 elemental origins. Hat. Lu Chuan sprayed a mouthful of old phlegm in disgust.
With the 5 elements hegemony body's cultivation method, Lu Chuan of the 1st to 9th realms was now able to cultivate it. With Lu Chuan's control ability, he could achieve a balance of the 5 elements for the time being. As for the 9th realm and beyond, that would be discussed in due course. Letting you pretend, giving you spirit stones you didn't want, and now you're regretting it, pure and simple big wrong seed. Ah Fu bulged his intelligent eyes and mocked. The dog thief spoke out of turn, I'll beat you to death. Sledgehammer, who was sitting on top of Lu Chuan's head, came down with a flying foot and kicked off Fu in the face. Poor Fu, he was kicked straight out. Sledgehammer hasn't said anything about going back since he got out. Lu Chuan also let her turn into a palm-sized miniature person, sitting on his head to play. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. This picture has been staged no less than 10 times in the past 2 days, and anyway, they are all used to it, so just take it as invisible. Don't we have no spirit stones? Let's go fuck ourselves, let me check. Alfred quickly came running back up his ass, his intelligent eyes darting around for a moment. There's the nearest place is a small neutral country with the largest auction house in the entire Sky Wasteland continent. Let's go and grab a ticket, we're guaranteed to get rich. Moreover, this small country is also the place where the great emperor's dojo will soon appear, so it's not like we're delaying things and we can make a profit. Isn't it a good thing? What do you take me for, a bandit? Go $0 shopping ah. Lu Chuan tamped his fist on Ah Fu's head. Hard isn't it? Alfred lifted his shattered head and stubbornly finished his last sentence. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes. Anhui Kingdom, an anomaly on the Sky Wasteland continent, as it was a neutral country. On this continent, it's almost impossible for you to live a peaceful life without taking sides. The Anhui Kingdom, on the other hand, had lived peacefully for over 100,000 years as the only neutral country. There was only one reason for this, and that was that this was once the place where the heaven-swallowing emperor had resided for the longest time. In the vast world, you could not give anyone face, but you could not give face to the heaven-swallowing great emperor. After all, the grave grass grows over and over for those who don't give that dilettante face. Even though the heaven-swallowing emperor had left for 100,000 long years, Anhui City was still a place of pilgrimage for cultivators. Of course, the Anhui Kingdom also had one of its most famous industries, the auction house. Countless precious heavenly materials and treasures appeared in the major auction houses every day. There's only what you can't afford, not what you can't think of. Gaga, this kind of place, is not it a place for protagonists like me to brush resources? Today Moncler Outlet Online I want to have the largest $0 purchase in history. In front of the capital of Anhui Kingdom, Fubo City, in the long queue to enter the city, a masked teenager, with a masked skinny donkey, looked at the 3 big words of Fubo City that were shining in gold, and Jia laughed strangely. Those 2 in front, what are you doing? Hurry up, there's a line behind you. Sorry. Lu Chuan hastily took off his headgear, and in the process, he pressed down on the sledgehammer on top of his head that was about to storm out. Lu Chuan smacked the nearby Ah Fu with his hand again. Your grandma, do your best to give me some bad ideas. Ah Fu suffocated, still have to mix into the city. You directly carry your sword in, kill him in blood, I'll see who dares not pay. Sledgehammer, whose head was held down, had a rare moment of unanimity with Alfred. That's right, let's kill in together, slaughter the men for fertilizer, and give the women to their masters as wives. This one is even more of a heavyweight. Lu Chuan spat fiercely. Bah, when I what murderous big devil Isn't it? Sledgehammer and Alfred returned in unison. The young man is short of spirit stones. The soldier guarding the city couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Lu Chuan. After all, just now these 2 were conspiring loudly, and everyone around them heard them. See Lu Chuan born beautiful and lovely, and just a realm of small chickens, the crowd did not take seriously, as if listening to a joke. What? I'll be short of spirit stones, what do you take me for, a poor bastard? Lu Chuan glared viciously at the soldier. Lu Chuan was born too good-looking, and the bright realm was too low, so this fierce look was like being pampered. Soldier is also good-tempered, cheerfully said. The Sun family in the East City is recruiting houseguests, 10 top-grade spirit stones in January. The little guy can go and try. If the Sun family missy looks it, Flatfoot is not a fool's errand. Lu Chuan said this without a blush, and no one can outshine him in terms of thick skin.
backbone can't be a meal. The soldier shook his head and handed Lu Chuan a jade tablet. This is the city's pass order, and also the token to enter the major auction houses. Keep it well, if you lose 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. Why don't you go and grab it? Lu Chuan took the jade tablet and carefully put it away close to his body. Seeing Lu Chuan's cute look, the soldier couldn't help but smile again and reached out to write a few characters in the air. Little one, I've already notified the Sun Mansion. You can report at any time. Don't worry, there's absolutely no loss to you. Looking down on people, my ass. Lu Chuan wandered into town. After entering the city, Lu Chuan, however, went straight to the East City. Donkey, what kind of look is that? I just want to feel what it's like to eat soft food, don't get me wrong. Sins, do you still want to lose your face, lose the face of your family ancestors? Looking at Lu Chuan's excited appearance, Afu was crying. The Lord of Fountain Mountain, the first-generation Lord of the Qing Kingdom, and the head of the Tianji Pavilion had already entered Fubo City an incense stick ago. In the magnificent city Lord's mansion of Fubo City, Yi Guchang was leisurely drinking tea and listening to the reports from his men. Yi Guchang was the Lord of Fubo City, which was also considered to be the Lord of the Anhui Kingdom. Because it is such a big-ass place, called the Emperor is really diaphragmatic, so the rules of the city lord and the lord of the country, a long time ago inherited. Listening to his subordinate report those thunderous names, Yi Guchang's sword brows twisted for a moment, then he couldn't help but sigh again. The news that a great emperor's dojo was about to appear was definitely impossible to hide. After all, the heavenly signs had already appeared. I just don't know how many cowards and demons will swarm into the volcano city, which is definitely not good news. The Sun House was a prestigious and powerful family in Fubo City, and the Sun family's Long Moon auction house had the strength to be ranked in the top 3. In these recent days, there are just too many cultivators coming to Fubo City, and the auction house is too busy with too much running water every day. The previous household servants had been sent to work at the auction house, and now a new batch of household servants needed to be recruited to ensure the normal operation of the mansion. Little ancestor, please don't think one way or the other, you can't be a soft touch. At the entrance of the Sun Mansion, Afu bit the corner of Lu Chuan's coat, trying to drag the bastard to eat soft rice. However, Lu Chuan, this body of strength, playing with you, directly brought Afu also into the middle of the Sun House. Little brother, are you going the wrong way? The guard at the gatehouse stopped Lu Chuan. Seeing that Lu Chuan was born cute and only had the strength of the first realm, the guard's tone but was relatively gentle. Yes, we went the wrong way. Afu hastily opened his mouth, only to be slapped on the face by Lu Chuan. I'm here to apply for a job as a little white boy poo-poo applying for a job as a houseguard. Lu Chuan playfully looked at the doorman. Then he went on to tell the guarding sergeant, who had recommended himself. The doorman sulked for a moment, seemingly contacting someone. There is such a thing as a recommendation, and since it was recommended, come with me. The doorman brought Lu Chuan to a small quiet courtyard and left after explaining a few words. Not long after, a woman of great poise appeared in the middle of the small courtyard. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with a standard goose-egg face. Her features were born extremely delicate, and she was dressed in a long, elegant dress. The temperament is like the gurgling of running water, quiet but not wild, with waves but not impetuous. You're the child that old Zhang was talking about, right? When the woman saw Lu Chuan, her pretty eyes couldn't help but light up a bit. Sure is spirited and cute. Hello, pretty sister. In order to eat soft rice, Lu Chuan also put up a fight and actually pretended to be a good boy. Fine. Cute-looking and sweet-mouthed, what kind of person doesn't like that? My name is Sun Kai-dai, I'm the chief steward of the Sun Mansion, just call me Aunt Sun from now on. The woman said cheerfully, actually reaching out to rub Lu Chuan's head. Unbeknownst to Lu Chuan's head, there was also a crazy batch of sword spirits sitting on his head. Seeing that the woman was actually so disrespectful, Sledgehammer bared his teeth and jumped up to go up and kick the woman. Luckily, Lu Chuan was quick on his feet and grabbed the sledgehammer in the palm of his hand. Hey, sister, this is the little spirit beast I raised, it doesn't know any better. Sun Kai-dai frowned, looking towards the sledgehammer with bared teeth and ferocious look in Lu Chuan's hand, and always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But Lu Chuan's realm was really too low, and Sun Kai-dai didn't end up asking too much about it, and asked for some more basic information. Lu Chuan, this little raggedy mouth, opened his mouth, making up nonsense with a snotty nose and a tear, portraying himself as a lonely and poor man. This miserable little look stirred Sun Katie's glorious motherhood, and she was close to following Lu Chuan to tears. "Little fellow, you'll be working in the eldest lady's courtyard from now on, 15 top-grade spirit stones per month. In addition, you will be provided with cultivation techniques for each realm. Work hard, everyone in the Sun House has a chance to excel." "Thank you, Sister Sun," Lu Chuan called out sweetly. "If you don't say good looks are a pass. You try someone with a pockmarked, ugly face, and there's absolutely no way you'll get that kind of treatment." Lu Chuan's job was simple. It was to take care of, every day, the spiritual flowers and herbs in the yard of the Sun family's eldest lady. For the dream of eating soft rice, Lu Chuan also put in a lot of effort. That night, he worked overtime and memorized all the information about the spirits. The next day on the job, it was time to water and add soil, and the set of services went off without a hitch. This made Sun Kai-dai very satisfied. However, what made Lu Chuan a little dissatisfied was that he actually didn't see any rich white women on the first day. "You haven't even met the main guy, why do you talk about being a softie?" "Interesting, interesting." At night, Ah Fu cheerfully came into Lu Chuan's small room, its bulging intelligent eyes displaying its excitement. "Grandma, are you out of your mind? Why are you so excited?" Lu Chuan smacked Ah Fu with his hand. Ah Fu didn't care about the slap he received and tossed his head flirtatiously. "Big handsome, guess what I found?" "Don't, I'm here to eat soft food, don't give me a hard time." Lu Chuan knew that this bastard didn't hold his farts and directly advanced his defense. "Look at this, what is it?" Said Ah Fu's eyes lit up and projected a picture in front of Lu Chuan. The screen was dark, with the occasional flash of a few ancient runes. "What the hell?" Lu Chuan looked at the runes that flashed by, and his scalp actually went a little numb. Lu Chuan had always been synonymous with boldness, and coupled with an abnormal mental state, this was the first time something that could make him feel this way. "I don't know." Fu shook his head with a straight face. Pfft, Lu Chuan's mouthful of blood almost didn't spurt out, and he rammed his fist on Ah Fu's head. I don't know what you're so excited about." Ah Fu restored his exploded head to its original state and said excitedly, "It's because I don't know that I'm happy, it's the first time that even I can't analyze what kind of rune this is." "Ha?" Lu Chuan scratched his head, it seemed to make a little bit of sense. Ah Fu cheerfully explained to Lu Chuan. "There are two possibilities. Firstly, this rune came from somewhere else and doesn't belong to this realm. Secondly, this rune came from an era where there are no records, so I can't analyze where it came from." Lu Chuan pinched his chin and considered it very seriously, but in the end, he popped out a few words that almost didn't give Ah Fu a whole break in defense. "None of my business." Pfft, Alfred spewed out with a mouthful of harumph. "How is it none of your business? There must be a reason for you to come to the Sun family. Maybe it's these runes that are guiding you, Junior, don't reject your destiny. Hit wash it." Sledgehammer sleepily got out of Lu Chuan's arms. Annoyed that Fu had disturbed her dreams, she raised her small fists viciously. Lu Chuan suddenly grabbed Ah Fu's neck and dragged it to the doorway and threw it out. "You've been giving me a hard time all day, yuck. Sleep. Today, the Grand Master of Wu is coming to your residence as a guest, so be sure to pay good attention to your words and behavior." As soon as he went to work the next day, Lu Chuan received the task of serving tea and water set by Sun Kai-dai. It's just that shouldn't the maid do this job, why should she do it herself? Lu Chuan was a bit confused, but as soon as he heard that the Sun family's eldest miss would appear, he instantly got in the spirit. It's just serving tea and water, for a soft meal, it doesn't matter. Zhou Yu was a very popular character in the entire heavenly wasteland continent. After all, things are rare and expensive, and to be able to read a Confucian saint at the peak of the annihilation realm is already almost unique in this era. In the world of cultivation where readers had no chance of getting ahead, Zhou Yu was the spiritual pillar of all readers. Most importantly, Zhou Yu himself was overpowered. There is Zhou Chaoyang in the south, and Mei Zhou Lang in the north, these two extremes of literature and martial arts, and under the premise that those old monsters do not come out of the world,
the two of them are almost the ceiling of the battle power of the heavenly wasteland continent.
Because of the impending opening of the great emperor's dojo, Zhou Yu came to Fubo City.
The Sun family's eldest miss, who also happened to be Zhou Yu's little fangirl. Plus, the Sun family had recently obtained some very impressive items and needed a big shot to stand in for the auction house. A man of such prestige and strength as Zhou Yu was the obvious choice. Very logically, the Sun family had used a sky-high price to hire Zhou Yu to stand for tomorrow's auction. This is bright heart tea, and it needs to be brewed some time in advance with the finest heavenly spring before it can be consumed. This tea ripens once every 3,000 years and can drive away the demons of the heart and enlighten the mind. And there is only one plant in the world in our Sun mansion, and it only matures about half a caddy at a time, but the master usually can't afford to drink it. Send tea over later, don't talk too much, and watch your virtue. In the tea room, Sun Kaidai taught Lu Chuan how to make tea while chattering. Sun Kaidai really likes Lu Chuan, or else this good job would not be his turn as a newcomer who just entered the house. Hey sister, don't worry, I do things, reliable. Lu Chuan knew that Sun Kaidai was good to him, so he quickly patted his chest and assured himself. Dependable, really, the sledgehammer on his head, also swore to guarantee up for Lu Chuan. Looking at this pair of living treasures, Sun Kaidai couldn't help but smile. You were born lovely, go to the master to turn around, will be remembered, in the future our master use people, naturally will think of you. Sun Kaidai said and turned around to get the delicate tea tray. However, as soon as she turned around, Lu Chuan picked up the tea bowl with a cheap hand. The bright tea rose up in curls of green smoke, and in the green smoke there seemed to be symbols of civilization extinguished, divine and incomparable. Fragrant, Lu Chuan couldn't help but inhale. Fragrant. Sledgehammer also jumped onto Lu Chuan's hand and followed and inhaled. Pfft! Sun Kaidai held the tea tray and looked at this pair of living treasures, her breath almost didn't come up. Alright, I'll save you a piece of tea later. It's almost time to send it over. Sun Kaidai angrily rubbed Lu Chuan's little head, almost causing Sledgehammer to storm off again. Lu Chuan slipped out with a tea tray, and before he took 2 steps, he directly opened the tea bowl and sipped it beautifully. The tea goes down your throat with a sweet aftertaste, and the whole body and mind relaxes. Fragrance. Our old man really is a bumpkin, has not seen the world. Lu Chuan, who had eaten the 100,000-year-old power pill, couldn't help but sigh. Sledgehammer jumped to Lu Chuan's hand, grubbed at the tea bowl, and stuck out his little tongue and bared it. Fragrant. Sledgehammer followed Lu Chuan's example and shook his head in intoxication. Pfft, crikey. Lu Chuan grabbed the sledgehammer. Do you belong to the dog? Tongue can be rolled right, a bowl of tea to create half. Looking at the tea that was only half left, Lu Chuan had a black line. Xiang sang sang sang, Sledgehammer said, waving his little arms and legs, still trying to pick at the tea bowl. Lu Chuan hurriedly put the sledgehammer back to the top of the head to cover the tea bowl. Fragrant my ass, wait a while and let the donkey go dig out the treasure chest, that bastard is a repeat offender, should be able to get some out, then we'll both have enough to drink. Ga kisses, master is the best. When Sledgehammer heard this, he laughed out an old duck-like quack, hearing Lu Chuan's eyes jump. I don't know who she learned this from. Lord State Master, please. Sun Family Master, please. In a small, elegant courtyard, Zhou Yu was talking to Sun Baimo, the head of the Sun family, about tomorrow's matter regarding the auction house stand. The Sun family's eldest young lady, Sun Rinxue, stood behind Sun Baimo playfully and kept looking at Zhou Yu. Sun Baimo had a son in his old age and spoiled Sun Rinxue to the skies. Sun Rinxue is also competitive, the second generation of those vices, is not at all stained, but instead is fresh, lovely to the extreme. Sun Rinxue was a beauty that was on the top of the list in Fubo City, and even the entire heavenly wasteland continent. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, but her natural talent is also first-rate. It is said that Sun Rinxue's natural talent is not far behind that Great Way's eldest princess who was born with an immortal phoenix. What made Sun Baimo a little worried was that this nature of his own baby was just too soft and sticky to accept the family business in the future. Right now, Sun Baimo's biggest hobby, besides the auction house, was to find himself a door-to-door son-in-law. Ahem.
Sun Bimo noticed the abnormal breath of Sun Rinxue behind him and couldn't help but dryly cough twice.
Sun Rinxue's small face was red, and she stole another glance at Zhou before lowering her head to look at her toes. This Zhou is not only gentle and elegant, but also born a first-class good-looking, which young girl is not moved. Sun Bimo did not want Sun Rinxue to have too much contact with this Zhou character. Even if Zhou is willing to marry his own daughter, I'm afraid that when the time comes, it won't be the Sun family climbing the ladder, but the entire family will be swallowed whole.
Sun Bimo sidetracked the topic. Lord State Master, how about trying my Sun family's bright heart tea?
Zhou clasped his fists and smiled. I've heard of him for a long time, and it's rare that I have the opportunity today, so I won't be polite.
Serve tea.
Sun Bimo raised his chin in triumph. Bright heart tea was unique in the Sky Wasteland continent, and Sun Bimo certainly had the capital to be proud of it.
Here you go, you Lu. Lu Chuan ass-kissed the tea tray and jogged over.
When Zhou heard this voice, his body shook and he always felt something familiar. Looking sideways at the little houseguest in green clothes, instantly his entire body froze on the spot. Zhou could never have imagined that this god of murder would appear in the Sun family, and that it was still a small houseguest.